Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. A shootout last night in San Francisco, 40-34 the final score in favor of the Lions, which secured an undefeated season on the road for Detroit. It also means a win or a tie versus Minnesota will give them the number 1 seed in the playoffs. If they lose, they'll drop to 5 and play on the road. The first 5 possessions of the game all led to scores, the first in the NFL this year. Jahmyr Gibbs had a heavy load on the ground again with 18 carries for 118 yards and a touchdown. His fourth quarter score kept a period of 4 unanswered scores for Detroit, giving them a 40-28 lead with 2:58 left. Dan Campbell talked about the importance of playing all his starters in this one. Joe Wolf, Roki Sasaki's agent, revealed yesterday that the Japanese fireballer has 20 offers from teams. The Tigers have spoken publicly that they're one of them. Sasaki will make a decision in a couple of weeks where he lands. It appears the Dodgers and Padres are the favorites right now. Michigan State Hockey won the GLI with a 3-1 triumph over Western Michigan in Grand Rapids last night. The Broncos scored first on the power play in the first period. MSU responded just a few minutes later and scored 3 straight before the end of the game. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, good morning on a Victory Tuesday.
Yes.
Jim Costa with Stoney, Heather, Gov, and Paul Serra behind the glass. A game with no punts, Stoney.
Oh, I know.
A thriller.
See? He rested Jack Fox.
There you go. Just as we planned.
Yeah.
Lions secure 14 wins, secure a perfect road record, only the 10th team in NFL history to do it. And they do it in a game where they needed every last score to get it done, Stoney. What was your takeaway?
Well, being more of a somewhat negative or pessimistic person, you're watching the game and it's like, oh my God, can this defense even tackle? I mean, they were missing tackles. Can they stop anything? And the offense was unbelievable. But we knew basically it was what we've seen for the last half of the season to a certain extent. The offense being unstoppable and the defense not being able to stop anybody who's any good. And that's it's all going to come down to. And we always said, with all the injuries, Dan Campbell kind of hinted, we're going to have to win in shootouts. And they did yesterday. And it was exciting as hell. And the offense Goff was absolutely incredible. And the stats just, pointed out all the things he did and records he's like tying and setting. And it's amazing. The wide receiver, Chamo had a great game. St. Brown, we're seeing more and more of Laporta. I mean, Gibbs, what else can you say? And then you look at the other side of the ball and you're sitting there saying, oh my Lord, look what's coming. Justin Jefferson, Addison, Hawkinson's back. Even Jalen Naylor's good. What's good? You even said, we were talking before the show, that the over-under is already, 54.5 or something?
And I've already bet the over.
Yeah, and it's going to be absurd. And, thankfully, that Purdy gave them a freebie interception when he made that horrible pass. And then Joseph made a great play on his second interception.
Mm-hmm.
And thankfully, unfortunately, he has a lot of friends and family listening, maybe. Thankfully, Jake Moody had a bad game. That helped too.
He's had a few of those, by the way.
But
not to do Niner radio, but that's a problem.
Yeah, but the most important thing is that they won the game. Well, as far as if you're watching the game, the biggest takeaway from the game is, unless something happened that we didn't know about, number one, no injuries.
Yep.
No injuries. And Jake Bates made Troy Aikman laugh more than anything I've ever seen in my life and is the meme of the ages.
Heather, have you seen this meme of Jake Bates?
I have not.
Okay, I need to get your reaction. We need to get your reaction to Jake Bates. So they cut over to him on the sideline, and he's stretching.
Okay.
He's using like a tennis ball on his hip.
Sure.
So he's doing like some hip flexes.
Okay.
And his tongue is out for some reason,
Yeah.
and it's
kind of looked like he was making like sexual faces.
Yes.
Basically.
How would you describe that, Heather?
I don't even know exactly the words I would use.
People have likened it to Costanza on the couch.
Yeah, it is a little bit like that for sure. It's-
A little bit, yeah. I've seen people say the paint me like one of your French girls. I mean, like it is a very suggestive.
Right.
Jake Bates, tongue out, little hip thrust.
Yeah.
As
his
he's stretching.
eyes are closed for a minute and then they slowly open. Yeah, it's.
So some
Interesting.
eroticism in the Lions win yesterday, Stoney. Yes, one of the takeaways for sure. 248-539-9797. You mentioned Goff. That was the biggest thing for me, right? As a reformed Goff hater, I can't help but point out how good he was. The tight window throws. I don't even think the stats do it justice.
No.
He had to fit the ball in some tight windows and some key third downs and even a fourth down in the red zone. Like, Jared Goff has played so well. And I saw this stat since his 5-interception day against the Houston Texans. This is where he ranks among NFL quarterbacks. First in passing yards, first in passing touchdowns, first in passer rating, first in EPA on all DBs. Like, he's just every stat. He has shined since that 5-interception game, and he will have to shine.
Oh, yes.
You know, I'm not going to do the sound the alarm on the defense thing. We did that a couple weeks ago. Sorry if some of you are waking up to this. This is a real problem,
Yes.
one that they can overcome, but they're going to have to play the way they did yesterday. And for anybody who's been critical of Dan Campbell's fourth downs, shame on you. They needed every last one of them to win that game yesterday, and they're going to need that to win this week and the weeks that follow.
Goff, 26 of 34, 303 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks, a rating of 132.4. It's the 11th game he has had 70% or more. He's tied for second in that. Only Tom Brady is the only person who's done that, and that was in 2007, for 8 games or more with 75%. 8 games or more that he's thrown for 75% completion, and he's only him and Brady have done it, and that was the Patriots when they went undefeated, I believe, 2007, right?
Yeah, that would have been their perfect season. And he's been largely flawless. I know he took a bad sack, but Bates bailed him out with a big kick.
Yes.
Stoney, he's distributed the ball so effectively. Now you've got J-Mo with over 1,000 all-purpose yards, St. Brown with over 1,000 all-purpose yards, Gibbs with over 1,000, and Montgomery, by the way.
They're the first team to have 4 guys.
Yes. And I believe, not to just gush about the stats, but 40 points. I don't think any team has scored 40 or more points in this many games in NFL history. Yeah, the most by any team in a single season in NFL history. 5 times over 40 points this season.
Yes, without a turnover.
Without a turnover. That's the key to that stat, yes. But that's what we're talking about. Their offense was explosive. It was creative. Another lateral play in the game. And it was aggressive. It's a 4th down in the red zone that they didn't get early. And I'm sure some of you out there are going, tisk, tisk, Dan, take the points.
No,
Because they stuck with that. They got a touchdown in the red zone later,
Right.
and they extended a drive that got them points. It was effectively a touchdown net win because they went for it repeatedly in the game.
I thought at first, my first reaction was take the points, but if I'm not mistaken, they were at like the San Francisco 8-yard line. That was the first, or whatever. So I thought, you know what?
You pin 'em deep.
They're not going to give them up a 92-yard drive, but they did.
They did.
Yeah.
There was a little snark from Troy Aikman after the half because Dan Campbell said, we got to get points in the red zone.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you caught it, but Aikman goes, well, they would have if they just kicked a field goal.
I know.
Well, I'm happy they didn't just kick a field goal because if they had done that in the totality of the game, they might not win.
Possibly.
Because then you don't get that touchdown with St. Brown on the 4th down, and then there was a 4th and 3 at midfield that the conservative play it safe. You don't get any points on that drive. So very quickly, you take what would have been 6-point win and you shave 4 and another 3, 7. You're in a nail biter.
And I'm glad he didn't, Bates missed 2 extra points, right?
Yeah.
He made the first one was blocked, and he didn't chase the point early, which I thought was good. They went for the 2-point conversion, I think because it gave them the lead later in the game. And boy, St. Brown was so wide open on that play, and I think J-Mo was actually wide open on that play as well. So I was surprised that was only their second 2-point conversion of the season.
Yeah. I hadn't really realized that either. I would have thought it would have been more. But you're right. They didn't chase it too early.
Right.
They did it at the right time. They stayed in the fight, and they were up against it early, right? I think we all expected them to go in on the road, thump a team that had nothing to play for, kick their feet up and coast. Anything but that kind of football game, right? From the get-go, it's a shootout. and they're on the wrong side of a shootout. And if it wasn't for a missed field goal in the first half, San Fran scores on every possession of the first half,
Right.
and they would have had a double-digit lead. Instead, you're hanging in within a score, you get the ball, and game on. And they knew what kind of game it had to be, and I think they know what kind of team they need to be to finish this thing out. And that's what we saw. We saw the formula.
I was listening because I watched the game at a friend's house, and then listening to the game on not our post-game show. I had it on NFL radio for a second because I wanted to know if they were going to go to Campbell Live, and they were still at their broadcast. It was Kurt Warner, and they were talking about how close this is to the greatest show on turf.
What did he say?
He says they have as many weapons as we had.
On that note, Ticket Texter says, do people think we should have traded J-Mo still? Kid's been dominant lately.
Yes, he has.
Speaking of the weapons, yeah, he was so good. He's been playing so good. About a month plus now, he's been a difference maker.
And he was so much fun on set with Van Pelt.
I still haven't seen it.
That was pretty good, yeah.
I saw people raving about it. I was trying to find a clip of it. I'm sure it's out by this morning. I'll have to go find it. But we're going to play a bunch of audio today.
Yeah.
Dan Campbell inside the locker room before the hour ends. That's always a hit. Him speaking to the team. And guys, it's now 14 wins. And they've got a matchup with the Minnesota Vikings for everything.
Right.
We've got tickets later in the week for you guys, a chance to win them. We'll take some of your phone calls on that game last night. What stood out in a Lions victory? It's a victory Tuesday. It's 97-1. 40 points and a victory. Lions
That's the formula.
just score 40, just win. Undefeated on the road this season. One of only 10 teams in NFL history. Phone calls, ticket text, the things that stood out in that win.
It's amazing. It really is. They're the fourth team in NFL history to have 3 players with 12 or more touchdowns in a season. The last one was the 2014 Packers. I think it was Lacey, Jordy Nelson, I forget who the other
Was TJ Lang on that football team? I think he would have been.
2014, yeah.
Yeah, he would have been.
Yeah.
He's supposed to join us, I think, at 7. Hopping off a plane and finding his way to the studio.
Oh, they're drinking Bloody Marys right now.
Get a boozed up TJ Lang in under an hour.
Yeah.
Phone calls and ticket texts. Texters say Goff is playing like an MVP given how bad this defense is and how good he needs to be.
Look, under a normal circumstance, you would say yes. But either Josh or Lamar, because, I don't know, because they're more exciting, because they have more rushing touchdowns.
Well, Allen also had the head-to-head where he was better than Goff.
Yes. I mean, look, I don't think they're going to get in, but a lot of people believe that if Cincinnati somehow gets in, Burrow, I mean, what he's been, it's incredible.
It's been a great year of quarterbacking, and Goff is in that group and absolutely deserves his flowers.
No doubt.
Texter says, I think a lot of us owe J-Mo an apology. I know I certainly do after seeing him dropping passes, some of the things he was doing off the field, so I will apologize. Young man, keep up the good work.
Yeah.
He's been very good. And we knew he had it in him. It was just so frustrating that for one reason or another, he hadn't hit his stride. Mm-hmm. The way he's playing right now, he's unlocked this offense, and we've hit on it. They have to have a great offense. So in a lot of ways, he is one of the keys to them winning the Super Bowl.
By the way, a little under the radar, who had a really good game yesterday? Craig Reynolds.
Yes. I would say so. Tom, you have a stat. There are 10 teams that have gone undefeated on the road. Is there any correlation? Are these teams more likely to win the Super Bowl? What's going on?
All right, so 10 did it before the Lions last night. The Lions became the 11th.
Oh, okay.
So 5 of the 10 previously won the Super Bowl. 3 lost the Super Bowl. 2 of those Super Bowl losses were 2 of the biggest upsets in Super Bowl history, which were the Patriots against the Greatest Show on Turf. Yeah. That was a 14-point spread. And then the Giants against the Patriots in 2007, the undefeated Patriots. The other Super Bowl loser was the Chiefs in 2020, which had to play a Super Bowl in the other team's home stadium. So there's some
the COVID year, yeah.
Yeah, and then the 2 teams that did not make the Super Bowl were the 49ers in 1990, which lost the classic to the Giants in the NFC Championship game. It was a walk-off field goal by the Giants. Roger Craig fumbled the ball with less than 3 minutes to go to give the Giants the ball, which so an anomaly happened, something you just don't see happen. It was, and then the only team that didn't reach the championship game in either conference was the 2014 Cowboys, which was the team that
Dez.
Yeah, and it was the Dez play.
Oh, so right, against Green Bay.
There were 2 that didn't reach the Super Bowl. The 2 that didn't had weird things happen to them.
So 50% of the teams won it, 80% of the teams made it, and the ones that didn't had something outrageous happen.
Yes.
So that's the formula.
And they are the first to go this was 8-0 on the road, right?
9-0. No,
this is 8-0. This was a 9-game home season.
Yes,
so they 8-0. So they did not become the first to go 9-0.
No, and we would have seen that. But let's get some phone calls in the mix. 248-539-9797. Keith, you're up. You're on 97.1.
You know, I've been following Lions since 1963 when the game I went to, Wyatt Kittle was the quarterback. I'm so elated that we got a Dan Campbell who has brought this team to glory, and I think we're going to win the Super Bowl. But what I'm worried about, they said Penny Sewell hurt his thumb last night. What's the status on that?
Well, Campbell said they asked him about it. He says his thumb, he'll be okay. And even if it is broken, he can still play that position. You just, club him up, right? TJ will confirm that. I mean, okay, he won't be able probably to hold. He won't get a hold, and he won't be able to catch a pass or throw one.
Did you see they ran a reverse that could have gone to him?
Yes.
It didn't end up going to him, but it was an option on the play. Yeah. I'm not overly concerned, Keith. Obviously, he's an important player, and any time that he gets nicked up, it's a concern. But a thumb and Campbell didn't seem overly concerned, so no. I'm not going to be either. Marcus in East Point, you're on 97.1.
Hey, man, that game was awesome. the things I took away from it, I liked the way they blitzed off the edge a couple of times and got home each time. And the couple of times that they kind of disguised the defense, which is something that they generally didn't do. They stay in the set that they start with. They would drop the ends back and pull the safeties up, and that helped too. So I think that they got some stuff to show Minnesota next week that Minnesota may not have necessarily seen. And the other thing is I keep hearing all this talk about the MVP and how the four quarterbacks, and I put Goff in with Burrow, Lamar, and Allen, are all probably having career years. I think Saquon should win the MVP. Him breaking that record should solidify that to me.
He'll make a great case. Make a great case because when Barry got over 2,000 yards, he was co-MVP, I believe, with Favre?
He was with Favre, yeah. Listen, if there's a year for it, I think the running game has been so important this NFL season. But when you have quarterbacks playing the way the quarterbacks are playing, he's just not going to win it.
No.
Texter says, defense scares me. They looked awful. Look, I'm not surprised.
No.
We sounded the alarm bells a couple weeks ago, and people didn't want to hear it. We're the bad guys because we pointed out all the injuries on defense are going to hurt them, and they're going to have to win shootouts. Well, guess what? They want a shootout.
Yes.
It's there for them. It's just going to have to look like that.
Yeah, I mean, especially one of the other guys. Everybody's focusing on Hutch with good reason, and Aleem McNeil. Carlton Davis injury is really significant to them.
I would agree with you, and they'll get Anzalone back hopefully this week, but definitely by the playoffs. 248-539-9797. We'll get to TJ Lang in the 7 o'clock hour. Dan Campbell's locker room speech before this hour ends. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, there's a nasty stomach bug that's spreading across the state and across the country. According to the CDC, cases of neurovirus, this contagious infection that causes vomiting and diarrhea, have increased this season. Let's see, 91 cases of this neurovirus were reported the week of December 5th. Here in Michigan, which is over double the highest number recorded between 2021 and 2024. And so far this year, Michigan has had 1,395 cases, and that's higher than the previous 4 years. So basically, it sounds like the stomach flu, but it's not the flu at all because symptoms, vomiting, diarrhea, fever, stomach pain, headache, body aches, sounds very similar to what the stomach flu is, but it's a different group of viruses that's causing this. Lots of people are getting sick. So, of course, wash your hands, clean off surfaces. If you're sick, stay home. And things we all know, wash your clothes in hot water. I've definitely seen it. Our family is all sick, not with this, because I think there's something else going around, especially with young kids at school. A lot of kids had RSV at our school before the holiday break, and I was like, great, my kids aren't sick. And then all of a sudden, we get a week off, both sick.
Oh, no.
And now I'm sick. So, awesome.
I know.
As Tony scoots away.
I don't think it's like that, but just I got the congestion going on. No stomach flu here, but just the nasally, right? If you're headed to the grocery store today or anytime in the near future, you'll likely only find cage-free eggs on the shelf. So there's a new law that takes effect today, requiring eggs sold in the state to come from hens raised in cage-free housing systems. So back in 2019, there was a revised Animal Industry Act law that was signed, and it includes this cage-free egg law. So there's been a growing demand for a while from animal rights activists that have been wanting a more humane treatment for hens that lay eggs. So now, as of today, all eggs from large farms must come from hens that live in these environments. They have to have 1 square foot of floor space per hen, which allows them to have more room to move.
Do they have to wear masks too with that social distancing?
Yep, probably. That's in there as well. Yes.
I'm sure most people want to know this is going to increase the price of their eggs.
Most likely it will.
Yeah.
I did see one article under a paywall, so I couldn't read it, that said this shouldn't affect egg prices too much across the state, but the bird flu will affect prices. So if you're seeing an increase in price in eggs, it might be from the bird flu and not from this. But yes, most likely it's going to impact the price. As we head into the new year, get ready to see some rain, snow, and slick roads. Awesome. So when the clock strikes midnight, Detroiters should see temperatures as low as 30 degrees, a slushy mix of rain and snow by Wednesday. And we could see lingering rain and snow showers throughout the rest of the week. Obviously, other parts of the state are going to see things a little differently. There's going to be more snow. The more north you go, they could see some slick roads as well. So, doesn't sound great.
No, that's January
that
for you.
Slushy mess. Awesome. Scammers, as you know, are everywhere, and now they are prying on the heartstrings of Lions fans. So there is a dad from New Baltimore who had hopes of going to a Lions game with his son, right? That's what he wanted to do, but now he is out hundreds of dollars after he fell for a Facebook scam. So he said, prices were just too much on these ticket sites, right? He just couldn't afford it. So he got really excited when he found a great deal on Facebook. Found a woman selling tickets and said everything seemed normal, right? She had this profile picture of her family. They're all wearing Lions gear. She was selling tickets for $175 each, plus a $50 parking ticket or parking pass. So he Venmo'd her $400 to secure some tickets. Of course, once the payment went through, the tickets were never received. Said he started messaging her. No response. And then he was blocked. So he got scammed. It wasn't really a real person selling tickets. It was a real person not selling tickets. Says he filed a police report, contacted Venmo hoping to get his money back, but is now just saying, hey, be aware, be more careful. And there's some tips, right? Like, you can't trust everything. If it seems too good to be true, it probably is. Go on and look at somebody's profile. Like I do a lot of Facebook shopping. You can always tell if it's like a new profile, like they just created it in 2024. There's no reviews. There's no posts.
Sketchy.
That's fishy to me. I'm not going to buy from you. Like there's a lot of things you can look for.
Common sense, but also
Yeah.
do your homework and
Yep.
be very safe out there with that stuff. All right, Heather with
bummer.
the news. Coming up next. Can the Lions win the Super Bowl with that defense? It's 97-1. Ball game. Dan Miller on the call. Lions go out west. Perfect on the road this season. Stoney, the big question, though, can they win the Super Bowl with this defense?
They can. I'm not going to make a prediction whether they will or not, but they can because they can outscore everybody. And turnovers are going to be the key. The turnovers were the key yesterday. And looking ahead to this coming Sunday, turnovers are going to be a key in this game because as bad as the Lions' defense is, now Minnesota's defense isn't outstanding, but they do make a lot of turnovers. Brian Flores' defenses do create turnovers.
They do.
Yeah, the defense, it's just, I don't know what you could do. Eventually, we knew because of all the injuries, when you played a team with a really, and yesterday, you're not playing a team that was really great. Obviously, their offensive line was complete, and they were pulling guys off the street.
Yeah, practice squad guys marched up and down the field.
Yes.
It's deeply concerning.
Yes, and I'll tell you what one of my biggest concerns is, the guy's got a great personality.
Never great when you start that way.
Yeah, I know. It's like sounding like a girl. Great personality, but he started off okay. Where's Darius Smith been?
Need more?
Yeah. Maybe when McNeil went out, that changed. I have no idea. I mean, Reeder didn't do much yesterday
Well,
either.
I was going to say, he's the other guy. These are vets.
Yes.
And these are guys who, listen, when they had Aleem McNeil on that defensive line, responsibility was spread out.
Yes.
Now the veterans have to lead. They have to produce. And I know Reeder's not a big sack guy.
No.
Interior pressure is a huge part of this game.
Yes.
And Za'Darius has got to produce on the edge in a big spot in a big playoff game, or this week in a Week 18 matchup with the Vikings. Stoney, the formula's there. Yesterday is the formula for the Lions to win the Super Bowl.
That's why I said they can.
Yeah, and it's like, hey guys, if it's not new, this defense is an issue. It's a problem. It could be the Achilles heel. But the way they're going to have to win is the way they did yesterday. The offense is going to have to be aggressive. They're going to have to go for it on fourth downs. You're going to have to get used to it if it bothers you. It's their path to victory. In the red zone, they can't settle for a field goal. Sorry, I know they didn't get the first one. Good thing they got the second one. And Stoney, turnovers are the answer. It's the riddle, right? The other team doesn't punt at all.
Right.
But you're up 2 scores in the fourth. How did you get there? Solve for X. Turnovers.
Right.
I mean, it's the only reason they were up 2 scores in the fourth quarter.
And one of those turnovers was just a gift. I mean, the other one, his other one, he made a great play, a great read. And the fact that he's got 9 interceptions tells you something.
Speaking of that, we've been just throwing out like historic stats. Did you see the significance of his 9 interceptions?
He was the last Lion to get 9 interceptions since, I think, the Hall of Famer Jack Christensen, I believe.
9th interception, the most in a season by a Lions defender since Jimmy Spider-Man Allen in 1981.
Oh.
Another one bites the dust. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Just for you. I made sure to bookmark that one just for you this morning.
Yeah. The 2 times I have been in after Lion wins with John, he's been adamant of playing it. So
I know you guys love this. To me, this is a team that didn't make the playoffs. This song is from a team that didn't make the playoffs.
I know.
We need a modern version. And I know this is a special place in your heart. Spider-Man Allen.
I know. Fly the roar.
Eminem needs to remaster it.
Yeah.
End of story. Get one of the best in the business.
Or a Lions player.
Do their own versions of like Super Bowl shuffles or stuff like that.
Who would lead?
Who's got
be
some
the
chops?
lead?
Yeah, I mean, let us know. Does anybody have like a singing background on this team? Didn't McNeil do some music?
Oh, yeah, he did some DJing and rapping. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, maybe Aleem McNeil, although he's not playing right now. But he's got downtime. He could produce something.
Right. Well,
this team doesn't need crap like that, Jim. They're all about grit.
Well, we saw, look, obviously you don't want him dancing right now, but we saw, in Hard Knocks, Aiden Hutchinson can sing.
Did you see him working out in the pool?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Stoney. Maybe they don't need to have a perfect offense because Aiden will be there in the Super Bowl.
So you guys ask, can this defense get it done?
Yeah, that's the question.
Can they win with this defense?
Yeah.
Because they have to outscore people.
A lot of people have compared this team to the greatest show on turf, in terms of just what they've accomplished offensively. I think they've almost exceeded that at some point now. But the greatest show on turf, when they won the Super Bowl, they had to play the Buccaneers in the NFC Championship game at home. They won the game 11-6. That Rams team had a better defense than this Lions team, but I do think this offense is just more balanced and slightly better.
You know who I actually think they are, or who I think they need to be? The 09 Saints.
Yeah.
So the 09 Saints went 13-3. Sean Payton, a mentor of Dan Campbell.
Right.
And that team did not have a good defense, but they forced timely turnovers,
Right.
including, I think it was Tracy Porter in the Super Bowl
Yes.
against Peyton Manning.
And, their coach made controversial, weird things like an onside kick.
Something you have to do, right? Their playoff games, they scored 45, 31, and 31 in the Super Bowl. 30 or more every game. A turnover here, blitz on a key down, and get off the field there.
It's a great analogy.
The 09 Saints are the blueprint. So the answer
Great
is
comp.
yes. The Lions can win a Super Bowl with this
I believe
defense.
the quarterbacks they beat on that path were Peyton Manning, Brett Favre, and Kurt Warner.
Yes. Because it's
So,
Cardinals,
we've
Vikings, and
talked-
Colts. Yeah.
We've talked about them, the Lions, maybe the elite quarterbacks when they get to the AFC, if they can get there, to the Super Bowl.
Right.
Oh, no, can't beat those guys. Well, there's a blueprint, but they also did attempt an onside kick. Porter had to pick. Don't forget, no, that wasn't the – so that was the year against the Vikings with Favre.
Yes.
Right.
Peterson, remember the fumbles in the
Yeah.
NFC Championship game?
Was that the Favre one where
So they need
This
turnovers.
isn't Detroit. This
Yes.
is the Super Bowl.
Paul Allen.
Yeah.
Was that year? I
Yes.
think it was. Matt, the full circle.
Yeah.
This is Detroit.
Yes.
This is the Super Bowl. Like that's where we could be in a couple weeks here, a month.
So yeah, they turned people over. They were opportunistic because they did give up a lot of points, that Saints team. I mean, that NFC Championship. I think the Vikings scored 28 or 34, something like that.
The Saints that season were the number one offense. Sound familiar? 31 points per game.
Yeah.
Damn near the same as the Lions. Their defense gave up 21 points per game. It was 20th in the league. So they're sitting there with, a bottom half,
Right.
bottom third defense winning the Super Bowl. The path's there.
Oh, yeah. There's no doubt they can do it.
Can.
Yeah. I'm not going to sit there and proclaim they're going to win the Super Bowl with a crappy defense. No, but they can do it. I mean, if their offense, like San Francisco, say what you want about the look. Obviously, missing Greenlaw hurt them all season, but they still had Bosa and Warner were still really good. The Lions can score on anybody. Anybody.
Isn't it crazy? They're, I think it was a second touchdown. It's 3rd and 12, and they throw to St. Brown. He's not going to get the first. Pitches it to J-Mo, turns a corner, and he's gone. And they're doing stuff like that. They're cutting edge. Because for years, I know that the Chiefs do a little bit of that too. For years, people have said if someone could figure out how to time it up, almost make it like a rugby play, a scripted rugby play, you're going to burn some defenses. And the Lions have said, okay, yeah, we'll do it.
Yeah.
And they've done it repeatedly. This is not like a one-off for this team.
It'd be an anomaly almost that they don't have a game without a trick play.
Have they had a game without a trick play this season?
Probably, yes.
They probably have, but
Yes.
it's hard to think of that.
Right. And they've had so much fun. This team is so much fun to watch. And part of it is excruciating because of the defense. Like last night, and we'll talk about it with TJ when he gets here at 7:00. They couldn't tackle. I mean, guys who are really short tacklers were missing tackles. Even like Branch. And by the way, his penalties, he's got to cool his jets to a certain extent.
You're talking late in the game.
Yeah.
Just pushing someone after the play.
Yes, and at times now Purdy, like Darnold to a greater extent, because I've seen the way Darnold seems to be able to somehow snake his way out of getting sacked. I don't know how.
It's crazy.
But the Lions, when they did get through a little bit, it's like they would run right by the quarterback, by Purdy. There were times when if he was there, but they didn't do anything. And at the end, they got a few. I think Muhammad got one, I believe, or
Muhammad
Adams.
got one and Adams got one, I think.
Yeah.
Well, Adams definitely got one. I'm not sure on Muhammad. I actually want to give Kyle Shanahan a little bit of credit because to start that game, he coached like he had practice squad offensive linemen. They had misdirection.
Oh, yeah.
They were using receivers in the end around, a little this, and then cut back against the grain, trying to get the Lions' defensive aggressiveness working against them. And Detroit really didn't blitz all that much early in the game. And I'm wondering when they're going to dial it up. But I think some of that was the chess match. San Francisco was keeping them on their heels. Play action was killing the Lions.
Oh, awful. I mean, even guys like Jack Campbell, would bite, and then they had Kittle had like a cow pasture of green in front of him.
I kept wondering, can they get a strategic blitz here? Can they get a key takeaway? And it didn't happen until the second half.
No.
But they got it. We'll talk to TJ at 7:02. Want your phone calls and ticket text 248-539-9797. Overall reaction, best part of the win, and the big question. Can they win the Super Bowl with this defense? It's 97-1. They are so much fun. They are so explosive. They are so creative, and they just keep winning football games.
I know.
Stoney, this team scored 40 points. They needed 40 points. They beat the Niners for the first time in San Francisco since the mid-'70s.
1975, I believe it was, yeah.
And they were showing a graphic when we were at B-Dubs yesterday, and Rico's reading it off on the air, and he goes, Dan Campbell hadn't been born yet, and Star Wars didn't exist yet. The last time the Lions won in the Bay Area.
Wow.
I think it was like 14 meetings. They don't play every year, but 14 meetings. Mm-hmm. And, this team is perfect on the road. Sets them up well now.
I was a senior in high school.
There you go.
Yeah.
My parents would have been in high school around that time, too. Yeah. This team has done things that we've never seen in the Lions' history. And the question is, can they keep doing it with this defense? You pointed out nobody got injured. That's the big takeaway. They won the game. Even with this defense, they're going to have to keep winning games that way with this defense. Yes. They're going to have to win shootouts. They're going to have to get a key stop, a key turnover, and they're going to have to be aggressive on fourth down. They're going to have to do it that way. So if you're still on the fence about, boy, I don't know about this gambling business, it's the only way for them to win a Super Bowl.
Right, with the defense. I wonder, by the way, if they had a real good defense, if they would be as entertaining offensively. Would they run? Would they do, or would they play a little more, clock management, ball control, a little bit more than they do?
Maybe they would. And we saw earlier in the year they won with defense a little bit. They were winning every different way possible, and maybe that's where the doom and gloom came from. I don't think we ever really counted this team out.
No.
But it came from the understanding that they can't win every single way. They're not the complete football team.
Correct.
They can't win with defense now. It has to be this way and this way alone. And that's okay. Teams have done it. I gave you the comp. It's the 09 Saints, coached by Campbell's mentor, Sean Payton. Pulled off an onside kick in the Super Bowl. Talk about aggressive decisions. Best offense in the league, 31 or more points in every playoff game. The QB comparison. Drew Brees was a physically limited quarterback on his second team, but he was masterfully accurate. Does it sound like somebody?
Yes.
Jared Goff,
yeah,
who was so good yesterday. And the defense, they beat an elite quarterback in the Super Bowl. They beat Peyton Manning in the Super Bowl.
Yes, they did.
That's the formula for the Detroit Lions. Get a big takeaway and keep rolling on offense. To the phones we go. Steven in Clarkston, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys.
Morning.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
So, thank you. Two things. This San Francisco team, especially early on, they played. They were engaged. They went back to their Deebo Samuel running games where they found a lot of success. A couple of years ago. George, they still have one of the best or the best tight end in the NFL, and he showed yesterday. Yes, the defense, and they were hitting hard. That 49ers team, they didn't lay down like Chicago and didn't look disengaged. They were hitting hard. They were playing hard. However, it is clear with the defense. But if you listen to Dan Campbell's interview with ESPN, they're okay with giving the Ricky Pearsall yards between the 20s. They just do not want to let them capitalize in the red zone.
Right.
So all the yards that Justin Jefferson or Hawkinson or Addison might get, through the 20s, between the 20s, this defense is trying to, they're going to clamp down in the red zone, and they struggled early on, with San Francisco. But as far as the 09 Saints, I said this to my wife yesterday because she loves watching the football games with me, and I told her this reminds me a lot of I didn't say 09, but a lot of the New Orleans Saints teams with Drew Brees and Sean Payton. Jim, you were perfect with that comparison.
And you're right, San Fran was not going to lay down in this game.
No.
They were going to make the Lions work for it. And Campbell, by the way, and we could play this for people, he acknowledged some of the internal debate over how much he should be playing his starters. And I actually thought he gave a pretty nuanced and reasonable answer.
Right. He kind of said, I actually thought about it as the night before.
He said it was on his mind. Paul, can we play that for people? If we've got that, yeah, let's play it for people.
Interesting.
And he said they were fortunate that nobody got hurt. He acknowledged the risk of doing what they did.
Sewell did mess up his thumb a little bit, but nothing long term.
We'll get TJ's thoughts on what that means.
Yes.
A thumb injury coming up in the 7 o'clock hour. Not got another phone call, then we'll go Dan Campbell locker room speech following the win. Brian in Ann Arbor, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, here's my thing. That Saints team, that's a perfect analogy. I don't know how I hadn't even thought about that. I was sitting there thinking about that Super Bowl, and it's like you said, the surprise onside, which you obviously can't do anymore, but the, Tracy Porter jumping a route and taking it to the house. If they can get this thing done, I think you're going to have to see something like that happen. A timely interception, like we saw a couple of those last night.
Yeah.
But, I was sitting here just sort of looking over the seedings and everything like that. I mean, I think obviously everything would need to fall in place, and they're going to have to play pretty much perfect. But kind of one of my big takeaways last night that I was thinking about, and it's frustrating that it's still happening, the stupid after the whistles penalties.
Yes.
If those two penalties didn't happen last night, the first one when Kirby came in and shoved the guy, which I get why he did it, but at the same time, if he didn't do that, that's a 15 on San Francisco. That pushes them out of the red zone. And we're talking about maybe them kicking a field goal there rather than having another crack at scoring a touchdown, which they ultimately did. Branch doesn't draw that 15 later in the game. Those were both massive penalties that had a big impact on the game. If that kind of stuff cannot happen, it could have been a larger significant outcome last night.
It's a good point.
The Branch one bothered me more because at least Joseph was sticking up for a teammate. Not that it changes the penalty; it's still a penalty.
And
but
that's what
yeah,
I said too.
I know. I got
get
you.
why he did it. Your guy's getting shoved. That's one that, what do you tell your team? Okay, I kind of like that to some extent, But the Branch one, it's dude, what are you doing? Especially when they've got a history of giving you penalties, they're watching you.
Don't give them a reason, Brian. I think you're really sharp with that point.
Yeah.
That's a good point. This was Dan Campbell. We do this every week. We play it for you. Dan Campbell addressing the team following, you guessed it, another win.
Jared Goff there.
So maybe the only injury was Campbell's vocal cords.
I know.
Gutting it out in the postgame there.
Yeah.
Giving it all he's got.
It would have been, I understand what he's saying about Sunday, and he's right. It would have been better if Green Bay would have won us.
Depends. If they win this week, then
Yeah, I know.
It's even better to do it at home.
That's true. Yes.
248-539-9797. We got someone on hold that's thinking of selling their tickets to the game this week. I know it's something we want to explore today on the show. TJ Lang after the update. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Lions 40, 49ers 34, giving Detroit their first undefeated road regular season in history. Kirby Joseph had 2 picks in this one, including one that set up the go-ahead score that went Goff to St. Brown through the air. It was one of 3 touchdowns for Goff with 303 yards. The fan support never gets old on the road. Michigan State basketball beat Western Michigan 80-62 last night. Jaden Akins had 18 points. The Spartans had just a 13-point lead at half, which fizzled to just 3 early after a 10-0 run by the Broncos to begin the second. Michigan plays Alabama in the ReliaQuest Bowl this afternoon. Coverage starts at 9 a.m. over on WWJ News Radio 950. Michigan has 16 players that have already entered the portal, with 8 others declaring for the NFL draft, including Will Johnson, Mason Graham, Colston Loveland, and Khalil Mullings. The FBI is warning pro sports leagues about crime organizations that are targeting athletes. This after the likes of Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Luka Doncic, and others had their houses broken into in the last few months. The FBI is suggesting that athletes keep pictures of valuables along with pictures inside their homes off of social media. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
After a Lions game, we have TJ Lang in studio. Now, normally it's the last hour of the show and he's well rested. In this case, it's off a plane, in the car, straight to the studio.
Are you well rested or well lubricated or,
Lubricated.
Are you drunk?
Yes.
Oh, God.
Yes.
You're like, kind of a personal question, Stoney.
I probably no less than 17, 2 to 3 minute power naps in on the flight.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to think. I fell asleep at the part of Goodfellas where the people are seeing helicopters.
Oh, what a
and
great
I woke
movie.
up at the very end. So I'm thinking that's 14 minutes or so. So I think that was the longest nap that I got in. But yeah, man, those games are rough going on the road on the West Coast.
Yeah.
Games, but hey, man,
But it was
good
entertaining.
and it was, and there was a lot of blue there.
Yeah.
And Dan Campbell told us all week, what his approach was going to be. I mean, they got a business trip. They're going out there to win the game, right? So, and he even admitted after the game that
He thought about
last
it.
night he was thinking about it. This morning, all day he was thinking about it. But I was on the same page with him that I think it'd be unfair to put in a bunch of backups that weren't preparing throughout the entire week to be the starter. You know what I mean? Your starters are mentally, physically preparing, dialed in the game plan. And look, the backups are too, but your starters are taking every rep. Is it fair to go ask? Perfect. Is it fair to go ask, some guys that haven't taken the reps to just go in there and start the entire game? No. So it was good news that it seemed like they came out pretty healthy. I know it's Sewell
Thumb
issue, but
How big a deal is that? You played in the trenches.
for offensive linemen, yeah, if it's
club them up, right?
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
You got braces, you got different little
Right.
tools you can throw on there, buddy tape it, but thumb's not going to keep him out.
Well, all it does is take away the possibility of him throwing a pass or catching a ball.
Yeah, probably, which we did see a play where he kind of came in motion
Yes,
behind, and it's
I
like,
know.
okay, I don't know what's going to happen in the future, but they're
Right.
clearly going to build something off of that. I tell you what was the biggest bummer, though, was I don't think he's missed a snap since he's been in the NFL. And it sounded like the doctors, there's 30 seconds left in the first half. Hey,
Right.
let's go get some pictures. And he misses the kneel down, which broke his consecutive snap streak, which he was probably bummed about. But I talked to him after the game. He's like, hey, man, time to start a new one. So a thumb is not going to keep Peninsula. I promise you that.
Yeah.
He'll be just fine.
So what were some of your biggest takeaways from the game itself then? Because, yes, they did play their starters, and they needed them because San Francisco put up a good fight.
Yeah.
So what did you take out of it?
I thought the offense in the second half, offense and defense started to click a little bit. 27 points, I think, and you held them to 7. I know Dobbs got that late touchdown that, I guess they still could have got the onside kick, but that was kind of a garbage time touchdown.
Right.
So the defense kind of figured it out in the second half. The takeaways were obviously huge.
Yeah.
That was the only time you stopped Brock Purdy.
Right.
Offense.
That and Jake Moody missing field goals.
Yeah, that too. And, Jake Bates missed – what did he miss?
2 extra points.
One was blocked, one was – but kicking was definitely weird.
But he made the greatest meme of all time, basically, though.
Oh, did you see this?
No, I didn't.
Oh.
We showed
during
this.
one of the kicks.
No, on the sideline.
On the
I'll pull it
side.
up for you. But
Oh.
Stoney, if you want to describe it to him.
He's on his side, and Troy Aikman was he couldn't stop laughing. It looked like he was lying on a softball, he said, or something like that. And If you recorded the game, you have to watch
That was
that
during
part.
the game?
Yes.
Okay.
You
He's
got to
stretching like his hip or something.
Yeah, okay. So,
Yes.
that, you know, like foam rollers or something.
Yeah, that's what
Guys
he was
use
saying.
like softballs.
Right,
to-
that's what Troy Aikman
yeah,
was
you
saying.
rub out your,
But his
your
tongue's out
quad.
and his eyes are rolled
Yeah, okay,
back.
that's-
It's like erotic.
Yes, Troy Aikman was just rolling.
That's pretty incredible right there. But,
Yeah.
The offense, I mean, looked like they came to life. I mean, they adapt to whatever style of game they have to play. You know, if it's going to be just rough and tumble, hey, throw some haymakers, or hey, the other team's scoring a lot of points, man, we got to help our defense out. They find ways to adjust, right? And it definitely felt like, okay, man, it's going to be a shootout. We're going to have to score some points. And got stopped a couple times in the first half.
Yeah.
I think once on 4th down in the red zone, right late in the first half. But second half coming out and making some adjustments, moving the ball, getting your guys involved. Jahmyr Gibbs, I mean, that was really the one bright spot. You hate to say it because we were all bummed when Montgomery went down, but you're like, oh, man, this means more Jahmyr Gibbs. Like, that might not be a bad thing. And
Right.
2 weeks in a row now, going over 150 all-purpose yards he's an incredible player.
And when he came out of the game, Reynolds did a nice job.
Yeah, he
with the
did.
few carries
He did.
had,
Really.
yes.
Yeah, he did. Not only running the ball, but he caught a couple passes coming out of the backfield too. He stepped up big time. Concerns? I mean, it seemed like there was no pass rush when they weren't blitzing.
Yeah,
I know.
It just which is what we've seen for a while.
Yeah.
And I
the
asked
4-man rush was just.
the
not
question, and I don't want to pick on him, but where the hell's Zadarius Smith been the last 3 weeks?
good. Yeah, I mean, that's a fair question. He's just not making an impact that you
Right,
thought.
yeah.
Right.
Well, he's playing his former team Sunday,
Yeah, and
so
he should have plenty of motivation
Damn right.
too. I think I saw something that a lot of guys in their contract have escalators. Hey, you hit a certain amount of sacks. I
Right.
think he's 1 or 2 away from making a pretty good bonus here.
Good.
So he's going to have some motivation going into next week as well. But yeah, you're right. I mean, especially against an offensive line like that's
Right.
got a bunch of backups and. They were getting killed early in the play action game. It just seemed like too aggressive. It looked like a game plan like we have to stop the run at all costs, which just naturally it's going to draw your eyes to the backfield. Stop the run,
Right.
and then oh no, they ran a play action, and now I let my guy run right
Now,
down the
and
field.
Kittle's wide open
Yeah,
again.
Exactly, and so that was definitely a concern of mine. But they tightened it up in the second half. I think Aaron Glenn did a nice job of mixing it up and starting to bring some timely pressures to get in Brock Purdy's face.
They
And
got through, but they couldn't tackle him a lot.
there was a couple. I think Jalen Reeves-Maben had one where it's like,
yeah.
I mean, that is like the perfectly dialed up blitz to give you a free run at the quarterback, and they just missed. And that happened a couple times. Talk about, I mean, that's probably my biggest,
Yeah.
Man, we got to figure something out.
Right,
and I
'cause
think if I'm Aaron Glenn,
Because they're playing against a team who's a
I'm
lot
like-
better offensively than San
and
Francisco.
I'm waking up tomorrow going, I got to find ways to blitz like every play next week against Minnesota, just because it's been 2 weeks in a row now where the 4-man rush just is not
Right.
doing anything, getting anywhere close to affecting the other team's quarterback. It was last week against Caleb Williams and obviously last night again against San Francisco. So Aaron Glenn's going to have to find a way to be a bit of a chameleon this week, I think, and change some things up and throw some exotic looks at Minnesota because Sam Darnold is playing really good football. Jared Goff's been playing incredible since his 5-interception night against Houston. I mean, his stats are insane, and Sam Darnold's like half a step behind him. So you're going to have to find ways defensively just to start generating a lot more pressure.
Yeah, I've seen people dubbing this week's game the Battle of the Bastards.
Yes.
Right, the two quarterbacks that were
cast-offs.
the cast-offs, and here they are left to die, but here they are now battling for Winterfell to keep the Game of Thrones references going. Like the idea is the North will be won this week between these two quarterbacks that nobody wanted. Well,
The North will be the 1 seed, and I honestly, I whoever wins that game, give Coach of the Year too.
yeah, I agree with you.
I mean, just Kevin O'Connell. I mean, I have a lot of respect for what he's done
Yes.
with different quarterbacks and keeping them on track, and obviously with Dan Campbell and how many players they've lost, and going undefeated on the road. I mean, if that was a game that they were to win Sunday night, I think whoever wins that game is, in my opinion, just a clear-cut favorite
Right.
to go Coach of the Year.
Because if the case for Campbell with a win is we went 2-0 against the Coach of the Year. No,
Right.
we're and we did it with 20 injuries, and we did it in unanimous, like 6-0 in the best division in football. Like you're the Coach of the Year at that point.
Yeah, and we lost like our 4 best defensive players.
I mean, they showed a
along the
graphic,
way,
and it was
you
like
know.
every level of the defense is
Right.
missing 3 guys or more, and it's like, that guy's the Coach of the Year. If his team goes 15-2, wins the best division in football, doesn't lose a game on the road or in division, he's the Coach of the Year. And the argument would be made for O'Connell if they win. You went into Ford Field into a hostile environment with Sam Darnold and won 15 games, won the best division in football, you're the coach of the year. I agree with you, TJ. That's what's at stake among all the other things.
Yeah.
You know what?
Probably last on their list.
Yeah.
You know, for the fans would definitely be nice to see some respect given.
But on the coaching side of things, was last night not another proof positive for the Campbell way of doing things? If they don't go for it on those fourth downs, they don't win that football game, right?
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, even some of the third downs that they were converting.
Right.
A couple touchdowns, I think, coming on third and longs, right? Jameson's for sure. But
yeah, that was 3rd and 12. And they
yeah,
and the fourth that they couldn't.
I think Jahmyr Gibbs' late touchdown was on a third.
It was a third,
third and 5.
Yeah, something like that.
And on the fourth that they didn't convert in the first half, they were at the 8-yard line. So you figure, all right, they're not going to go 92, and then they did.
And then they missed a field goal.
Yeah,
so, you know, it turned out to be okay. That was the one right before halftime.
Yeah.
I think, right? Yeah, but no, I have absolutely no problem anymore with Dan Campbell going it for fourth down in opposing team's territory.
And after Bates missed the first, or the extra point was blocked, he didn't chase the point early, which I thought is good. A lot of times you figure, oh, he's going to go for it to try to make it, and he didn't, which was good.
Well, I think they did right coming out of half.
Yes.
Right? That's when they scored the touchdown.
That's when they took the lead or tied it up.
They tied it 21, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's not a huge deal, but
I know.
Obviously, you're getting momentum coming out of halftime there, so probably the right time to do it. But yeah, I don't think there was anything yesterday that I remember thinking, oh man, I wonder if he's going to regret that. I can't remember one instance where
that's by the way,
maybe you should have done that. I don't think it happened.
By the way, that's his barometer. They talked about it on the TV broadcast of his decision making. Will I regret this decision tomorrow? And if he will, then he won't do it. And if he won't regret it, that's his compass.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's just, can I live with the decision, basically?
And very rarely will you hear him say, man, I wish I didn't do that. Right? It happens like once or twice a year.
The season, yeah.
Like it's not like every game. Like, oh man, like he doesn't live in that world, and that's why. So his conviction in his gut and whatever his team is telling him, like he lives with it and he rides with it. And if it doesn't work, like, hey man, like it is what it is. It's football. They're all not going to work, but. Next time we get a chance, we're doing the same damn thing. I think that's
why I bring it up. Sorry to interrupt. It's why I bring it up, just because a year ago, everybody fixated on, Dan's doing too much against San Francisco. That cannot be the narrative moving forward.
No.
We cannot do this if he had only taken the points bit. No, he has to go for it on 4th and 2 or 4th and 3 or 4th down in the opponent's territory. He has to.
Right.
There's no debate. That's his defense. He has to kick an onside kick in a key spot. He has to. There's no debating it. You are on board with this as the way to win the Super Bowl, or you're not winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah. And that's even going back a couple weeks. I remember a couple people, people talking and kind of complaining about some of the calls that he's been making. But even going back, I think a month, at least 4 games. I mean, Dan Campbell admitted, hey, we're in playoff mode. You know what I mean? I want my guys to feel what it's like in high-pressure situations. Because now, guess what? You are in playoff mode.
Yeah,
I know you got a spot locked up.
Yeah, playoffs start Sunday.
100%, right? And these players have that experience of the last, call it 5-6 games now, of being in high-pressure situations where you got to convert. You got to step up to the plate, man, and you got to get a hit, right? You got to be able to go out there and produce. So when they get in that situation on Sunday or when it comes playoff time, it's not going to be foreign to them.
Right.
They're going to be able to lean back on some experience they've had over the past month and a half to say, oh, yeah, when it didn't work, what did we do wrong? When it did work all those times, what made it work, right? So that's why that's what I think has been so beneficial over the past 6 weeks is that these guys have so much experience of being in those high-pressure situations. That's only going to help them come playoff time.
TJ's in studio with us all hour long. You got thoughts, questions, comments from the game, 248-539-9797.
I got a question for you next segment.
Oh.
7:22.
This guy, radio teases. He's a pro, and pages of ticket text.
Did I have a foul? Let's call it last night.
Oh,
did I have a foul?
TJ misbehavior.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm coming
7:22. Stay tuned. It's 97.1. We all start the new year off with resolutions, better diets, workout plans, but don't forget about your chompers, your teeth. Brightside Dental, there's no judgment if you've been putting off seeing the dentist. Maybe you didn't go to the dentist in 2024. Make a plan to go and see him. 1-800-PAINLESS, brightsidedental.com. 9 Metro Detroit locations, including their newest in Trenton. They're accepting new patients, $35 new patient special, and the big thing, They care about you guys. If you have a dental emergency, same-day appointments with Brightside Dental. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Lions win with offense. Lions struggle with defense. It'll be a story down the stretch. There's a path, but it's got to be shootouts. TJ Lang in studio. We'll get your phone calls, your ticket text. But you have a question?
I do. I want to know. Well, I know I did something wrong, but
how bad was it?
Feedback. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yesterday. Well, I'm sorry. Days were thrown off. Sunday, flying out to San Francisco. Obviously, not a short flight. Wanted to lay down a little bit. And we had a big plane. Like most people had 3 seats to themselves, so you could kind of lay down and spread out.
3 seats to yourself.
Yeah,
Fancy.
jumbo jet. Yeah. Double aisles.
Yeah, all
3
that
seats,
stuff,
aisle, 5 seats, aisle, 3 seats. So I asked one of the flight attendants, for a pillow, and they gave me a pillow. So I laid down, and the pillow was not comfortable. It was kind of rock hard and kind of jagged on my neck. So I'm laying in the hotel room yesterday, and I'm like, man, this is a nice pillow. So I stuffed it in my bag and I took it on the flight and I used it on the flight last night. Well, a couple hours ago.
Yeah.
And actually was very comfortable.
Well, good.
Like, it was way more comfortable than the Delta pillows were.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody's looking around like, did you really bring your own pillow? I'm like, man.
Kind of.
Yeah. Technically, I brought it on the ride home.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever done that before?
No, I mean, not from a hotel.
Just wait till whoever the Lions traveling secretary. We got a bill for a pillow from room 136 was stolen.
It's like I have like a small suitcase I take, and I'm in the hotel room, and I'm like literally sitting on my suitcase to try to cram this thing in because it's a massive pillow. It's big, so I'm crunching it. I'm like punching it to try to lower the thing, and it's massive. And I pull it out on the plane yesterday, and I got to tell you, though, there was a lot of jealous eyes kind of staring at me. Like,
I'm sure.
Where'd you find that at? Like, where do you get that at first class? Like, where you got?
I brought my own pillow with my binky.
So I just want to know, is that a foul?
No.
Taking a pillow?
No, you got away with it.
From a hotel?
No foul.
Well, I don't know if I got away with it, but it was worth it to me because
You would have paid for the pillow, right? Like, I mean, if they charged you, you'd have paid for
pillow?
it. Yeah,
I know.
$50. I don't know. I'm going to pay for it. But is that a foul?
No, I don't.
I mean,
think
it's a 5-hour flight coming back. Like,
no.
And I had room to lay down, so it was.
Look, there are people who can't sleep on planes.
I can't. Yeah,
I can't.
Which is me.
I'll sit there even if I do have a bloody before, or even if I don't. There's times I'm just sitting there and I'm reading something, or I'm checking my phone, and my head goes down before we even take off, and I'm done. I could sleep through a whole plane.
I'm jealous.
It's crazy.
I can't sleep. But I actually, like we talked about, I got about 20 minutes of sleep, and there was no way I could have slept without that pillow. So in my mind, it's kind of worth it.
It is worth it.
Heather, you've been awfully quiet over there.
I'm like you. I cannot sleep on planes at all, and I do love a good, comfy pillow. Who doesn't,
It was
right?
super comfortable, yeah.
But I don't think you can take one from a hotel room. I think that part's the foul part. Like, yeah, okay, you got away with it. We'll see, unless they get a bill and they charge you for it. You can't, I don't think it's right taking any,
Yeah, where do you draw the line?
Shampoos and soaps from a hotel. Okay, fine, I guess.
Obviously, you can't take the robe because they charge you for that.
And the slippers.
Towels are a big thing.
Are you speaking from experience?
Towels are big.
No, but I know they do.
They do, though, but they're normally not like the plush, really nice towels.
Oh, what's the difference between a towel and a pillow? It's I don't know.
No, I don't think you should take a towel either.
Oh, but I'm saying that's not a. If people tell me I've never taken a towel, but
No.
I wouldn't think anything of it if you
whatever,
did.
You paid for the room,
The pillow just seems
take something.
wrong.
What about a comforter? How far are we going?
No one wants to take a hotel comforter
No,
home.
oh, no.
No, you throw that thing on the ground immediately.
I didn't rip the TV off the wall.
TJ's just collecting everything he can in his suitcase.
Got a bunch of lamps in there. There's a stool.
248-539-9797.
I'm getting checked.
Yeah.
When you go through the TSA part, it's kind of random. I think 20% of the people get checked, and I get my name pops up, so I got to go through the TSA. This guy could not open my suitcase. Eventually, just like, you're good, dude. Like, just go. I don't know what you got in here, but just go. He tried to open it, then he couldn't zip it back up. You had to cram on the pillow to get it in. He's like, yeah, you're good, man. Good luck the rest of the year. Like, just get. Yeah, I don't got time for this.
You did nothing wrong.
Thank you, Stoney.
Nothing.
You know?
Wrong.
I think
mean,
you
a
did
little.
something wrong, but I'm not mad at you for
Right,
it.
it's not like
either.
a super foul.
No.
Like
But it is.
Heather's definitely looking at me different.
Well, she's the one that judges the most on this show, I think. Doesn't she? Snooty Bridezilla. How dare you take a pillow from the
Stole
hotel?
a pillow, you.
I can send it back to him.
rascal.
I mean, I can send it back.
They'll charge you
I guess,
for it.
but- Well, I could just tell him there were only 3 pillows in my room when I got there.
So you're going to lie now.
Let's see how far we can take this.
What if TJ was a religious person? He forgot his own Bible. He took the Bible that they left at the hotel. Would that be wrong?
Yes, that would be wrong
I think
too,
it's in that
Stoney.
Bible that you shouldn't steal. Turn to page whatever.
But that's
compare
good
your notes.
intentions, though.
Yeah, exactly.
That's good intentions.
This is a fun side quest here. Let's get some more ticket texts and phone calls on the Lions game itself. And if you want to judge TJ, please judge away this morning. He stole a pillow from the hotel room to use on the plane.
Hey, we
I appreciate my honesty.
That's right. We discussed this earlier. The penalties that they committed, like Branch we got to call his Jets, man. That was a stupid ass penalty.
that was.
The one
I don't
on
even know
Kirby-
what happened.
The one on Kirby Joseph, he was sticking up for his teammate. I get it. It was.
Yeah, you can live with those.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brian Brandt, the roughness was almost like when you see players sometimes they're like, oh, I'm not sure if the guy got down, and then like you make sure he's down.
Right.
That's kind of what it looked like, but it was like the guy was clearly down.
Right.
So you're thinking like, man, what? I don't know. Clearly, I think some frustration
Yeah.
coming out there. And I actually asked Coach about it after the game, and the funny part is both of Kirby Joseph's interceptions came one play after Brian Branch got a penalty.
Oh, that's right.
And he was like, hey, this could be a teaching moment. If we're just going to keep getting picks, like, yeah, just go out there and keep roughing the dudes. I'm cool with it.
And if you remember,
they made light of it.
when they played the Packers earlier this year and Branch got ejected, later in that game, Joseph had a pick 6 or an interception.
Yeah.
Like immediately
Yeah, pick
picks up
6. It was
Brian
a
Branch.
pick
Yeah,
6.
he picks
Yeah.
up Brian Branch. It's what they do.
Yeah. So I think Coach obviously made light of it. I know they're going to address it. I think with Kirby's, they were saying on the TV copy that they could kind of see Dan Campbell say, hey, like, you know better than that. You know,
Right.
but for me as a player, one of your guys getting mauled in the back of the end zone, especially a young player, I have no problem with you going and sticking up for him.
Right.
Right. As long as you don't throw a punch, as long as you're not doing anything egregious, which nobody did. The 15 yards could have been big there in that situation down inside the 5-yard line. Don't get me wrong, but those are penalties that I think you can live with. Hey, we want to take care of our players. You stick up for each other. You don't take anything from you don't let them bully you around. But yeah, Branch's second one, I don't know. I mean, it just after watching a couple replays, just I think there was some probably pent up aggression or frustration going on there with the secondary a little bit. But Kirby Joseph did a great job picking his buddy up.
Yeah.
You know, one play later he gets a pick on both the penalties. So, and the first penalty, I mean, the pass interference call, Kirby actually picked that ball off too.
Right, yes.
I just think there was a lot. It looked like there was a lot of miscommunications going on in the secondary last night. With where's my help going to be? Do I have help over the top? Do I have help inside? Just guys like not using their leverage properly. And then they started to figure it out, I think, in the second half. So that seemed to be a big issue for me in the first half that ended up getting corrected.
We have phone calls on the Lions, and we also have the controversy that is your pillow. Phone calls on that and more. We'll get to it next. 97.1. All right, I love some of the ticket texts we're getting, both on the Lions and TJ's foul behavior on the way home.
What did I do? This is what happens when I get 10 minutes of sleep.
Just
like true serum.
Yeah.
It's great. You know, your life becomes an open book on the radio. It's wonderful.
TJ, the pillow is just as bad as the comforter. Could you imagine all the drool and everything else on the outside of that pillow? Big foul for taking it and wanting to use that pillow continuously.
There's no
What was
invention.
I going to do? Leave it on the plane?
There's a new invention. It's called a pillowcase. Chances are that pillow that TJ slept on in the hotel that he took was a fresh pillowcase that was washed and all that stuff before
So what's the difference of me sleeping on it for one night and then sleeping on it on a plane rather than if you're at the hotel for 2 nights and
That
sleeping on the same pillow?
person brings their own pillow.
Exactly.
Hotels.
Like
that's a person that does
right.
that.
Like that person's like saying, well, you sleep on a hotel pillow? Gross.
Yeah, they wrap the remote.
Yes. Yes.
With
a plastic bag.
Again, though, people find things like this to get upset about.
Yeah.
Think about when you sit on a plane and you put your head up against the back of the seat.
Yeah.
That's got to be 10,000 times more grosser and germed all over. Think
Yeah, I
about
agree.
that.
Like the armrest.
Right. People just want to pick and choose the things they don't.
Right.
Oh, there are a lot of people standing in judgment. We'll get to them shortly.
Oh, I'm not saying it was right what he did. I'm just saying the gross factor.
We have people invoking the 10 Commandments and other things. So let's get to Ryan, who wants to talk a little Lions, though, too. Ryan, that's part of it. Ryan, what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
To you. Stoney, were you covering the team the last time the Lions won in San Fran? Or
No, I was a senior in high school, though. 1975.
I didn't realize it's been that
I'm
long.
sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure you guys have heard this by many fans, but it's this offense is the reason why I'm so confident that no team. Obviously, the Bills held them down the first couple drives of that game, but there's no defense out there that can keep up with this offense. So if they have to win games like last night, they're going to keep doing it.
Yeah. That's why they can win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I gave the comp the 09 Saints. Coached by Sean Payton, Dan's mentor. Best offense in the sport. Limited quarterback on his second team. But Drew Brees and Goff, I see a lot of similarities. Masterful, accurate, moving the ball, distributing the ball. And they won with a bad defense, but they forced turnovers. They beat Peyton Manning in the Super Bowl. They got a big pick six. Like, the Lions are going to have to score, win shootouts, and get a key takeaway. I mean, their formula's there. It's happened before.
No, that's got to be the key. I mean, the offense is going to have to continue to carry it, right? At least until you start getting some guys back.
Is Anzalone back Sunday, you think?
You know what? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, right? But I don't know for sure.
If he's back, he should be the last guy they introduce.
The defense, getting the defense out. Well, it depends on who got introduced last game. Stoney, do you remember? I don't remember if it was offense or defense.
I don't remember. Yeah.
I think it's going to be offense. I think last game was defense. So you're going to have Jared Goff, which obviously going to create a massive cheer as well. But, yeah, I think Anzalone could have a chance. I mean, nobody really knows still on David Montgomery.
Right.
Right? I mean,
again, this is stuff you didn't
I don't
hear.
want to get people excited, but those could be possibilities.
Again, things you're doing a broadcast, but the TV broadcast said that Dan Campbell told them Montgomery wants to play Week 18. That doesn't mean it's going to happen.
Right.
But he wants to play Week 18.
Right.
And with everything on the line, I mean, who knows?
By the way, speaking of which, he, Gibbs, and St. Brown, 3 players on the same team with 12 touchdowns this season. It's only happened 3 other times, and one of them was on your team. 2014, Jordy Nelson, Lacey, and Randall Cobb. Was that the year you went to the Super Bowl 14?
No. That was we blew the NFC Championship game.
Oh, that was the onside
That was
kick?
Onside kick game, yeah.
So that was also.
So hopefully that changes.
You're the only team, that 2014 team that beat a undefeated road team in the playoffs in the divisional round. The only
you said
one
it was Dallas, right? Yeah.
When you guys cheated and got the Des Bryant call.
It was no catch, dude. I don't make the rules. What do you want me to do? There were still like 6 minutes left in that game, by the way, too.
I know.
Texter says, stealing is stealing, and you all laugh about it. Sad. Another ticket texter said,
seriously, dude, take a chill pill.
This one says, I've also taken a hotel pillow. They're the best. I use it every night.
Arrest me.
Every night. You literally broke one of the 10 commandments, and you're asking if you did something wrong? LOL.
Oh, okay.
There's nothing wrong with stealing a pillow signed Craig Monroe and Tatum Bell. And the next one here says, the only foul is Heather, who doesn't wash her feet and judges people who have inflated Christmas decorations. Signed, Greg. Let's get to Alan, who...
Wrong topic. We're not talking about that right now. Let's talk about TJ still in a pillow.
I remember that
right?
talk.
Alan wants to talk about it. Alan, you're on 97.1.
He didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, thank
I am
you,
an
Alan.
IHG Holiday Inn fanatic. That's the only places I stay. They got the best stuff. I have a comforter at home. I have a pillow. I have towels, washcloths, hangers. I mean, come on.
Wait,
You're
wait, wait.
paying How much for some of these rooms?
Hold on, Alan. Everything I accept, even the hangers. How the hell did you get a comforter out of there?
So he's got everything that's not bolted down in a hotel room.
Well, obviously,
Honestly, that one I kind of got with permission. I went from one hotel because they were kicking me out because West Point was filling it up for some grand thing. So I had to go to another one. And I said, these comforters are amazing. How much are they? She said, keep it. So that one I got free from the head of housekeeping.
Okay.
But I do a lot of traveling, so I'm in my own vehicle. I don't have to worry about flying that home because, that would have been an extra suitcase right off the top.
I was going to say, you had to have your car with you for that.
I forgot to mention that. I asked the hotel, and they told me I could take it too, by the way.
Yeah,
I forgot
well,
that part.
There you go. So there goes the person with the 10 Commandments. Stuff it.
Yeah.
I forgot that part. I asked permission.
Small detail. Boy Scout Jansen would have been shaming the crap out of TJ today. You can't steal anything. Pay for the pillow, TJ. We don't need the negative karma. It's your fault now if anything goes wrong.
I looked at it.
Lions lose the Vikings. TJ Lang is the reason because he stole a pillow.
I don't look at it as stealing. I looked at it as borrowing, and I'm not going to use the pillow. It was just more of I've got a long flight tomorrow.
Will you mail
this
it back?
could help out.
Will you mail it back? Or drop it off at a corresponding hotel in the area, same chain? There you go.
Well, I don't know. I've never heard of the hotel we stayed at before, but I looked at it as, a tool that I could use to make my travel easier, not something that I'm going to continue to use.
No, but you can't say you borrowed it. You stole it, which is fine.
Well, it's if I left it on the plane, technically I gave it to Delta, right? So
it was a
it'd be their
donation to Delta.
responsibility.
Yeah.
There you go.
So I'm helping other people around the world that travel.
Right.
But I did
Giving
take
back.
it off the
But you
plane.
brought it back. You brought it home with you.
Where is it right? Is it in the car?
Yeah. Yeah, it
You
is.
should sign it. We should.
Why would you do that?
I don't want the Delta people walking by and being like, where'd this gigantic pillow come from? Like, what do we do with this thing? I took it. I might as well just hang on to it.
How much would you pay?
But
for
I didn't take it for that reason.
Yes.
I took it for, comfort of
I
a
know.
long red-eye flight.
Right, I get
across the country. So in my mind, it was,
Well, worth it.
it was definitely worth it.
I'm so happy you brought this up. We have Lion stuff we can get to next, but I love that you brought this up. This has been a lot of fun.
I told you it was an important question.
It was super critically important. People who are freaking out about the defense, people who are not concerned at all, will read those ticket text phone calls 248-539-9797. We got a little more time with TJ. It's 97.1.
Hey, you guys, Heather here. These days, online scammers are everywhere, whether it's those fake missed delivery text or an urgent bank alert. These scams can look more convincing than ever. But the good news is you can protect yourself from online scammers without being a tech expert. That's where McAfee Total Protection comes in. It's designed to help you live a worry-free life online. And worry-free means you don't need to wonder if that text message is a scam, if you can click on that link, or if new threats are going to pop up on your PC. It means you can just go ahead and live your life as you normally would. You can do all the things you're going to do on your phone, on your PC. You can manage your finances. You can shop online without fear. That's because McAfee provides award-winning protection you can rely on. You can trust McAfee to help keep your devices, privacy, and identity safer. Visit McAfee.com/online protection today to get award-winning online protection for just $39.99 your first year. That's McAfee.com/online protection. Cancel anytime. Terms apply.
TJ Lang in studio wrapping up the 7 o'clock hour. I got some ticket texts reacting to that Lions game. And there may be more pillow ticket texts, too. I haven't seen them, but I'm sure they're out there. Reacting to the Lions, says, can anyone explain that defense and what they're going to do to stop the Vikings offense? They damn near gave up almost 500 yards to the Niners, who were all beat up.
Especially considering, as TJ can verify, the Vikings offensive line is a hell of a lot better than the banged-up 49ers offensive line, right?
Yeah, and I thought Kyle Shanahan did a good job of kind of protecting those guys.
Yeah.
So mixing up some runs and
A lot of misdirection.
quick passes, a lot of play action, bootlegs, making sure he didn't expose any of those players. But, I mean, look, the biggest advantage you're going to have is being at home, and Minnesota's going to be on silent count, and it's going to be loud in there, so you can force maybe some communication errors. But, certainly you're going to have to be better against the play action, which the defense has been really good this year against play action passing. And even yesterday, they were pretty good at stopping the run. I mean, you look at Garendo's stats, and they kind of got away from it because Brock Purdy was having some success, but it wasn't like mind-blowing. Had some early ones that kind of tightened you up a little bit, but I think as long as you can take Aaron Jones and kind of eliminate him, he's an explosive player, but if you can shut the run game down a little bit and make Minnesota start thinking in their head, okay, we got to start throwing the ball, then you're going to have an advantage, especially anytime you get a home game and let your defense get a little bit off the ball, quicker step than the offense is getting off.
I thought as good a game as Shanahan called early was as poor a game as he called late. What I mean by that is early, you're right. There was misdirection, east and west, get the Lions D-line kind of in a bad spot. They ran the ball 3 total times in the second half.
Yeah.
How does that make any sense to you? I think he got caught up in the shootout element of it, which is a credit to the Lions for creating that track-like game.
Yeah.
But I think San Fran started to try to play Lions football with the Lions, and they just weren't going to win that battle.
It could have been, and it also could have been like Brock Purdy was damn near perfect, in the first half.
It was 9-9 to start, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe, and a lot of coaches honestly outthink themselves sometimes. You go into halftime and you're like, okay, they're going to be in their locker room talking about, hey, stop the run, stop the run, stop the run. So if we come out passing, right, they're not going to be prepared for it. Where I've always been under the belief, like, if it's working, keep doing it until they prove they can stop you. Mm-hmm. I think a lot of coaches fall into that trap of, okay, what are they thinking in their locker room? Okay, we got to go do the opposite to try to trick them, and it could end up, shooting yourself in the foot.
Well, especially Sunday when you have to deal with Justin Jefferson, who arguably is the best receiver in football. Addison's really good. Jalen Naylor's playing great. And when they beat the Vikings last time, Hawkinson didn't play, and he's playing really well right now. So it's going to be another shootout, I think. And the Lions obviously have the weapons to win it.
Yeah. Probably going to be an offensive game,
yeah.
Right? I mean,
what's the over-under? Went up already? It's open to what, 54.5?
I bet it last night in-game at 54.5. Now it's 57.5. I mean, it's just going to keep climbing. I mean, it's going to be a shootout. It's going to be the way the Lions have to win football games.
Yeah, you feel like probably first to 35.
Sure.
Right?
Game that could be in the 60s or 70s.
Which normally when you feel like that, it's like a 17-10 type game.
Yeah, right. Ends up being nail biter. Stoney, I have more Lions ticket texts, but I want to read the pillow ones before TJ gets out of here.
I got like 5 minutes left.
Next, we got to get to Heather's news.
Hit me with the best ones.
All right, here we go. TJ, I get stealing the pillow, but why haven't you mentioned stealing a Bible? Maybe some reading material for the plane. Thou shalt not steal, Sparty Steve.
Yeah, I already have one.
Did TJ violate personal code of conduct policy for the Lions by stealing this pillow?
Well, I'm not a Lions employee.
Well, there you go.
We could look into the Odyssey handbook, I think.
I'm not sure on that one.
Yes.
The pillows are a gateway to bigger theft. Dave in the Jackson State Prison.
Oh, this is just the beginning.
Yeah.
Says it's okay for you to take a pillow, but if J-Mo did it, everybody would be up in arms. And the last one says, send a hotel the check. If someone came to your house and took something that belonged to you, you would not like it. And Moses would agree, Stoney. Says, send a check to the hotel with an apology.
Well,
TJ.
I was in California, and I think stealing in California is legal.
Here we go.
So
yeah.
I don't think you get prosecuted.
You got
for that
endorsed by My
there.
Pillow guy.
You know what it is? I've had such a good year. I've been so well behaved. I needed a New Year's resolution. So I think tomorrow is going to be thou shalt not steal. Yes.
Thou shalt not steal any more pillows.
Yes, exactly. I needed something to flip and
Yes.
to look forward to.
Although,
about,
if the
being
Lions,
a better person.
if the Lions go to the Super Bowl, let alone win it, you'll be probably staying at the Lions team hotel. That's the pillow you steal. You get it signed by the team, and then you sign it for, auction it off for charity.
That'd be awkward. I could find something better than a pillow to get the guys.
Imagine going up Kirby Joseph. Will you sign this
Jared,
pillow?
please sign this pillow for me, buddy.
Frank. Hey, Decker, you're part of the old guard. Give this the old John Hancock. TJ, it's good to have you in. We'll talk to you next week.
All right. Hopefully,
Get some sleep.
yeah, hopefully another division championship on the horizon.
Lots to celebrate.
Happy New Year.
It's going to be fun. Are you guys going?
Oh, yeah. I'll be there till late.
Yeah, I feel like
another late night till 2:30 in the morning, whatever.
I can't wait for that game. Ford Field, just real quick, last year, those playoff games and that atmosphere was insane. And I'm expecting nothing less come Sunday night. I know it's going to be absolutely rocking.
Hopefully.
It's gonna be great.
All the rich people who don't cheer are going to be buying all the tickets.
Well, we actually are going to get into the dilemma that some Lions fans are facing. We had a guy call earlier. We didn't get to him, but this debate about selling your tickets and Lions fans that go, but look how much money I can make. We'll get to it in the 8 o'clock hour.
Well,
John
pays for your
Jansen.
playoff tickets.
It could. John Jansen at 8:35. We'll hear from him this morning on both the Lions and the Michigan game later today. Let's get to Heather's news.
So a man who tried to scam an old woman out of thousands of dollars is now facing charges. According to police in Canton, this man called this 84-year-old victim earlier this month and lied, said he was a senior fraud officer with her bank. And then over a 4-day period, he was able to convince this woman to withdraw $25,000 and said that a coworker was going to go to her house and pick it up. Well, finally, the victim's family caught on to that. Something's not right here, right? Called the police. Detectives were waiting at the house when this guy showed up on December 17th to pick up all that money. And like I said, he's now facing charges. And police and are kind of warning, if you're taking care of somebody elderly, right, or your family or friends with somebody, just there's things you can look out for. Sudden changes in financial habits, missing funds, unexpected large withdrawals. If you notice any of those
this
things.
This woman was what, 84?
84.
Yeah, my dad believed a lot of that crap too. He lost some money because he was an idiot.
It's scary.
It is. So just look out for your older friends, your older family members, and notify the police if you see any of these things happening. You mentioned this earlier, but Aiden Hutchinson is sharing his progress in a video that he posted on social media. So the video shows different angles of him running underwater, right? Getting back into it. He made the caption that says, making strides. He's looking good, right? I mean, it's underwater, but it's one step closer.
Progress.
Yeah, so good for him. Continue the good work there. I don't know if you saw this, but a Michigan State basketball fan stole the show on Monday during a game against Western, right? He got the loudest cheer of the day when he nailed this miraculous cross-court putt right into this tiny target. He won $1,000.
I feel like you should get more than 1,000 for that shot.
I agree. It was pretty cool. I mean, it was almost impossible. You think? I mean, going on a court, right?
It was bigger than a normal golf hole.
It was,
but still,
it wasn't a hole because the ball was moving fast, right?
Yes.
Like if it would have been a hole, the ball would not have went in because it would have been going too quickly. But it went through that little target. Pretty cool. So congrats to whoever this guy was.
Stoney, you're a golfer. How would you have done? How's your short game?
Not good. I've never putted on wood before.
Okay.
After several homes have been targeted, the FBI is now warning pro athletes to be vigilant and guard their properties. So the feds issued this alert just days after NBA superstar Luka Doncic became the latest A-lister to have his place broken into. And the FBI is explaining that criminals are hitting these homes belonging to these big time players because they're either on the road or they're at games. And athletes, usually have really nice things, high-end products at their house, so they're being targeted. We know Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, Joe Burrow were also targeted by these thieves. So police are saying, hey, make sure you're not posting pictures of all your expensive things online. Don't post photos of your home online. Beef up your security. Make sure you're ready.
Oh, I hope those thieves don't go to the Lang household to steal a pillow.
Oh, it's apparently a really high-end pillow.
I know.
Quality, top-notch pillow. Finally, a new Michigan law requiring stores to sell only cage-free eggs is now in effect, went into effect today. So if you're headed to the grocery store today or this week, you're going to see this. This law, which is intended to improve animal welfare, states that farms must provide at least 1 square foot of floor space per hen. So yes, it could impact your egg prices, which are already higher than normal. Maybe not. I don't know. If I want eggs, I buy them, but they're going to be maybe a little bit more expensive. Maybe not. But there's also the bird flu, which is going around. So that could impact egg prices as well.
The eggs, the hens, they're going to be killed anyway, right? What's the big deal? You need to have them have space between their friends.
They need to have space to roam. Even though it's not a lot of space, they need to have space to move, I guess I should say.
Okay.
It's Heather with the news. 8 o'clock hour ahead. We'll hear from John Jansen at 8:35 this morning. Talk a little Lions. Talk about Michigan, where he'll be on the broadcast later today for their bowl game. The dilemma that Lions fans are facing with the Vikings in town. That's next. It's 97.1.
Jared Goff threw for 303 yards and 3 scores. Jahmyr Gibbs rushed for 117 yards. Kirby Joseph had 2 picks, and of course, there was a trick play. Jamison Williams discusses the hook and ladder with St. Brown. The Lions never led in the first half, but outscored San Fran 27-13 in the second. That included touchdowns by Laporta, St. Brown, and Gibbs. Jake Bates also hit a 57 and 42-yard field goal each. Neither team punted in this game. The win pushes Detroit's road record to 8-0, marking the first time in history the Lions have gone undefeated in the regular season. Joel Wolf, Roki Sasaki's agent, revealed yesterday that the Japanese fireballer has 20 offers from teams, including the Tigers. Wolf himself did not attend any of the in-person meetings per Sasaki's request. He'll make a decision in a couple weeks where he lands. It appears the Dodgers and Padres are the favorites as of now. The Federal Aviation Administration has announced they're kicking off an investigation into why a plane carrying the Gonzaga men's basketball team was crossing the runway as another was landing on Friday. Thankfully, no one was injured in the mishap. The Zags were in L.A. as they faced USC over the weekend. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Stoney, you and I have been keeping an eye on the prices for Lions-Vikings tickets.
Yes, let's see what's new on
the latest.
SeatGeek. That's the easiest one for me to access.
Well, I'll verify on another one.
All right, here we go.
But we're talking about expensive tickets, as you'd imagine, for this game.
Yes, so we're going to try with fees included. 2 tickets, okay? Does that seem normal?
Yeah, sure. You want to buy a pair of tickets, you and a friend.
Tickets. The cheapest right now is standing room at $519 each. Now, that includes fees.
Yeah, I'm seeing standing room at $504 with fees on game time. So
Wow.
There's no getting around it. It's going to be $1,000 for you and someone to get into this game.
Right.
Oh,
Now,
way more than that.
And that's, again, just to get in. So if you want a seat and a good seat, Stoney, like, I want a lower bowl.
Okay.
Not 50-yard line, but I want lower bowl. What's that going to run me?
The cheapest lower bowl, it looks like I'm seeing section 138, which is end zone, $734.
Yeah, I'm seeing $671. You're not getting around it.
Yeah. Actually, there's a few that are a little cheaper than that. But yeah.
But the point is, Lions fans may be facing a dilemma. Is it fair or foul to sell tickets to this game? And Stoney, you've thrown out, this could pay for your season tickets.
Or your playoff tickets.
Or your playoff tickets, or your run to New Orleans.
Mm-hmm.
How do we feel about Lions fans who make that decision to sell their tickets with this game, as big a game as it is, as big an environment as we want it to be, Stoney? You sell those tickets, it could be to a Lions fan. You hope it's to a Lions fan. There's no guarantee it's going to a Lions fan. It could be a Vikings fan.
Right. You'd like it to go to a Lions fan. It's like I have Michigan season tickets, and I thought, especially before the season started when you thought they were still going to be decent, the Texas game I could have made a decent amount of money on. But the purpose of getting season tickets is when there is a rare, good you want to go. So I wouldn't sell them, but I have no problem if somebody wants to sell their tickets. especially if it's because they're expensive for the playoffs. We know what the season tickets are going to be next year. They're going to be jacked up. So if you need the money, yeah.
Look,
why not?
I could never be mad at someone if they need the money. You got to do what you have to do to pay your bills. But if you don't need the money, there's a reason you have these tickets. It's to go to a game like this.
Right.
When you bought your season tickets, it was envisioning a chance to go to a game like this. 2 football teams, Titans, dueling it out for the 1 seed, for the division, for the right to have 2 home playoff games versus 3 road playoff games. This is as big a regular season game the Lions have ever played in. And if you have these tickets and you sell them, why did you get them to begin with? That's what I would ask. These are the moments that you've waited your entire life for, and you're not going to go? I mean, I am judging a little bit. If you need the money, fine. I can't judge you if times are tough.
But why else would you sell the tickets if you didn't need the money?
My point is need, like, I got to pay for food.
Oh, okay.
I got to keep the light bill on. Fine, do what you got to do. If you're doing it to rearrange the thousands of dollars in your bank account, you have the tickets for a reason.
Yeah, but if you're selling the tickets to do what you say, like
you shouldn't have them to begin with. I
shouldn't
understand.
have them to begin with.
Then let's just live in the world of everybody can afford to go to the game and pay their bills. Go to the game then. Why else do you have the tickets? Go to the game.
It's some people like a lot of money. I don't know.
You're gonna die someday. Like, not to be morbid. Go to the game.
Look. If I still had my season tickets, I would go.
I know I'm not yelling at you.
I know.
But people.
I judge people too many times for this. I'm not judging somebody. They don't want to go. It's their loss. Okay.
Literally.
Yeah. I mean, you want to watch it at home. I get it. Suppose, okay, let's put it in terms maybe not financial. Let's say you have a job and you have to be there like we do. Okay.
The next morning, you're saying.
Yeah, the next morning. And you live, I don't know, in Lapeer or Ann Arbor, and the game's going to end around 11:30. And with traffic, you're going to get home maybe 12:30 if you're lucky. If you park in a garage, who knows how long it's going to take you to get out of the freaking garage. Yeah. You're looking to get home at, fall asleep at 2:30, and if you have a job, let's say, forgetting about even, construction jobs, things like that, but you're a doctor.
You have to perform?
Yes.
Yeah. And I know people have pointed out you may have just taken a bunch of time off, might not be in the cards to take another day off.
Yeah.
Because if you just took a week or 2 weeks off and now the first day back to work is the Monday after this game, I understand all those things, Stoney. I do. Yeah. What if you sell these tickets to go to the playoff games that don't happen? Well, did you think about that? Like, I think they'll win, but the spread's 2.5. This is not a gimme game. You sell because you're going to go to the Super Bowl in New Orleans. That's a great plan. Problem is, you might be watching the Eagles play the Chiefs. There's no guarantees. Go to this massively important game and be there if you already have the tickets. I'm not telling someone to pay the secondary market prices to go to this game, but if you already have these seats, man, these are gold. Go to the game.
Right. Look, I would go. I think friends of mine would go. I don't know anybody personally who, if they have tickets, would sell them just because they could get a lot of money for them. But I understand it. I guess they probably, if you have good seats, okay, let's say they cost $150. I have no idea what they are. And you can sell them good seat for like $800 a piece.
But this is why you sign up. I don't understand why people would sell this game.
No, I don't either.
It doesn't. The money's irrelevant to me, to be honest, because it's not. If it was life-altering money, maybe it's a different equation. This isn't life-altering money. You nailed it. There might not be another game this year. This could be the last game of the season.
But what if it affects your ability to get season tickets next year? Or
this is why you
games?
do it.
I told you the Texas game.
I would stop doing it next year because it'll never get bigger than this. I would argue that this game, this Sunday night, is the single biggest regular season sports game in Detroit since 1987 when the Tigers beat the Blue Jays to go to the playoffs. I don't think there's been a bigger regular season game, period. I don't.
So in a generation.
Yeah.
I mean, effectively, that's a generation.
Right. The only thing that's close, you could say, would be when they play the Packers at the Silverdome to win the division, and then they had to play the Packers at home instead of on the road the following Sunday, and they lost. That was the Shannon Sharp game.
Yeah.
Sterling Sharp.
Yes.
So and if you could say some Michigan Ohio State game maybe, But other than that, yes, you're correct.
What are you doing if you're in this spot? Because we have listeners who are in this position right now. They're holding tickets to this game. Mm-hmm. You are excited about this football game. You're seeing what you could sell the tickets for. Mm-hmm. What are you going to do? And is it fair or foul for Lions fans to sell these seats? 248-539-9797.
One more.
Yeah.
If you sell them, what if you sell them to a Vikings fan?
You can't control it. It's Ticketmaster. I mean, you don't get to vet the person.
Are you a trader?
Are you a trader? What if you already did sell this? Because you didn't know about the meaning of this game. And well, first of all, if you already sold them, you didn't get the most money you could.
Correct.
And now you don't even have the option to go to the game.
Right.
Let's get to Josh on the cell. Josh, you're on 97.1.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys.
What's up?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I really don't have any dog in the fight because I don't have season tickets, but please do not sell your tickets. For the love of God, do not sell them. What if you sell them to a Vikings fan? You're going to have them outnumber us in this game?
No, it won't. No. Come on.
Them.
It won't even be close. Outnumber. No.
I know. But still, we need as many people there as possible. Don't give up on the team. Come on, guys. I mean, obviously, if you need the money, you probably shouldn't have bought them in the first place. But if you need the money, go ahead and sell them. But please, try to go to the game.
And like Tom said, life-changing. This isn't winning the lottery.
Right, I know.
It's a couple extra thousand. I'm not saying you couldn't use it and put it towards something, but it's not like your life is going to get significantly better if you don't go to this football game.
Right.
And you may miss out on one of the great games in the history of the team.
You're right. Look, that's why I made the analogy of my Michigan tickets for Texas. I could have made a lot of money because all those Texas people coming in, they would have paid anything to go to that game. But that's why you have the tickets, is to go to those type of games.
Mike, you're on the other side of things. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, I just want to say to anybody that would say, don't sell those tickets, you got to go to the game, this is all, that's fine. You can have that opinion. I never, ever, ever want to hear one single time, Stoney, that you go to the grocery store and complain something's too expensive. Because anybody that wouldn't take $2,000, okay, which is what some of those seats are going for, $2,000 for a ticket, you have lost perspective. You have absolutely 1,000% lost perspective on life. If you have children this is the problem in society today that we're talking about. Everybody's complaining about how expensive things are. You want to take a vacation with your kids? You go, oh my God, these hotel prices are crazy. Somebody's paying it, and somebody's not taking the money for it. It's lunacy. To see women go out and spend $2,000 to go see Taylor Swift, or $2,000. You know, when I used to go to St. Andrews for $20 and see Radiohead and be able to touch Tom York, you guys are all out of your minds. I used to sell my Michigan season tickets. I'd sell my Ohio State game, and it would pay for the rest of my season. I mean, you're talking about a vacation with your family that's going to go on for a week. So everybody can have their opinion. Just don't complain about inflation because you guys are the guys driving the price up. Thanks.
Thanks, Mike.
He's been passionate. I get that. That's why I'm not judging somebody to do it. That's something I would do.
I don't want to sound out of touch. I don't want it to be like, well, if you $2,000, if it's nothing to you. I understand $2,000 is a lot of money. I understand that. My point is simply like, sure, you could put it towards a vacation. This is an event that you have a seat at that everybody's dying to go to for your team. You have season tickets. You're not kind of a fan. Like we've illustrated this. The people who have Lions season tickets, the people who got this at the face value are the big Lions fans. They were on a wait list or they had season tickets for 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. It's generational. Their dad had them and now they have them. And you're not going to go to this game?
Look, I agree with you.
It's not about the money at that point. This is so important to you, allegedly. Like, be there.
But there are some people who are looking and say, okay, let's say, for instance, the last caller said like $2,000. $2,000 to some people is, I don't know, 6 car payments.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's not, I'm not even saying if you're in dire financial straits.
You pay your mortgage in a couple months even, depending on your rent situation. I mean, whatever.
Right, yeah, I get it. I wish I still had my season tickets.
For the Lions?
Yeah.
Yeah. Would you go to this game? Would you sell them?
No, I'd go.
Yeah. I know it's different because we have the press pass.
Yeah, but that's, you can't yell
it's not
and cheer or drink.
Well, people say that to me.
I'd have to work, so it would be different. But
when people say that to me, they go, why'd you get Wings tickets? You can go to all the games. It's not that you want to be a fan. You want to have a couple beers and hoop and holler and cheer and laugh. And you can't do all that in the press box.
I know. When I go to the games, like I went the other day, when you were...
The Leafs game.
The Leafs game. I was in a press box. was like,
It's not the same as being in the crowd and going
No.
back and forth with Leafs fans, and you chant, "Go Leafs, go!" and "Let's go Red Wings!" and being in the crowd.
Gov knows I had season tickets for the Red Wings for a decade at least, and Lions. The only reason I gave them my Lions was because I just got fed up. They kept raising the prices and getting little in return as far as talent, and then they made the ownership deal, and I told Chris Spielman when he came on, I said, get Sheila or Martha, I forget which one, to come on our show for a half hour. I'll keep my season tickets. They didn't, so I gave them up. And boy, and I'm...
Joke's on you.
You know how much money I could have made selling all those tickets?
No kidding. All right, we got a bunch of phone calls to get to. Some people saying, yes, sell them. Some people saying, no, don't sell them. Lions fans, if you're in that predicament, what are you going to do? Is it fair or foul? 97.1. Look, it's a personal question, but it's a decision you got to make. If you have tickets to this week's game, Lions and Vikings, you see what the tickets are going for. You gonna sell them?
You think about it.
Well, you think about it, but then you also realize what a game this is, right?
Yeah.
This is why you have tickets to begin with. If you're a sports fan, a fanatic, this is. So we've asked the question: are you selling their seats? And fans who do sell their seats, fair or foul? 248-539-9797.
I'm not judging because people have a lot of different situations, a lot of reasons why they would do it. But me personally, I wouldn't sell them, and I'd be shocked if anybody I knew would sell them. Now, maybe if you have 4 tickets and you're going to sell 2 of them or something like that,
Sure.
if you bring different people all the time, I could see that.
The first thing I said was, if the money is significant to you, I get it. And I used it as hey, if you got to keep the lights on, pay your bills, you got unexpected expenses that have popped up, I understand.
Vacation with kids does not.
Right. A guy goes, you can put it towards a vacation. That's not what I'm getting at. If you have tickets to this game, you should go to this game. I would go to this game if I had tickets to go to this game. And I'm not talking about the press box I'm talking about being among Lions fans, the chants, the cheers, the drinks, the fun. This is why you have tickets to go to this game. What else are you waiting for?
Okay, here's the other. I'm going to just play devil's advocate because I agree with you. Suppose, you're not economically strapped, but you are a really big Lion fan and you really believe that this team's going to the Super Bowl. But you know what Super Bowl tickets cost? Face value probably around $3,000 minimum.
I was going to say probably more. We've talked about $5-6 for some of these seats.
Yeah, and that's face value.
Yeah.
So this, if you can sell your tickets to this, if you really believe, you know what, I'll suck this one up, watch it at home, we're going to the Super Bowl, that's going to cost me, for a weekend in New Orleans with hotel flight and all that, that's going to cost me like $20,000 if I take somebody.
But let's play this out. Let's say that's a strategy.
Right.
Are you going to sell the first home playoff game to also put towards? And then the second home, the NFC title game to put towards? No. And then at that point, you're missing the whole run. You're missing the whole point.
If you sell your NFC championship game
I'm
tickets,
confident they're going to the Super Bowl.
If you're at home for that, I'm sorry. There's something wrong with you mentally.
What about Stoney? Life-changing money. Don't shame me. I need the money.
Well, I know, but as far as saving it for the Super Bowl, no, because as great as the Super Bowl is, it's the coolest thing in the world to see your team go onto the field when they're introduced and all that on the Super Bowl. If you have a chance to see your team reach the Super Bowl for the first time and at home, that to me is almost better spectating event than being at the Super Bowl. It's close.
Some ticket text we're getting, and we'll get the phones in the mix too, says, if you have the opportunity to get $1,000 or more for the ticket, you have to. If you don't take that opportunity, you're an idiot. Texter says, the one reason I'm considering selling is because it was flexed to Sunday night. To Stoney's point, sorry, cookies, getting home at 1 a.m. and then going to work, it's not ideal. Texter says, please stop telling people not to sell their tickets. How am I supposed to get in? Signed, Jack and Coke Jerry. Nick on a cell, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Good.
So I have season tickets, 100% full intention of going. I do have 3 kids. Getting up early in the morning can be a little tricky. Getting home about 2 a.m. Doesn't matter. I'm going. I broke my foot Saturday. And I broke it bad.
Oh, no.
So now I'm sitting here thinking, I'm 11 rows from the field, dragging this club down the stairs, and I'm looking at the money that I'm getting, and now I have one of the toughest decisions of my life, as dramatic as that sounds, because I don't want to miss this game. I can barely make it down my flight of stairs at home. I got to figure this out.
That is legitimately a tough call.
Yeah.
What way are you leaning?
I'm right now, listen to you guys. I got to go to the game. But at the end of the day, when I'm barely dragging my foot around, I'm like, laying in bed might not be the worst thing. So I'm kind of scared to go see exactly what they're going for once I get to my office, because I might make the wrong decision.
Oh, listen, I don't know if you can make a wrong. You have extenuating circumstances.
Right. Yeah.
You might not even be able to go and enjoy the game because of what happened to your foot. I would just tell you, Dan Campbell would say,
yeah,
be gritty.
Yes, exactly.
you got to bring Dan Campbell into this. Now I got to go.
Next leg up. Next leg.
I'm calling foul on what you just did there. I agree with you for the most part, Jim. Like, to me, the thing about this game is the stakes.
Yeah.
Like, if you sold the Buffalo game, I could get it. But the stakes, that's why I've only witnessed this once in my life. It was the 87 Tigers-Jays game. Winner take all goes to the playoffs. That was even bigger than this because the other team's season was done.
Right.
To me, this is like this is why you got in.
Nick, I think you'll just have to monitor the injury report during the week and see if you can get upgraded from questionable to probable. But best of luck on the mend. All right.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much. Happy New Year.
Same to you. The only downside to this is look. I think they're going to win the game.
Yeah.
Okay. But if you pass up an opportunity to make a few $1,000s and they lose and you go, you'll be pissed off at yourself.
Defense gets shredded and you got to walk out into the cold air at the end of the night.
You'd be pissed.
Even if you had a couple drinks, it'll sober you up real quick when you think about it. Yeah. You're right.
Mm-hmm. That's the only downside.
John on a cell. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Thank you for taking my call. Hey, I've had season tickets since 1953, and I was at the 0-16 season and just about every home game since.
You said you've had season tickets since when? 53?
53.
Wow.
Where were they playing in 53?
Tiger Stadium.
Briggs.
Yeah, Briggs. It would have been, yeah.
Yeah. And sorry, my Siri's talking to me.
All right.
The Lions it's still fun to go to the games, but being at home, avoiding the late game, avoiding the $20 beverages, avoiding the $100 parking is nice. But also the Lions took a lot of emotion out of it for fans, I think, because it's a business, and what they have done with the ticket prices really makes it a business.
I've heard people say it.
A lot of it's the league too, especially for the playoff tickets.
Well, but the regular season, my tickets doubled this year, and I called the Lions, my sales agent, at their office, and they said, "Oh no, that's not a typo. That's your actual ticket price." I said, "How in the world can you double it in 1 year?" They said, "Well, it's called dynamic pricing. We collaborate with all the other teams in the league, and we know what every seat is worth. It doesn't just go by general sections anymore. We know every seat, and every seat is priced specifically based on the value that we've put on it." So they doubled my price this year, and now for next year, they've already, of course, announced
30%.
And they went up about 13-14% for next year.
For you, yeah. And I think for some people, you're right. Over the 2 years, it is 20% here, 30% here, ends up doubling.
I know,
or more.
and I know it doesn't make anybody feel any better, but it's still basically middle of the pack of the National Football League.
But it comes down to, what do you want to get out of this? If you've invested and this is the payoff, this is the season for the payoff, this is the year they actually can win the Super Bowl, they could have home games throughout the playoffs, but they have to win this game and you can be there, that's the payoff. Yeah. This whole lifelong losing thing, the payoff is now, and if you're going to cash out now, I wonder why you really stuck it out.
I know.
Unless, again, you have extreme circumstances where it makes sense, hey, get cash in hand, take care of your affairs. Other than that, go enjoy the football game. Texter says, if you sell your seat, you could buy a dozen cage-free eggs. Mike in Jackson. All right, we'll get John Jansen in the mix next. It's 97.1.
By the cage.
Just can't keep this guy away.
I know. Well, you know what? He's actually working today.
I know.
Imagine
that. Takes a day off here, but he's still working.
Yeah, 3.5 hours from kickoff down in Tampa, Florida. The rematch. You thought about the 49ers and the Lions being a revenge game. Alabama and Kalen DeBoer, they want revenge from John Jansen's Michigan Wolverines. What's up, John?
Good morning. Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Great.
We're doing great.
Great to hear your voices. And how about that game last night? I know we want to talk about the bowl game, but
we'll get to that.
We'll get to that. We want to talk more about the Lions. John, I just want to know, have you ever had the look of Jake Bates had on the sideline?
Not on public TV.
Yeah.
I've had that look a few times in my life. I do have 5 kids, so I've had that look, but never on national TV.
Yeah, I've never heard Troy Aikman laugh so much. It was so funny.
I know. Have you guys seen the memes too?
Yeah, Costanza.
After it, I mean, it's absolutely beautiful.
Yep, absolutely.
The game itself, John. Let's go there. We had talked, hey, if you can get up big, you could rest some guys. Wasn't that kind of night. They needed every point they got. What was your big takeaway?
I like the intensity, and this is why I'm never a fan of sitting guys at the end of the regular season. And I know if all things had turned out and the Minnesota game didn't mean anything, everybody said rest everybody. I think there is something to be said for the Lions all season long, being pushed by the Minnesota Vikings, being pushed by the Philadelphia Eagles, so that their level of sharpness, and we didn't see it, in total on defense, but we saw it enough from Kirby Joseph, a couple interceptions. That was great. But offensively, this is a remarkable offense. And how about Jared Goff last night? He was throwing laser beams, and that was exciting to see. And, obviously Jahmyr Gibbs, he's an exciting player to watch. You just think about this entire offense. We are watching something very special, and it's a hell of a lot of fun.
Yeah, and J-Mo made great catches, and the trick play worked again. It's been fun to watch. Obviously, with Minnesota's high-powered offense coming in and a good offensive line, not San Francisco, who had to take guys off the street with Trent Williams and others being hurt, it's going to take a much better effort by the defense. This pass rush, I'm saying, where's Zadarius Smith? It's time to show up, boys.
It is frustrating that they're not getting more push up front, but here's the advantage that they'll have. It's at home. Yep. And when's the crowd going to be the noisiest? And we talk about the 12th man at Ford Field, and I don't know if you guys watched any of the postgame last night with J-Mo and Amon-Ra St. Brown. As we were landing in Tampa, I got a chance to hear both of those guys on SVP, and when they talk about the greatest crowd, the greatest fans in the NFL, there's no question about it. And Troy Aikman even mentioned it, hey, this fan base has absolutely been waiting for a moment like this. And he said it, whenever the Lions were going to get good, it was going to be a lot of fun for NFL fans, but especially for those in Detroit. And I think that could certainly be the difference maker if they get a chance to get off the ball just a split second early, and the Minnesota offensive line is a little bit late, or if there's penalties because the Minnesota offensive line is trying to time up the snap, all of those things can be a huge advantage for Detroit.
You talk about Lions fans. They were great. Jared Goff thought it was surreal to hear chants of his name where he grew up. It wasn't even a home game, but the Jared Goff chants were awesome. Lions fans will be a big factor on Sunday, as will the matchup of Goff and Ben Johnson against Brian Flores. John, I know that's a matchup the Lions have really enjoyed the last couple years here.
Certainly. And, I mean, when do we stop calling the trick plays, and we just call it part of the Lions offense? It's kind of annoying me a little bit that, they keep talking about, this trick play and this trick play. How many times do you have to run the same damn play before you just say it's part of the offense? And it's not a trick play anymore. It's a trick play because not everybody else can do it. Not everybody else tries to do it. But Ben Johnson has the balls to call it, and that team is so prepared for everything that happens offensively that it's just the Lions offense.
And it's damn good. It's almost historic. It's like the greatest show on turf, and we know they won the Super Bowl, and lost in a Super Bowl. So obviously the Lions are equipped to win a shootout. What do you take away from last night that might be worrisome?
Well, I mean, we talked a little bit about it. It's the defense, and I was more. I'm not expecting a great pass rush. I was more concerned when they ran the ball because it was a makeshift offensive line. They're on their fourth running back, and for them to be able to run effectively when they needed to, that was the most concerning thing because we all know against Minnesota. Okay, they got Addison and they got Jefferson and they got Hawkinson and Sam Darnold is playing his best football that he's ever played. They're going to score some points, but if you can find a way to, drop 7 and rush with 4, you're not going to put pressure on them, but you got to have as many guys in the secondary as possible. And every once in a while you bring Brian Branch on the blitz and or Iffy and do some things like that to change it up. But you've got to be able to at least make them one-dimensional, make them a passing team, take away the run. And I think that's the biggest concern. The second one, and I know J-Mo didn't have one last night, but the stupid penalties that Brian Branch and J-Mo have had throughout the course of this year, it just, those drive you absolutely nuts. It didn't cost them last night.
No.
J-Mo's didn't cost them against Chicago, but at some point, one of those 15-yard penalties is going to cost you a game, and I just hope it's not this year, right now.
You'll hear John later in the day for the ReliaQuest Bowl. Michigan, Alabama coverage will start at 11 o'clock right here on the ticket. John, we're going to ask you about Michigan, but first, I need to get your reaction to TJ Lang's admission earlier in the show. Okay, TJ got off the plane, he stopped by, and he shared with us that he stole a hotel pillow to use on the plane. Your thoughts?
Oh, okay. I mean, so what? I have no problem with you taking a pillow or a towel. Like the thing we used to do as players is the hotel towels, because when you're especially down here at Tampa, right? I get off the plane or I come over from the stadium or from the hotel to the stadium, and I'm sweating my ass off, and so I've got to find something to be able to take to clean up. And so, we take a towel, you take a pillow. I don't have any issue with that. I know it goes against the whole Dear John, aura that I have set up, but I have no issue with that.
So you're not the Boy Scout that we thought you were, apparently.
No, would you guys think I was going to be throw TJ under the bus?
Well, I thought it was.
No.
I didn't think he did anything wrong either.
It's kind of one of those things, right? It's the cost of doing business. We talk about the PI penalties when you're playing man coverage. It's the cost of doing business. When you host an NFL team, it's the cost of doing business.
Now, John, are you staying at a hotel down in Tampa?
We did stay at a hotel last night. Yes,
Did you
was
steal
not a
anything?
Holiday Inn, so I'm not sure how well I'll do today. But what was the question?
No, I was just going to say, did you steal anything?
I did not today. I thought ahead. I brought my own towel, and it's not like it's not 90 degrees and humid, but I have acclimated myself to Michigan weather, and so I knew getting off the plane. Our plane was delayed last night, which actually turned out great because Doug and I and Jack Miller, who does the pregame with us, we were all on the same plane. We got a chance to watch the entire game on the plane, which was nice. But yeah, I did not steal anything from the hotel this morning, at least not that I'm aware of.
What should we expect from Michigan today?
Well, I've talked about it. Jim, you and I have talked, Stoney, you and I talked about it earlier in the week. This is a glorified spring game, and it's an opportunity to see some of the young players, and I'll give you a couple of names. Andrew Sprague. I could not be more excited about an offensive lineman than Andrew Sprague. I was hoping to see Blake Frazier as well, but it doesn't sound like he's available for the game. I just want to see where some of these guys who have had a year, because they were here a year ago, training table, training, practice, how have they developed? What do their bodies look like after a year of that? He's one of the guys. And then you look on defense and, okay, Derek Moore, he's a guy that I expected a lot from, and the numbers don't bear it out in regards to, the numbers that fans look at in terms of sacks, but he's a guy that had a number of pressures. I think today is a great opportunity for him. Jay Sean Barham, who's still going to be playing linebacker, but I know they've talked about moving him to edge for next year. But TJ Guy, Trey Pierce, Enoetta, those big guys up front, I'm really excited to see how they do playing against Alabama starters. And that's really where the value is in today's game. I don't necessarily, I expect Michigan to be competitive, and I'd love to see them win. But the results of these bowl games, you've got to dig a little bit deeper and look at what is on the horizon for next year's Michigan football team.
I mean, what I'm looking forward to see from an excitement level is how Michigan's defensive backs are going to cover Ryan Williams.
Well, that's a great point because you've got Williams and you've got Bernard. They're two leading receivers, and I too want to see that. But if there's a position for Tampa that's been depleted because of transfers or opt-outs, it's the wide receiver group. And I'll give you another guy to look at. Number 6, Jalen Mbakwe. He was a defensive back all season long. They brought him over because they've only got 4 scholarship receivers. They needed some more depth. And what I'm hearing from Alabama is that they really like him at wide receiver. So he's a guy that I think we'll probably see a lot of as a third or fourth option. But, Alabama, we've always known the talent that they've always had has been at the wide receiver spot. And it'll be interesting to see those two guys and how Michigan's defensive backs, Zeke Berry. I didn't like the season that he had in man coverage, but moving back out to corner and doing what he's doing and playing a number of different spots, I'm excited to see. Brandon Hillman is one of my favorite Wolverines. I love the timing that he has. He knocked out 2 guys in the Indiana game, and he did it legally. So I'm excited to see him. And Amir Hall, I'll just give you this one as an example of guys that I think that I'm really proud of. He's the guy that understands this is his last college football game, maybe his last football game ever. And he knows that this is another opportunity when other guys have opted out, that he knows this is an opportunity to come against Alabama, against guys like you just talked about, Williams and Bernard, to try and make a statement and one last opportunity to show off for scouts. He wants to continue his football career. And there are a number of guys that have opted out for Michigan that I think could have used the opportunity to play against an opponent like Alabama to either improve their draft stock or even just get drafted.
We get you talking about Michigan. We could get you going all the way to 10 o'clock here. John, we appreciate some of your time.
I know. The shark was almost ready to be.
But we love.
Sorry, it's
You're fired up. It's always a good thing. John, happy New Year. We'll talk to you next week when I formally invite you on the 15-2 bus.
I appreciate it. That'll be great. And hopefully tonight you guys can look just like Jake Bates as well.
Oh, my Lord.
Thank you for that. He's John Jansen.
Yes.
It's 97.1. We'll be playing Dan Campbell post-game audio. But first, Heather with the news.
All right, so Minnesota Vikings star Justin Jefferson is known for being this jewelry fanatic, right? He often wears these chains to and during games. Well, this past Sunday, he played a portion of the game against the Packers with $1 million chain in his pants. Yeah, so like midway through the game, the chain, this blinged out, it's a 14 karat gold, 37 beautiful diamonds, fell to the ground. I don't know if it broke or it came off during a play. So picked it up, and to keep it safe, just shoved it into his crotch, basically, and kept all the family jewels safe.
So it wasn't the plan going in. It just worked out that way.
Yeah, that was not his plan. The intention was not to, I'll play better if I just keep these in my pants. I don't think that was his intention, but it got a lot of attention online, right? Because it was captured on camera, and a lot of people had some things to say about it. So here's a headline you probably aren't going to hear every day. A Texas cheerleader has been charged with poisoning a classmate's goat. Yeah, this girl's been charged with animal cruelty after police say that they saw security footage of her giving a toxic pesticide to a classmate's goat, using this like drench gun that you.
Oh, why?
Well, she did get arrested, and she did confess that she did it. She said this was actually her second attempt at poisoning the goat, and she said she did it because her classmate is a cheater. I don't know what she cheated at or on, but cheater was the term. And they say they have evidence. She searched lethal poisoning on her phone, and then she also searched how to clear her search history on her phone as well.
Wow, that's bad.
Of course, Tony, it is. The Oakland County Sheriff's Department is calling for major changes after the deadly Christmas Eve shooting in Oxford. So Sheriff Mike Bouchard says that Malik Webb, that's the man who fatally shot that Good Samaritan and is now facing 19 charges, should never have been released from prison in the first place, and changes need to be made. So he said that this guy, like I said, should never have been out of prison, and he's been convicted of multiple violent offenses, including a weapons charge while inside prison. And he's basically saying, hey, you know what? They put him on parole, and look at now what's happening. He just says he's going to Lansing. He's going to speak to lawmakers to discuss when and how violent offenders are given parole and how that could impact public safety. So a lot of people have personalized license plates, those vanity plates, right? You see them all over, but not all of the requests are granted, right? Now, I don't know for sure about all that have been rejected here in Michigan, but I do have some that have been rejected in Florida. There's a list of 150 custom plates that were not permitted. I'm not sure I can even do all of them on air, and too many, but I'll share some funny ones. So there was nearly 24 Hawk Tua plates that got denied.
Okay.
Different variations of the spelling of that said, nope, can't have those. Then just other ones like Ugly AF, couldn't have any of those. Late AF.
What's wrong with late AF?
Comfy AF, all got
Just
denied.
all AFs.
Yeah, basically all AFs.
Because you know
I know what it stands for,
Yeah.
but come on.
But, you know, it's not.
It's really that bad?
It doesn't seem that bad. What about Tutor 1? That's not bad. What about farts?
Oh, that's funny. You probably seem to spell with a Z.
It is spelled with a Z.
Yeah,
That's the one that
good.
was denied. What about poop butt?
What about poop butt?
Well, I mean, what's so wrong about that? It's funny.
Yes, I agree.
Can you imagine the kids in your car laughing as that's the car license plate in front of you?
Pimping?
You couldn't fit that on a license plate, but
No.
that's a length issue.
What was the what was the one? Was it
Winter penis, however.
The famous one on Seinfeld was what, Ass Man?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's things that relate to that on here as well. OnlyFan, denied.
Oh, hell, really?
Yes.
What can you have as a license plate?
Oh, it's Florida. What do you expect?
Numbers and letters that
That's
don't say
it.
words, yeah. Anyway, let's see. So January, right around the corner, great time to make these New Year's resolutions. Do you guys make any of them?
Yeah, and I always fail, but yes.
Oh, well, I've got some tips for you, Stoney.
Good, thank you.
Okay, because
Good.
a lot of people do make resolutions. And listen to this. Studies have shown that up to 70% of people who do abandon those good intentions within months.
Yeah,
so
that
that
makes
could
sense.
be you.
Yep.
So tips, start small. Instead of saying like, hey, I want to lose 50 pounds. That's big, right? And that's hard to do. So start small and say like, you know what? I'm not going to have, dessert during the week.
Okay.
And I can have it on the weekends, but I'm going to cut out desserts during the week. Like, start very, very small. Don't set your eyes on that 50-pound mark. Just take little things and focus on the goal, right? And be positive. They say think positively.
Stoney, what are some of your resolutions?
Be kind to yourself.
It's all there. You always weight stuff,
Yeah.
and I always fail. So, this year it'll probably be only pizza on the weekends is actually what I thought of. Or the one I actually do succeed with is no broccoli or cauliflower.
That's a resolution. That's a goal.
I've been doing that for about the last 25, 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Success.
Yeah.
You gotta start eating that apple that Cindy gives you every day.
Oh, yeah.
That she tried like 20 years ago.
Yeah. Take an apple.
He ate it one day and then it just sat there every day.
I know.
Sad apple.
That was a long time ago.
That's
What about will you pay for onion rings?
Well, I paid for onion rings the other day.
How much were they? Just 49 cents? Because I know 99 is too much.
I was more than that. Burger King's onion rings went up a lot since then.
All right, that's Heather with the news. Let's play Dan Campbell audio. This was the coach addressing the team after yet another win. We'll spend the 9 o'clock hour on a Victory Tuesday, but Dan, kick us off.
Well, it was a shootout last night in San Francisco, 40-34 the final score in favor of the Lions, which secured an undefeated season on the road for Detroit. First time they've done that. It also means a win or a tie versus Minnesota will earn them the number 1 seed in the playoffs. If they lose, they'll drop to 5 and play on the road. The first 5 possessions of the game all led to scores, a first in the NFL this year as well. Jahmyr Gibbs had a heavy load on the ground again with 18 carries for 117 yards and a score. His fourth quarter touchdown capped a period of 4 unanswered scores for Detroit, giving them a 40-28 lead with 2:58 left. Dan Campbell talked about the importance of playing all his starters in this one. Michigan plays Alabama in the ReliaQuest Bowl this afternoon. Coverage is underway now on WWJ News Radio 950. Michigan has 16 players that have already entered the portal, with 8 others declaring for the NFL draft, including Will Johnson, Mason Graham, Colston Loveland, and Khalil Mullings, some of your top players on offense and defense there. LeBron James did some reflecting with the media yesterday on his 40th birthday. He thinks he could play another 5 to 7 years. In the same breath, though, he said he will not. The Lakers have won 5 of their last 6 after a very slow start to begin the year. They knocked off Sacramento yesterday as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Lions win. It's a Victory Tuesday, and we got a lot to talk about. Talked about getting up big and resting guys. Wasn't the case.
No.
They went down to the wire, picked up a win. Nobody got hurt, Stoney.
Mm-hmm.
I know that was a big concern, playing the guys. Nobody got hurt.
Yeah.
And I think the game revealed the script, the formula. if they're going to win the Super Bowl, it's going to be like that. The offense is going to have to be damn near perfect, and Goff was masterful. They're going to have to be aggressive, creative. They're going to have to go for it on fourth down. They're going to have to get 1 to 2 key takeaways, turnovers, stops, a timely blitz, just enough out of the defense. It's a tattered group, but that's the script. Win shootouts. They beat Minnesota. They only have to win 2 playoff games to get to the Super Bowl. So I think that's the script, right? It can be done.
Absolutely.
It's right in front of them. It's at their house as long as they want it to be.
Right. You pointed out the 09 Saints.
Yep, which
now,
the
their defense
similarities
was a little better, but yes.
So the similarities, 2009, Sean Payton, Dan Campbell's mentor, went 13-3. They had the number 1 offense, scoring 32 points per game, just like the Lions. Their offense got better in the playoffs. They scored 31, 31, and 45 points. You're going to have to get even better in the postseason. The defense, 20th in the league, but they forced turnovers. And their coach had an onside kick in the Super Bowl. Sound like someone that we know, right?
Yeah.
That's the thought here. The quarterback, Drew Brees, right? Physically limited. He's on his second team, but he's accurate. He moves the ball from point A to point B accurately, gets his teammates involved. That's Jared Goff. Second team, physically limited, but accurate and masterful. I think the 09 Saints are the blueprint for the Lions. The path is there for the Super Bowl. But if you're someone who's alarmed by the defense, you're 2 weeks late. We've been talking about this. I'm sorry. I'm not going to sound the alarm bells. We know who they are. We know what they have to do. And last night was another example.
Absolutely. And look, they're fun. They're proficient on offense. For the most part, they don't take penalties on offense.
Yeah.
Look, the defense is a different story. And when you're playing against really good offenses, and last night was not a really good offense. And, you can argue and debate how good or not good Brock Purdy is, but he was pretty damn good for most of the game until he overthrew the one that went right in Kirby Joseph's lap. And then the second interception was a great play by Kirby Joseph. Sunday is going to be different because they're playing a high-powered offense who they played before, though Hawkinson didn't play the first time. And as we saw last night, defending a tight end was not exactly the strength last night. So hopefully they can shore that up. And look, Aaron Glenn's done a great job with, piecing everything together, making chicken salad. And he's going to have to do it again on Sunday.
Make it Anzalone back, which is no small thing. I know it doesn't replace McNeil or Carlton Davis. It doesn't transform them, but it may help them make the one stop they need. Get them in the right check, cover a running back out of the flat, flank a tight end, not get slaughtered on play action the way they were last night. Like, Anzalone could help them just a little bit. One possession to win the game. Correct. And it may be a one-possession game. It might come down to who has the ball last. Who has the best offense in the NFL again? The Detroit Lions.
Yes, they
Who's
do.
playing the game at Ford Field? The Detroit Lions. Like, it's not by a lot. These are 2 14-win teams. Just has to be by a little.
It's going to be interesting to see Amik Robertson when he lines up against Justin Jefferson.
Yeah. There's a bunch of matchups in this game. We got time this week, but I think people are already kind of excited. I mean, this is what you waited for.
They should be excited. It's going to be it should be a great game. No matter who wins, and I think it's going to be the Lions. It's going to be a close game. I don't anticipate a double-digit disco performance.
Would be fun. But
yes.
No, that stuff's been retired.
I know.
For now.
Yeah, so it'll be wild. But last night, there are some concerns. There's no doubt about it. And especially when you have a great offensive play caller like Minnesota's head coach, Kevin O'Connell. I mean, he's making Sam Darnold look great. Now, other skeptics might say, well, that's what Ben Johnson's doing to Jared Goff. I think Jared Goff's a better quarterback than Sam Darnold. But Darnold is really – and the other thing that Darnold does very well – and I saw this, I gotta see if I can find it again, but he is has almost historic numbers in drawing defensive pass interference. He's, I guess, 7th all time or something like that for this season.
No kidding.
They have 15 DPIs for 328 yards.
I feel like the Lions hardly get any of them.
Yeah.
I think they're probably on the other end of that scale.
Right.
Yeah. And I think Goff's better than Darnold. I don't want to sell Darnold short, though, because if you watch them, he's moving in the pocket. It's not all check downs. It's downfield throws.
Right. The throw he made against Seattle to win that game was Tremendous.
So I'm not going to do he's going to turn into a pumpkin. No, he'll probably move the ball on this Lions defense.
Yes.
They'll score. I mean, this is going to be a game that's played in the 30s is what it feels like.
They need to do to Sam Darnold what they did his first pass in the National Football League in this rookie year. Right?
Andre Diggs, pick 6.
Mhm.
Ford Field, Monday Night Football.
Yeah. And then everybody thought, oh, boy, it's Matt Patricia's defense is really, sorry I brought that up.
As long as the rest of the game doesn't go like that.
Yes, I know. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
So we got open phone lines. You want to talk about the Lions, the game yesterday, your outlook now, having seen that. Healthy, concerns on defense, maybe encouraged more so by the offense. 248-539-9797. We also had a question about this Vikings game. And it's about what you're going to do if you have a ticket.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going? Are you selling? And how do we feel about fans selling these seats? Prices? You can make 4 figures.
Mm-hmm.
You can make $1,000
Yeah.
a profit. You can make $2,000 potentially.
Especially if you have good seats, yes.
Yeah, I mean, standing room is going to cost $500 a person to get into this football game. So if you sell the tickets or if you're considering selling the tickets, we want to talk to you. Joe in Dearborn Heights, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Mike, Jim, how you guys doing?
Good, Joe.
You know what's funny? I had tickets from 04 to 18. And, you know, what they do to you is they literally, you have to pay for 2 playoff games. Stoney, you would probably know, right? I mean, you had season tickets. So you have to pay for 2 playoff games every single year, whether they're 0-8 or...
No. You mean 2 preseason games.
No. I'm talking... You needed to literally pay for playoff games.
No, you didn't.
We did. Anyway...
No, you did not have to pay. You did not have to pay for playoff tickets before the season started. You did not. Never.
No. In the middle of the season.
Oh, if they were a team that you thought they would make the playoffs, yes, you'd probably get an invoice, yes. But not when they were 0-8. No.
All right. Anyway, my point is that I would never sell my tickets. Where we were in 241, row 1, they're going for $800 a piece. I would never sell my tickets. People that are selling their tickets, I mean, again, like you guys were talking, Jim and Mike, you're talking about, hey, you know what, people have different,
economic situations.
Their life, whatever. And I understand that. But why would you buy season tickets to sell them for a game like on Sunday night?
Well, that's the big question, yes.
That's what we really got to the point. I'm not going to shame anybody who had a sudden life issue that they need the money, right? Not going to shame them for that. But if that's not the case, and it's just, hey, you're getting a little greedy, you die someday. You want to go to see these games. I'm not trying to be morbid. Like, you bought in to go to these games. This is the payoff of being a Lions fan for all these years and all this misery, and you're going to cash out when it's time to actually get the payout?
Did Jim just say it's okay for people to go into debt because they're going to die soon?
248-539-9797. You only live once, Stoney.
I know.
Enjoy it. John in Milford, you're on 97.1. John, turn down your radio. We want to hear from you. What's going on, buddy?
Yep, I got it. Hey, how's it going, guys? Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, I have 6 season tickets at the end zone at the tunnel right there, section 138, row 17. And we've sold 4 of them the past 2 games. And, I mean, I only sell them to Lions fans. You can't sell them to the opposing team. Yeah, it makes a nice little chirpy match in the end zone there. But you just got it. You got to hold on to them or sell them to your team.
How do you know who you're selling them to because when you put them online, you never know.
Yeah. I've never used Ticketmaster to sell them. I go more towards the Facebook route. Yeah, it's a scammy route, but...
So you're going through people's photos to make sure they're actually Lions fans. You're like, a
little bit, yeah.
Like, that's you and your dad at a game. Yeah, checks out. All right, okay, we'll make a deal.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. But it's the big game. I'm 22 years old. This team got me through when I was in the Marine Corps. It grew bonds and rivalries with all my buddies in the Corps.
Wow. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. And John, I think you get it. I mean, again, this is personal choice, but we're just giving our personal opinion. It's 14-win football teams dueling. We've never seen a matchup like this.
That's right.
And the stakes of this. You win, and you only have 2 home playoff games between you and the Super Bowl. If you lose, you have the emotional letdown Then you got to go on the road potentially 3 straight weeks. It can be done, but we're talking about a vast difference, a fork in the road football game. It's at your house with your fans. We get to be amongst ourselves and celebrate beating Minnesota and hanging a banner in back-to-back years and paving a path to the Super Bowl, and you're going to cash out for what? I don't want to minimize $1,000 or $1,500 because, hey, you pay your mortgage or your car payment for a couple months. But in the grand scheme of your life, is this not where you want to be?
You should, unless you say, you know what? I'm going to sell these and then I use the money so I can get more tickets so a family or I can buy tickets for the next round.
So I've heard people say that you sell for future round or future years and season tickets.
Right.
And you got to be very careful cutting off your nose to spite your face because it's slippery slope. Well, I'm going to sell this game and then the first playoff game, but I'll go to the NFC title game. Well, first of all, they might not get there. Second of all, you're cutting into the whole point of being a fan who goes to these games. If you're not going to appreciate the journey and be there for the journey, then don't get the tickets to begin with.
Yeah, you're right, because like last year, my wife and daughter wanted to go to a playoff game. I said, well, the second game means more, but if they don't win the first game, there's no second game. So they went to the Rams game.
And that was a weird situation where the first one almost does mean more because it hadn't happened.
Correct.
248-539-9797. We got phone calls to get to on the game last night and the game ahead. It's 97.1. Today is the last day of 2024. We'll have some year-end fun as the hour rolls on, but more of your phone calls and ticket texts. Lions win, victory Tuesday. What'd you take out of it? Concern with the defense? Outweighed by just how great this offense is? That's the formula to win a Super Bowl. And then a question for Lions fans about these Viking tickets, Stoney.
Mm-hmm.
Sell them, keep them, fair, foul?
I would, I would keep them, and I would expect most people to keep them, but if that's what you want to do, and for a few of your reasons, it could be a lot of money. I get it. I mean, you want to take your family to Disney or someplace like that. You can't afford it, and this will help you go. Some people value that more. I understand it.
It says sell the tickets. Take your family somewhere. No man says, I wish I watched more football on his deathbed. I think it's an oversimplification. If you're going with someone where you're going to make lifelong memories,
yeah.
If sports are an integral part of your experience and joy and happiness, which I imagine if you're a season ticket holder they are, I don't think it's as simple as that. To your point, if there's on the other side of the scale a family trip you've never been able to afford.
Correct.
Okay, fine. Again, I'm not going to shame someone who has a need for the money. But if it's just, hey, I want to line my pockets and I'll put it towards something later, this is the something later. This is the game we've been waiting our lifetime for, and games like it. Don't cash out now when the times are getting good.
No. I mean, why do you have the tickets anyway?
Yeah, it's a good debate. Josh in Chesterfield, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. I just wanted to say that if you're willing to get rid of your tickets when we're 14-2, I mean, I get that financial situations are a thing, but when is the last time we've never, ever been here? Never. So we really got to hold up for our team. And the players are even saying that us showing up to the games are really making an impact for them in the first place. I just want to say about last night's game, though, that Craig Reynolds, I'm happy to see him out there on the field making his moves, getting his yards in, getting his good reps in. And if our defense keeps playing like we are, yeah, we had a couple blown out coverages and whatever like that. I'm not really concerned about the Vikings offense too much. Even more so, I had a diehard Vikings fan at my house last night watching the game, and he was worried about next weekend. So, I really had to put on that.
I think both fan bases should be, fearful of the other team's offense. It's going to be it should be a close game.
Oh, of course.
Okay.
Of course. I'm thinking it's going to be mid-30s for both sides. It's going to be a shootout the entire way. I watched the Vikings game as well, and I'm going to say I'm also impressed with our offense, but it's not anything that I don't think that we can pull off the win, especially with the consistency that we're playing of. This whole next man up mentality, I'm not really for that mentality. I'm for every single player that is on the Detroit Lions wants to be on that field and play and win for this team. So it's not that they're just filling in a role. They're all chomping at the bit to get out there and perform for the team.
Yeah, agreed. I think there's a level of nervousness that's healthy, or stress that's healthy this week, right? You're in a big game. That's good. You've been waiting for a game like this, but you should have confidence in your football team. Yeah. And I think, too, Vikings defense is the better defense, right? If we're talking about a shootout, who can get a stop. But Goff and Ben Johnson have been able to diagnose and tear apart that Brian Flores defense.
Yes, they give up some big plays because they take chances at times. You never
yards after catch.
You never know when they're going to blitz, how they're going to blitz. I can't stand. I kind of wish he was. Well, the Lions have great safeties. Harrison Smith is just—he's
a player.
Yeah, he's a baller. He's dirty too at times.
It's funny because Viking fans insist that Kirby Joseph's the dirty player, as if they've never watched their safety hit low too. That's just listen.
Right.
Big guys. You got to go low to get them down. I'm not mad at Harrison Smith. I'm not mad at Kirby Joseph. Let's get to Chris in Rochester. What's up? You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I think I have a slightly different, nuanced perspective on this. I've been a season ticket holder back in, I graduated from Michigan Tech in 95. I had season tickets immediately with a bunch of buddies. We tailgated. It was all about going to Silverdome. And then they moved to Ford Field, so we kept it going so you could get to Ford Field. I quit the year prior to going 0-16 because we all just said this is enough. There were four of us. We'd split tickets, so we couldn't do it anymore. I just got back in last year because I remarried, and my wife has a son who played football like me, and he wanted to go, and I thought this would be great. My daughters would go to an occasional game. But my family, unfortunately, they're a little more fair. They're not fair weather, but they like to watch it at home in the comfort of home. I'm the crazy guy that wants to go. I lose my voice every game. I've only sold one other game this season, and it was the first game because it was a Monday night game or a late night game, and I had a hard time getting friends to go. I listed them, and I was going to the game, and they sold as I was parking just before I had to pay to park. But that's it. I plan on going to all the playoff games, but I'm having a hard time getting I'm in my mid-50s in Stony. It's a fun time for me to talk to you because you and I had season tickets next to you or your employer way back in the Pistons. We watched win the championship, third row behind the bench. That was me and my buddy. I'm Chris and Steve. We had those season tickets.
You know, yeah, I was able to purchase, they weren't freebies, tickets to all those games, the championship runs, which were great.
In that first season, I never sold a single game. We could have got like $2-3 grand for some of those, and we went to every one. The greatest experience. The only time I've ever invested in sports where I felt like I had a dividend, it paid back. And the Lions are now the second time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the second year we went back-to-back, I sold half of those games and half of the playoff runs, and I felt a little dirty doing it. This situation this year, it was a good Christmas, but I had 2 refrigerators die. One, I bought my parents a place in Florida. So it's not about money per se. I can afford it. I had to buy our new fridge. Our fridge died. I bought a new fridge. And I'm looking at it saying, I can get a couple thousand. That pays for the fridge in Florida. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just because I can't get somebody as motivated as me and fired up. I know my buddies will go. Like I took my brother-in-law to the other Monday night game or late night game we had. I can't remember if it was Seattle.
Yes.
Because I said, thank you. I didn't charge him for anything. I just said, hey, thank you. Let's go to a game. If I was to charge him $45, I would have said, nah, I got to work tomorrow. But because they were free. So it's just different. I appreciate, and I think we should all respect each other. I'm yelling like crazy as anybody is, but this game, to get that kind of money, and I can watch it with my family at home, and knowing I'm going to all the playoff games, that's why I'm willing to do it.
Yeah, I'm not going to call you a fake fan or anything like that. No, I mean, you have a couple reasons there. I mean, one financial, one personal. You got to find someone to go to the game with, and you're not going to cash out for the rest of the way, Chris. I mean, to your point, you're going to the playoff games if they have them. So, I mean, you're in a good spot.
And I can take my daughter, my wife, but she doesn't like going to the crowds. And I'm
Sure.
like, they're not.
They're going to appreciate
fans,
it.
Like,
Yeah.
It feels like a waste. It feels like a waste, right?
Yeah.
And they get that. They're like, wasting on us. So, anyway, the last thing I want to say is these ticket prices, I have mine listed. I'm section 133, row 20, seats 13 and 14. And I've got them listed. I just bumped it up from $575 to $590. So where people are talking about getting $1,000 of tickets, I don't know. Maybe that's what Ticketmaster is then charging on top of what I'm charging.
No, Stoney and I went to two different competing sites.
Right, I went to SeatGeek, and the quote I'm giving you for tickets is including their fees.
Yeah, you were on SeatGeek.
Right.
I was on Game Time, and they're both comparable. I mean, standing room only was north of $500 with fees.
Well, do ourselves a favor. Do the fan base a favor, if you wouldn't mind, and look up literally my seats, Chris Boydum seats, it's row 20, section 133, row 20, seats 13 and 14. On my end, I'm selling them for $590 a piece. I wonder what they're going for. We're
133. Which sideline are they on?
133. I'm seeing tickets from as low as $799 to as much as $1,100 each.
And mine are out there, seats 13 and 14, row 20, for $590 a piece.
I'm not seeing them on this site, but yeah, I mean that's
Ticketmaster.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's Ticketmaster. See, we're looking at secondary market, which they got a bunch of options on where you can buy your tickets. 248-539-9797. You want to jump in on the
You
phones
should
and the
get
ticket
a
text?
percentage.
I was going to say, yeah, broker fee, Stoney.
Yeah, exactly.
He's got a good deal, apparently. We're going to get some end of year stuff, Stoney.
Mm-hmm.
Best and worst moments of the sports year locally. We'll do that next. It's 97.1. December 31st.
Historic day in my life. First time I saw Bruce Springsteen, December 31st, 1975, over 76. Yes.
And
senior in high school.
That was the same time the Lions last won in San Francisco.
Mm-hmm. The Tower Theater, suburban Philadelphia.
What we're going to do, we're going to have some fun with New Year's Eve plans at the end of the show. But right now, best and worst sports moment for Detroit fans. And you could go Michigan, Michigan State too.
Yeah.
But best and worst, Stoney.
What do you want to do? What do you want from me first? The best or the worst?
That's the classic. Do you want good news first or bad news first? Let's do bad news and we'll end with something
All
good.
right, bad news. Worst moment, Detroit sports for me, and I was there with my daughter, Game 4, 7th inning, ALCS, Bo Brisky on the bump, I believe. They win that game, they're going to the ALCS.
It's funny. I listed a bunch of contenders, and that wasn't one of them.
Wow.
For me, it was the very next game.
Oh. Okay.
Lane Thomas off of Tarek Skubal in what was insurmountable at that point, a grand slam. I mean, it changes the game in a do-or-die Game 5 elimination.
Yeah, they're both awful.
But yeah, I get the sentiment. Yours is at home. You're physically there.
Yes.
You feel like you can do it at home in front of those fans. The other moments that I had listed, the Pistons existing as a team. It's not really a moment. It was bad last year.
That was awful.
Lions NFC title loss.
Yeah. Which moment? Is there is it the Vildor
The
play?
Vildor was maybe the most absurd. The Gibbs fumble's the one where I actually started to clench up a little and go, oh no, they may blow this.
Yes. I mean, looking back, to me, it's the Josh Reynolds drop.
That's what started the kind of cascading. Yeah. The other thing I wrote down was Wings losing the playoff spot on the final day, even with their own comeback win, which kind of makes it a complicated emotional night, which is why I didn't make it the worst moment.
Yeah. The best moment for me was Michigan, Alabama, when they stopped Milroe to go to the Natty, and John went crazy, and that was really an awesome moment for me.
I think it was Josiah Stewart, right? Who made the stop?
I think so.
I think it was.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's an easy one if you're a Michigan fan because it's en route to a national title. It's the Rose Bowl.
Right. I wouldn't say, to me, that was more than them actually winning the national championship.
Because there wasn't one play in the national title. They won it easy. Yeah. Okay, my answer was St. Brown clinching the playoff win at Ford Field. His first down conversion where it was then it was, hey, and there's that, I was in the building. There's this sense from everybody, it's really happening. You've waited your whole life. They're going to do this here at Ford Field. We're all watching this together.
Yes.
And because of where we were in the Odyssey area, they had Dan Miller piped in over there. So you hear Dan narrating it in real time. And I still get kind of chills thinking about it because it's happening.
Yes, that was it.
So that was the best for me. I had some other honorable mentions. The Friday night, the Tigers clinched a playoff spot. It was a cool night in downtown Detroit.
Yes.
I also had in there Kerry Carpenter's home run.
Oh, that was awesome.
I mean, that's mine.
Yeah.
A little biased because I was there. It was perfect.
In Cleveland, that's right. You were there.
And
so for everybody that says, why would you go to these sporting events? Lifelong memories.
Exactly. That was... Seriously, that was like I wouldn't have believed it if you would have written it.
Right, especially because you were sitting in right field too, right? If I remember correctly.
Yeah, and it was just the environment was so intense, but also just the background. It was just about ready to get dark, so there was that horizon. It was fall playoff baseball, perfect situation.
You were with
and to see your team do it
and you were
with my
your family.
Kids,
Yes.
But the other moment in that game, the Skubal stare down when he opened his arms out and went to the crowd, that still gives me chills because you don't always pick up on that stuff when you're at games. He finished the inning, we were cheering, but I remember vividly looking down there. He was just standing there going, "You want some more?" I mean, it was so great. I got a few things. How about this in terms of 2024 that define 2024?
Okay.
So we talked about a few of these, but on the air, obviously the path of totality.
Yes.
That took over our show one day, the eclipse.
Yep. Heather attempted to go to the path of totality.
I sure did.
Olympic breakdancing. That was kind of a new thing to find.
Ray gun.
2024.
Yeah.
Diddy's downfall.
Yep.
Hawk to a girl.
Definitely.
And then obviously here, us. The Godfather.
Yeah.
And then we
transitioning a new show.
Stepping in is a CNN contributor and reporter Jim Acosta.
That's right.
Thank you, Chapman. Yeah, we've had some fun moments this year, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, it's been a good time.
Yeah.
You throwing John the ultimate curveball when you went to the 15-2. You said
he was so mad.
So you put it in your prep. I'm not willing to go 14-3 yet. And so he's probably coming in here and he's going to come all after you saying you're still a hater, this or that. And then you just went, because I'm getting on the 15-2 train. Awesome.
And he's like, you're a tool. He didn't see it coming. That was a great moment.
And then horrific moments, double-digit disco.
That's not great.
You should have asked John if he's ready to get on the 15. Is he on board the 15-2 train?
Well, we'll know when he picks the game on Friday, right?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, but he's welcome anytime. I'm not going to gatekeep this. There's room on the bus. At this point, Stoney, I think you're on the 15-2 Express.
At this point, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
That's fine. I mean, not everybody had the foresight to call it out way back in November like I did.
No.
It's a joke because you, John, and Tom obviously had 14 wins from when the schedule came out.
In April, and we got just
mocked.
Oh, yeah, and nobody in this league wins 14 games.
Meanwhile, there's 5 teams that are going to win 14 or more this year if Buffalo gets it done. Yeah,
exactly. So just
it's a strange year.
I mean, think about the Tigers season. Gibby calls in at what seemed to be a low point and it kind of chides us for being negative, only to see the team go on a miraculous run to the postseason.
Well, to me, yeah, that was that. And then I thought the day, I know the day because we went back and got the sound, but when it was getting into late August, it was August 27th, and we talked about the Lions the Tigers had to get to this win total in order to really, so we said they were fake contenders. And I remember we said they had to finish the season 33-11 to get to an 86-87 win total or whatever. And then they went 31-11.
It was incredible.
It's There's AJ, are you doing a good job at the low moment of the season and the payoff back at the end?
Campbell was last year, technically. It was December 31st.
Right.
Yeah, Campbell would have been the year before. Say it. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, listen, we had, it's been a long time coming. Detroit sports have been really bad. But to see a Lions team in the last calendar year here win multiple playoff games, go to an NFC title game, set the table for this run, a baseball team finally get to the playoffs for the first time in 10 years.
And then we had one more show related. It was when Colin opened up about being a short person.
Oh, yeah. Oh, gosh. Actually, it started with Heather pointing out that St. Brown, he was wearing like a jacket or something.
A little jacket. He looked little in his little jacket. He's a small guy.
And he is the same height.
He looks small. He's not small.
Yeah, but roughly the same height as Colin. Roughly.
Yeah, well, he's taller.
Actually, he's so the point was if St. Brown is short and small and a little guy, what is Colin? Which has only haunted him since.
And then you guys don't wash your feet.
Heather's taken more flack for
really
that than me.
People have forgotten that you have commented on that as well because nobody comments on your feet.
Bronner's.
And Bronner's.
Was that Bronner's
What is
this year? Yeah.
I did see the sign when I drove
Finally
Christmas
noticed
the other
it.
day. And I'm like, oh, there it is. There's Bronner's. It's been there my whole life.
Yeah.
And you didn't think of stopping in?
I still haven't. I should.
Yes, you definitely should.
So if you got some best and worst Detroit sports moments, we'll collect those on the ticket text. In fact, Steve's waiting on hold. Steve, we'll get to you. You're on 97.1.
Hey, morning, guys. How's it going?
Good.
What's up?
Yeah, I just still from last year. Brock Purdy's pass right off Vildor's mask. I mean, that had to have been one of the worst things I've ever seen. It was depressing, but that's why I feel like last night, I mean, we overcame those demons and we're good to go now.
You know what's interesting? We kind of poo-pooed that, the revenge thing. They talked about it afterwards. They wanted, even though it was a different team and different year and all that,
But it's part of the story.
Yeah.
It is.
Yes. The Vildor play, though, that was going to be pass interference anyway, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe you're right, but it gets lost in everything.
Right.
Because it was it happened. It bounced off his face mask.
Right, exactly. I know.
Daryl in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, gentlemen. What up, though?
What up?
I've been a ticket holder for me and my son. He's 17, so we've been going there a couple of years. My situation, I plan on sending mine. At least I listed them. The caveat is if they don't sell by that game day, then we're going to go ahead. Reason being, 2 years ago, we in Section 322, Row 2. Our tickets was going for roughly $1,100 a piece. For both of us. Last year it went up to $1,760. This year, or this upcoming season, is going up to $2,918.
That's tough.
So, right. So I'm looking like, when you talk, I said, I'm going to have to sell one of these games. The least I can offset it. I'm not doing it for profit. It's just to pay it forward to the oncoming season. And also with the playoff tickets, if we win, hopefully I'm hedging my bet if they win that game, we'll just go to the playoff games. But if they hit the road as the 5th seed, and if they win, then possibly get one back here. So that's my reason. So for people to say that, I'm gung-ho. If you remember, I'm 57, so back in 1980, I was the one that gave Billy Sims his nickname through the Free Press contest. So I've been following the Lions ever since 1980. So all the good, bad, mostly bad. So
all right, refresh my memory because I wasn't here then. What was the nickname that Billy Sims had?
He was so they had back then they didn't have the internet, so you had to go get to the paper and clip out the little coupon and sign it and mail it in. So I chose two. I submitted two nicknames. It was Quicksilver, which I like, and it was Silver Streak. He liked the Silver Streak, so it was like 37,000 people submitted their entries, and out of that, 1,300 people submitted Silver Streak. So they had a random drawing. I won. I was in the Free Press, the Michigan Chronicles. They gave me a full Adidas jogging suit with the hat, the gym shoes, the ball. 4 tickets to the game. They lost against the Colts 10-9. Got to meet Monty Clark, David Hill, Jimmy Spider-Man Allen, of course Billy Sims, Gary Jansen, the whole nine. So that was pretty much a highlight. So I've been hooked ever since, and so I try to pass it on to my kid.
Good for
that's
you.
awesome.
So that's the reason. Yeah, so that's the reason why I'm doing it, because these tickets, from 1,100 to almost 3,000 in a 2-year period. That's pretty astronomical.
You're feeling the pinch, and this is the way to kind of get back a little bit and break even.
Exactly.
You're not looking exactly. Daryl, I get where you're coming from. We appreciate the phone call. All right, it's 97.1.
All right, Planet Fitness offers high-value memberships that support any fitness journey. I go to the one in West Bloomfield. I love it. They got a great deal going on right now, as they always do. $1 down, $15 a month. Now, here's the deal. I get on the cardio stuff, okay, because I like that. I'm not into the weights, but they have stuff for everyone. I do the recumbent bike and also the treadmill. But if you're into weights, they got brand new plate-loaded machines like the hack squat, supine benches, convenient hours that fit your schedule and all your routines. And here's the other thing. If you want a trainer, you don't have to pay for astronomical fees for a trainer. Free fitness training there at Planet Fitness. It's awesome. Here's the other deal. They have that Black Card Spa where you can recover with hydro massage and other amenities. It's a great deal for that as well. Now, here's the other thing. When you get the Black Card membership, you can use it at any club all over the world. Find your nearest club. Join today in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness. Hours, amenities, and offers vary by club. Check out planetfitness.com or stop by your local club for more information. Make 2025 your year. Planet Fitness, it's a judgment-free zone.
Before we pass the baton to Gator, short show for him. You got the bowl game today between Michigan and Alabama coming up at 11.
Oh, no wonder he's smiling so much.
No kidding. We're wrapping up the year here. Any plans for New Year's Eve?
I believe we're going to go to somebody's house a little bit, watch the bowl game, have some food and some drink, and have a good time.
Heather, you shared a bold opinion about New Year's Eve.
Oh, yeah. I think it's overrated a little. Like, I like New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
But I think, and I've done everything you could do. Like, I've done the bars, I've done the big parties, I've done the house parties, I've done nothing at all.
Yep, me too.
And every time I've done the big bar night or the parties, like, you got to pay a higher cover charge. Everything's more expensive. The drinks are more expensive. And it's never any more fun than a random night to the bar, I find. So I just feel like it's a little overrated when it comes to really going out for it.
And overpriced.
Well, yeah, and that's for sure. It's
So you
overpriced.
said you did Chicago one year.
I've done Chicago. Like, we went with a big group of people and we did this big, I can't even it was just this big party you needed this ticket to at this big venue.
Are you waiting outside in line in the cold and all that?
It was definitely cold. I remember what I wore that night. I don't even remember the party because it was nothing significant, but I remember what I wore. It was expensive, but it wasn't, I don't know. So I have a feeling
it's overrated.
I like just being with friends, going to someone's house, having a casual get together. This year, I'll probably be in bed before midnight.
Well, I was going to ask, will you be asleep before midnight?
Probably. Maybe not. I might still be up, but take advantage and catch up on some sleep. I don't know.
Well, so
it's different with kids.
It's different
Little
with kids, young kids
that
especially.
aren't sleeping through the night because they're sick.
And I was going to ask you guys, because after doing this show for so long, is it it's hard to stay up on even a Friday night when we don't have to get up the next day.
Yes, Friday's the hardest for this show. It's I'll just crash. Like during football season, if I have a West Bloomfield game, it's like, oh God, go home, take a nap, and then go to the game. But like tonight is, not having to work tomorrow.
You'll make it.
I'll definitely make it. I'll always stay up and watch the ball drop. It's kind of fun. I'll tell you what I don't understand. And my sister-in-law and one of her kids or two of her kids went a few years ago. How these idiots, I'm sorry, I'm calling my sister-in-law an idiot, will stand in Times Square for hours with the mobs of people where you can't even, there's it's tough to go to the bathroom.
I have a question about that. Do people wear Depends?
Yes. Diapers.
Because how do you go to the bathroom?
They have to.
You have to be out there so early.
Yeah.
And you cannot leave your spot. So
The
they're
answer
wearing
is yes.
diapers? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
That's my understanding.
I would guess. I mean, unless you like in anything, you try to make friends with the people around you so you'll be able to get in and out and then nobody will hassle you getting back to your spot.
Yeah, but
they got to get out there early, right? Like there are people there right now, right?
I don't know.
Probably. I thought it was like an all-day thing if you want a good spot.
Just standing there.
Yeah.
Waiting.
Peeing in your pants.
Repeatedly.
Gross.
Right.
Yeah. Especially when you get older, it's really repeatedly. What if you have to change that diaper?
You can't.
I know.
You're stuck in your
exactly
your wet pants the entire night.
I know.
Yeah, and Heather, I've done what you said. One year I went out and saw a friend in D.C. and did the whole big bar scene and fancy dress and go out and for dinner. It's fine. I'm happy I did it one time.
Right.
It's not something I have a great desire to do. I'm going to the Wings game tonight. First time I've ever done a New Year's Eve Wings game.
It's great. You should get dressed up.
Should I?
Yeah.
Oh, that would be fun.
Do people get dressed up for the Wings game? Like
they used
suit?
to. I don't know if they did.
I don't think anybody's
You
doing
should wear
that.
a bow tie.
I did. I wore a tux when I did it years ago.
I love it.
So it's an 8:00 game tonight.
Yeah.
I know.
Is there any plans after the game that
I
they're
asked
doing?
Kelsey, I go, what do you want to stick around? She goes, I want to go home right after the game.
So you're
you
going to be in
want
the
to stick
car
around?
for New Year's?
No, we'll be home before the ball drops.
Yeah, they'll be out of there by 10:30 unless it goes over.
Even 11. We don't have an hour drive home.
Okay.
It will be fine. I wouldn't want to be in the car when the
I
ball
forgot
drops.
you don't live in Tecumseh like that.
No, I was going to say, Royal Oaks,
there might be there might be sobriety checkpoints though. You never know.
you got to be careful. That's the other thing tonight. Everybody be careful, be safe, be smart, get an Uber. Don't put yourself in a bad spot or make a catastrophic mistake.
Right, and treat everybody with respect.
Right.
Do swingers do anything different on New Year's Eve?
Tom, I'm not really sure. We'll have to ask one. If anybody out there if anybody out there knows. No, but I go, Kelsey, you want to stick around? But we don't have plans, and I imagine a lot of the bars, if you haven't paid to get in or you don't have a reservation, you don't want to be looking around, walking around at the end of the night trying to find somewhere to go.
Stoney, when's the last New Year's Eve you had a snort?
Jeez.
I'm just playing every hit
That's
I
okay.
can.
I don't know. By the way, behind we had to clean out our desks. Anyway,
I know this is
the Len Bias, the Sports Illustrated thing was there. It's still in my car. I haven't thrown it out yet. I don't know why it's in my car.
Well, it was a life-changing moment. That's why it legitimately was. We mocked this and make fun of his past, but Len Bias's death made Stoney stop doing drugs.
For the most part.
Except for one.
Yeah.
I remember I saw the 30 for 30 on Len Bias, and I thought, I'm not going to do cocaine.
Yeah.
That was never presented to me before. I think I was still like high school at the time.
Because that night, I was at like an after-hours place, got home at like 6 in the morning. Bernie Smilovitz called me and said, Len Bias just died. I said, and then I found out why and how. And I said, holy God, this guy's an Adonis. And he dies from cocaine. I can't touch my toes. And I'm doing rails, every other weekend.
I've told you this. Like I never had the thought of doing that stuff because I grew up, I was a war on drugs kid. The whole Nancy Reagan thing and then the whole egg in the frying pan.
Yeah.
I was like terrified.
Yeah.
It worked.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it didn't
Guess
work
I missed
for me.
out, right, Tony?
Yeah, a little bit. But that's okay. Everything in moderation's okay.
Gator has no idea what's being discussed as he walks in, which is great.
You know what? It's better that way.
What do you think we're talking about right now?
When you say everything in moderation, I would imagine you're talking about imbibing tonight for New Year's Eve.
Close. That's a good guess. Mm-hmm. Cocaine.
Yeah, you don't want to plow through a whole,
Everything in moderation, Stone.
Yeah, you don't want to do an 8-ball tonight.
Anyway, we're wrapping up the year. What's going on, Gator?
Cocaine. Yeah. Hey, how about that last night?
Yeah,
that was fun.
It was a very entertaining game to watch. And the last thing that I think I wrote on my sheet about stuff this morning was how ugly that would have been last night if they didn't play starters. And we'd have a different mood about things today. Like I know that Lions fans right now, I'm gonna guess the mood is our defense sucks. We can't hang with Minnesota's offense. I don't think the Vikings are going to hang 50 on them. And the Lions' offense is
Actually,
good enough to overcome anything.
Well, that's what I think most people are saying. Everybody agrees the defense blows, but the offense is so good, we'll still win the game.
Yeah. See, if we didn't have the starters playing last night, and them coming from behind and then getting a double-digit lead late in that game, if they had gone with all the backups, or as many backups as you could use, that would have been really ugly, and I think it would have been a different kind of tone.
But if they used their backups on defense, they would have said, "Oh, well, wait till our starters on defense come back."
I don't know. I think fans are pretty savvy when it comes to what the Lions' defense really is.
Yes.
They know what it is. I mean, it's a bend but don't break right now because of all the injuries. It's amazing when they show the graphic on the screen of the guys that are out, and it's literally a defense. I mean, it's literally an entire defense.
3 levels, yeah.
Yeah, the only thing that's different is that there are corners that are out instead of safeties. I mean, knock on wood on that because we have the best safeties in the league. But it's astounding. And the level of play that those guys are at, I mean, you're talking about Pro Bowl players. You're talking about all-pro players that are out. And, here they are, 14-2. This is just what they've done the entire year.
Yeah.
And it's really kind of what they did last year, too.
Yep.
That gets kind of forgotten. They dealt with massive injuries last year. This game is so physical and so violent, you can't go into it unscathed. Every team is dealing with injuries of some kind. You just wish that the Lions weren't, like, leading the way with the infirmary here.
Yes. Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Happy New Year.
All right, Happy New Year.
Good morning, everybody. Look, before we get into the Lions, I do want to clean something up, and it kind of ties in with one of those items there in the sports update regarding Roki Sasaki and the Tigers' interest and all that. I said yesterday, and I misrepresented what was going on. What I said yesterday was incorrect about them having a meeting set up in the new year. What I should have said, and what I meant to say, was that they had submitted their offer, and they are hoping to get a meeting with Sasaki after the new year. They're waiting to hear back from his agent, and you heard that in the update. I want to make sure that was clear because I was incorrect yesterday, and certainly hopeful that the Tigers can get that meeting with Sasaki, and hopefully that they can work out a deal. But they got to get the meeting first, and maybe that happens at the end of the week or next week or whenever it is. But there's a number of teams that are lining up, and there's reason for that. And hopefully the Tigers will keep giving us stuff to talk about in this offseason. Nothing new to report on the Alex Bregman front or anything else. But, hey, news comes fast and furious, and that's always fun when you're dealing with it. But, of course, the big story of the day got to be the Detroit Lions. And what happened last night. And they come away victorious 40-34 in the game. And some interesting things happened in that game. We had a missed extra point. There was a blocked extra point. Lions got a 2-point conversion. Lots of interesting stuff. You saw Jake Bates modeling on the sideline, doing his best. Venus DeMilo or whatever, or, for the older folks, doing his best Burt Reynolds and Cosmopolitan impression, just lying on his side. It was funny. Fortunately, it seems like he's okay. But with the game last night, the number one objective in the game was to emerge injury-free as best you could, right? Because everybody was talking about it. You got to rest these guys. Should they rest these guys? And we knew that wasn't Dan Campbell's MO. I mean, from moment one last week, he said, not going to happen. We're going into this game with everything we got. We're going out to the West Coast. We're playing to win, blah, blah, blah. Doesn't matter about scenarios. And he was true to his word. And I got to tell you, there was a lot of internal strife with fans, and myself included, members of the media, everybody questioning, what should they do? Is this the right thing? He's a head football coach. He had to make up his mind and do it quickly. You can't flim-flam on that. I said flim-flam or flip-flop. Can't do that as a coach. You got to make up your mind quickly and stick to it, and they did that, and they had a whole week of practice preparing for it, and the offense shows up with a bunch of touchdowns, 5 touchdowns, in fact. So that was a lot of fun, and then, like I said, a couple of field goals thrown in the mix, including a 57-yarder. Good times. And I can't help but think of how awful it would have been to see guys not playing in the game last night towards the end of the season. Like, if you're not playing Jahmyr Gibbs, no offense to Craig Reynolds or Jamar Jefferson, they did a nice job, and Craig Reynolds is averaging 4.5 yards a carry yesterday. He looked good. But Jahmyr Gibbs had 117 yards rushing and threw in another 46 yards receiving. And they had the touchdown streaming down the sideline of that long run, which was fantastic. If he's not playing, that's not really going. If we're not seeing Amon-Ra St. Brown out there, okay, that's 8 receptions that have to go somewhere else. If you're going to rest Jamison Williams, well, there goes a whole lot of fun in the game. If you're going to rest offensive linemen, like if Frank Ragnow's sitting out, or if you wanted to rest Penei Sewell or Taylor Decker, Graham Glasgow, any combination of those players, the outcome last night would not have been a good one. It would have been predictable. I don't think people would have been upset that they would have they would have lost, but with their A team in there last night, it was dicey for the defense in particular. I mean, the offense was fine, the defense not so much. And I think this is where we're at as Lions fans right now, but I want to make sure we got this right. 248-539-9797. Same number to ticket text us as well if you want to communicate with us that way. getting your thoughts on what you saw last night and what it means heading into the last game of the season. Because I think the other thing we're going to have to emphasize today and Thursday and Friday leading up to the game on Sunday night is that the game Sunday night is not, all capitals, not a playoff game. As much emphasis as you want to put on the game and think like it's a playoff game because it means the number one seed, and being the number one seed it's important, don't get me wrong, because you would be hosting playoff game or games and you get that first week bye. It's huge to get that. But the consolation prize, if you lose to Minnesota, is you're still in the playoffs. You're in the number 5 seed instead of the number 1 seed. It's just a different road to go. It's an extra game to get to where ultimately you want to be. And nobody really wants to go through that. But I don't think we need to make the mistake of thinking that it's a playoff game. I think we're already putting so much pressure on this game as fans. The pressure's not on the team. The team will feel their own pressure. But it's like us just talking about the game. I feel like we're adding so much to this one already. Is it exciting? Is it going to be a big one? Yep. Are they going to play their asses off for 60 minutes or more? Yep. But again, it's not, all caps, a playoff game. So I do want to, again, emphasize that so that people aren't going to fly off the handle. And based off what you saw last night with the defense against San Francisco, which is missing, several of their players, the offensive line was banged up. Obviously, there's no McCaffrey there. It was a different looking team than what we saw last year in the playoffs. Hey, you know what? The Lions are a different looking team too, because the Lions defense, as I mentioned in the crosstalk, the graphic they showed last night on the TV could not spell it out any better than what the situation is for the Lions defense. And that graphic was when they showed all the players that are out currently on defense. You saw literally an entire defense out. 4 or 5 defensive linemen, 3 linebackers, you had 3 corners. It's insane how many injuries the Lions are dealing with guys that were unavailable last night. This isn't like, oh, they lost this guy for 2 games earlier in the year. No, this is who's out now. And they're big names. These are Pro Bowl players. These are all pro players. So I don't really care to go down the road of the narrative of, oh, San Francisco is playing. I don't care. Who are the Lions playing without? And can the Lions get some of these guys back? And the answer seems to be yes. Though don't expect them to come back en masse. Might just get a couple guys trickling in, and then I think there's hope and a prayer if the Lions are able to make it to the Super Bowl. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Where are you at right now as a Lions fan after watching the game last night, heading into this showdown against Minnesota? It's an important showdown, but again, not a playoff game, but it's an important showdown to determine the number 1 seed in the NFC. What does your gut tell you about this right now? I'm guessing the gut might be a little unsettled. Like you're already having stomach pains about this game that's not going to take place for another 6 days. I mean, if you're anything like me, that's kind of how I'm feeling right now too. Because it's a big game and you want the number 1 seed badly. We'll talk about the Lions, where you're at with them. Jim and other callers, hang on. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. We'll also hear from Doug Karsh. We're going to bump Jared Goff. No Jared Goff today. Who needs to talk to Jared Goff? We'll talk to Doug Karsh at 10:30 from Tampa because Michigan's taking on Alabama in the bowl game. We'll have kind of set the scene of what's happening down there, and we will take your calls and texts about the Lions and more as we continue here on Karsh and Anderson. 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so Lions winners last night over San Francisco on Monday Night Football, 40-34. This was a game I think that it took, I imagine right from the get-go, Lions fans like, uh-oh, here we go. San Francisco came right down the field with like a 6-minute drive, 7-minute drive, and able to put points up on the board, not just points, but a touchdown. They ran it well on that first drive, and George Kittle was, a force. We saw Deebo Samuel, and uh-oh, here we go. But the Lions calmly come right back down and score a touchdown of their own. And I started thinking, because the entire first quarter was taken up basically by 2.5 possessions. And I was thinking about something that was said yesterday. We were talking about possessions, and I said, the Lions may only end up with 4 possessions in a half anyway. So they need to convert. It's not like you think this team can get out to a 35 or 42-0 lead to start games, because that's just not how it works. And as it was last night, they basically had a couple drives. 3, I guess. They had the one that stalled on a 4th down conversion where they took a shot in the end zone and missed. But they were able to get by. San Francisco made a furious bid to add more points at halftime. Fortunately, it didn't work out that way. And then the Lions defense played better in the second half. Got a couple of interceptions. Kirby Joseph, right man, right place. And the Niners end up with 13 points in the second half. And their second touchdown that they got, I mean, can you say it was just kind of garbage? Just, hey, let's get this game over with. There's a couple minutes left. They just knocked Brock Purdy out. Here comes Josh Dobbs. Are they playing some kind of prevent defense or whatever? Maybe that was just the defense they're playing because they were giving up huge chunks of yards all throughout the game anyway. But I don't think the Lions cared too much about what was going on there in that last drive. You don't want them to score, but as long as you're taking time off the clock, it was fine. And when all was said and done, there's 28 seconds left. And then Jake Moody heads like the worst onside kick in history where he just drills it straight across the field and right out of bounds. Not a good day for Jake Moody. Not a good day for the former Michigan kicker at all. Couple of missed field goals, missed extra point, that horrific onside kick. Wouldn't surprise me if maybe he's not on the team this week, or certainly after next week that they'll have to do some soul searching there, but I don't really care what San Francisco does. The Lions come up with a win. But defensively, the Lions gave up nearly 500 yards in offense to San Francisco. And I'm sure that's concerning for lots of people. It's concerning for me. But I'm curious from you. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Let's go to Jim in Detroit. Jim, welcome to 97 on the Ticket.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. And, first I wanted to say that you have turned my wife into a fan by your analysis and your humor. I have to ask her questions about the Lions.
Well, thank you.
But I did have a comment.
Or I'm sorry, either way,
Yeah, I wanted to get your comment. I thought the defense deserves some credit for shutting down the run by the third quarter.
I agree.
And I think it was the linebackers and the defensive and the linebackers and the line that allowed the safeties to get some better angles, and maybe which led to the 2 interceptions. What do you think?
No, I think you're right. I think that, and that's one of the things I think I said in the first segment, that I liked how they shut down the run after the first drive. In the first drive, it looked like San Francisco was able to do whatever they wanted to do. But then they stopped running it, really. I mean, they had 18 carries in the game for 75 yards, but it felt like that first drive, I'd have to go back and look at the play-by-play, that they got maybe half those yards in that first drive, and then the Lions were like, okay, well, we're not going to let you run on us. You're going to have to throw to beat us, and they were throwing. And they threw it effectively to the tight end, George Kittle, and they threw it effectively to the wide receiver, Ricky Pearsall. But something I did notice was, I'm not going to say the Lions defense played well. I'm going to say they played opportunistically with a couple of picks that they got. And also that something made it look worse than what it was, Jim, and thanks for the call. There were a couple of key plays on third down and long that San Francisco converted that when you go back and watch the plays, look, give them credit for making it happen with the routes that may have confused the Lions defense. But a couple times, Lions defenders were crisscrossing on the field, and they just collided with each other, allowing George Kittle to creep open by 10 yards. You know, when watching the game on TV and you see George Kittle is open or Ricky Pearsall is open, and not just open, but nobody near them, nobody within like a 15-yard window, you have to ask yourself, how did that happen? And then a couple times they showed the replay, and you saw how it happened because the routes they were running were tight routes, 3 guys bunched kind of together, and they both all 3 receivers would go and run their route trees, but it was in a way that setting up picks, whether they got called for a pick or they didn't get called for a pick, or even more brilliantly, and it was brilliant, to get the Lions players to run into each other, that allowed for a receiver to be wide open. So if they're able to keep their feet on just one of those, it looks a lot different because it would stop a possession, it would stop a score, and get the ball back to the Lions offense, which was literally unstoppable. You know, you check this game, and there are lots of things about this game that were impressive. Neither team punted. So think about that for a minute. This is an NFL game. Neither team punted. What did they show last night? It's the first time since the 30s, the 1930s, that an NFL game featured 10 touchdowns and no punts. Wow. That's impressive. And that's what it was last night. It was an offensive display for both teams, and give credit where credit's due. The San Francisco offense racked up a lot of yards, but they also made 2 costly turnovers. The 2 interceptions Purdy threw were just heartbreakers. One came right after a penalty. I think it was to Brian Branch got the penalty for unnecessary roughness on the sidelines, which is unfortunate because they always catch the second guy. What they don't see is the receiver grabbing Branch by the helmet and kind of shoving his helmet around. And then what they do catch, Branch pushing him down, boom, flag comes up in the air. And that's too bad. But the next play was one of the interceptions. I think it was the first interception, which was great. The Kirby Joseph, his second interception was just fantastic. A great read by him. And now he leads the National Football League in interceptions with 9 on the season because he had the 2 last night. So there were some things about the defense that were not so bad, and things that I was glad to see. But when you see 475 yards in offense, that's not good to give up. Derek is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Derek.
Hey, what's happening?
Not much, man. Yeah.
From Sunday night, you talked about that pit in the stomach.
Yeah.
So here's what I'm thinking, man. Minnesota was they were predicted to win in Vegas 6.5 games this year. So they've got that Ted Lasso belief, going on right now. But we're a team of destiny, man. We were meant for this. Like Dan Campbell talks about. I mean, I really think that this is one of those we're just going to run these dudes off the field, man.
I don't know if we're going to run them off the field. I wouldn't, and thanks for the call, Derek. I wouldn't expect that. And I think look, if you want to say that the Vikings have this Ted Lasso thing, I'm not a fan of Sam Darnold. I don't think he's a good quarterback. But I think if you put an average quarterback, or below average in this case, that the way I feel about Darnold, into an amazing situation where you have some of the best receivers in football, it might be the best wide receiver room in the NFL. Give him a tight end, give him a running back as well, give him an offensive line that's going to protect him, and all of a sudden you've got those tools to work with. You're going to be better, and he has been better. Same thing happened with Baker Mayfield down in Tampa. Baker always had talent. I don't think he was ever a high-end guy, but he goes over to Tampa, and now you've got wide receivers to work with and maybe a little bit more stability now that he's been there for a couple of years. And he's playing awfully well. I have more respect for Baker than I do for Sam Darnold. And look, that's my own thing. And I could, end up really apologizing for things when all is said and done, and give credit to Sam Darnold. And I give him credit for what he's done this year, because you still have to make those plays. And he has. He's been really, really good this year. But I just wonder when the other shoe's going to drop, or when Cinderella's slipper is going to, be left behind, because I just don't see it long-term for Sam Darnold. But for right now, he's killing it. He's working that offense brilliantly, and they got to be really proud of what they have there. All right, we'll talk with Doug Karch next. He's down in Tampa for the Michigan-Alabama game. We'll see what's happening down there and get his thoughts on what's going on. Plus, I'm sure he'll want to talk about the Detroit Lions as well. Hey, let me tell you about a great experience I had recently with a local company because I needed new garage doors. And I've dealt with this awesome company, Precision Garage Door, for years, actually. A few years ago, I had some issues with the doors. They weren't sounding very good. They looked labored. Called them up. They came out right away. They assessed the issue. They fixed the problem. And they said, look, this is probably a temporary fix because these doors are old and these parts break down. In a couple of years, you're probably going to have to get new garage doors. Well, a couple of years later, it's exactly what happened. I needed to get new garage doors. And John, Jeff, the whole crew, they were so easy to work with. They helped me pick out the perfect doors for my house, and I couldn't be happier. These guys are true professionals. That's what you want with a company. You want a great experience. You want to know that they're doing the job they're supposed to do. And the folks over at Precision, that's exactly what they do. Call Precision Garage Door today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit precisiondoormi.com to schedule an appointment. Welcome back to the Karch Anderson program. Lions winners last night. That was good to see. Better than seeing them lose with their starters in. Had they lost with the starters in, I think we might have some real issues today. But I'm in hindsight, I'm kind of glad that they went with the starters because I wanted to see a game that was entertaining, and it was entertaining last night. Had they not played starters, that would not have been entertaining. Interesting to see if it'll be entertaining this afternoon. And we bring in Doug Karch. Live from Tampa, Florida. Michigan taking on Alabama. It's a rematch, Doug, of what happened last year in the playoff, right?
And it's got the same intensity level as we had a year ago. It's funny because the Bama fans I've seen, and it's been a few, we got delayed, so we didn't get into the hotel till 12:30 last night, but they're kind of like, yeah, whatever. The Michigan fans are like, who's playing today? So it's the new dynamic of college football. I mean, it's been around for a while, but this is one of the examples. Michigan will have 13 players that started for them this year sitting out this game. They either portaled or have opted out and are protecting their NFL status. 13 guys who started not playing in this game.
That's a lot. And I think most of the defensive line, they get the three guys there that could be very high draft picks, and then Will Johnson as well. And it's unfortunate, and yet it's the cost of doing business when you have a really talented football team.
Yeah, I mean, look, and the way I'm looking at this game is certainly you want to win it. I mean, if you finish the season with wins over Ohio State and Alabama, it's hard to say, it was a huge disappointment. Those would be nice pelts to put up on the wall, if you will. But, the thing about it, I just keep approaching this. Andrew Sprague, a true freshman, is going to start at right tackle. And Jordan Marshall, a true freshman, is going to start at running back. And if Andrew Sprague and Jordan Marshall are better 9 months from now against New Mexico in the opener because they played in this game, then this game's a success. You're trying to prepare for next year as much as you're trying. You want to send your seniors out with a win, and you don't want to get embarrassed. But Alabama's got a banged-up secondary. They lost their best linebacker to injury, and they have 3 receivers that portaled out. It doesn't get talked about much, so they don't have a lot of depth there. But the bottom line is, you don't want to get embarrassed, and you want to do your best to get a jump start on 2025.
Yeah, this is effectively it's just an early spring practice, or it's delayed practice from the regular season, and it is important to get those reps, particularly as you mentioned for true freshmen, they're getting a chance to start in a game. It's pretty big.
Yeah, and I mean, look, it's the extra practice time. They've got a interim offensive coordinator with Kirk Campbell being let go, and Steve Kasula is going to call plays. And I expect there to be a lot of passes to the tight ends, given that Tyler Morris isn't playing and Colston Loveland isn't playing. They love Marlon Klein. They love the freshman Hogan Hansen. And so, I would imagine the tight end coach who loved his tight end room is going to call plenty of plays too, as you like to call him, the quarterback's best friend.
Yes.
The tight ends. So I think you see a lot of Hogan Hansen and Marlon Klein today. But, yeah, get the jump on next year, all the extra practice time. Programs talk about it all the time. So I think go out there and see if they can compete in this game. Alabama's got a degree of motivation. They've talked about revenge. They've also got, Washington's coaches here, and he brought quite a few transfers with him, including Jeremy Bernard, the former Spartan wide receiver, who's Alabama's second leading receiver. But anyway, yeah, they want to exact a little revenge for what happened last year. Here's their chance.
Now, you're a pretty personable guy. I know you. You like to gab. You like to talk to people. I imagine you've talked to some people at Alabama and maybe there's some national media people too leading up to this game, whether it was when you got here last night or just in the weeks leading up to it. What's the feeling about the portal when it comes to games like this that are not part of the college football playoff, but in this case still have to deal with 2 of the blue bloods of college football, but the portal is massive.
Yeah, and I mean, we're going to talk about this in the pregame show a little bit. I was talking about it with John Jansen, and he's old school, but he's trying to adapt and understand that this is what players do. These are business decisions, and if they want to go find playing time elsewhere, they can. What is really weird is when you have an Alex Orji from Michigan who is in the portal but is playing for Michigan today, and you've got. Alabama has 2 players, including Damon Payne, the defensive tackle, their backup running back, who have transferred to Michigan. And obviously they won't play in this game today, but they're around and they can talk a little bit about their teammates. I always think that stuff's a little bit overblown, but it's just an odd dynamic. But it is what it is in college football, and they've expanded the playoff, and it's great. But one of the other sides of it, which people don't really care about, is these watered-down bowl rosters. Because if you're not in the playoff, people are motivated to, now's the time to start looking for my next home or declare for the NFL.
Right, and when it comes to the sidelines, are we going to see all the players that have opted out? Will they be on the sidelines? Have they been at practice, or are they just once they declare they're gone?
I saw Mason Graham down there today, so he will be with the team. I saw Luther Burden was with Missouri yesterday. So I do know that Mason Graham will be there. We'll keep an eye out for other players. Players were in and out. Some are off working for their with their NFL trainers and getting prepared for the combine. So, but I do know that Mason Graham is here. But it does lead to a strange dynamic because there's a player right there that could really help against a team like Bama, and he'll be there coaching up his brothers, as they like to say.
Yeah, and not to have Graham Grant or Josiah Stewart getting after Jalen Milroe could be an issue. How are they going to defend Milroe?
So, look, they got, Derek Moore is probably led the team in almost sacks. Now's his time to, finish the play. That's one. Two is you got Rayshon Benny, who will take on a bigger role and has always wanted a bigger role, and now's a chance for him to show out a little bit. And TJ Guy ended up second on the team in sacks. He's been named a captain for this game, and he's an emerging player that really came on at the end of the year, and he will probably be their best edge rusher next year. And then you'll see guys like Cameron Brandt and Eno Etta. I think Cameron Brandt's going to be a star eventually. He's got great size. He can really run. Eno Etta, same thing. So those guys are going to get into the rotation here a little bit. But the strength of Michigan's defense next year, and for them to have any chance today, their linebackers are going to have to be outstanding. Ernest Hausman and Jayshawn Barham are going to have huge games, and that will probably be the strength of the defense next year.
What are folks at Alabama saying about their team? And you mentioned they've got a lot of players that have already entered the portal, like most teams do, but they are still putting together a pretty competitive football team in this game.
Yeah, they have more that are playing in this game than Michigan does as far as their starters, and they do talk the revenge factor. I think that's a bigger deal for fans than it really is for the players, but they want to keep the streak alive of winning 10 games, and I think this is one of those games where sometimes teams go out of their way to prove a point of saying we belong in the playoff. There's a lot of that speculation. After what happened in the first round of the playoffs, a lot of people were talking about how Bama would have put up a bigger fight. So, sometimes teams really do spin that into motivation, say we're going to show that we belong. It probably rings hollow when it's all said and done because, it's tough to take a lot of enjoyment out of that. Heck, I've been there with Michigan teams in the past that wanted to prove they belong. But, that seems to be the card that they are playing today.
With these extra practices, you get some early enrollees. They have a chance to come by and participate, and a lot was made over the weekend. And I know you just got there last night, but I'm sure you've talked to people about the Bryce Underwood sighting.
Yeah.
And you know, it's amazing when you see video how strikingly large this young man is for a quarterback. It's kind of like, in a way, like Alex Orji, how big he is as a quarterback. But, this is the future of Michigan football.
Yeah, it's part of the deal, right? Is do you look the part? And by that, I don't mean really whether you look it. It's are you physically ready for college football? I used to talk about how one of my first eye-opening moments as a sideline reporter was when I'd see the freshmen who I wondered why they weren't playing. I'd see them and I'd realize why, because they weren't physically ready. Bryce Underwood looks physically ready. Now, Jalen Milroe, Alex Orji looked like he has built just like Jalen Milroe. It didn't mean he played like Jalen Milroe. So you can look the part. You still got to prove you can play. But they really love the ball coming out of his hand. They love Sherrone Moore. We'll talk about it in the pregame show. Loves his young receivers. And Shamari Earl is a cornerback that flipped from Georgia. They are very excited about him.
So let me understand this correctly. You got in last night at like 12:30.
Yep.
Did you miss the entire Lions game?
No, the whole thing on the flight.
Oh.
Whole thing on the flight. It was great. That was the only good part, is that basically we were on the plane from early first quarter until after the game was over.
So what was that experience like on a flight from Detroit to Tampa? I imagine lots of people from Detroit, lots of people from Michigan watching the game.
I stood up once and looked down the plane, and I would say that 19 out of 20 TVs were on the game. And there were audible cheers on the late touchdown, touchdown that kind of salted it away. You could hear people cheering. So it was fun. It was a fun way to fly.
You got any thoughts on what happened to the Lions last night and looking ahead to the Minnesota game?
So glad nobody got hurt. And now they're ready for this showdown. And this team, Troy Aikman kept saying it, and he's right. This team needs to buy as much as anybody in the country. So go get this win.
Yeah, they need to do that. I'm also cautioning people today. Let's remember that the game Sunday night is not a playoff game. They play the Vikings. It's not do or die. It's hopefully they get the number 1 seed, but they still have playoff life after it. Doug, thanks for the time. I appreciate it.
No problem. We'll talk to you at 11 a.m.
All right. Yeah. Hey, best of luck with the broadcast, and you and I will be back on the air on Thursday's show.
Sounds good.
All right, thank you. Doug Karsh, live from Tampa Bay, Michigan, getting ready for their game against Alabama. Doug Karsh, John Jansen, Jason Avant on the sidelines. the broadcast coverage getting underway in about 16 minutes from right now, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. We'll come back and take some more calls. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. The game last night, an exciting game last night. Tons of offense last night. Not a lot of defense last night. And the Lions, as you heard Doug and I talking about, they didn't rest players last night. Guys were playing. And the defense did allow 475 yards in offense to San Francisco. And that's not San Francisco's A team out there. So what kind of concerns does that present? Can I help to alleviate some of the fears and concerns that there are heading into the Vikings game? Because obviously the Vikings game means a ton. It means getting a first-round bye. It means having extra time to heal up and rest up. Look, Dan Campbell talked about last night saying that Alex Anzalone's real close. Like, he might play Sunday against the Vikings. He's that close to playing. So that's one guy they can get back. Not sure how many others they can get back for the playoffs, but that's one. And that's one that would make a pretty big defense when you talk about your defensive captain playing at a position, get people in the right position. It also has the speed and it can go out and cover running backs out of the backfield or a tight end if need be. And that was an issue last night. George Kittle was all over the place for San Francisco last night, and that presented big-time problems. But let's talk to you next. 248-539-9797. Same number to text if you like. Lions and San Francisco, kind of a recap, and your thoughts of what's going to happen heading in to the Vikings game. We'll talk about it next here on 97.1 The Ticket. So Lions winners last night over San Francisco, 40-34. Another game where the Lions put 40 points up on the board. Could have been more, but there were a couple of mishaps with extra points. It cost them some points. And they did not, they actually failed to convert on a fourth down. Jared Goff threw the ball in the back of the end zone, and a great defensive play by number 0 for San Francisco was able to knock the ball away. But the story coming out of that game really is the 475 yards in offense that the Lions gave up. San Francisco scored 34. They got their 5 touchdowns, but they missed a couple of field goals in the game, and they threw a couple of interceptions. This is what bend but don't break looks like on defense in some regards. The defensive effort, look, the guys are trying. I think a lot of it was there was tons of confusion with the way that the route trees were going with the Niners, and they took advantage of it. Ricky Pearsall had a career game. He had 141 yards receiving and a touchdown. George Kittle was looking like the best tight end in football, and he might be. He had over 100 yards receiving, and it felt like every time they needed a big play, one of those two guys was there. But as the game wore on, the Lions did some things better defensively. They did it better against the run. They also started to get a little bit of a pass rush, and that pass rush came home towards the end of the game. They did end up with a couple of sacks. Now, I'd love to see a pass rush happen without them needing to dial it up via the blitz, and specifically a safety blitz. But look, if you're going to take the quarterback down, if it's a safety blitz that does it, fair enough, because Brian Branch was able to get back there. Melifonwu had a couple of opportunities to take quarterback down the backfield. We saw Jalen Reeves-Maben shoot in and try to get after the quarterback. So they were mounting some kind of a pass rush. I don't think the defense was all bad. The number of 475 looks awful. The 5 touchdowns given up is awful. And other scoring opportunities that fell by the wayside, that's not good. But in the end, it was good enough. And it was good enough because the Lions' offense is spectacular. Let's get back to the phones. John is in Canton. Welcome to 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, John.
Hey, Gator. I just wondered, when is Mosley coming back? He seems like somebody we really need
He's
right
playing.
now. He's going to take.
He played.
Did he play last night?
Yeah, he played last night, but he's been playing a lot of special teams at this point. Let me see if I can find what his snap count was in the game. But he did come in and play.
Scheduled to be like a starting corner, that's what we need right now.
Yeah, I would like to see that. Although I can't see. Did he not? I know he was there last night. But I don't know if he actually played in non-special teams snaps last night.
I know he played for San Fran in the Super Bowl, against the Chiefs, so he's got to be halfway decent.
Well, yeah, a few years ago. Yeah, he is. And thanks for the call, John. He's more than halfway decent. Unfortunately, he's been ravaged by injuries. First year with the Lions, he tore his ACL. He was coming off an ACL and a torn ACL. Missed basically the entire season, and then this year he had another injury. So he's hardly played, which is unfortunate. But this is again why it's imperative to get the first round bye in the playoffs, so a guy like Mosley can heal up. Haven't heard much of an update on guys like Rakestraw or some of the other players in the secondary that are banged up. But yeah, it's very important to get some of these guys back. And it looks like they're going to get Anzalone back, the linebacker, who's been out for 7 weeks with the broken forearm. But apparently he's real close to coming back, Dan Campbell says that he might be able to come back for the Vikings game, which would be huge. And when you look at the Vikings, you know exactly what they're about. This is a team that has a very high-powered offense. Lions beat them last time out, though. Let's keep that in mind. They won back in October, 31-29. In a game that saw Sam Darnold only throw for 259 yards, and he had 1 touchdown. They also had 1 pick. Jared Goff was near perfect in the game with a couple of touchdowns. Hopefully, Lions can dial the defensive effort they had in that game for the game on Sunday, but we'll see. Michigan football next. Michigan, Alabama here at 97.1 The Ticket.
line at 3. Yes, sir! Across, they score! Quarterback run up the middle. Yeah!
Following is a Learfield presentation of the Michigan Sports Network. Michigan closed out the regular season in style.
Handoff, Mullings running right to the goal line and in. Fires and it's picked off. It's picked off by Makari Page. He jumped around in front of Emeka Ibuka. Handoff to Kalel, and he's piled up at the line of scrimmage. Breaks a tackle. 40, 25. Kalel Mullings outside the numbers at the 20, and he's knocked out of bounds at the Ohio State 15-yard line. The kick is up, and the kick is good. Yes. And Michigan has taken a 13-10 lead. Here comes the pass rush. Howard steps up. He delivers it. Yeah! Delivers it complete. Yeah! The Wolverines have stunned the college football world.
Now, the Wolverines close out the season on New Year's Eve in Tampa, Florida.
Michigan versus Alabama, that's a big deal. It means a lot. We talked about at the end of the season ending it on our terms. Well, now we have another opportunity to go do that.
It'll be a huge boost of morale and momentum for us to carry into winter training and spring ball and onto next year.
Wolverines, Crimson Tide. This is the ReliaQuest Bowl. Michigan football is on the air. Welcome to the pregame show. Over the next hour, we'll break down today's key storylines and visit with players and coaches. Wolverines football is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm and proud partner of Michigan Athletics. The Michigan Gaming Control Board. Learn how to play it smart when you're gambling. Visit don'tregretthebet.org. Absolpure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. And by Barbasol, America's #1 shaving cream. Close shave, America. Close shave, Barbasol. Now, let's go to the stadium. Here are the voices of Michigan football, Doug Karsh and John Jansen.
We are at Raymond James Stadium in Tampa, Florida, just 26 miles away from Plant City, Florida. Plant City. That pretty much describes the Wolverines the last time we saw them on a football field 31 days ago. Today, Michigan will conclude the 2024 season, 2024 calendar year, the exact same way they started it in a bowl game against Alabama. Hi again, friends. Doug Karsh alongside the captain, John Jansen. John, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. It's a great opportunity to end the year the same way we started it, and that's with a win over Alabama.
Well, let's talk about the context here a little bit. College football's gone all in for the expanded playoff, but it's really done some weird things to the bowl games, and with 13 players who started games for Michigan this year opting not to play today, well, this is the new world order of college football. And, John, how do you feel about it?
Well, I'm not a huge fan, and I think I've probably voiced that a number of different times, but I understand guys like Colston Loveland, Will Johnson, who have first-round aspirations and opportunities ahead of them. But the biggest issue I have is when you're a captain, when you're elected captain, and we've had a couple of those guys over the past few years, this year Donovan and Makari Page, when you opt out as captain, I think there's a certain responsibility that you accept when you're voted by your teammates. And to opt out at this time, I understand the risks involved, but that's when I start to have more of an issue.
So let's talk about who we will see play today, and we'll start with two freshmen on offense. Andrew Sprague at right tackle. You've been talking about him. You watch practice film. And Jordan Marshall at running back.
Well, Jordan Marshall, the thing that we're hearing is the comparisons to Blake Corum, whether it's leadership, it's talent. And we've seen him on kickoff returns, very aggressive and almost a violent running style, which excites me. And then Andrew Sprague, I'm really excited to see him play, see how he's developed. He came in, and everybody says undersized right now. He was, 278 when he reported. Now he's pushing 300 pounds. I just am excited to see what the future of this offensive line could be, and the great opportunity against Alabama to put some stuff on film, good and bad, that is coachable leading into spring.
A different play caller today for Michigan, tight end coach Steve Kasula. He has been elevated for this game to replace Kurt Campbell. You've had a chance to talk to Coach Kasula.
Yeah, and he's a big, it's all about the process. And what I like about that is when the offense is based on a process, There are things that you know you can turn to on 3rd and short when you've got to have a first down. There's also things that you are setting up in the first quarter that you might hit in the 2nd, 3rd, or even 4th quarter, and that's what excites me about an offense led by Steve Casula.
Well, let's move over to defense. There's definitely some talent up front missing, but talent ready to replace it. Those young next wave of pass rushers, who are you looking forward to seeing today?
Well, we've seen a lot of these guys, whether it's Dom Nichols over the course of the year, and Oeta, Ikawuna, like a lot of those guys, and Rayshawn Benning. I don't think there's a guy that I'm more excited to see get more opportunity than Rayshawn Benning. We know that he wasn't able to play against Alabama last year at the end of the season because of an injury. Now he's back. Now he's 100% healthy. We've seen him throughout the course of the year, especially at the end of the year, playing alongside Mason Graham and Kenneth Grant. Now it's his show.
Lots to do in the pregame shows. We get you set for Michigan and Alabama in the ReliaQuest Bowl. The weather today, well, we expect the sun will eventually come out. We just had a rain shower here in Tampa. Currently 74 degrees, wind gusts up to 12 miles per hour. We'll preview today's opponent, the Alabama Crimson Tide. Also coming up, our scouting reports, offense, defense, and special teams. Brian Bush anchoring our coverage. We'll hear from former Wolverines, Jack Miller and number 8, Jansen and Avant. And later, Michigan head coach Sharon Moore. We kick it off just after noon. It's Go Blue versus Roll Tide. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
We asked our team, why did you choose to work for Michigan Medicine? Here are some of their answers.
Being able to interact with patients, offer them hope, and hopefully giving them care that they couldn't receive anywhere else is the biggest thing.
Because it's the best of the best. We have great benefits, we have great leadership.
I love what I do. This is the place where you want to be if you're looking to make change.
To our team, we say, thank you for choosing us. We shape the future of healthcare together at Michigan Medicine.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Unbelievable! Made a spectacular interception.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's time to light up the season during the Ford Get Holiday Ready sales event. And right now, enjoy limited time offers on our full lineup of Ford vehicles, like the 2024 Ford Escape. The Escape comes with Bliss, blind spot information system, with cross traffic alert and plenty of cargo space to fit your lifestyle needs. Right now, AZ Plan trade-in lessees can lease a 2024 Ford Escape SUV active all-wheel drive for $279 a month for 24 months, with $1,789 due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $1,500 year-end sales event cash and $3,500 trade assist cash. Offer ends January 2nd. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. So lease a 2024 Ford Escape for $279 a month only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Today's broadcast is presented by Meijer, presenting sponsor of the 2024 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. The 2024 season concludes on New Year's Eve. Welcome back to our coverage of the ReliaQuest Bowl between Michigan and Alabama.
An early Happy New Year to you and yours. Certainly been a happy 2024 for Michigan football as we sit here on the year's final day. The year's first day brought a win over Alabama in the Rose Bowl, setting up a date with Kalen DeBoer and Washington 7 days later when the Wolverines won the national championship. Today, Michigan closes out the year and the 2024 season against a Kalen DeBoer-led Crimson Tide team here in the ReliaQuest Bowl. Of course, the 2024 season wasn't as fruitful for Michigan as 2023, but boy, did the regular season wrap up in style. Michigan 13, Ohio State 10, 31 days ago in Columbus. Here's Captain Max Bredesen.
Obviously, that's always a big one. It's the game, but just the confidence it brings with it.
You got to trust in what we've done. Like, you know what it looks like, you know what it takes, and it's about believing in each other. It's not about proving anybody else right, proving ourselves right.
And certainly the template and the culture in place. Sharon Moore said in the aftermath of the game that Michigan builds everything from that rivalry out. It's always a challenge in a bowl game like this with a ton of new faces and not nearly as much to play for as Michigan and Ohio State. But, John, you can't come off a better win and moment than Michigan's most recent one.
No, and it does create a lot of buzz and a lot of excitement for the program, a lot of excitement for the players, and it should give them some confidence. Now, there's going to be some key players that aren't playing, but it creates opportunity for guys to step up, and we've talked about Jordan Marshall. We've seen Hogan Hansen. There's a lot of different guys, and especially up front, I'm really excited to see some of the young offensive linemen step in and play and start to build the confidence that they're going to need going into the 25 season.
Biggest change for Michigan's staff, offensive coordinator Kirk Campbell let go. Chip Lindsey, the former offensive coordinator at North Carolina, the new hire. Lindsey's been around the program, but today it'll be tight ends coach Steve Kasula acting as OC. Here is Kasula on the offense's approach in recent weeks.
Michigan's offense is Michigan's offense, you know, like relative to our roster, the play caller, kind of where we were as a program. The offense, the bones of the offense have been the same for a while now. But, you know, every game, every roster, every, group of dudes that are available and playing kind of dictate the approach that you take. And just been really focused on when we, Coach Moore first met with the team as we were getting ready for this game. You know, the biggest focus was just getting better at the fundamentals of football.
No Colson Loveland, no Kalel Mullings, no Donovan Edwards. They've opted out. Tyler Morris, several depth offensive line pieces have portaled. So personnel certainly different, coordinator different, but you heard it from Kasula at the start of that clip. Michigan's offense is Michigan's offense.
It is, and it's going to be a run-first offense. We know that, and I'm excited to see whether it's Ben Hall, Jordan Marshall, anybody in that backfield. But I'm also excited because of what I heard from Steve Kasula. You've got to coach to the talent that you have on the field. You've got to call plays to the talent that you have. And, you've got to create opportunities for some of those guys. And whether it's Samaj Morgan coming across the middle, I'd like to see some more of those crossing routes, find ways to get them open. The tight ends, we've talked about their depth. And obviously, if your tight end coach is calling plays, hey, as a tight end, you better be ready.
No doubt. We will talk about the defense and the challenge here against a pretty talented Alabama squad, even with some opt-outs and departures as we continue to get you ready for today's ReliaQuest Bowl from Tampa. Wolverines, Crimson Tide. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Gambling can be fun.
Here we go.
Kind of like skydiving. The thrill, the excitement. But be careful, or gambling will start to feel like skydiving without a parachute. For tips that will help keep you out of harm's way, go to don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the National Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-GAMBLER.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Stay hydrated all season long in the stands or on the go with AbsoPure all-natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan or have water delivered direct to your home or office with their convenient delivery service. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
Hail to the victors. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
Toyotathon is on, and it's the perfect time to wrap up the year with a new, stylishly affordable Corolla. Now through January 6th, you can get low-rate financing or a great lease on a new Corolla or Corolla Hybrid. Lease a gas-powered 25 Corolla LE now for $219 a month for 39 months with $32.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. Call 1-888-36-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
We are at the home of the NFL's Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Raymond James Stadium, for the Wolverines in Alabama. The Relia Quest Bowl coming up 12:04 this afternoon. When you're out of town and want to keep up with live college sports, be sure to download the free Varsity Network app, available for both Apple and Android. Plus, for fans outside of Southeast Michigan, you can catch our 2-hour tailgate show leading up to your station's coverage on the Varsity Network app. Listen to college sports live with the Varsity Network app. Certainly been a remarkable, fun ride watching the Michigan defense take the strides it's taken throughout the season, culminating in that brilliant performance at Ohio State a month ago. Of course, All-Americans Mason Graham and Kenneth Grant won't be wrecking the line of scrimmage like they did last time out, both off to the NFL. As for what remains on this defense, well, the standard certainly remains the same, as senior TJ Guy explains.
No matter who leaves or stays, there's going to be guys here in this game that are going to be here next year. And, it's a chance to build some chemistry with new faces and play against some NFL talent and put good tape out there and, show you can play with the big dogs. So it's going to be fun competing against them.
And the talent that Michigan will go up against, John, is impressive, led by really two of college football's brightest stars. Quarterback Jalen Milroe, maybe the most high-profile player to suit up in a non-CFP bowl game. Much of the momentum around Milroe seems to be leaning to where he will go to the NFL after this game, but it's not official. And boy, one of the likely future stars of the sport, 17-year-old freshman wideout Ryan Williams, 45 catches, team-high 857 yards, 8 touchdowns. He does not turn 18 until early February, John. So, two questions. The challenges for Alabama's offense, what will they be for Michigan's defense? And who on Michigan's defense are you watching for in particular today?
Well, I mean, a lot of young guys. Obviously, Mason Curtis, Brandon Hillman, Jair Hill on the corner, Zeke Berry. All of those guys who are going to go against, Williams and Bernard. And there's another individual that Alabama is going to be playing at wide receiver. He's number 6, Jalen Mbakwe. He was a defensive player. And because they've had, 4 different guys either hit the portal or opt out, he's come over to the offense, and they really like what they've seen in bowl prep. So he's another guy, another talented individual that they're going to have to defend. And when you're talking about trying to set the standard for next year, all of those guys are young guys. They're all going to be back next year. That's an opportunity to go against some of the best talent that college football has. And whether it's up front or it's the linebackers, Jalen Milroe, we know what he can do as a passer, and he's had some dramatic moments in his college football career. He's also their leading rusher. He is a guy that is very hard to defend. So, I talked about the rush lanes in the pregame. This is going to be an opportunity for this defensive front to show that they can put pressure, but also do it with discipline and not allowing him out of the pocket.
7-5 Michigan, 9-3 Alabama coming up a little bit after noon. We will catch up with quarterback Davis Warren next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Ann Arbor has a goal to reach 100% renewable energy by 2030, and DTE is committed to helping the city get there. Between DTE's wind and solar projects and local participation in My Green Power, we're already 30% of the way there. Join thousands of your neighbors who are using My Green Power to reduce their carbon footprint and support Michigan-made renewable energy. Learn more at migreenpower.com. Together, we can power a sustainable future.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
A spectacular 92-yard punt return for a touchdown!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain. Football season is here, and like the national champs, we have unbeatable deals at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor. Whether you're tailgating or heading to the stadium, Lexus of Ann Arbor has the perfect vehicle for every fan. Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor is all about performance, precision, and excellence, just like the Wolverines. Whether you're looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle, our winning team can help you drive like a champion. Stop by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of Michigan Athletics, or get started today at lexusofannarbor.com.
This season, Abbott and the Big Ten teamed up to host the first ever conference-wide blood donation competition to help fight the greatest blood shortage in a generation. The We Give Blood Drive helps save as many as 60,000 lives, thanks to alumni, students, and Wolverine fans like you. But the need for blood donations doesn't stop here. Go to big10.org/Abbott to sign up to give blood and save lives. Abbott, proud partner of the Big Ten Conference and Michigan Athletics.
And we continue on the pregame show, getting set for the ReliaQuest Bowl, Michigan and Alabama. Great to visit with Michigan quarterback Davis Warren. First off, let's reflect back on what happened against Ohio State. I thought one of the most important plays of the game was your third down conversion pass on the first set of downs of the game. How do you feel like that kind of stabilized things after a rough kickoff return to start, bad field position, yet you guys, I think, kind of quieted the crowd a little bit right out of the gates?
I think that was huge. Truly, getting back through that progression was really a full field read, and had to work all the way back to really the fourth guy in that set. And Tyler did a great job getting open for me and making a play. But I think that was huge. We talk about getting, if you're backed up, the goal is to get really 2 first downs. That's kind of the first goal. You can't think about driving 90 if you haven't got 2 first downs, or at least to flip the field. And that was a good defense. And I think being able to pick up that first down and move the ball a little bit out of the shadow of our own end zone and really quiet the crowd down. I mean, take them out of it a little bit. I know that next third down was a little bit quieter than that first one. And I think that was the case for the game. We as an offense, I think we did a great job on some of those third downs converting. And that was huge for us. And, the time of possession, I know there's, we talked a lot about that. If we can hold the ball, then they can't score. And that's a credit to the whole offense, whether it's running the ball or throwing the ball on third down to move the sticks. So, that's a good defense. They got a lot of good players, but proud of our group for getting that done.
Where does your mind go reflecting back? It's been a little while now since that game. But when someone says to you, Michigan 13, Ohio State 10, what comes to your mind first? Just
this whole group. Just so proud of these guys, everything that they've been through, we've been through as a team, and to get to a point at the end of the year where, we want to end it on our terms. I said that a couple times. I said it to the guys. I told them, and I told them during the week, I went into all the position rooms and said, hey, like, if you think you can or you think you can't, you're probably right. So let's think we can. Let's have that mindset that we know we can. And I think the guys had that each and every day. Leading into that game and each and every snap in the game. So it was, a glorious win. Talked to Coach Harbaugh, he talked a little bit after the game and, just he was fired up and, there's nothing like getting a win at Columbus. And Coach Moore talked about it. The best sound is the sound of silence. So that was a really special thing. And man, it was a glorious victory.
No doubt. Now, obviously, ending on where this team's terms are now is an opportunity against Alabama in the ReliaQuest Bowl. What's important about this game? What can this team accomplish? It probably can't top beating Ohio State and Columbus, obviously, but what would a win today mean for this team and for everybody moving forward?
Yeah, I think it means a lot. We talked about at the end of the season ending it on our terms. And, well, now we have another opportunity to go do that. And this is one we'll think about, until, we flip the page probably into spring ball. You'll think about this game and what you did, what you could have done, or what you did do. And I think we got a group of doers, a group of guys that know the tradition of Michigan, and the tradition of Michigan is winning, regardless of the circumstances. So we got a lot of guys that are ready to uphold that standard, that have played it. Fought hard this December, practiced hard with intensity and attention to detail. And as Coach Moore talked about, man, like we need to win this game. This is a huge game for us. And I think he's done a great job with that messaging. And that's something that, all the guys have taken in stride and excited to see it, hopefully come to fruition during the game.
Lastly, it's fascinating in bowl games. A lot of changes, a lot of younger players that will go out there for both teams. Because it's Alabama, does it help to kind of know that there are some similarities, some of that culture you talk about on the Michigan side that probably carries over for Alabama no matter who's out there schematically?
Yeah, I think, for us, this game's about us. It's not about them. It's about us executing. Same way it was in Columbus. It's about us, and I think Coach Moore's done a great job of that. It's going to be an emotional game. They want to win. They have a tradition and history there in the same way that we want to win, and in the same way that we wanted to win last year against them. And I think just a credit to our group this year of really, I don't think you'd notice a difference in the intensity of practice and all that from last year to this year. The boys have been locked in, really dialed in, and there's been some competitive days. So just really proud of the way the guys have done that, and excited, like I said, excited to see it happen in the game.
Davis Warren, appreciate it. Good luck.
Yep, thank you so much.
There's Davis Warren, Wolverines and Crimson Tide coming up. More of our pregame coverage from Tampa continues after this as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Can you believe these seats?
I know, right? 50-yard line at the big house? Are you kidding me?
Hey, I'm gonna get up. Need another pop, a soft pretzel, some dog food?
Yeah, I'll take...
What? Dog food, dog treats, dog toys, anything?
What are you talking about?
I'm gonna make a quick run to Pet Supplies Plus. They've got the best deals on all the best brands, and it's right in the neighborhood, so I figured I'd pop in.
Pop in? There's 5 minutes left in the second quarter.
You're right. I better get going if I'm gonna beat the halftime crowd. Best prices, best selection, best service. Visit your local Pet Supplies Plus today.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Is that intercepted? Holy cow! Jordan Lewis!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Start your 2025 planning by supporting the Wolverines. Michigan Athletics is offering ticket discounts on upcoming events to ring in the new year. All you got to do is head over to mgoblue.com/promo and enter promo code NEWYEAR, all one word, to check out some great deals on tickets for select winter sports events. That's mgoblue.com/promo with promo code NEWYEAR, all one word, to join us for some big events at discounted prices. Happy New Year from Michigan Athletics.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Back here in Tampa, Michigan, getting ready for Alabama and the ReliaQuest Bowl. Michigan football brought to you by the leaders and best at Michigan Medicine. Jobs and healthcare can open unlimited career potential with the added benefit of knowing your work makes a difference. For more information about Michigan Medicine and how you can unlock your potential with the leaders and best, visit michigananswers.org/careers. Brian Bush, Jack Miller high atop Raymond James Stadium, and Jason Avant is down on the sidelines. Jason, start with you. A month later, when I say Michigan 13, Ohio State 10, what comes to mind?
Still unbelievable, the fight in those young men, and also just some crybaby in Ohio.
Thank you for your insight, Flagman.
Yeah. Just the videos you see of Jack Sawyer and all those guys like antagonize our guys before, and then him crying after was just great. I love that.
Yeah, I think of Jason Avant getting our flag back and sneaking in there. A man who took action, was able to go save the Block M from the Ohio State faithful and kept us cool, got our flag and got out of there. But honestly, really turned around the vibe of this season. Yeah. It truly did. It put wind back in the sails, that Bryce, the recruiting class. It just feels like there's a lot of good momentum heading into this offseason, and an opportunity here for some of these young guys to showcase their talent and make a case for why they should be a big part of that next season in 25.
So along those lines, Jack, start with you. What are you watching for? Whether it's players, schemes, tendencies, what will you be watching here with an eye toward 25?
So for me, obviously watching the trenches, I'm really interested to watch the defensive line today. See if there are guys, some of those younger folks that can step up today and make a difference, because the defensive line at Michigan always has to be solid the way that we want to play football. Separately from that, I'm just looking to see guys make plays, playmakers out there. Just almost, like a casual fan watching at home this afternoon. Just, geez, who's that guy that jumps off the screen at you? Is a guy who's making plays, playing hard, putting his team in a good position. This is an opportunity. There's not a lot of expectations coming into this game. Obviously, the best players have opted out for Michigan, some for Alabama, although not as many. So it's just an opportunity for young guys to showcase what they're about, where they're at in their progression as players. I'm looking for guys that jump off the screen no matter what the position is.
Jason?
Yeah, when it comes to that, I want to see how the offense is able to turn the corner. We've been known for, the past 4 or 5 years as just this run team only, and I think with the emergence of the incoming Bryce Underwood and also Chip Lindsey and all of that, him being around the program, let's see if we can generate some explosive plays. So that's what I'm looking for, seeing one of these young receivers that didn't get many opportunities this year. Let's go out against this Alabama team, which is, clearly a more talented football team on paper. You have nothing to lose. Let it all hang out, and let's see some of these young guys transition forward and make some plays and become, a household name in the state of Michigan.
Yeah, Wolverines and Crimson Tide finishing 2024 as they started it. Michigan looking to get a second win over the Crimson Tide after beating them in the Rose Bowl on New Year's Day. We'll come back, see what these guys think we'll be talking about in postgame as we count you down to Michigan and Alabama. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
With the enhanced engine performance and fuel economy of newly reformulated Tri-Clean gas from Citgo, you're good to go. But good to go where? Exotic bird shopping? To your Tuesday night bowling league?
Woo! That's a turkeys.
Good to go try your luck at bingo.
G32.
Good to go to a lumberjack competition.
I'm gonna move my car.
New top-tier Tri-Clean gas from Citgo. The most advanced fuel we've ever made. Now you're good to go.
Saturday night, April 26th.
Carry on my wayward son.
Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort welcomes multi-platinum legends Kansas. Tickets start at $47 and are on sale now at the box office or online at etix.com. Don't miss Kansas Live. Another Fork in the Road tour at Soaring Eagle Saturday, April 26th. More at SoaringEagleCasino.com.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Taylor to the 20, down to the 15, down to the 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Touchdown, Billy Taylor!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's time to light up the season during the Ford Get Holiday Ready sales event. And right now, enjoy limited time offers on our full lineup of Ford vehicles, like the 2024 Ford F-150. Returning AZ Plan lessees can lease a 2024 Ford F-150 XLT 4x4 Super Crew for $299 a month for 24 months, with $3,849 due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $1,500 year-end sales event cash, $2,000 trade assist, and $1,500 renewal cash. Offer ends January 2nd. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. So lease a 2024 Ford F-150 for only $399 a month. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
The Wolverines are in Tampa, Florida for a matchup with Alabama. Today's broadcast is presented by Meijer, presenting sponsor of the 2024 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest.
Glad to be here at the ReliaQuest Bowl. Had a brief pop-up shower about half an hour or so ago. Overcast skies. It's probably going to ebb and flow in terms of sunshine or overcast, maybe a little bit of rain as we get this going here from Tampa Bay. Jansen and Avant, what are we going to be talking about post-game? How do the Wolverines get this done, and where do you think it'll come from, this victory, if they do it?
If we get a victory today, we're going to talk about how the defense was able to limit explosive plays, because I think that's the key to this game. You're talking about a talented team with Ryan Williams and a boatload of guys, Jalen Milroe, a boatload of guys that can have explosive plays. So if we're going to talk about a win, we're talking about how our defense was able to limit explosive plays.
Yeah, I think that's fair, Jason. I think the blueprint is probably like the Ohio State game was. You got to limit their possessions, and by doing that, that means controlling the clock, controlling the line of scrimmage. Our running game has to get going and work. Kasula, offensive coordinator today, I like the tight ends to get involved to extend possessions, third down, dump to the tight end. If that gets going and the running game can sustain and keep Alabama off the field, you got a chance. Again, you're going to need a turnover. You're going to need some sloppy play from them. A couple turnovers mixed in there, and you got a chance.
I think one of those two running backs, either Jordan Marshall or Benjamin Hall, they're going to be jam-packed with off-season 2025 hype if things go the way that they can in this one as Michigan and Alabama get ready for the ReliaQuest Bowl. We'll come back, get a check of the out-of-town scoreboard with Rob Joyce in about 10 minutes from now. Doug Karsh visits with the head coach, Sharon Moore. Wolverines and Crimson Tide coming up. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Champion Circle is the preeminent name, image, and likeness collective supporting University of Michigan student athletes. Help Champion Circle empower Wolverines student athletes through NIL by joining the Everybody In for Michigan campaign. Our goal is to reach over 100,000 Michigan fans to help ensure that Michigan remains at the forefront of college athletics. For more on the Everybody In for Michigan campaign, head to championscircleufm.com. Champions Circle, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
If your day sounds like,
we need the report ASAP.
You deserve Modelo. If you've persevered through, you deserve this rich golden lager with a crisp but refreshing taste. Or if you overcame,
2 more reps, 2 more.
you deserve this ice-cold reward. Modelo, the Remarkable Fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
The winningest program in college football. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
This is University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
The home of the Wolverines and everything else you need.
After the game and all week long, stay with WWJ for live local news.
And traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8th.
It's everything you need on your radio, online at WWJNewsRadio.com.
And on your smartphone with the free Odyssey app.
Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station.
WWJ News Radio 950.
Go Michigan!
Here's Charles Woodson, Michigan legend.
As a young man, I gave my all to the Wolverines, making history, earning a Heisman Trophy, and now I'm back. Introducing Woodson Whiskey, the first spirit sponsor in school history, crafted with the same passion and excellence that defined my career. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey, where legacy meets excellence. Go blue and go Woodson Whiskey. Cheers, and please drink responsibly.
As we get set to close the book on 2024 with a bowl game and 4 more quarters of Michigan football, let's say hello to Andy Hetzel from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Hi, Andy.
Hi, Doug. I'm glad to be here and always glad to support the Wolverines, no matter how big the stage or how bright the light.
Andy, when we talk about healthcare, one thing that stands out is all of the things that Blue Cross does to help people get or stay healthy.
Doug, Blue Cross is always there if our members need medical care, but we're also ready to help protect our members' health by keeping them healthy. One way we do this is through our Blue Cross Wellbeing Program. It's available at no additional cost to Blue Cross and Blue Care Network members who are 18 or older.
There are resources that are helpful when it comes to physical and mental health. Things like the 24-hour nurse line and Blue 365 discounts on health-related products and services. And then there's weekly webinars at bluecrossvirtualwellbeing.com.
That's right, Doug. Don't forget the great information online at ahealthiermichigan.org, which is free to our members and everyone in Michigan. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. Living healthy throughout our lives is a journey, and Blue Cross Wellbeing is there every step of the way with support that's personalized and daily content that's tailored to your interests, health risks, and demographics.
Andy, from what you've told me, Blue Cross Wellbeing is getting even better in 2025. It can not only help you stay on top of important preventative health care steps, it can also give you a detailed health risk assessment and guidance to help reduce your risks.
That's true, Doug. Blue Cross Wellbeing connects our members to self-guided courses called Journeys that help them build healthy habits for a lifetime. And this virtual experience can be synchronized with more than 100 apps and devices that we already use, including Apple Health and Fitbit.
Andy, tell us more how to get on our journey to better health with Blue Cross Wellbeing.
For Blue Cross and Blue Care Network members, just log into your member account at bcbsm.com on January 1st or after, and you'll be well on your way. To get more information, visit bcbsm.com/wellbeing.
Thank you, Andy.
Thanks, Doug. Go Blue.
Coming down to Michigan and Alabama at 12:15 from Tampa. 12:04 kick from Tampa. Rob Joyce back with you in the Learfield Network studios with our first look around the rest of college football. We're the first of 5 bowl games on this New Year's Eve. The big one tonight at 7:30, the first college football playoff quarterfinal matchup. It's the Fiesta Bowl. 6th-seeded Penn State takes on the 3-seed Boise State. The matchup many are watching, that 7th-ranked Nittany Lions rush defense against Boise State running back Ashton Jeanty. Penn State coach James Franklin knows it'll be a tall task getting the Heisman runner-up on the ground.
There's not too many people are able to get clean shots on him. So, all of it is super impressive. But I think, this stat that I mentioned earlier, the most impressive stat is the yards after contact. He's got more yards after contact than most of the elite backs in college football have in general, overall. So that's impressive.
Over 1,300 yards after contact for Ashton Jeanty. The winner gets the winner of Georgia-Notre Dame in the final matchup tomorrow. Texas and Arizona State in the Peach Bowl starts the day tomorrow in the quarterfinal round at 1. Winner of that one gets the winner of the game to follow. The Rose Bowl, Oregon and Ohio State at 5. The second meeting between the two this year. Ducks beat the Buckeyes by a point in Eugene in mid-October. And then the Bulldogs and Irish will cap things off tomorrow at 8:45 in the Sugar Bowl. Georgia without quarterback Carson Beck for the duration of its playoff stay with an elbow injury. So Gunnar Stockton, the new starter for the Bulldogs after he played the second half of the SEC championship game. Those are the quarterfinal matchups. 3 other bowl games today, 2 of which involve Big Ten teams. 2 o'clock, Washington wraps up its season in the Sun Bowl against Louisville. Huskies enter at 6 in search of a winning season. At 3, Illinois heads to the Citrus Bowl to face South Carolina. A win would give the Illini their first 10-win season since 2001 and just the 5th in program history. Lastly, 3:30, a couple of 8-4 teams meet in the Texas Bowl. That is LSU and Baylor. Again, Michigan and Alabama are in a few minutes. Our pregame show continues. We'll get the thoughts of head coach Sharon Moore as he chats with Doug after this. Michigan and Alabama in the Rely Quest Bowl coming in a little over 20 minutes from now. This is Wolverine football from Learfield.
After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When people yell, "Go Blue," most people think of the Michigan Wolverines. Hail to the victors, the maize and blue, the national champs. But what does Go Blue mean in the liquor store? It means go for a long drink. Go for the blue can with undefeated flavor, a refreshing mix of citrus, sparkling soda, and a kick of real liquor. So go blue. Then go blue. For the Wolverines, we mean long drink. Proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. 5.5% alcohol by volume. Gin with natural flavors. Copyright 2024. The Long Drink Company, Carmel, Indiana. Please enjoy responsibly.
From Ann Arbor to Ellen Park, Dexter to Detroit, Michiganders love game day. At DTE Energy, we're proud to bring it to you. Whether illuminating a stadium or keeping your living room warm and cozy, we're happy to be team players. That's why we offer programs, rebates, and a variety of resources to help optimize your home's energy efficiency so you can save on energy bills. On behalf of everyone at DTE, we hope you enjoy all the action. Here's to another great season.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, Go Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search Go Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's Go Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
Kickoff is moments away. So now let's hear from the Wolverines head coach. With Sharon Moore, here's Doug Karsh.
Getting you set for Michigan and Alabama in the Rely Quest Bowl. Happy New Year, everyone, and Happy New Year to Coach Sharon Moore, who joins us at this time. Coach, let's start. First full season at the helm of this program. Wraps up today. Kind of a reloading of the program, but not without some great moments. How do you feel about where the program is right now, concluding year one and headed into year two?
I feel like we got some good momentum going, especially with the last two games and how we finished the season. I think our players really taken on the hard work, hard hat mentality, and really kept all the outside noise away from it. There's a lot of outside noise that they could have listened to, especially going to that Ohio State game. And I don't know what the spreads and all that stuff are, but I knew we were an underdog. And for our guys to come out and play the way they did, we really didn't talk about believing. We talked about trusting each other, trusting ourselves, trusting your training, and really going out there to make a statement. And I think we did that. And, I look forward to doing that today.
Can you really feel the juice after the Ohio State win? Could you feel it in the building and in recruiting and with portal kids coming in? Did it make a huge difference?
Yeah, I think it did. I think that game is, as we talk about, it's the most important game of the year for us and one of the most important games in college football. So winning that game is huge. It's something you always want to do. You always want to beat your rivals, which is one of our goals. And it felt like that helped a lot in the recruiting trail.
We'll get to the game in a moment, but along the lines of building the program, you've had some true freshmen in Tampa that cannot play in the game but have practiced. How do you feel about that true freshman class that have been down there practicing with you guys? How did they look your first time to get your hands on them?
I mean, uber talented as a group as we've seen come in. I feel like it's a lot bigger group too. We really wanted emphasis on size and the receiver position, the O-line position, the D-line position. Some of these guys look like they've been in the program for 2 or 3 years. And obviously from a physical standpoint, they still got to get stronger and doing all those things and learn the playbook. But those guys have really taken on that mentality, and it's been great. It's been fun to have them.
All right, the seniors who will play their final game and all the players that will play their final games today, what can you say about this group that brought 3 Big Ten championships, three playoff appearances, and 4 wins over Ohio State?
I mean, just so thankful for all those guys that are, that are playing the ball and that are not. Even the guys that aren't, really appreciate all the hard work that they put in and what they've done. And I know Coach Harbaugh would say the same thing for the appreciation that he has for those guys. And it's been a special run. We'd look to try to continue that later on.
All right, Alabama, let's start with the biggest challenge, their quarterback, Jalen Milroe. Your defense did a decent job against him last year. Is there any game plan carryover from the Rose Bowl?
I mean, I think the way you rush them, you have to do certain things to keep him honed in the pocket. Like we say, throw from a well. Because if he gets loose, man, he's dangerous. He's as dangerous as a quarterback in college football. So we got to do a really good job of keeping him in the pocket. We got to make sure he doesn't get sideline to sideline, because when he does that, that's when he becomes dangerous. So there'll be some things we take from that game plan, but it is a different offense. They do different things with him. So we got to be prepared for all those things.
And, of course, they have a talented pair of receivers, freshman Ryan Williams and the Michigan State transfer, Jeremy Bernard. What have you seen from them this season?
I mean, both extremely talented, fast, good route runners, crisp, polished, great hands catchers, and both explosive. So especially the young freshman, man, he's dynamic, and we got to do a great job honing him in. Obviously, we faced a really good receiver in Jeremiah Smith when we played Ohio State. And, this guy's not the same, but he's as explosive. So, we got to have a great game plan, which I feel like we do to hone him in and try to make other guys beat us.
Bama secondary pretty banged up. What stands out about their defense as you prepare for this one today?
I mean, physical. Coach Kane Womack, got a lot of respect for him when he was at Indiana. Then I know he went down to be the head coach of South Alabama. But he's a guy that's been in the game for a long time and done a lot of things and been successful. So a great human being, but a really great coach. And, that's a physical defense. They bring it from everywhere pressure-wise, and they disguise really well. So we got to do a good job of pre-snap and then post-snap recognition.
It's Michigan and Alabama in the ReliaQuest Bowl. We'll talk more about the Wolverines straight ahead. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Here's Charles Woodson, Michigan legend.
As a young man, I gave my all to the Wolverines, making history, earning a Heisman Trophy, and now I'm back. Introducing Woodson Whiskey, the first spirit sponsor in school history, crafted with the same passion and excellence that defined my career. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey, where legacy meets excellence. Go blue and go Woodson Whiskey. Cheers, and please drink responsibly.
It's time to light up the season during the Ford Get Holiday Ready sales event. And right now, enjoy limited time offers on our full lineup of Ford vehicles, like the 2024 Ford Escape, The Escape comes with Bliss blind spot information system with cross traffic alert and plenty of cargo space to fit your lifestyle needs. Right now, AZ Plan trade-in lessees can lease a 2024 Ford Escape SUV active all-wheel drive for $279 a month for 24 months with $1,789 due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $1,500 year-end sales event cash and $3,500 trade assist cash. Offer ends January 2nd. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. So lease a 2024 Ford Escape for $279 a month only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
A true teammate takes on every day with a winner's attitude, gets up when they fall down, and leaves it all on the field. There's a group of teammates who do all these things every single day. But they're more than your typical athlete. They're kids dealing with unthinkable medical circumstances. Team Impact matches children facing serious illness or disability with college sports teams, creating a long-term, life-changing experience for everyone involved. Help us get all kids in the game. Visit teamimpact.org. Team Impact. All in, all together.
We're back with more from head coach Sharon Moore. Once again, here's Doug Karsh.
Coach Moore, let's talk about your team. You have two great backs, senior backs, neither available today. So let's start with the running back rotation. What does it look like this afternoon?
Yeah, we're really excited about these young guys. Obviously you're going to miss Khalil and Donna, great players, Michigan legends in their own right. But it's going to start the legacy of some young guys. Jordan Marshall, he's a guy we've all been very excited about. Was banged up early in the year. We thought he had a chance to make some noise throughout the year, and he's definitely feeling healthy, and he's looked great. Ben Hall is a guy that's obviously sparked and flashed throughout his career here, and he'll get a lot of chances to do that. And then Micah Kapana, he's lightning in a bottle, and all those guys are young. Along with Bryson Cudsdale, who's a walk-on, but we feel like he's got the ability to play really well. So, it's going to be fun to watch those guys in a great atmosphere play on game day, and I'm super excited for them.
You made a lofty comparison. Jordan Marshall reminded you of a back that you'd previously coached at Michigan that the fans were very familiar with. Tell the people who Jordan Marshall reminds you of.
Yeah, Jordan Marshall is very similar to Blake Corum, and he just – the things he does, not just the way he runs, but the way he carries himself, the way he goes about his business every single day, the way he attacks it. He makes some cuts you can't really teach. He sees things you can't teach, and very excited for his opportunity on Tuesday.
All right, the offensive line shaping up. No Miles Hinton today. How does that O-line look for this one? Specifically, who replaces him?
Yeah, so we're actually going to move Evan Link to left tackle, and Josh Freeby will still play left guard. Kripp will be the center. Gio play right guard, and then Andrew Sprague will get his first start. A guy we've been really excited about, true freshman. He just doesn't really have any fear. So excited to see what he does in this situation and play. But he's practiced really well, and excited for him. And then we'll have guys like Jeff Percy and Jake Gunera, a young guy that ready to play. And we'll see how those guys, if we rotate them or not. But I'm really excited about those, especially Andrew Sprague getting his first start. He's a super confident kid. He's all 6'8", 300 and something pounds. And so he has the size, he has the ability, he has the talent. So it's just being the mindset to go out there and get that first hit.
Let's talk about your quarterback, Davis Warren, coming off the biggest win of his career. Can you talk about what Davis's contributions meant to this team this year, culminating in that win in Columbus?
I think for Davis is the ultimate teammate, a guy that was the starter, got mentioned to come back and just support his teammates throughout that whole prospect and whole thing, and then come back and be the starter and then go win in the shoe. That speaks a lot to him as a person, as a kid. And I couldn't be more proud of Davis. He's had a really good prep, and he's an awesome teammate.
Well, he's a senior. He's so short on experience in his whole football career. He can get better in the month as well. Where have you seen him improve since the Ohio State game?
I think just little things. You just drop, keeping the ball secure in the pocket, doing different things, climbing in the pocket, making throws that he not necessarily did as good a job as he thought he would have previously. And he just continued to get better. He's really good on our run checks we got for him, and he's just done a really good job for us.
No Colston Loveland and Tyler Morris today. Who steps up in the pass game?
Yeah, in the tight end room, excited to watch Hogan Hansen, also Marlon Klein. And obviously, you got Brady in there as the hammerhead, but he'll obviously have effect in the passing game at some point. And in the receiver room, excited to watch guys like Samaj and Fred and Kendrick to go make their mark and really put a stamp on their careers.
Same thing with the defensive line. 3 starters not available, and who steps up there?
Yeah, Trey Pierce is a guy that's played really well. Rayshon Benny's been a rotational guy that's played a lot. So full confidence in them, full confidence in Eichel and all those guys. And, on the edge, obviously we have Derek still, and we have Cam Brandt, and you got TJ Guy. So, we dubbed TJ Guy captain for this game. I think it's really important to have at least a captain on offense and defense, and having Max and having him out there will be really good. So excited for those guys.
And your secondary, no Makari Page, Will Johnson, obviously, you got used to playing without him, I guess. What young players have caught your eye in bowl preparation?
Yeah, Mason Curtis, he just keeps getting better and better. Brandon Hillman just keeps getting better and better. Those guys are dynamic. Those guys have some ability to be really, really special players. And they just stepped in there with, a lot of – I think Coach Morgan's done a really good job with that secondary, rotating around, especially ever since we lost Will. And, to hold Ohio State to 10 points and eliminate that passing game is a credit to Coach Wink, but also Coach Morgan and how he's really developed that room. So I think those guys are going to do a great job. Amir Hall will be a corner. Zeke Berry will go to corner, and I feel really good about those guys.
Well, Coach, we appreciate your time as always. Best of luck today, and we'll talk to you after the game.
Appreciate it. Go Blue.
There he is, Michigan head coach Sharon Moore. Kickoff is next. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go! Run, James! No. First base! Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Michigan closed out the regular season in style.
Handoff, Mullings running right to the goal line. And in, fires, and it's picked off. It's picked off by Makari Page. He jumped around in front of Emeka Ibuka. Handoff to Kalel, and he's piled up at the line of scrimmage. Breaks a tackle. 40, 25. Kalel Mullings outside the numbers at the 20, and he's knocked out of bounds at the Ohio State 15-yard line. The kick is up, and the kick is good. Yes. And Michigan has taken a 13-10 lead. Here comes the pass rush. Howard steps up. He delivers it. Yeah! Delivers it complete. Yeah! The Wolverines have stunned the college football world.
Now, the Wolverines close out the season on New Year's Eve in Tampa, Florida.
Michigan versus Alabama, that's a big deal. It means a lot. We talked about at the end of the season ending it on our terms. Well, now we have another opportunity to go do that.
It'll be a huge boost in morale and momentum for us to carry into winter training and spring ball and onto next year.
Wolverines, Crimson Tide. This is the ReliaQuest Bowl. Michigan football is brought to you by Coca-Cola. Tackle game day with the great taste of Coke Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? And by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. Once again with national champion John Jansen, here's Doug Karsh.
The team's getting set to take the field here in Tampa at Raymond James Stadium. Doug Karsh, John Jansen, the ReliaQuest Bowl here on this New Year's Eve. Happy New Year, everybody, and we're glad to be with you for this matchup between two of college football's blue bloods, the Michigan Wolverines and the Alabama Crimson Tide. And, well, the stakes aren't quite what they were 365 days ago, John. You still like seeing these two helmets on the field against each other.
Oh, there's no question. Anytime you get Michigan and Alabama on the field, two of the biggest programs college football has, it's going to be a great opportunity for these Michigan players to play against the talent, the speed, some of the experience that Alabama has.
Yeah, Sharon Moore leads this Michigan team 7-5 so far in this first season as full-time head coach. He had the 4 wins last year, of course, as the substitute teacher, coming off a massive win over Ohio State. But as we have established in this pregame show, it's not the same Michigan team that stunned the Buckeyes, with 13 players who have started for Michigan this year opting out for one reason or another.
It kind of feels like the same conversation we had at the start of the year with so many guys that were on last year's team not being able to play, and now we're doing the same thing again here at the end of the year. But there's some young players like Andrew Spegg, Jordan Marshall on offense. Defensively, a lot of defensive linemen who we've seen. Etta is one of those guys, TJ Guy. They're going to have starting experience now against this Alabama team.
And down below to the end zone to our right, here come the Wolverines to the serenade of the victors from the Michigan Marching Band. Michigan will be in their traditional home uniforms, of course, the winged helmet, the blue uniforms with the maize numerals, the maize pants, blue shoes today for the Wolverines. The Crimson Tide, of course, coached by Kalen DeBoer, 9-3 in his first year at Alabama after stops at Fresno State and Washington, just missing on the playoffs. There was debate over perhaps that being a slight of Alabama, but not making the playoff did not sit well with the Alabama fan base.
Yeah, the Alabama fan base or the SEC fan base, but we saw what Ohio State did to Tennessee, so I think that quieted some of the critics. The playoffs are going to be fun, but this is an opportunity for Michigan. Like we talked about, the value that they're going to get in this film. To me, it's a glorified spring game. It's an opportunity to play against a different opponent. Some of these guys have only played against the Maize and Blue in practice or in spring games. This is an opportunity to gauge where they are in their development against a team like Alabama.
The Crimson Tide are gathering in the tunnel to our left here at Raymond James Stadium, set to take the field as we are moments away from kickoff here in the ReliaQuest Bowl. First, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Michigan and Alabama, and here come the Crimson Tide in their road white uniforms, white pants, and of course the traditional crimson helmets with the numerals on the side. Michigan playing today without some of its best players, Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant, and Josiah Stewart. Up front defensively, we're talking about now. Wink Martindale cited Trey Pierce, Eno Etta, and Ike Iwona as players who have come to prove today that they are capable. And then there's Rayshon Benny, John. This is a player you're really excited to see now in a full-time role.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him more and more as the season went on, but it was in a package that was paired with Mason Graham and Kenneth Grant. They're not here, and now it's an opportunity for Rayshon Benny to show what he can do as the focal point of this Michigan defensive front.
The quarterback they'll be facing, of course, is Jalen Milroe, same one we saw a year ago in the Rose Bowl. Milroe, a redshirt junior out of Katy, Texas, completes 65.9% of his passes, thrown for over 2,600 yards, 15 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. He did fumble twice in the Auburn game. He has a tendency to turn it over. One of those fumbles, by the way, recovered by Alabama. But Michigan defense coordinator Wink Martindale, great quote on facing Jalen Milroe. His arm's strong enough to throw a strawberry through a battleship. When he said that, the whole team looked at him, and he just said, okay, guys, he's got a strong arm.
Right, yeah. Please explain. But, yeah, he does. I mean, he's obviously their quarterback. He's their leading rusher as well. He's that 1-2 threat in the college game that really strikes fear into defensive coordinators, because if you put pressure on him, he can escape the pocket, he can extend plays, still make a throw. But like I said, he's their leading rusher, so he can also obviously pick up yards on the ground.
Let's go down below for the coin toss. Our lead official, Tuta Shinda Salam.
Right,
he goes by Tuta, and that's what we'll call him today.
ReliaQuest Bowl. Congratulations, Alabama. Congratulations, Michigan. Alabama, you are the visiting team, and we'll call the toss. The side with the helmets is heads. The sides with the bowl logo is tails. What is your choice? Tails. Tails is the call. Joining us for the coin toss is the ReliaQuest CEO, Brian Murphy, and his family. Mr. Murphy will toss the coin for us. It is heads. Michigan, you've won the toss. You want to defer. That means you want the ball, correct? Which way do you want to kick? Perfect.
Speaking for
Michigan
the Wolverines, Max Bredesen. Speaking for the Crimson Tide, Deontay Lawson. And there you have it. Michigan will kick off to Alabama. We'll see the Michigan defense first. And we'll set that defense right now. The starters we expect at the edge spots, TJ Guy and Derek Moore. We got Rashad Benny and Ike Iwuna at the tackle spots. Jason Barham and Ernest Hausman at the linebacker spots. At corner, Jair Hill and Amir Hall. Safety, Wesley Walker, Zeke Berry, and we expect to see Brandon Hillman or Mason Curtis, the true freshman, start at one of those other safety spots. And, John, we want to come out of this game saying this is a player we need to get excited about for 2025. And if I had to predict one, I'm going to predict Mason Curtis.
You know what? I'm going to go the opposite, Brandon Hillman. Mason Curtis, we saw his first interception late in the season. We've seen what he has been able to do in gaining trust of the coaching staff, more and more opportunity at the end of the year. Brandon Hillman, what we saw in the Indiana game, his ability and knack to lay the big hit and be that threat in the secondary that all receivers don't want to see him. I'm excited to watch both of these guys play today.
A win today, and Michigan will accomplish something no other program has ever done, defeated Alabama twice in one calendar year. It's Michigan and the Crimson Tide. Dominic Zavada will kick off for the first time with Tommy Doman opting out of this game. And the Wolverines down below going from right to left as Zavada approaches the football and puts his right foot into it and hits a low line drive that will go out of bounds. And a rough start there. As that kick goes out of bounds, Zavada's first kick of the year, and Alabama will have good field position. We mentioned Jalen Milroe at quarterback, Jam Miller's at running back, two outstanding wide receivers, but not a lot of depth as they have three opt-outs at that position, Ryan Williams and Jeremy Bernard. The offensive line expected to get the left tackle, Caden Proctor, back, along with Tyler Booker, Parker Brailsfield, a transfer from Washington, Jaden Roberts, and Elijah Pritchard up front. It's Michigan and Alabama, and the Crimson Tide will get the ball on the right hash from the 35-yard line for this first snap of the game.
I like this new-look defensive line against that experience that Alabama has. They're going to have a couple of guys that are drafted, so we'll get a chance to see these this battle up front.
Bama with two tight ends. Shifting from left to right, it's Dupree and Oots. Jam Miller in the backfield, first snap of the game. Milroe's back to pass. He's going to deliver it to Jam Miller, who makes a catch going to the ground for a short gain on first down. Let's go down to the sidelines and join in with our guy who's kind of become the Michigan fan spirit animal. Jansen and Avant is down below. Hi, Jason.
Yeah, officially call me Flag Man, and you guys owe me more money now.
We'll check in with Jason again shortly. Alabama goes 5 wide on 2nd down and 7. Milroe back to pass. Wolverines bring an extra rusher. He delivers over the middle, and he's got his man out close to the 50. It's Jeremy Bernard, the transfer from Michigan State. Move the chains for the Crimson Tide as he's dropped right there at the Bama 49-yard line, and Bama quickly goes to the line of scrimmage and lines up. 1st and 10, Alabama. Snap, Milroe on a QB run up the middle. Not much room there, and he's dropped immediately. Ernest Hausman leading the Michigan tacklers. No gain, maybe even a short loss.
A nice job by Jason Barham setting the edge there. We've seen a couple of different looks here now through 3 plays. On the first play, Wink brings Wesley Walker off the edge. Then they play just a cover 2, and now all of a sudden, hey, they put Jason at the edge on the line of scrimmage. He sets it, trying to give Alabama as many looks as possible here early.
2nd down and 10 for the Crimson Tide. Tight formation with only one receiver split out wide right. That's Ryan Williams, the outstanding freshman. Amir Hall in coverage there. Handoff to Jam Miller up the middle. Small hole. Scampers through it into Michigan territory down to the 48-yard line. A gain of 3. Zeke Berry on the stop for Michigan. It'll be 3rd down and long.
I really want to see Michigan's run defense be what we've seen them be throughout the course of the year. Not with some of the star players now, but Rashad Benny, he's a big body in there. And Etta, Ike Iwuna, all of those guys have the ability to stop the run. That should be the basic of what they're trying to do.
Alabama goes 4 wide on this 3rd down and 7. Jalen Milroe in a shotgun with 2 receivers split to either side. From the Michigan 48-yard line, he looks to the sideline, now barks some commands to his offensive line. Play clock ticking down. Will he get the snap off? He does. Back to pass. Michigan brings a blitz, stepping up in the pocket. Now he'll tuck it and run and trip forward to the 45-yard line. A short gain on 3rd down and 7. It'll be 4th down, and Kalen DeBoer has an early decision to make here.
And that's what's so tough about Jalen Milroe. First, he's just a big, strong athlete, so you get your hands on him, he's hard to bring down. They were in position to get a sack, couldn't finish it, and he's able to pick up a couple of yards. So they're in that no man's territory, which looks like Kalen DeBoer is going to just line up and go for it.
It's going to be 4th down and about 4. They got to get the ball across the Michigan 41-yard line here on this initial possession of the game, scoreless in Tampa. Shotgun for Jalen Milroe. 3 receivers split wide left. He's looking that direction. Here comes the pass rush, and down he goes! Derek Moore takes him down back at the Alabama 43-yard line, and Michigan will get the football with outstanding field possession after an 11-yard loss.
The beautiful thing about that pass rush is the pass rush discipline, the pass rush lanes. That was TJ Guy, Rayshawn Benny, Derek Moore. All 3 of those guys collapsed on the quarterback, and he had no escape route.
John, you called it. You were excited to see the young defensive line against Alabama's veteran offensive line. Good start for Michigan. Wolverines will take the football field with Davis Warren at quarterback, and Jordan Marshall, the freshman, he is lined up in a slot left. Now he'll motion into the backfield. Receivers Peyton O'Leary, Samaj Morgan, and Fred Moore. Shotgun here for Davis Warren. Snap. Handoff. Jordan Marshall dancing around a tackler and down to the Alabama 41-yard line for a gain of 3, call it 4. The offensive line for Michigan, we mentioned the flip-flop up front. Evan Link will move to left tackle. And Andrew Sprague, the true freshman, getting his first career start at right tackle. In the middle is Josh Preeb, Greg Crippen, and Gio El Hadi.
Well, nice job by Max Bredesen to sorting things out. Double A-gap blitz. They drop one in that A-gap, bring the other one, and all Max has to do is, hey, who is the most dangerous that comes through that A-gap? He picked one out. They're able to pick up 3.
2 tight ends for Michigan, Bredesen and Klein. Now Bredesen shifts into the backfield. Klein splits out wide right. Jordan Marshall deep. Shotgun, snap, handoff. Jordan Marshall, not much running room as he gets the ball down to the 40. Call it a yard. It'll set up 3rd down for Michigan. Tim Smith leading the Alabama tacklers.
It'll be interesting to see Evan Lake moving from right tackle to left. It's not an easy thing to do. You got to switch over everything in your mind when the play is called. You got to switch over everything in a left-handed stance. It's not as easy as it sounds. Right hand in the ground, left hand in the ground. Just too much penetration on that left side to gain any yards.
10:54 to go first quarter. We are scoreless here at the ReliQuest Bowl. Michigan looking at a 3rd down and 6. Davis Warren in a shotgun. 3 receivers split wide right, 1 to the left. Davis has the ball, back to pass, looking over the middle, steps up in the pocket. Now he's in trouble, escapes the tackler, looking downfield, going to deliver, and it's caught at the Alabama 30-yard line. The freshman Hogan Hansen reeled it in. 1st down, Wolverines.
I really think we're going to go from Colston Loveland, one of the best tight ends in the country, to Hogan Hansen. As a freshman, we've seen his reps go up every single game. All he does on this one, as Davis Warren escapes the pocket on the right, he follows that same path and gives Davis an opportunity to make a play.
1st and 10, Michigan from the Alabama 30. We're just underway, and the skies have opened up, and rain is coming down. Grass field, the first time Michigan's played on a grass field since their last game against Alabama in the Rose Bowl. 1st and 10, Michigan, shotgun. Quick snap, throws to Kendrick Bell, who comes back the other direction and throws it to Jordan Marshall. It'll go out of bounds. If that was a backwards pass, it's a double pass. They're saying incomplete. Kendrick Bell was under heavy duress. They tried to throw back to Jordan Marshall, incomplete. It'll be 2nd down.
Tim Keenan was in between that pass, and if he had any more than a credit card vertical, that might have been an interception, but he's vertically challenged, you might say.
Steve Kusula going deep into the playbook there. His first game calling plays.
Well, they're saying it's not a backwards pass, so they get the ball back at the line of scrimmage.
2nd down and 10, and this play might get reviewed.
On the field that the 2nd pass was forward is under further review.
Well, we're going to have to look at a replay here. First pass was definitely forward, and the second one, I think, was also forward.
I think it was at least. It's really close. And boy, the skies sure are opening up.
Yeah. Jason, did you bring rain gear?
I always have a poncho in my backpack. That famous Dora backpack that I have.
Yeah. Boy.
Yeah, so I have one. I'm trying to wait to see if I want to put it on or not because it's going to be tough for me to use the mic once I put that poncho on.
Understood.
Yeah.
Well, our lead official, Tutas Salam, has gone underneath the hood, and we'll take a break here with Michigan knocking on the door early in the ReliaQuest poll. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you. From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go! Run, James! No. First base! Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Wolverine fans, it's not a Michigan game day without a Michigan-made beer. Founders Brewing Company, your official craft beer of University of Michigan Athletics, has the perfect beer for you with their Michigan Pilsner, crafted with only the best locally sourced Michigan hops and the highest quality ingredients to deliver a smooth, crisp taste. Upgrade your game day traditions with their quintessential, easy-drinking Michigan Pilsner. Founders Brewing Company, proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Welcome to Craft.
Put your luck to the test with Lucky Draw at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Fridays in January, 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. Two guests each hour will select 4 cards, arrange them in any order, and reveal to win premium play. Hit 4 of a kind to score an extra $1,000 bonus. Play your cards right and win a share of $147,000 in premium play. Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Your getaway reimagined. Visit SoaringEagleCasino.com for complete rules and details.
Well, we have a ruling down below. They are ruling the second pass, a backwards pass, and out of bounds at the Alabama 43-yard line, a 13-yard loss on first down for a Michigan offense that has been challenged when it comes to moving the chains when they get behind the chains. So we'll have this second down play momentarily. Meier's the presenting sponsor of the 2024 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. So the Wolverines will go 5 wide here. We see Joe Taylor in the game for the first time. He's split out wide right, along with Channing Goodwin, the young freshman. Kendrick Bell split out wide right as well. Hogan Hansen and Jordan Marshall split out wide to the left. Empty backfield for Davis Warren on the second down and 23 from the Alabama 43-yard line. Now they shift Jordan Marshall into the backfield. Alabama crowding the line of scrimmage. Snap, handoff, Jordan Marshall. He's got some running room up the middle across the 40, and he spins down to the 36-yard line of the Crimson Tide. Good gain there to get some of the yardage back and try and make this a third down and manageable.
Yeah, the Alabama defense, that's the second time they've lined up in this double A gap with the linebackers. They're alternating who's been dropping so far in regards to who's going to be coming, who's going to be dropping. It's very important for Greg Crippen to be able to communicate not just to the offensive line, but to Max Bredesen as well as he reads who's coming or not. And there's the double A gap again.
Shotgun here on this third down, and Jordan Marshall moving in the backfield, splitting out wide right. Back to pass is Davis Warren. He fires it to Joe Taylor, 30. Dives over a defender down to the 26-yard line. How about that for the Chelsea Bulldog? And that'll be fourth down, and here comes Dominic Zavada.
Well, as Jordan Marshall goes in motion, how many times have we seen that running back go in motion? And that's the target for the quarterback. So Davis Warren makes it look like he's throwing out there and then throws it in to Joe Taylor. So it's a nice pickup. Just, you know, when you're digging out of a hole like they were, it's really hard to convert that first down.
Dominic Zavada hasn't kicked on grass in a game since he was at Arkansas State for a game at Oklahoma. He went 0 for 2 in that game, uncharacteristically. This will be a 45-yard attempt from the right hash in the rain here in Tampa. Snap is good. Hold is good. The kick is on the way, and the kick is good. Zavada puts the Wolverines on the board with 8:15 to go. First quarter. That field goal brought to you by Citgo, top-tier tri-clean gasoline. Michigan fans, when you start with Citgo, you are good to go. Wolverines on top here early, 3-0 from Raymond James Stadium. 8:15 to go first quarter. 7 plays and 17 yards over 4 minutes and 1 second. 45-yard Dominic Zavada field goal. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
We asked our team, why did you choose to work for Michigan Medicine? Here are some of their answers.
Being able to interact with patients, offer them hope, and hopefully giving them care that they couldn't receive anywhere else is the biggest thing.
Because it's the best of the best. We have great benefits, we have great leadership.
I love what I do. This is a place where you want to be if you're looking to make change.
To our team, we say, thank you for choosing us. We shape the future of healthcare together at Michigan Medicine.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Players toward the end zone. Touchdown! Mario Manningham got it on the post, and Michigan will win.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's time to light up the season during the Ford Get Holiday Ready sales event. And right now, enjoy limited time offers on our full lineup of Ford vehicles, like the 2024 Ford F-150. Returning AZ Plan lessees can lease a 2024 Ford F-150 XLT 4x4 Super Crew for $299 a month for 24 months, with $3,849 due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $1,500 year-end sales event cash, $2,000 trade assist, and $1,500 renewal cash. Offer ends January 2nd. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. So lease a 2024 Ford F-150 for only $399 a month, only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
It is absolutely pouring rain here at Raymond James Stadium, and one sideline is loving it. The Michigan fans, the Michigan players jumping up and down. Some guys on the Alabama sideline trying to follow suit. But it looks like it might be a sloppy one here in Tampa as the skies have really opened up.
It sure has, man. Oh, man, it's coming down, and everybody's heading for some type of roof over their head.
Jason, you all right down there?
Can you guys hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's great down there. The sideline is going crazy. Great atmosphere. Not the best for me, but I'm enjoying it. Making lemonade out of lemons here.
Sure. 8:15 to go first quarter, and Michigan on top 3-0. Michigan football sponsored by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Whole health includes body and mind. And Blue Cross covers it all, from mental health resources to exercise routines. Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Zavada will kick off. His first kickoff went out of bounds. Michigan's defense got a fourth down stop. The Wolverines converted that into a field goal. And they lead it 3-0 as Zavada approaches the football and again hits a line drive. And that one will go into the end zone. Just sneaking inside the pylon. He flirted with it. Going out of bounds again.
We got some.
Oh, the guy picking up the tee. Wiped out.
He's now got the proper footwear.
That's it. You got to listen to Dan Campbell. Shoes. Got to have the right shoes.
I mean, it is coming down in sheets here in Tampa. 1st and 10 Bama from the 25-yard line. Wolverines with a 4th down sack to end Bama's first possession. Now Jam Miller in the backfield. 2 receivers split wide right. Now they bring Robbie Utes in motion. Snap is fumbled. Oh. Ball's on the ground. And the Wolverines are saying they have it. Do they? They do. Jalen Milroe fumbled the wet football on a sloppy field. And Michigan has recovered at the Alabama 19-yard line. It's Derek Moore.
Yeah, they both went down, running back Jam Miller and Jalen Milroe, to get that ball, and it just, I don't know how it popped up in the air.
Right up in the air.
And right to Derek Moore. And a great opportunity, and again, with great field position. Nice that they were able to convert that first possession into 3 points. Now you've got the ball in the red zone. You've got to be able to put 7 on the board.
And Michigan has been very good, hasn't lost a turnover battle since Illinois. And it's made a difference, and the Wolverines have it 1st and 10 from the Alabama 19-yard line, leading 3-0 here. The second time that Michigan is starting a possession in Alabama territory. Empty backfield for Davis Warren, 2 tight ends to the left. Now the motion, Benjamin Hall into the backfield. Snap, handoff to Hall, running left. Turns upfield, down to the 18, call it the 17-yard line before he is gang tackled. Gain of a couple of yards on 1st down.
Official bit the dust on that one as well, the sideline judge.
They got to go see Sonny, the Michigan equipment manager, and get the proper footwork.
Well, and this is where, I mean, as an offensive lineman, you got to love this, right? Because you're probably not going to be putting the ball in the air too much. You've got to be able to control the line of scrimmage. And this front 5 right here, the official goes down again.
Wow.
But this is where, hey, you've got to grind it out.
Wolverines with it, 2nd down and 7 from the Alabama 16-yard line. Snap and spin move from Davis Warren. He flips it to Fred Moore running right down to the 15-yard line. And it was quite a look there as Davis did a full 360 before tossing it to Fred Moore on a reverse. Gets down to the 15-yard line, and that's where he is dropped. It'll be 3rd down and medium.
Yeah, they're going with some misdirection. And what Steve Kasula said in the pregame was, hey, we've got to be able to call this offense for the talent that we have. We know that they've struggled to throw the ball downfield. The rain's not going to make that any easier. So you're going to try and bring out anything you can in the run game to try and create some misdirection, some deception for the defense.
Bray Hubbard up from his safety spot to make the stop on that 2nd down play. It'll be 3rd down and 5 for Michigan from the Alabama 15-yard line. Michigan leading 3-0. Shotgun, Davis Warren takes the snap, handoff. Benjamin Hall hesitates, plows close to the 1st down. He'll be about a yard short. And now Sharon Moore has a decision. Alabama 0 for 1 on 4th down.
Yeah, it looks like they're sending the kicking unit out. I would be okay on this one if they decided, hey, let's buckle up, let's go for it. Alabama gave you a gift with that turnover. Got to turn this into more than just 3 points.
Well, they marked him down at just inside the 12-yard line, so it's a long 2. And we'll put Zavada out there to try and extend this Michigan lead. This will be a 30-yard field goal attempt from the middle of the field. Snap is good. Kick is up, and the kick is good. And credit Hudson Holenbach on the hold, who has taken over the duties from Tommy Doman. You can tell.
Sloppy conditions.
Yeah, that's underrated part of this game.
The operation, snap, kick, hold, or snap, hold, kicks, got to be perfect every single time, and so far today it has been.
Michigan with a 4-play, 7-yard scoring drive following the fumble recovery, and the Wolverines have converted a 4th down stop and a fumble into 6 points, and they lead at 6-0 from here at the ReliaQuest Bowl in the early going. 5:52 to go, 1st quarter. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
At Greenleaf Trust, we're prepared to help you win. Our clients, having achieved financial success in their own endeavors, come to us not for what they already know, but rather to benefit from our considerable expertise. With a nearly 100% client retention rate and specialized wealth management disciplines, Greenleaf Trust's Michigan-rooted team helps clients play the long game from one generation to the next. A brighter future begins at greenleaftrust.com.
Here's Charles Woodson, Michigan legend.
As a young man, I gave my all to the Wolverines, making history, earning a Heisman Trophy, and now I'm back. Introducing Woodson Whiskey, the first spirit sponsor in school history, crafted with the same passion and excellence that defined my career. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey, where legacy meets excellence. Go blue and go Woodson Whiskey. Cheers, and please drink responsibly.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Sports betting can be fun, just like football. There's excitement, winning,
But imagine that sports betting is a 300-pound lineman coming straight at you. For tips that will help keep you on your feet, go to don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the National Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-GAMBLER.
Today's broadcast is presented by Meijer, presenting sponsor of the 2024 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. The ReliaQuest Bowl is on the air. Now let's return to Tampa for more of Michigan and Alabama.
The rain has let up a little bit the way this is going. Michigan would probably like the rain to keep coming.
Yeah, it's worked out well for him.
Dominic Zavada approaches the football. This one is a towering kick towards the end zone to our left, and the Tide will bring it out across the 10 out to the 15, and drop right there is Jeremy Bernard. And a questionable decision after hesitating, and once again, Michigan winning the battle of field position. Let's go down to Jansen and Avant. Jason, the field has taken on a lot of water here in the first 10 minutes of this game. Wolverines changing their footwear at all?
Yeah, there are some guys that are changing their footwear, but the majority of the guys have their normal turf cleats on, so we'll see how that affects the game thus far. I think they like to change them during halftime.
And then now they can go to a 7 stud?
5/8, the long ones.
Okay. Jam Miller in the backfield. Next to Jalen Milroe, 1st and 10 from the 15. Snap, handoff to Miller. Nope. Milroe pulls it, and he gets chopped down short of the line of scrimmage by Amir Hall. A short loss, and it'll be 2nd and long for Bama.
Nice discipline by Amir Hall. He knows he's got contained. If anything gets outside him, it's Katie bar the door, so he's got to maintain that outside leverage. Does a nice job of putting his hat on the outside of Jalen Milroe. So even if he breaks the tackle, he forces him back into where everybody else is coming.
3 receivers split wide to the left on 2nd down and 10. Jam Miller continues in the backfield. Remember, his backup, Justice Haynes, is reportedly committed to Michigan. Back to pass is Milroe, fires far side, and it's tipped and intercepted. Wesley Walker pulls it in at the Alabama 15-yard line.
This is one where, okay, now they've got to come up with points. Amir Hall, that's a long throw for Jalen Milroe, especially in these conditions. I know that they're cycling the balls in and out, so he should have a dry ball, but as soon as that ball hits the ground, your center puts a hand on it, he's got wet gloves, it's going to be wet. I'm not sure what Alabama's thinking by throwing the ball all the way across the field like that. Great position by Amir Hall, Wesley Walker tips it up in the air, runs underneath it, gets it. Now Michigan, for the 3rd time, now has good field position. This is the 2nd time they're taking over inside the red zone.
Yeah, great job by Wesley Walker getting out to the flat because he's the flat defender, but that's so much area to cover. He did that.
1st and 10, Michigan. Back to pass as Davis Warren's going to deliver to Hogan Hansen, and it's batted away at the goal line. As back there in coverage, the Crimson Tide give a pass breakup to Xavier Mincy.
And that's where, not having Colston Loveland, I think Colston Loveland probably reads the secondary. Davis Warren throws that ball almost behind him a little bit because he wants to lead him away from the safety that's sitting there waiting to put the hit on. And Hogan Hansen just didn't adjust to the ball.
Wesley Walker's first interception here at Michigan. Now the Wolverines split 3 receivers out wide left. One of them's Max Bredesen. Snap, handoff, Jordan Marshall up the middle. Now he's going to bounce it outside and get what he can down to about the 12 where he takes a big hit.
Yeah. That's an Alabama rejection there.
Yeah.
He did pick up a few yards, yeah, but when he got hit, boy, he bounced back.
6-0, Michigan on top. We're inside of 5 minutes to go here. First quarter.
This is a big 3rd down. They got to at least get it within 1 of the first if they can't convert the first, because this is one, you get down inside the red zone, you've got to come away with touchdowns instead of field goals every time.
3rd down and call it 7. They got to get the ball inside the Alabama 6-yard line. Davis Warren in a shotgun with 2 receivers split to either side, back to pass. Davis going to fire, and it's caught. Fred Moore, touchdown, Wolverines. Redrow.
Let's go, Fred.
Dude.
I know he's excited, and that's a great catch in these conditions with no gloves. Goes out there and makes a play. 50-50 ball, that's a playmaker right there.
That's right. Hey, there was a lot of contention there. He comes down with it. those are some plays that we wanted to see all season long. And now when we're getting a chance to look at some of these young guys, I love the fact that Steve Kasula is attacking the end zone. He knows he's got to get in the end zone, throws it up to Fred Moore and just says, go make a play. Physical coverage downfield as well. I thought there might be PI on that one.
Yeah, Jason, I want to talk to you more about that catch because we haven't seen a ton of contested catches this year.
Yeah, not at all, but it's great. These guys are going up on the sideline. You should see Ron Bellamy, Coach Ron Bellamy, he's excited. Everybody's going over excited, and they're happy for their guy.
Zavada on for the extra point. Wagner will snap it. Hudson Hollenbeck is holding. Snap is good. Ball is down. The kick is up, and the kick is good. So Michigan's defense comes through again, and the offense this time capitalizes, going 16 yards in 3 plays over 48 seconds. The first career touchdown pass caught by Fred Moore comes after Wesley Walker's second career interceptions after stops at Georgia Tech and Tennessee. That touchdown pass to Frederick Moore brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. All right, Jason, we talk about contested catches, and that was your specialty. And this Michigan receiving corps didn't do a ton of that this year. That might be the best catch a receiver has made this year in terms of, you said 50-50 ball.
Yeah, that's the type of thing that you need from guys, and that's what's going to cause these guys to go to the next level in this program, to the next level, because you can have great coverage, but you can't have great coverage with a great throw and catch by a receiver like that, and that's what we need going forward.
This ball by Zavada is banged out in the back of the northern end zone, and Alabama will take over on the 25-yard line, trailing 13-0.
Jason, let me ask you this. When was the last time you can remember a contested ball even being thrown or a play like that being called?
Yeah, not to a receiver this year. If you're going to throw a contested, it's going to Colston, right? Yeah. So it's just not something that we've seen a bunch of, and these guys are excited. You should have seen the sideline erupt, and all of the receivers, not just Fred Moore, all of the receivers felt like they caught that pass.
So the Wolverines leading 13-0. Milroe in a shotgun. Sends Jam Miller in motion out of the backfield. Back to pass is Milroe. Here comes the rush. The ball's out. It's on the ground. It's scooped up by Cameron Brandt inside the Alabama 5. Amir Hall on a blitz knocked the ball free, and Michigan will have it first and goal. A absolutely disastrous start for Alabama.
Well, I tell you what, I think
that TJ guy got his hand in there.
Yes, he
or
did.
Amir Hall, that was Amir Hall.
Jalen Milroe is a little bit overconfident. I don't think he believes that this Michigan defensive front, minus Kenneth Grant, Mason Graham, who harassed him in the Rose Bowl last January 1, was going to be able to put pressure on him. He pumps the ball, trying to go deep, and as he brings that ball back again, gets it knocked out by Wesley Walker. And I mean, now Michigan is sitting there on the 6-yard line, first and goal.
Yeah, here's the thing about that. Ryan Williams wasn't open. The guy that he was pumping for, right. Both safeties stayed back, and the corner stayed back. So he's seeing ghost out there. Great job by Wink Martindale.
They're going to review this to see if it was indeed an empty hand that came forward.
Oh, yeah. I don't think there's any – they can go ahead and review it. That's fine. I think it clearly – because he pumped – and then when the ball was down was when that ball was knocked out.
Yeah, 100% there.
Well,
unless they try to hit us with a Tom Brady tuck rule against Charles Woodson there.
Hey, Jason, we went from you having the raincoat on to now do you have your sunblock ready?
Yeah, now it's going to be humid in these next few quarters. No, I have no sunblock here, but I don't think I need it from the coast of Africa there, buddy. No, just.
We're still waiting to see a replay on this one. It looks to me like that was an empty hand that came forward, and the football went forward. And Amir Hall was the one that batted it out of Jalen Milroe's hands.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that ball's
it was just
loose.
Going back. Yeah. It wasn't even on the way forward yet.
This is not a misprint. Michigan 13, Alabama nothing with 4:08 to go first quarter. And the Wolverines, following this review, will have it first and goal from the Alabama 6.
Well, how about this defensive front? And I mentioned, I think Jalen Milroe and the experience that this Alabama offensive line is playing with. These 5 guys being able to get Caden Proctor back from injury is like they really believe that they should win that battle up front. And through 8 minutes, 10 minutes of the game so far, They are, Michigan's defensive front has been dominating.
Tuta Salam, the lead official, is out from under the hood.
After review, the ruling on the field stands. It is a first down, Michigan.
There you go. Well done, Tuta. Wolverines will have it first and goal from the Alabama 6-yard line. This is Michigan's 4th possession, all starting in Alabama territory.
Yeah, 3 of them in the red zone. And the other one was the first possession was at the 45, ended up in a field goal.
Benjamin Hall's in the backfield. Ball security's been an issue for the Crimson Tide, to say the least. Now Michigan with a chance here, make sure that they are securing the football. First and goal from the Alabama 6. Pistol formation, Davis Warren in a shotgun. Brings Samaj Morgan in motion. Hand off, Benjamin Hall up the middle inside the 5 and gets down to about the 3-yard line.
Oh, they're going to call it just inside the 5?
Well, he was inside the 5. Are they marking him back at the 5?
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, we're at about the 10-yard line on the south end, and this play is being run at the north end.
Yeah, all the action's been on that north end there. It's been a lot of fun if you're down in that end zone, but Michigan has not been able to get very much going on the inside. We saw a couple of trick plays, the 360 from Davis Warren.
Alex Orji in at quarterback here, second and goal from the 5. Orji takes the snap. He's going to roll out right. Alex looking, and nobody's open. He's going to put his head down and get what he can inside. This one's inside the 5. Let's see where they mark it. Down at the 2-yard line. Alex, a little, give him a chance to break typical protocol. They're going to have him throw.
Yeah, his first option there was to find somebody in the end zone. Nothing was there, nothing he felt comfortable with. So he decided to do what he could and try and get some yards. Now we're looking at third and goal from about the, 2.5?
Yeah, 2.5-yard line.
Wolverines go empty backfield here. Now they'll shift Benjamin Hall into the backfield. 2 tight ends to the right are Hogan Hansen and Marlon Klein. Out of hurry against the play clock. Shotgun, snap. Davis Warren's back to pass. Looking, steps up in the pocket. He's going to run and get down to about the 2, and that's where he is dropped. It'll be 4th down, and if you're Sharon Moore, do you send the field goal unit on?
Yeah.
He does.
In a game like this, and the object is to win the game.
Here comes Dan Campbell.
I want to put some guys in a position where you got young guys. You've got, obviously, Sprague at right tackle, Link at left tackle. You've got a young backfield. See what they can do on 4th down. Kasula's the one calling the plays. Put a little pressure on him as you develop your coaches. You're not just developing players, you're developing coaches as well.
Zavada on for the field goal from extra point distance. It's up and it is good. And Michigan extends its lead to 16-0 with 2:04 to go here in the first quarter. Michigan has 16 points in 4 possessions on 43 total yards.
Yeah.
It sounds about Michigan right there.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Alabama's got to feel pretty lucky that they've given up the ball 3 times in the red zone, and every time Michigan's had the ball, it's been on their side of the field, and only down 16 points at this point.
John, I agree with you in that scenario to go for it, because you know that Alabama's going to go man-to-man because they feel like they have more talented players than you. So you can devise a scheme to get a one-on-one matchup easily in that situation.
And that's where, if I'm Sharon Moore, I tell Steve Kasula, hey, give me your best man route. Give you your best man combination. You've got picks. You've got different ways that you can get guys open. And just go out there and make a play. We saw it with Fred Moore. Why not just go that same route?
16-0, Michigan on top. 2:04 to go first quarter. Zavada approaches it, and will kick off another towering kick towards the northern end zone, and this one will go into the end zone, and Alabama will take the ball at the 25-yard line.
I'm going to need Zavada to make an adjustment here.
You don't like him that corner of the end zone all the time?
Yeah, like everything is over to that left corner.
Well, only the first one went out of bounds.
That's true.
As long as he keeps kicking off, that's a good sign.
Well, and here's what I like about it is anytime you can kick outside the numbers, you cut the field in half. It makes coverage a little bit easier. Jason, I know you've been on kickoff coverage before, and it really does eliminate half the field.
Yeah, that's true.
Alabama with turnovers on its last 2 plays. Shotgun, Jalen Milroe takes the snap. Back to pass. Goes QB run up the middle. Breaks a tackle across the 30. Out to the 33-yard line. Looked like Jayshon Barham had him in the backfield, and he escaped that tackle. Gain of 8.
Jayshon Barham came unblocked, and I think, was a little surprised as he was coming off the edge. There was no one there to pick him up, and he did what he was supposed to do. You take that downfield shoulder, so you force him in the up inside the pocket.
Shotgun, Milroe takes the snap, hands it off to Jam Miller running left, and he slips as he tries to cut upfield for no gain.
Yeah, anytime you try and get to the edge, the field conditions, and I don't think the field conditions are going to get any better today from that heavy downpour that we had, is going to be an issue.
3rd down and 2. They hand it off to Jam Miller up the middle, and he just got the first down as he reaches the ball out across the 35-yard line and moved the chains for Alabama.
Well, this could be an opportunity for Michigan to start to make some adjustments as, hey, they're allowed to substitute right now.
Alabama changed personnel, so Michigan is changing personnel. 1st and 10 Alabama from the 35-yard line. Milroe in a shotgun with Jam Miller off his left hip. Now the motion Miller out of the backfield. Back to pass is Milroe. They're setting up a screen, and slipping as soon as he caught it is Ryan Williams, and that was 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage.
You know, when you talk about what this Alabama offense has been good at all year, it's Ryan Williams, it's Jeremy Bernard. They want to be able to get the ball downfield and use their athletic ability. The field conditions right now are limiting that, and they're forced to try and go with some of those wide receiver screens or just run inside the tackles.
2nd down and 12 for Bama. Milroe in a shotgun. Jam Miller continues in the backfield with 3 receivers split wide right, tight end left. Snap. Milroe goes QB draw up the middle, and he's got nothing and gets dropped by Rayshon Benny for no gain.
Well, and here's the other thing. That side of the field has seen all the action. It's pristine down on this end.
And that's where the Wolverines will be defending this 3rd down and long, because that is the end of quarter number 1, and they switch ends. Michigan leading the ReliaQuest Bowl 16-0 here after 15 minutes. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Touchdown! From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No. First base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Your official home of the Maize and Blue. The Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Are you ready to raise your game? Introducing 50 States Vodka, proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Born and bred in Chelsea, Michigan, 50 States Vodka is crafted from sweet, organic, non-GMO corn and is gluten-free with 0 additives. That's right, every drop is pure, American-made excellence from the heart of Michigan to your glass. It's time to experience the best vodka around. Make sure you're toasting with 50 States Vodka, the pride of Michigan and the choice of champions. Cheers to victory and pure Michigan spirit with 50 States Vodka. Drink responsibly.
Planning for retirement? It's like building a strong defense. You've got to protect what matters. At Foguth Financial Group, the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics, we're here to help you lock down your financial playbook. Whether you're just starting out or about to blow that final whistle of retirement, visit FoguthFinancial.com and secure your financial future. Foguth Financial Group. Peace and purpose for your money. Go Blue. Advisory services provided by Foguth Wealth Management LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. For additional information, visit advisorinfo.sec.gov and search 327434.
When rivalries heat up, choose chill. Coors Light is a proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Please celebrate responsibly. 16-0 here at the ReliaQuest Bowl. Michigan on top. Alabama facing a 3rd down and 11 from their own 34. Story of the first half, the Michigan defense, a 4th down stop. Derek Moore with a fumble recovery. You had a fumble recovery by Cameron Brandt, his first turnover of his career. Amir Hall forcing a fumble. He grew up a Bama fan. He's got interceptions in back-to-back games. Prior to the Ohio State game, he said the biggest thrill of his career was a pick 6 he had for Albany against William and Mary. You remember that?
Yes. No, I don't remember the play, but I remember him saying that.
Now he's just turned into a defensive playmaker, number 12 on the Michigan defense.
Yeah, and here's the beautiful thing is now you force him into 3rd and long. This is where Michigan has struggled at times this year, and for when you're trying to scheme up this Alabama offense, Yeah, you got to be aware about those receivers. They're going to be dangerous, especially if this side of the field is a little bit easier to maneuver on. But Jalen Milroe escaping the pocket has got to be their number one fear.
Michigan right now outgaining Alabama 43 to -2. Wolverines with 11 rushing yards, 32 passing yards. But the story of the game is the 3 Bama turnovers and the one possession they didn't turn it over. They turned it over on downs. And they're looking at a 3rd and 11 here. They got to get the ball across the Michigan 45-yard line. Check out their own 45-yard line on this first play of quarter number 2. Wolverines crowding the line of scrimmage. Milroe in a shotgun. 3 receivers split wide right. And Alabama moved before the ball was snapped.
3rd and 16.
Wow.
We'll take it. Now, it does change a little bit of what Alabama's going to do offensively. They could still send guys deep, but it's going to be a lot harder for Jalen Milroe to pick up 16 with his feet.
Number 2, offense, 5-yard penalty, 3rd down.
It's Ryan Williams, the freshman wide receiver. Outstanding start to his season, but he ended up leading the SEC in drop passes. But he's still a dangerous playmaker.
Yeah, young player.
3rd down and 16. Alabama with the same formation. Shotgun for Milroe with 3 receivers split wide right. Back to pass is Milroe. Steps up in the pocket, and he's going to try and run and slip at the 30, and down he goes. Ernest Hausman was closing in.
You can't make these sideways cuts on this field. The guys keep slipping for Alabama, not making adjustments.
And Doug, one of the things that we didn't get to in the pregame was talking about the depth and the talent at that linebacker position. We know they've got Jayshon Barham, Ernest Hausman, but we're going to start seeing some of those young players. Cole Sullivan, we started to see him at the end of the year, but that is a great example of the closing speed of these linebackers, forcing quarterbacks not to be able to just run downfield.
Alabama will punt, and back to field. And for Michigan is Samaj Morgan, who will catch it at the 20-yard line. A fair catch right there. And how about this? After starting possessions on the Alabama 44, 18, Alabama 16, and Alabama 6. Michigan will start at their own 20-yard line following a 50-yard punt.
Now we'll get a chance to see what Steve Kasula has in his pocket, starting back in their own side of the field. And I would look here early in this set of downs for them to try and open it up just a little bit and, try and loosen up this defense. Maybe spread some guys out, take a shot downfield.
Alex Orjian at quarterback for this first down play. A shot downfield from Alex at quarterback would break tendencies for sure. Samaj Morgan in the backfield along with Jordan Marshall. Snap and handoff to Marshall up the middle across the 20, battling out near the 25-yard line. And that's what he'll get, 5 yards, the freshman running back, before linebacker Juha Campbell brought him down.
And a 2nd and 5. Jason, I'll go to you on this one. 2nd and 5, even though they're back in their own territory, isn't this one where you try and send one deep?
Yeah, 2nd and 5 is a favorable down because if you don't make it, you got a 3rd and 5, which is still manageable and makeable. So, yes, 2nd and 5 is one of those type of shot downs.
To be fair, Jason always wants the Wolverines to go deep.
Yeah, but not much this year, buddy.
2nd down and 5, Davis Warren back in at quarterback. Takes the snap. Pump fake, looking downfield, and delivers to Samaj Morgan underneath. Makes a man miss, dives across the 25 out to the 28-yard line. They were looking for Peyton O'Leary deep.
And they had him.
Did they?
Oh, he had 2 steps on his guy. If he just waits just a split second longer and lets that one sail. And I'm kind of wondering the turnovers at the beginning of the year, we've seen Davis Warren come back in the second half of the year and play better. If there's still some of that in the back of his mind, like he doesn't really want to take that chance and risk the ball, that one would have been a nice risk to take because it was there.
Injured Bama defender making his way off the field. It's Jamarian Latham, the defensive lineman. It's going to be 3rd down and 2 for Michigan. Davis Warren in a shotgun. 2 receivers split wide left, 1 to the right. Benjamin Hall in the backfield. Samaj Morgan yo-yos in motion, back and forth. Handoff up the middle, and close to the first down is Jordan Marshall, and I think he got it.
I think he did as well. Yep.
Jordan Marshall, the Mr. Football in the state of Ohio, the first in Moeller High School history, a storied high school program. One other Wolverine has won Michigan, or won state of Ohio's Mr. Football.
Will that be Charles Woodson?
That would be Charles Woodson.
Yeah.
Jordan Marshall also sang in his high school choir. John, I know you.
Yeah, not quite the pipes.
Jason, did you sing in the choir?
I actually did. I also sang in the choir at Michigan.
There you go. Orji in at quarterback, 1st and 10, Michigan from the 30-yard line. Samaj Morgan goes in motion from right to left, and we get a whistle and a flag. Pre-snap penalty. Meanwhile, Orji takes a hit. The play had started. Fans want a flag. Best thing I can say about Jordan Marshall, an opposing high school coach who faced Maurice Claret 2 times and Buckeye running back Mayan Williams 4 times, said Marshall was the best he had seen.
Offense. All 11 players were not set prior to the ball being snapped. 5-yard penalty, first down.
So not all 11 players set. And again, when you've got so many moving pieces, guys going in motion, and young players, inexperienced players, those are one of the things that are going to happen. This is not the same as a team that's played, obviously going on their 13th game. It's a lot of the players that were part of that scheme during the regular season are no longer playing.
1st and 15 from Michigan, backed up to their own 25-yard line. Handoff to Marshall up the middle. He's going to bounce it outside towards the Michigan sideline. Can he turn the corner across the 30 and knocked out of bounds at the 31-yard line? Now they'll put him at the 32, a gain of 7 there for Jordan Marshall. And that play was not well blocked up the middle, and he made the most of it.
No, there was a whole lot of stalemates up front. There was nowhere to go, and that's what you want to see about a young back is can he get comfortable and improvise when there's nothing there? And when you're talking about a guy that he's compared to in Blake Corum, that's what he did so well.
2nd down and 8 for Michigan. Marshall shifts into the backfield off the left hip of Davis Warren. 3 receivers split wide left, 1 to the right. Back to pass is Davis. Then a deliver. Frederick Moore's got it. 35, 40. First down, Michigan, as he gets drilled across the 41-yard line. And that man up from his safety spot, Bray Hubbard, on the stop once again. Moved the chains for Michigan. Leading at 16-0 here with 11 minutes to go in the first half.
Well, one of the good signs is when the Alabama defensive front and Yanze Pierce, who's taking a break on this play, is clean on the front, but the back of him is all muddy. That's a nice sign that something's going well up front.
I want to get your evaluation of Andrew Sprague at right tackle when you get a moment. Pistol formation here with Marshall deep behind Davis Warren. 1st and 10 Michigan from their own 41. Handoff to Marshall up the middle. Pounds it out to the 43 before he is gang tackled there.
Well, Michigan went unbalanced right there. And they had actually Sprague, who you're talking about, in the tight end position. And if you're going to go 3 offensive linemen on one side, I would expect a little bit more movement up front. Just not a lot to be had right now. And some of it is the conditions, but, hey, you got to have all cleats in the ground when you're trying to drive that defensive line.
2nd down and 7 for the Wolverines. From their own 44-yard line. Again, pistol formation with the freshman Jordan Marshall deep. Alabama showing a 4-man front. Davis Warren back to pass. Here comes a pass rush. He's in trouble. Bails out of there. Looking downfield, and he's just going to throw it away. Smart decision there by Davis to live and play for another down, especially up 16-0 here.
Well, you were talking about Andrew Sprague, and, young freshman get an opportunity to start at right tackle. What I really like about him is his balance. Even on that play there, he's passing off a linebacker blitz to Giovanni El-Hadi, and as he's coming inside, he's going to have to manage that defensive lineman who you know is not going to stay in there. You're going to have to change directions. He's doing a nice job of changing direction, but keeping good balance at the same time, a nice base.
4 wide for Michigan on this 3rd down and 7. Snap. Wolverines are going to run it with Benjamin Hall, and he's going to get stacked up right at the line of scrimmage. There's a flag down right at the line of scrimmage, and it's, I believe, going to be an illegal formation against Michigan.
Illegal formation, offense. There were more than 4 players lined up in the backfield. The penalty is declined. It's 4th down.
Jason, I don't know if you're on the line of scrimmage there. Was that just a tackle that was too far back?
Yeah, so it looked like, from my standpoint, that it looks like the tackle needs to move up a little bit.
Left or right?
To me, it looked like the left because it was the guy.
Evan Link.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. Hudson Hollenbach for the first time. His first collegiate punt. Transfer from Mississippi State. a left-footed punter. Watched him in warm-ups, and at times he's been very impressive prior to games. And he puts his left foot into this one, and Ryan Williams will field it at the 16-yard line and drilled immediately. Downfield, making that tackle, was Bryson Cusdahl. No return for Ryan Williams, and Alabama will take over at their own 16-yard line following a 39-yard punt.
Hey, John.
Yeah.
I got to give you an update. Coach Ron Bellamy just came over and cursed the receivers out for not getting on the line, so I'm pretty sure it was the receivers.
There we go.
Michigan leading at 16-0 with 9:14 to go here in the first half. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Put your luck to the test with Lucky Draw at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Fridays in January, 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. Two guests each hour will select 4 cards, arrange them in any order, and reveal to win premium play. Hit 4 of a kind to score an extra $1,000 bonus. Play your cards right and win a share of $147,000 in premium play. Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Your getaway reimagined. Visit SoaringEagleCasino.com for complete rules and details.
This season, Abbott and the Big Ten teamed up to host the first ever conference-wide blood donation competition to help fight the greatest blood shortage in a generation. The We Give Blood Drive helps save as many as 60,000 lives, thanks to alumni, students, and Wolverine fans like you. But the need for blood donations doesn't stop here. Go to big10.org/Abbott to sign up to give blood and save lives. Abbott, proud partner of the Big Ten Conference and Michigan Athletics.
Start your 2025 planning by supporting the Wolverines. Michigan Athletics is offering ticket discounts on upcoming events to ring in the new year. All you got to do is head over to mgoblue.com/promo and enter promo code NEWYEAR, all one word, to check out some great deals on tickets for select winter sports events. That's mgoblue.com/promo with promo code NEWYEAR, all one word, to join us for some big events at discounted prices. Happy New Year from Michigan Athletics.
Doug Karts, John Jansen, Jansen and Avant down on the field. Tampa, Raymond James Stadium, the ReliQuest Bolt. Michigan on top, 16-0 with 9:14 to go in the first half. Alabama with the football on their own 16-yard line. The Crimson Tide have turned it over 3 times. The Michigan defense, well, they're playing without 4 potential first-round picks, and they don't look like they've lost a step, at least so far today. But Alabama very talented. You don't want to see them get going. Milroe in a shotgun back to pass. Going to deliver, and he's got his tight end out near the 20. Complete for a gain of 5 on first down. That is Josh Cuevas.
Well, and with the propensity that Milroe has had to turn the ball over, you want to make him go the length of the field. So keep everything in front of you.
They go quickly. Jam Miller's got a hole off the left side out to the 25-yard line, just shy of the sticks. Check that was Richard Young on the carry, his first carry of the game. It'll be 3rd down and short for Alabama. And they'll go immediately to the line of scrimmage. Milroe in a shotgun. Snap. Hand off to Young, and he's got the first down on second effort out to the 27-yard line.
Yeah, we've seen Alabama use tempo in almost every drive that they've had so far, getting the line of scrimmage, trying to get things going before Michigan can get set and communicate.
Alabama again going hurry up. First down from their own 27. Milroe back to pass. Here comes a blitz, and down he goes! Derek Moore arriving at the quarterback after Jimmy Rolder forced Milroe up in the pocket. A loss of 9 on first down.
And that's what we thought we would see from Derek Moore all season long. And it was not that it wasn't there. It was just that Josiah Stewart or Mason Graham was getting there before Derek Moore could get there. And here's what I like about it is you're going to gamble at some point, and you're going to have to get a win. TJ Guy was covering the tight end, and it's not a matchup that I like. But when you can win up front, those are some of the gambles that you're willing to take.
And we get a whistle and a timeout taken by Michigan. with 7:39 to go first half, and the Wolverines on top 16-0. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Wolverines on top 16-0 here in the Rely Quest Bowl. We have a timeout. Alabama looking at a 2nd down and 18 deep in their own territory. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Haskins scores untouched from the 4-yard line.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Here's Charles Woodson, Michigan legend.
As a young man, I gave my all to the Wolverines, making history, earning a Heisman Trophy, and now I'm back. Introducing Woodson Whiskey, the first spirit sponsor in school history, crafted with the same passion and excellence that defined my career. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey, where legacy meets excellence. Go blue and go Woodson Whiskey. Cheers, and please drink responsibly.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup as the top college athletic programs for the 2024-25 college athletics season? You can follow the standings of your favorite team or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2025 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
Doug Harsh, John Jansen, Jansen and Avant back at Raymond James Stadium with Michigan on top 16-0 here in the Rely Quest Bowl over Alabama. Derek Moore, who was 10th in the Big Ten in QB pressures, or as Wink Martindale called them, kind of side-eye, almost sacks. Derek Moore had 2 sacks all season. He's got 2 in the first half in this game. He did not love his experience at Busch Gardens on the Serengeti Flyer.
Oh, he didn't?
He did not like the ride.
Oh.
And said, get me out of here and get me back to the hotel. Out on the football field.
He's flying high. He certainly
terror.
is. And Wink is doing a great job of getting him one-on-one with that left tackle. I like that matchup, and I like the confidence that he's playing with because I mentioned TJ Guy. He was lined up on the tight end who was in the slot. Not a great matchup. I don't like him in coverage, but if you're going to gamble there, you better get home. They created a one-on-one matchup with a walk-up linebacker next to Derek Moore. And at that point, you just say, hey, you've got to win before they do on TJ Guy.
Jimmy Roller and Jaden Hood in for the Michigan defense at the linebacker spots, and they crowd the line of scrimmage on the 2nd down and 18. Jalen Milroe back to pass. Wolverines bring an extra rusher. Milroe is going to dump it off and incomplete. Looking for his tight end, C.J. Dupree, the transfer from Maryland. And under duress, not a good pass. It'll be 3rd down.
Boy, they are really in the head of Jalen Milroe right now. I know the pocket was starting to collapse a little bit, but I think he still had some more time to keep his eyes downfield and just went for the outlet, but didn't even look.
3rd and 18 with the ball on the 19-yard line of the Crimson Tide. They have to get it across their own 37. Back to pass is Jalen Milroe. He's going to let one go deep down the near sideline, and the closest man to it was Zeke Berry. Dives incomplete. Ryan Williams was who he was looking for. Berry ranging over from his safety spot. Had a chance at it. Would have been a heck of an interception, but it's 4th down for the Crimson Tide.
Well, and this is where I think Jalen Milroe, he's got some antsy feet right now, and rightfully so. He's been hit. He's turned the ball over. Not a lot of confidence, but he had plenty of time to hold on to that ball. If he just holds on to it for another half second, that might be a completion.
Alabama has run 22 plays offensively for 2 total yards. Back to punt is James Burnett for the Crimson Tide. puts his right foot into it. Samaj Morgan will range over and signal for a fair catch and make it inside the 30. Good punt. Another one from Burnett. And Michigan will have the football with 7:22 to go in the first half and a 16-0 lead. 54 yards on the punt.
Hey, Jason, what's the sun like down there? Because I think that was one where I know Samaj, he's a threat to return it, but just didn't on that one. Was the sun a factor?
Yeah, I'm kind of mimicking Samaj's position. It's the sun that will be right in his face in that scenario.
Yeah. Glad he came down with possession.
Well, ball security has been an issue for the Crimson Tide, not for the Wolverines so far. And it's important here in their own territory. And we get a whistle, and Alabama's going to take a timeout before this first play of this drive. Well, John, what do you think of the job that Wink Martindale has done the last 6 quarters?
Well, yeah, the last 6 quarters have been very impressive. And, I mean, here's what I like about what he's doing right now. This is a preview of what we could see next year, whether it's Derek Moore, TJ Guy, it's those guys in the middle, but how he's using his linebackers right now.
Wolverines on top 16-0. We got a timeout. Michigan football from their own 29-yard line. When we continue, this is Michigan football from Learfield.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, Go Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search Go Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's Go Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No. First base!
Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
With the enhanced engine performance and fuel economy of newly reformulated Tri-Clean gas from Citgo, you're good to go. But good to go where? Exotic bird shopping?
Pick me.
To your Tuesday night bowling league?
Woo! That's a turkeys.
Good to go try your luck at bingo.
G32.
Good to go to a lumberjack competition.
I'm gonna move my car.
New top-tier Tri-Clean gas from Citgo. The most advanced fuel we've ever made. Now you're good to go.
Doug Harsh, John Jansen, Jansen and Avant back at the ReliaQuest Bowl on Tampa. Michigan on top of Alabama, 16-0. 3 turnovers for the Crimson Tide. Michigan cashing in with 3 field goals and a touchdown. The Wolverines also stopped Alabama in their initial possession on a 4th down. And since then, it's been kind of calmed down here a little bit, but after a furious start and a furious rainstorm, at one point we saw an arc.
Yep, everybody was coming off 2 by 2.
The Wolverines have it 1st and 10 from their own 29-yard line. Alabama showing a 4-man front. Snap, handoff, Jordan Marshall up the middle, puts his head down and plows out to the 33-yard line.
And I know Michigan has been running in between the tackles. And down on the goal line, I was wondering if they might be able to get to the edge. We've seen Alabama try and get to the edge. Field conditions may dictate the fact that, hey, right now everything's going to be in between the tackles. And when you get Jordan Marshall or Ben Hall with a head of steam, so far I like the odds of being able to pick up a few yards. And second and 6, 2nd and 7 is something I can live with.
And that's what it is from the 32-yard line. Davis Warren in a shotgun. Back to pass, fires. Samaj Morgan's got it, and can he break a tackle? He does, but here comes the cavalry for Alabama, and they knock him out of bounds. Maybe give him a yard there to the 33. They tried to set up a wide receiver screen.
Hey, Jason, I don't know if you saw the end of that play there. If Samaz just has a little bit of patience after he catches it instead of turning and running, do you think he sees Max Bredesen's block is able to come inside a little bit more instead of just running into an Alabama defender?
Yeah, you're exactly right there. Sometimes you have to catch the ball and just react to what you see, and Max Bredesen is not going to win like practice. It's the game. You have to make adjustments.
Bunch formation of receivers split out to the left. Davis Warren in a shotgun. Snap, going to fire to Jordan Marshall, and he gets drilled just as the ball gets there. And I'm not sure it was even complete. Was that a bounce pass?
Yeah. The ball was just way too low. And
they had numbers out there. That play had a lot of promise. But a bad throw from Davis, just his third incompletion. Deshaun Jones was the man that hit Jordan Marshall immediately, but the ball was incomplete nonetheless. And Michigan going to be forced to punt with 6:02 to go in the half. And the Wolverines on top 16-0.
Well, I like the fact that Michigan has protected the football. Number one thing offensively is just simply don't turn the ball over, and they've been good at it so far.
Hudson Hollenbach with a low-line drive punt that's going to bounce in front of Ryan Williams and then roll out of bounds at the Alabama 28-yard line. And that's where the Crimson Tide will take over, 40-yard punt with 5:56 to go, and a Bama offense that has done very little other than turn it over. They've got more turnovers than yards. True story.
It's been a tough go for this Alabama offense to start, and it's all been generated by this defense. It's the pressure they put on Jalen Milroe. It's the fact that even in the rain, Jalen Milroe didn't secure the ball, and now they're obviously playing from behind, but playing with not a lot of confidence.
Shotgun for Milroe. Jam Miller in the backfield. Snap. Hand off to Miller. Nope, they go reverse and running right, and jumping over a Wolverine is Rico Scott, and he's across the 50 into Michigan territory and knocked out of bounds by Quentin Johnson. And the ball's marked at the Michigan 44-yard line.
Well, I mean, the ball fake in the backfield wasn't the greatest. Michigan's defense needs to be a little bit more aware of what's going on, and it's not looking with eyes in the backfield, it's feeling where the blocks are coming from. They got reached on the right, and once that happens, the speed of Alabama is going to take over.
1st and 10 Alabama from the Michigan 43. Back to Bass is Milroe. They set up a screen to the tight end. It's Dupree to the 40. The ball is out, and it's picked up by one of the offensive linemen, and he's going to run it for a first down inside the 30. It's Elijah Pritchard, the right tackle. As Dupree, the ball came out. We'll have to see who forced the fumble.
That's an offensive lineman's dream. Look what I found.
Yeah.
And here I go. Ernest Hausman was first one there.
I think it was Dom Nichols forced the fumble, the true freshman.
Well, I like the pursuit. And sometimes it's just the way the ball bounces. It bounced right up into the offensive lineman's hands.
You got another 5 yards out of it and a first down. Snap. Jam Miller bounces it outside right. Turns it inside the 25 and is spotted right there. Jayshon Barham leading the Michigan tacklers along with TJ Guy. TJ Guy named a captain for this game. Ended up finishing second on the Michigan team in sacks with 5.5.
I'm curious what the officials were looking at. Michigan had 12 men on the field as that ball was snapped.
You don't get away with that very often.
No.
2nd down and 6 for the Crimson Tide. Empty backfield for Jalen Milroe. Takes the snap, back to pass. Stepping up and delivering. He's got a man wide open at the goal line and in for a touchdown. It's the tight end, Robbie Oots, from 24 yards, and Alabama is on the board here in Tampa.
That's what Alabama can do. They've got a lot of speed. And Derek Moore puts another hit on Jalen Milroe, but he is just a split second late. One of those quarterback pressures, an almost sack, as Wink talked about. But if you can't get home, you're going to have to be able to play in the secondary, and there's just too many weapons. Alabama eventually is going to hit some.
On for the extra point for the Crimson Tide is Graham Nicholson. 52 out of 52 on PATs this year. Snap is good, kick is low, but good. And Alabama is on the board as Michigan's lead now chopped to 16-7 with 4:06 to go here in the first half.
Yeah, this is where Michigan's offense needs to put together a drive. Take some time off the clock At worst, you got to go in up at halftime 16-9. But if you could show that you could put together a couple of first downs, either get within Dominic Zavada field goal range, which is not as close as you're going to need for some kickers, but put something together so that you have a threat of what you can do offensively here in the second half.
Alabama goes 71 yards in 4 plays over a minute 50. The big play being the reverse to Rico Scott for 28 yards. And another fumble, this time, however, recovered by the Crimson Tide.
John, you were talking about T.J. Gott. T.J. Gott got caught up in that play right there where he was in coverage, ended up on one of the guys and got his eyes in the backfield.
Well, and that's what happens, right? When you know that you're vulnerable in one spot, you put T.J. Guy on the tight end. It's not a great matchup, and you're going to have some of those, but then you've got to be able to win on the other side. Derek Moore, earlier in the game, gets home for the sack. This one doesn't get home in time, and it ends up in a touchdown.
Keyshawn Harris and Joe Taylor deep to field this kickoff from Connor Talty. And it's going to be Joe Taylor from the goal line to the 5 to the 10. And he's hit at the 15 and dropped at the 17-yard line. And that's where Michigan will take over.
A lot of young guys on special teams. It's where they're going to get their first experience. And you got to do a better job of when Alabama is running down on kickoff coverage, identifying your guy, make sure that you have no free runners on the returner. That right there, Joe Taylor had absolutely no chance to return that ball.
Davis Warren at quarterback for the Wolverines here. 2 receivers split to the left, 1 to the right. It's like Ben Hall in the backfield now for Michigan. We expect to see Micah Apana at some point today as well, the true freshman. Snap, handoff to Hall, puts his head down and burrows forward across the 20-yard line out to the 22. Gain of 3 on first down, clock running, 3:50 to go in the half, and the Wolverines up 9.
Other than a touchdown to Fred Moore, have they really threatened the secondary of this Alabama defense? And now that the sun is out, the ball should be relatively dry. Michigan at some point is going to have to go downfield.
They had O'Leary on one play, but threw it to the flat.
Yeah.
Davis Warren in a shotgun. 2 tight ends to the left, 2 receivers that direction as well. Now they shift Ben Hall into the backfield. Snap, handoff to Hall running left. He's got some room across the 30, and he's got a first down as he's chopped down right there. Benjamin Hall with a good run. Gain of 9. Bray Hubbard up from his safety spot to make the stop.
Well, nice job coming back across the formation for Ben Hall. He saw the hole open up, and sometimes if a young running back doesn't have the patience, you've got to create the patience by making him go the long way to get to that backside tackle.
Wolverines 1st and 10, 2:54 to go in the half. Davis Warren in a shotgun. Benjamin Hall continuing at running back. 2 tight ends to the left. Peyton O'Leary goes in motion. Handoff up the middle to Hall, dancing around and gets back to the line of scrimmage and maybe a yard from there.
Yeah, there's just Michigan's offensive line right now has given up too much penetration. You follow up a really nice 8-yard run by Ben Hall with some good movement. You've got to be consistent of being able to get some movement up front and allow your running back to get a rhythm going.
Wolverines will have to snap the football before the 2-minute timeout here. Play clock down to 14. Game clock at 2:15 to go. 16-7, Michigan on top, looking at a 2nd down and 9 from their own 31-yard line. Davis Warren in a shotgun, back to pass, going to deliver. He's got Fredro wide open, and he's got it for a first down and dropped right away at the Alabama 46-yard line by Bray Hubbard. Blown coverage there for Bama, gain of 15. And Michigan is on the move as we hit the 2-minute timeout here at the ReliQuest Bowl in Tampa. Wolverines on top, 16-7, and looking for more. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
We asked our team, why did you choose to work for Michigan Medicine? Here are some of their answers.
Being able to interact with patients, offer them hope, and hopefully giving them care that they couldn't receive anywhere else is the biggest thing.
Because it's the best of the best. We have great benefits, we have great leadership.
I love what I do. This is a place where you want to be if you're looking to make change.
To our team, we say, thank you for choosing us. We shape the future of healthcare together at Michigan Medicine.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's time to light up the season during the Ford Get Holiday Ready sales event. And right now, enjoy limited time offers on our full lineup of Ford vehicles, like the 2024 Ford Escape. The Escape comes with Bliss, blind spot information system, with cross traffic alert and plenty of cargo space to fit your lifestyle needs. Right now, AZ Plan trade-in lessees can lease a 2024 Ford Escape SUV active all-wheel drive for $279 a month for 24 months, with $1,789 due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $1,500 year-end sales event cash and $3,500 trade assist cash. Offer ends January 2nd. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. So lease a 2024 Ford Escape for $279 a month only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Oh, I was looking around. I thought he was.
15-yard reception by Frederick Moore has moved the ball out to the 46-yard line here with 2 minutes to go in the first half. Moore with 3 catches for 37 yards. He wears the number 3 because that was the big play receiver number at Cardinal Ritter High School, and they just retired the number 3 this year because it was worn by Jamison Williams of the Detroit Lions at that school.
John? Jason, I was asking you at the break, and I appreciate you going out on the field to test it out. What are the field conditions like now that the sun is out?
Yeah, so it's improving, but here's the thing that you got to think about. When it was raining, there's a lot of divots, especially in the middle of the field. So you're going to see guys continue to slip because the field is in worse condition because of all the divots when it was raining. So I think they're going to have to make some adjustments here at halftime with changing their footwear.
Well, the Wolverines excelled in the rain. And Bama, they treated the rain like it was an ice storm or something. They fumbling and throwing interceptions and drop snaps.
I mean, those Southern guys can't play in the weather? Is that what you're saying?
Just saying. Of course, they had problems with the quarterback center exchange in Pasadena under pretty good conditions as well last January 1st. 1st and 10 for the Wolverines from their own 46-yard line, leading at 16-7 here in Tampa. Davis Warren in a shotgun, claps his hands, handoff. It's Benjamin Hall running left, and he gets maybe a yard behind the left side of that Michigan offensive line. Josh Preeb and Evan Link.
Well, I know I said it would be nice to go into halftime up 16-7, but it'd be even nicer to go up with a little bit more of a lead. And this Michigan offense, that still huddling up, only a minute, 35 left to go.
Well, you're about 10, 12, 15 yards, I'd say, away from Zavada range. 15 yards. Snap, handoff to Jordan Marshall running left, and he gets hit in the backfield and buried. And Bama might use a timeout here. They do, with a minute 20 to go in the half.
I know you don't want to throw an incompletion and stop the clock and save a timeout for Alabama, but at some point you're going to have to threaten that secondary.
Well, they might be playing a little bit of to their strengths here, complementary football. We've talked about how last year's team did it and this year's team didn't.
Yeah.
But with a 16-7 lead and the defense playing the way it has, with the exception of the last drive, I don't want to just concede a possession here, but punting and playing defense plays to the strength of what we've seen so far today.
Yeah, but there's also a mentality in this game where you're going to have to test some guys to see what you have going into spring. And, put some guys in positions to go out and make plays. And you might find something like a Fred Moore, a contested catch for a touchdown. Now all of a sudden, hey, that's something you could build on with him. There's other guys that you could see. Samaj Morgan, I'd like to see him get downfield and see if he can make either a contested catch or just run by his defender.
It's going to be a 3rd down and 10 from the 46-yard line. 2 receivers split to either side. Davis Warren in a shotgun. Alabama crowding the line of scrimmage. They bring an extra rusher. Michigan picks it up. Ball's delivered. Peyton O'Leary's got it, and he can't break a tackle. He is down at the 48-yard line of the Crimson Tide, shy of the 1st down. And Alabama's going to let the clock run, and now we get a whistle, and they will use their final timeout.
Final charge timeout of the half.
Well,
30 seconds in.
It's going to be 4th and 3.
if you're playing complimentary football, this is one where you don't debate, you just punt the ball.
But
if you're inside the 5-yard line and you don't go for it on 4th and goal from the 2, you're not going to go for it on 4th and 3 from midfield.
Is Zavada warming up?
Well,
he's just making Alabama think that they're going to kick it. This is grass. It's a wet field. I don't think there's any chance.
It'd be a 66-yard attempt from here.
Yeah. Offense is coming off the field. They're going to punt.
Yeah, I can't blame him for this decision, but at some point, if you're going to beat Alabama, at some point you got to make a play.
Yeah.
And they're so close to Zavada range, but they're going to send out Hudson Hollenbach in the punt team. And Ryan Williams will back up to his own 10-yard line. I will say this now. It increases the sense of urgency to get to halftime up 16-7. Michigan will get the football to start the second half. The defense has to do the job. First, the special teams have to do the job.
Gunner's got to get good releases.
Hollenbach standing on his own 38-yard line. Good snap. Puts his left foot into it. End-over-end punt. Williams will let it bounce at the 10. It's down inside the 5 now, and it's down at the 3-yard line by William Wagner, the long snapper. And that is how you do it.
Yep, special teams getting the job done. Check that box now. It's the defense.
Alabama will have it. They're going to mark it at the 4. They're out of timeouts. 58 seconds to go in the half, and they trail it by 9.
I would expect some type of run or draw, maybe a quarterback run from Jalen Milroe, just to test to see if they can pop one for maybe 20, 25 yards. Then they might take a shot downfield. If not, hey, this is just run out the half.
This is the end where it is predominantly Michigan fans and TJ Guys getting them up. Getting everybody fired up here. Milroe standing in his own end zone. Claps his hands. Hand off up the middle. It's Jam Miller out near the 10, across the 10 into the 11, where Cameron Brandt rides him to the ground. Clock running, 48 seconds to go in the half. Alabama will quickly get to the line of scrimmage. Milroe claps his hands, hand off to Miller again, and he's near the first down. They're going to have him shy of the first down. Derek Moore leading the Michigan tacklers.
Nice job of Derek Moore keeping an eye on Jalen Milroe, forcing the handoff and then collapsing down to make the play.
We got a timeout down below. Was it Michigan that took a timeout on 3rd and 1
half a
with
yard.
37 seconds to go in the half?
Well, if they get a stop here, what they're hoping for is maybe Alabama obviously would punt. Maybe they get a shank punt, get some good field position, maybe a good return.
See what the Crimson Tide do here.
It's kind of a good timeout because it kind of ensures that Alabama will run the ball in this situation to get the 3rd and 1 rather than take a shot.
Yeah. Josiah Edmond in now, the freshman cornerback. He'll be on a slot receiver to the left. Bama's got 3 receivers out there. To their right, Michigan's defense to the left. It's 3rd down and 1. 37 seconds to go in the half. They go QB run with Milroe, and he's got the first down. This could be trouble. 20, 25, down the far sideline to the 40, to the 50, into Michigan territory, and dragged down at the 45-yard line with 28 seconds to go in the half, and this is the exact opposite of what you wanted. We have an injured Bama player. It's Jaden Roberts, and he's well behind the play, and he Milroe. And they're calling a timeout for Jaden Roberts. And Alabama is now thinking maybe field goal or more with 28 seconds to go. That is about the best case scenario for Bama and the worst case scenario for Michigan.
Yeah. There's no 10-second runoff in that situation, huh?
There is no 10-second runoff option.
There you go, Jason, your explanation from Tuta Salam, our lead official. Ball's marked at the Michigan 46-yard line with 28 seconds to go in the half.
Well, we've seen field conditions being an effect for Alabama's offense. That time, it looked like Zeke Berry just overcommitted on the run, and when Jalen Milroe cut it outside, he couldn't make the shift. to make that play. But as we talked about earlier with Amir Hall, he had done a nice job of forcing everything back inside. And on that one, when you get caught outside by Zeke Berry.
Clock running now. Alabama's got it. Back to pass is Milroe. Michigan's pass rush getting there. Now he's got a man down the far sideline. It's caught inside the 10. Down to the 5-yard line is Jeremy Bernard, and that stops the clock with 19 seconds to go. And now this end-of-half scenario is looking like it could be a near disaster for Michigan. Ball's marked at the 5-yard line. Alabama lines up, and they will clock it with 17 seconds to go. Alabama, 2 plays have gone from a 3rd and 1 now to a first and deep in their own territory to a 1st and goal.
And they started this drive on their own 4-yard line. That's the disappointing part. Under a minute to play. And now they're going to have 4 shots at the end zone.
Well, 3.
That was the second time they have this little delay of the guy going down the field on a wheel type of a route. We got to make an adjustment.
2nd and goal for Bama from the 6. 17 seconds to go in the half. Shotgun for Milroe. Now an empty backfield as Jam Miller motions out. He's going to fire far side and is tipped and incomplete. Amir Hall in coverage gets the pass breakup as they went Ryan Williams. They threw a jump ball. Amir thinks he should have picked it off.
He was in position.
With 13 seconds to go. 3rd and goal from the 6.
Nice position by Amir Hall. And that's just one of those, 50-50 balls. Jalen Milroe threw it up, gave his receiver a chance, but Amir Hall was there to make the play.
Alabama can't run it with Milroe unless they do, and he scores because they wouldn't be able to get a field goal attempt. 13 seconds to go. They're out of timeouts. Milroe in a shotgun. Wolverines bring an extra pass rusher. Back to passes Milroe. It's going to fire corner of the end zone and incomplete. Looking for Bernard again. And it'll be 4th down, and Alabama will send down the field goal unit with 8 seconds to go.
Well, Michigan brought the house, put everybody in man coverage, and he had a receiver open, but when you are under duress, you got to let that ball go. He just threw that one out of bounds, and that's the effect that pressure will have on a quarterback.
This will be just a 29-yard attempt for Graham Nicholson, who's 6 of 8 on the year. Try and cut into this Michigan lead. The snap is good. Ball set down. The kick is on its way, and the kick is good. And Alabama gets 3 points out of the end-of-half scenario. After starting on their own 4-yard line, they have to be pleased about that. And Sherrone Moore may be regretting using that timeout on 3rd and 1, but he was trying to get the football back. 8 plays, 90 yards in a drive that, is this right, it only lasted 30 seconds? Wow. Doesn't seem right.
54 seconds.
54 seconds, okay.
Still took forever. College football with stopping of the clock.
Yeah, 8 plays, 90 yards, 54 seconds. And, I mean, nobody's going to sit here and say that Sherrone Moore made the mistake. He's probably sitting there going, well, I just wish I had let the clock run. But that's what you do. You try and force them to make a play. Alabama just made a play.
And it was Jalen Milroe. So Michigan led it 16-0. It's now 16-10. 4 seconds to go in the half. Connor Tulte will kick off. Joe Taylor and Keyshawn Harris deep for Michigan. As Tulte approaches the football, and they'll go squib kick. And this one will roll into the end zone. Past Joe Taylor, and Michigan will get the ball at the 25.
Yep. Have the ball start the second half.
Well, that's an important fact here. They've only scored on the 4 possessions that they took over in Alabama territory. They've moved the chains a little bit, but...
Yeah, but they're not stringing enough first downs together. They're not stringing enough good plays together where, hey, you pick up a first down on the ground, and then it just stalls out right away with 2, whether they're lost yardage plays or you get stalemated at the line of scrimmage. You got to find a way, as Michigan heads to halftime, to be able to get some rhythm offensively so that you're not just trying to score when Alabama gives you the ball in the red zone.
Michigan leading at 16-10. They played Alabama in the Citrus Bowl a few years back, and they were leading at 16-14 at the half. And Alabama ran away and hit in the fourth quarter. Wolverines, as you mentioned, will get the football to start the third quarter, see if they can get something going offensively with a 6-point lead here in Tampa. Halftime festivities to come, including analysis from our Jack Miller and Jansen and Avant. Scores and previews for other games around the country with Rob Joyce back in our studios. And then second half action ahead from here in Tampa at the ReliQuest Bowl. 16-10, Wolverines on top. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain. Football season is here, and like the national champs, we have unbeatable deals at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor. Whether you're tailgating or heading to the stadium, Lexus of Ann Arbor has the perfect vehicle for every fan. Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor is all about performance, precision, and excellence, just like the Wolverines. Whether you're looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle, our winning team can help you drive like a champion. Stop by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of Michigan Athletics, or get started today at lexusofannarbor.com.
And we pause for a word over this, the very maize and blue Michigan Football Network.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Grand Traverse Resort and Spa presents the 30-second radio hour.
Woo! I ask you, Donna, is cross-country skiing great or what? Yeah, I'm speechless too. Finding your true north can really take your breath away. No breath. Couldn't have said it better myself.
Discover your true north moment amid the wonders of nature at Grand Traverse Resort and Spa.
Hey, Donna, how about some snowshoeing after this?
Are you kidding me?
Grand Traverse Resort and Spa. No truer north.
I love watching my child grow through football, learning values and life skills that extend beyond the playing field. Now, there are more ways to play than ever before, from flag to tackle and beyond, with opportunities for boys and girls at any age. To find the right team, explore FutureForFootball.com's new League Locator tool and explore nearby leagues. It's never been easier to get your family involved in the game.
Let's break down the first half of action. Welcome to the Halftime Show, driven by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics. Online at lexusofannarbor.com. Analysis, highlights, and stats are on the way. Now, here's your host, Rob Joyce.
Halftime from Tampa, Michigan leads Alabama 16-10. We'll get the ball to start the third quarter as we look back at the opening 30 minutes with the first half highlights. Crimson Tide got the football first. Right away, Alabama rolled the dice, picked up a first down to get into Wolverine territory, then went for it on 4th and 4 just inside midfield.
Shotgun for Jalen Milroe. 3 receivers split wide left. He's looking that direction. Here comes the pass rush, and down he goes! Derek Moore takes him down back at the Alabama 43-yard line, and Michigan will get the football with outstanding field possession after an 11-yard loss.
Not the last time we say Derek Moore's name in the first half. Michigan takes over in plus territory for its opening possession, and it would take advantage. Got one first down to get in a field goal range. Then in the rain, Dominic Zavada opened the scoring a 45-yard field goal. 7 minutes in, it's 3-0 Michigan. And at this point, it's a deluge in Tampa, and it showed on the first play of the ensuing Alabama drive.
2 receivers split wide right. Now they bring Robbie Utes in motion. Snap is fumbled. Oh. Ball's on the ground, and the Wolverines are saying they have it. Do they? They do. Jalen Milroe fumbled the wet football on a sloppy field, and Michigan has recovered at the Alabama 19-yard line. It's Derek Moore.
Moore with 2 splash plays early. This one puts the ball inside the red zone. Michigan would turn it into points, just not 6 points. Another Zavada field goal makes it 6-0 Maize and Blue 9 minutes in. Then the rain stopped, but the turnovers did not.
Jam Miller continues in the backfield. Remember, his backup, Justice Haynes, is reportedly committed to Michigan. Back to pass is Milroe, fires far side, and it's tipped and intercepted. Wesley Walker pulls it in at the Alabama 15-yard line.
Walker's first Michigan interception again puts it inside the red zone for the offense, and this time the U of M makes Bama pay the full price.
3rd down and call it 7. They got to get the ball inside the Alabama 6-yard line. Davis Warren in a shotgun with 2 receivers split to either side, back to pass. Davis going to fire, and it's caught. Fred Moore, touchdown, Wolverines. Redrow.
Let's go, Fred.
Dude.
A tremendous catch along the near sideline by Fred Moore makes up the game's first touchdown. It's 13-0 Michigan. 2 Alabama turnovers in a flash. Surely couldn't happen again.
Back to pass is Milrow. Here comes the rush. The ball's out. It's on the ground. It's scooped up by Cameron Brandt inside the Alabama 5. Amir Hall on a blitz knocked the ball free, and Michigan will have it first and goal.
In 4 offensive snaps, Alabama turned it over 3 times. Makes it first and goal for Michigan. No touchdown this time. Would get as close as the 2-yard line before Zavada has his 3rd field goal of the quarter. End of 1. It's 16-0 Michigan. 4 scoring drives. A combined 43 yards for Michigan to get those 16 points. And after Alabama punted early in the second, it had negative 1 yard of offense. Midway through the second, it had 2 yards of offense, but would get going with 6 minutes to halftime. Gains of 28 and 15, put the ball inside the Wolverine 30.
2nd down and 6 for the Crimson Tide. Empty backfield for Jalen Miller. Takes the snap, back to pass. Stepping up and delivering, he's got a man wide open at the goal line and in for a touchdown. It's the tight end, Robbie Oots, from 24 yards, and Alabama is on the board here in Tampa.
The extra point caps the 71-yard drive, makes it 16-7, giving Michigan 4 minutes with which to work. Would get to midfield, but then that's it and punts it away. One last chance for the Tide to creep closer, needing to go 96 yards, no timeouts with about a minute to go. Well, on 3rd and 1, a 41-yard rush by Jalen Milrow puts it in plus territory with 28 seconds left. Next play, a 41-yard catch would bring it down to the 5-yard line, and Alabama would wind up stealing 3 in the final seconds. So the Wolverines will get the ball to start the third, up by 6. It is 16-10 in favor of Michigan. Today's halftime show driven by Jermaine Alexis of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics, LexisofAnnArbor.com. We'll take a timeout, come back and tell you what else is going on around college football on this New Year's Eve. We got some playoff games tonight, 3 tomorrow. We'll tell you about it next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Deep in the end zone, touchdown, Desmond Howard. What a catch and what a call.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Planning for retirement? It's like building a strong defense. You've got to protect what matters. At Foguth Financial Group, the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics, we're here to help you lock down your financial playbook. Whether you're just starting out or about to blow that final whistle of retirement, visit FoguthFinancial.com and secure your financial future. Foguth Financial Group, peace and purpose for your money. Go Blue! Advisory services provided by Foguth Wealth Management LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. For additional information, visit advisorinfo.sec.gov and search 327434.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Michigan. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the express written consent of the University of Michigan and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the University of Michigan.
At the half, Michigan leads Alabama 16-10. Time now for another check of the out-of-town scoreboard. Nothing going on right now in college football, but another Big Ten team will kick off its bowl game, in about 20 minutes or so. The Sun Bowl in El Paso, Washington, will face Louisville. The Huskies 6-6, Louisville 8-4. So the Huskies trying to find a over 500 season after last year's 14-1 campaign. Illinois will try for its 5th 10-win season ever when it meets South Carolina in the Citrus Bowl at 3 o'clock. Illini at last would have had a 10-win season in 2001, enter at 9-3 against also a red-hot 9-3 Gamecock team. And then the college football playoff quarterfinals begin tonight, 7:30 in the Fiesta Bowl. Penn State meets the 3-seed Boise State. The winner will move on to the Orange Bowl to face either Notre Dame or Georgia. The big matchup in this one, Penn State with a top 10 rush defense nationally, going up against the Heisman runner-up Ashton Jeanty. Head coach James Franklin of Penn State says, Jeanty, awfully hard to bring down.
There's not too many people are able to get clean shots on them. So, all of it is super impressive. But I think, this stat that I mentioned earlier, the most impressive stat is the yards after contact. He's got more yards after contact than most of the elite backs in college football have in general, overall. So that's impressive.
So 7:30 tonight, the Fiesta Bowl. Penn State and Boise State, that is the lone quarterfinal game today. The other 3 are tomorrow. The first one will be the Peach Bowl, Arizona State and Texas. The winner will get the victor of the All-Big Ten Rose Bowl. It pits Oregon against Ohio State. Ducks have already beaten the Buckeyes once this year, that 1-point thriller in Eugene back in mid-October. So those two will go to the Cotton Bowl next Friday with the 2 victors of the early games tomorrow in the semifinals. Then we mentioned Penn State will move on to the first semifinal with the win over Boise State tonight and would face, if it were to win, either Notre Dame or Georgia. That's the last game tomorrow, the Irish and the Bulldogs in the Sugar Bowl. Georgia taking on an independent Notre Dame, a team that they saw twice in a couple of years, just a few years back. And Kirby Smart says those Irish, they look like an SEC team.
When we talk about their team, it's in depth, like their backups, their starters, their offensive line, their receiving core, their defensive line, they're big. And that's what it starts with in the SEC. The line of scrimmages have to have size and girth because you have to take on these teams week in and week out that have great size. Notre Dame's built that way. They're built that way on paper, but then what you see on the tape speaks louder than the paper does. You see how they play. You see the toughness they play with. They're built like an SEC team.
Penn State, Boise State, winner moves on to take on either Notre Dame or Georgia. Other half of the bracket, Arizona State, Texas. Winner moves on to take on either Oregon or Ohio State. Again, 30 minutes complete in our game. Michigan 16, Alabama 10. Brian Bush, Jason Avant, and Jack Miller break down the first half. When we return, this is Michigan football from Learfield.
Wolverine fans, it's not a Michigan game day without a Michigan-made beer. Founders Brewing Company, your official craft beer of University of Michigan Athletics, has the perfect beer for you with their Michigan Pilsner, crafted with only the best locally sourced Michigan hops and the highest quality ingredients to deliver a smooth, crisp taste. Upgrade your game day traditions with their quintessential, easy-drinking Michigan Pilsner. Founders Brewing Company, proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Welcome to Craft.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
It's good! Remy Hamilton has done it!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain. Football season is here, and like the national champs, we have unbeatable deals at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor. Whether you're tailgating or heading to the stadium, Lexus of Ann Arbor has the perfect vehicle for every fan. Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor is all about performance, precision, and excellence, just like the Wolverines. Whether you're looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle, our winning team can help you drive like a champion. Stop by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of Michigan Athletics, or get started today at lexusofannarbor.com.
Start your 2025 planning by supporting the Wolverines. Michigan Athletics is offering ticket discounts on upcoming events to ring in the new year. All you got to do is head over to mgoblue.com/promo and enter promo code NEWYEAR, all one word, to check out some great deals on tickets for select winter sports events. That's mgoblue.com/promo with promo code NEWYEAR, all one word, to join us for some big events at discounted prices. Happy New Year from Michigan Athletics.
Welcome back here to Tampa. Wolverines, a very strong start here so far in the ReliaQuest Bowl against Alabama. 16-10, our halftime score. Brian Bush, Jack Miller, Jason Avant back with you here on our Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor halftime show. Jason, I'll start with you. This defensive performance early on to limit Alabama to 2 yards on its first 22 plays, it was suffocating really until that last final minute drive.
Yeah, they had a bunch of wrinkles. Guys were in different positions. You had Zeke Berry moving back and forth between nickel, outside, and safety at times. It was a great job by Wink Martindale. You saw TJ covering tight ends. So there was a bunch of a corner blitz, a bunch of different things that they showed in that first half. Hopefully they didn't shoot all their bullets in that first half.
Now, anything in particular, Jason, Michigan's doing against Ryan Williams? He has 1 catch for -1 yard. It was that one wide receiver screen setup where he slipped.
Yeah, so they're trying their best to stay on top. They had a few double moves called for him, but they know that he's speed and they're playing him as such. So the corners are giving them more cushion, and they're not trusting their concepts. When you can just run a stop route with Ryan Williams, they want the big play, and they're not taking what the defense is giving them, and that plays into our hands.
Jack, your impressions of what you've seen from Michigan's defense?
Yeah, look, we took advantage of the rain early on. Alabama got messed up by it, created their own problems. We took advantage of that. Then we created problems for them, had short fields, were able to get points out of it. A little bit concerning the last 2 possessions. They were able to march down the field a little bit at will and find ways to get points. I think that hopefully, halftime comes at a good time. They can settle in, figure out what worked for Alabama there at the late part of the second quarter, make some adjustments, come back out here. I think, like you guys were talking about, Wink's ability to make Jalen Milroe have to think a little bit, make bad decisions, just a tick too long. There comes a sack. There comes a guy over the top to break up a pass, something like that. So hopefully make some adjustments, because Alabama started to figure things out a little bit once the weather got better.
Yeah, so they have this play where it's like a delay, so they'll send the slot receiver up the seam, and now both guys are taking it, and they have a guy on the sideline that they're throwing the ball to. They have to make an adjustment in zone for that.
Jack, how about the offense? You look at the running numbers in Michigan with a pretty even split in terms of how they're handling their running backs. Jordan Marshall, 9 carries, 31 yards. Benjamin Hall, 9 carries, 21 yards. Remember, 3 of Michigan's first 4 drives started in the Alabama red zone. Right. So I don't know how much to make of it. How would you assess, especially that ground game, the line of scrimmage battle with a new look O-line?
Yeah, it's okay. It's not great. It hasn't had to be great because we got the ball in such good field position, particularly in the first quarter there. They're running the ball well. They're taking care of the football, which is going to be key to winning this game, is don't make any mistakes offensively. They're going to be content to ground and pound 2 yards, 3 yards, and then when they have to put the ball in the air, find a way to get a first down, extend drives, and just keep doing that. Keep chewing up clock, keep owning the possession. But you're going to have to make a play from time to time. Fred Moore looked great in that first half. That's the first time we saw him really all year stand out to me. I like Coach Casula's looks of trying to get him the ball. Look for the tight ends in the second half, too. You're going to have to complement the running game because it's really not explosive right now. So if you're just going to take 3 plays to get that first down, you got to put it in the air. Fred Moore looking good so far. Look for those tight ends.
Right, it's kind of been the Moore and Moore show, hasn't it, Jason? Derek Moore has 2 sacks in this one, plus the Fred Moore TD.
Yeah, Moore and Moore right there. Sounds like a law firm, right? Yeah, so I like what Fred Moore is doing, and they're getting him the ball in time and in space most of the time so he can make some yards after the catch. But here's the wrinkle that I think we have to make is to start to throw the ball on early downs. I know we like to get into a comfortable situation on 3rd and 5 or 3rd and 4, whatever it is. But I think we have to take more chances, play action, more chances, naked, move the quarterback outside of the pocket on first down because they are loading the box knowing that Michigan has those tendencies. And I think you can devise some type of scheme down the field or some open receivers on that down.
Yeah, Jason, I agree. I think now that the weather's gotten better and they're going to have to drive the length of the field versus the first quarter where they only had to get 5, 10, 20 yards at a time to put up points. I think with Coach Casula's mindset in the second half, okay, the field's better. We can try some different things. They really haven't gotten much into the playbook to this point in the game, I would bet. So I think, they have to have the mindset now in a one-possession game that they have to go attack. They have to go on the offense. They can't play soft. And let's look for some creative plays out there.
My favorite stat from this one, and it'll be critical in the second half, take out before that 41-yard run from Jalen Milroe after the Sharon Moore timeout, Jalen Milroe had overall, other than that play, had minus 27 rushing yards. He has 11 carries, 14 yards, and a high of 41. That's remarkable.
Yeah, well, you can credit that to sacks, right?
Yep,
And they're going to have to continue to do that. It's been the blueprint. Every big game for Michigan, this defensive line has got to get pressure on him, confuse him, get back there, rattle him a little bit, make him get the ball out quick.
Yeah, right now it's all about the explosives. And I talked about that before the game. If we can limit the explosives, if they can have less than 3 explosives this half, we can win this game. But we have to stop these explosive plays.
Yeah, take out the 41-yarder and the 3 sacks, 7 carries, 8 yards for Milroe. We'll see if that can continue in the second half. That's the Jermaine Alexis of Ann Arbor halftime show here from the ReliaQuest Bowl, with the Wolverines leading it by a score of 16-10. Jermaine Alexis of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics, lexusofannarbor.com. Before we continue, let's pause 10 seconds. Station identification. This is Wolverines football from Learfield. Wolverines, a 16-10 lead on Alabama. Second half comes up with Doug Karsh, John Jansen, and Jason Avant next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Stay hydrated all season long in the stands or on the go with AbsoPure all-natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan or have water delivered direct to your home or office with their convenient delivery service. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
Subscribe to the official podcast home of Michigan Athletics and Go Blue Podcasts on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Just like your favorite sports team, you need a solid defense to protect your home and business. Whether you're tackling unexpected accidents, fouls, or fumbles, Lake Michigan Insurance Agency and Michigan-based Frank & Muth Insurance are on your team. Visit Lake Michigan Insurance Agency today at www.lmiainsurance.org. That's www.lmiainsurance.org.
Toyotathon is on. Our biggest event of the year is better than ever, with our biggest and best selection, including the best-selling Toyota Camry. It's all hybrid all the time, with available all-wheel drive. Now through January 6th, you can lease a Camry LE from just $259 a month for 39 months with $32.99 due at signing, with approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. Call 1-888-36-TOYOTA for details, or go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Today's broadcast is presented by Meijer, presenting sponsor of the 2024 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Wolverines, Crimson Tide. Our ReliaQuest Bowl coverage continues now.
16-10, Michigan on top of Alabama from here in Tampa. We welcome you back to the game. Brought to you by Founders Brewing Company. And go downstairs to Jason Avant. Jerome Moore addressing his team in the locker room. Jason, what was the tenor of the message?
Yeah, for the offense, and especially offensive line, strain, lean on them. We possess the ball more than they have, but we can't continue to stall in drives. Also, we have to be the more physical unit and take care of the football this half. We have to want it more. For the defense, know where the ball is, know where Miro is, and let's stop the big plays, and let's keep pressuring him because he will make mistakes. Keep the receivers in front of you and don't give up the big plays. Tackle, tackle, tackle. Let's go get the ball back this half and open up the drive with momentum and set the tone for the rest of the half.
Well, the defense did do a great job of getting the football back for the offense with 3 turnovers and a 4th down stop in half number 1, and it's why Michigan leads this game 16-10 here in Tampa. That welcome back brought to you by Founders Brewing Company. It's not a Michigan game day without a Michigan-made beer. Founders Brewing Company, proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Welcome to Craft. John Jansen?
Well, I mean,
some points here, huh?
Yeah, you got to find a way to put a drive together, one that doesn't start on their side of the end zone. I mean, obviously, we would love to have a nice kickoff return here, but you've got to find a way to string a few first downs together and get a rhythm offensively.
Back to field, this kick is going to be Joe Taylor, a yard deep, and he's going to bring it out 5-10. And slips as he crosses the 15 And they're going to mark him at the 16-yard line, so not great field position here for Michigan's offense.
No, but this is where this offense needs to start. And honestly, they need to start taking some shots downfield. They need to open things up. I know that the foot answers that question on the return. What's the footing out there? It's not great. But you've got to be able to make a threat downfield. Michigan is winning the time of possession with almost 19 minutes to 11, but they're losing the yardage battle because Alabama has more explosive plays.
Shotgun here for Davis Warren. 1st and 10 from their own 16. A handoff to Jordan Marshall running right, and he's going to get a yard behind the right side of that Michigan offensive line. The freshman Andrew Sprague and G.O.L. Hottie before he is gang tackled and pushed backwards.
Got to get some more push up front, and it's all about pad level. And I know the footing is not going to be great, but it shouldn't matter for offensive linemen. We talked about the cleats for those skilled guys. Jason talked about that 7 studs. Offensive linemen never change their cleats because no matter what you're wearing, all cleats should be in the ground as you make contact and you explode through that defensive lineman.
2nd down and 9 for Michigan. Snap. They'll go pop pass to Samaj Morgan. Handoff to Fred Moore on a reverse across the 20 out to the 21-yard line. A little misdirection there. And the Wolverines will be looking at a 3rd down.
Yeah, I'll take it. It's manageable 3rd and 5 now. You get stalled on 1st down. You got to do something on 2nd down to create an opportunity to convert. And, hey, if it takes razzle-dazzle, if it takes whatever it does, you've got to find a way. Simply get that first down, then you can worry about stringing them together.
3rd and 5 for Michigan. This was Colston Loveland time all season long. 2 tight ends to the right. Davis Warren, shotgun, looking right, going to deliver. Marlon Klein's got it. 1st down as he runs out of bounds, pushed into the Alabama bench at the 29-yard line. Move the chains. Not going 3 and out there feels rather important.
No, it does. I mean, to be able to get that first down, and Marlon Klein does a great job of driving that route upfield. We all know he's got speed. We really haven't seen the explosion that everybody talks about, but the defense knows it, and they got to give him a little bit of a cushion. Sticks his foot in the ground, comes out, easy pitch and catch for a 1st down.
The freshman Channing Goodwin is checked into the ball game. He split wide left. Pistol formation. Jordan Marshall behind Davis Warren. Snap, handoff, Jordan Marshall explodes into the hole out across the 30-yard line, and he stopped right there. Had a good head of steam before being dropped for a short gain.
Well, and here's the other thing about taking the shot downfield. And I like the fact, hey, you pick up 3 yards on 1st down, that's great. But protection hasn't been an issue for Michigan to this point. Now, they haven't really dropped back and thrown a lot of passes. Davis Warren has only thrown 12 passes so far, but he hasn't been under pressure.
Benjamin Hall now in the Michigan backfield on this 2nd down and 8. First possession of the 2nd half. Michigan on top 16-10. Davis Warren claps his hands. Now they motion Jordan Marshall into the backfield. He'll take a handoff and get swarmed immediately. Penetration there from Alabama's James Smith. And Marshall was fortunate to get only lose a yard there.
And here's where the onus is on the 2 guards, Josh Preeb and Giovanni El-Hadi. You got 2 inexperienced guys, and I know Evan Link's got experience playing, but he doesn't have experience on the left side. The communication from both of those guys to a young freshman on the right and a redshirt freshman on the left has to be premier. Somebody just didn't get the message on that one.
Ball's on the 30. They got to get it across the 39 on this 3rd down. Alabama crowding the line of scrimmage. Now they back out of it. Davis is going to roll to his right, looking downfield. He's in trouble, no one to throw to, and he'll take a sack. Nobody was open downfield, and Davis now slow getting up on the Bama sideline back at his own 18.
And there's a flag at the 25-yard line on the far side.
I bet it's a sideline warning. Bama got very celebratory.
Davis got up and just went back down.
Well, I mean, nobody obviously wants to see anybody hurt. The frustrating part is he had plenty of time to make a decision to throw that ball away. He's well outside the pocket. He's almost at the sideline.
Sideline interference against the Michigan bench. There's a 15-yard penalty and an automatic 1st down.
Okay. He said...
Excuse me, against the Alabama bench. It's a 15-yard penalty,
wow.
1st down, Michigan. Timeout on the field.
Wow.
Not just a warning, sideline interference.
I've never seen that called without a warning first, unless it was a warning that we missed earlier in the game.
Or somebody was on the field that prevented an official from running up and down.
Yeah, like if the official falls down with the warning, or you don't need a warning. So if you're running down the sideline as official and he falls down, so can anybody see that?
Didn't see it. We'll look for a replay. We got a timeout as they address Davis Warren, who's up and now limping off the field. Wolverines on top 16-10, 11:37 to go, third quarter. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Pioneer State Mutual has been insuring Michigan for over 100 years. And as a Michigan-only company, we're focused on helping our neighbors with over 230 agents statewide. You get all the benefits offered by the national companies with the convenience of an agent who works nearby. If you're ready to make a change, visit insuringmichigan.com to quote your auto or renter's insurance today. And feel confident knowing you'll also have a local agent who can answer your questions. Pioneer State Mutual, insuring Michigan since 1908.
Gambling can be fun.
Here we go.
Kind of like skydiving. The thrill, the excitement. But be careful, or gambling will start to feel like skydiving without a parachute. For tips that will help keep you out of harm's way, go to don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the National Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-GAMBLER.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go, go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Champion Circle is the preeminent name, image, and likeness collective supporting University of Michigan student athletes. Help Champion Circle empower Wolverine student athletes through NIL by joining the Everybody In for Michigan campaign. Our goal is to reach over 100,000 Michigan fans to help ensure that Michigan remains at the forefront of college athletics. For more on the Everybody In for Michigan campaign, head to championscircleufm.com. Champions Circle, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
Of course, John Jansen, Jansen and Avant back at Raymond James Field. Davis Warren off the field now. Alex Orji in at quarterback. They have warmed up Jaden Davis, the freshman, who's played one snap in his collegiate career. The handoff to Tavi Dunlop against Northwestern. Tavi took it to the house. Good luck to Tavi at Eastern Michigan.
Yep.
But that 15-yard penalty on Bama gives Michigan the first down here on their own 32-yard line. Orji in a shotgun, full house backfield with Bredesen back there. Benjamin Hall deep. Now they bring Joe Taylor in motion. Snap, handoff, Benjamin Hall met at the line of scrimmage. Give them a yard, maybe two. It's been tough sledding on the ground for this Michigan offense, but they keep pounding away.
Well, they do, and there's just not much green grass in between the tackles right now. Alabama, they continue to put those A-gap linebackers in there. On passes, they've been dropping out. But it's really hard to run against a six-man front when they're all at the line of scrimmage, and it creates one-on-one matchups across the board.
We'll get an update on Davis Warren from Jansen and Avant in a moment. 2nd down and 9 for the Michigan offense. Orji takes the snap, drops it, and has to just fall on it back at the 30. Oh, boy, it looked like they were setting up Frederick Moore on a reverse, and I got to tell you, there was a lot of green Florida grass in front of Fredro had they been able to get that handoff completed.
Well, again, they're going with the double A-gap linebackers. When that happens, it's really hard for either side to get good angles. And when you've got young offensive linemen and they're not really sure about, hey, what type of footwork should I be using, you got to start attacking the edges a little bit. Field conditions have prevented that, but you got to have to eventually get out there.
3rd down and 12. Handoff. Benjamin Hall running right, and he's going to get back to the line of scrimmage. And that's about it. Well, that's conceding.
It is. It's frustrating, especially when you got an athlete like Alex Orji. Why not try and test the edges? And it's not that he can't throw. He hasn't had much of an opportunity this year and hasn't been accurate when he has, but he can rifle it downfield. I just would like to see this offense, throw caution to the wind and just see if you can get something special. Maybe test some guys on the edge.
Hudson Holland back on to punt. Puts his left foot into it and gets off a nuke. Man, backing up Ryan Williams inside his 20. He's going to let it bounce inside the 10 and roll into the end zone.
Where'd that come from?
Wow. That was standing on his own 20. The punt counts for 69 yards, but 20 yards on the touchback. It'll be out to the 20, and that's where Alabama will get the football for the first time here in the third quarter. Trailing 16-10, 9:24 to go in quarter number 3. See if the Michigan defense can rise up here and do what they did most of the first half. The last 2 drives for Bama, they went length of the field for a touchdown and a field goal. But Michigan's defense has been in the face of Jalen Milroe much of the afternoon. Milroe in a shotgun. Takes the snap. Play action, back to pass. He's got time. He'll deliver, and he's got Jeremy Bernard out shy of the 40 and run out of bounds at the 38-yard line right in front of the Bama bench. Wesley Walker in coverage, gain of 18.
If Alabama finds a way to protect Jalen Milroe, it's going to be very hard for this secondary to hold up against Williams and Bernard down the field. Going to have to find a way to generate more pressure. Like you mentioned just before that snap, in the first half, they were all over Jalen Milroe.
1st and 10 Bama. Shotgun, snap, handoff to Jam Miller running left, and he'll get buried. TJ Guy in there, Cam Brandt, Trey Pierce. Good job by the Michigan defense. Short loss on first down.
But they're really going to need Trey Pierce, who's a big body, 6'2", 315 pounds out of Chicago, to be that big body on the inside, along with Rayshawn Benny, to eat up some blockers and allow those running or the linebackers, whether it's Ernie or Jay Sean, to be able to roam around and make plays.
2nd and long for Bama. Milroe takes the snap, back to pass. Here comes the pass rush. He bails out of there. Down he goes. It's Brandon Hillman off the edge, dropping Jalen Milroe back inside his 30 down at the 28-yard line. Wink Martindale dialed up the blitz, and Brandon Hillman got home.
Brandon Hillman is one of those players that's recruited as an athlete. They can use him anywhere on the defensive side of the ball, as an edge rusher, as a linebacker, as a safety. I'm really excited. We talked about different guys that we're excited to see going into spring ball and into next year. Brandon Hillman is certainly one of those guys.
3rd down and 20 for Bama. 7:45 to go, third quarter. Michigan on top, 16-10. Wolverines crowding the line of scrimmage. They bring a blitz. Milroe back to pass. He's got all kinds of time, but he's going to have to dump it off underneath to his tight end, who goes over a man and gets knocked out of bounds. Well shy of the first down. C.J. Dupree at the 38-yard line, back to the original line of scrimmage. It'll be 4th down and 10 for Bama, and they'll send down the punt unit.
I always wondered what it would be like to hit one of those guys midair. Derek Moore's the one that catches them. I mean, he hurdles one player, but then Derek Moore catches him in midair and knocks him out of bounds. That's got to be fun.
Samaj Morgan standing inside his 20 will let this punt go over his head. It bounces inside the 5 and into the end zone, and Michigan will get the ball at the 20-yard line. And Jansen and Avant, any word on Davis Warren down below?
Yeah, I think that he's going to be done. I seen him change the helmets out, and he ran on the sideline and then shook his head like no. So I don't think that we're going to see him.
Well, it'll be Alex Orji's game, and maybe we'll see the freshman Jaden Davis. Stoppage down below, 7:04 to go, third quarter, 16-10, Michigan on top. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Saturday night, April 26th.
Carry on my wayward son.
Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort welcomes multi-platinum legends Kansas. Tickets start at $47 and are on sale now at the box office or online at etix.com. Don't miss Kansas Live. Another Fork in the Road tour at Soaring Eagle Saturday, April 26th. More at SoaringEagleCasino.com.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
He's hitting, he's stopped, and it is Michigan's ball game. Look at those Wolverines.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's time to light up the season during the Ford Get Holiday Ready sales event. And right now, enjoy limited time offers on our full lineup of Ford vehicles, like the 2024 Ford F-150. Returning AZ Plant lessees can lease a 2024 Ford F-150 XLT 4x4 Super Crew for $299 a month for 24 months, with $3,849 due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $1,500 year-end sales event cash, $2,000 trade assist, and $1,500 renewal cash. Offer ends January 2nd. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. So lease a 2024 Ford F-150 for only $399 a month. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Hey, when you're out of town and want to keep up with live college sports, be sure to download the free Varsity Network app, available for both Apple and Android. Listen to College Sports Live with the Varsity Network app. And hello to your wife.
Lisa's listening at home. She always likes to try and sync it up with the TV and listen to us on the broadcast while she watches it on TV. Teddy's listening as well, although he might be napping right now.
Is that right?
Yeah. And honestly, it feels like kind of the offense is snapping as well, so maybe they'll both wake up at the same time.
I'll give a shout-out to, domestically, Cousin Brady listening in San Diego. Internationally, I got Cousin Mikey listening in Toronto.
All right. International broadcast. We like it.
Yeah. Here we go. Michigan with the football back at a 16-10 lead here in the ReliaQuest Bowl. This used to be the Hall of Fame Bowl originally. The Outback Bowl, where they serve bloomin' onions at halftime.
Oh, man, I miss those days.
Michigan in the Hall of Fame days beat Alabama on a fourth down touchdown pass from Demetrius Brown to John Colasar, 28-24. Can they pull off another win over the Crimson Tide, leading 16-10? Orji takes the snap. Benjamin Hall breaks a tackle. Check that. Jordan Marshall across the 30. Some tough running from the freshman. And give him a first down and a gain of 12 yards.
He avoided the initial defender, which was a corner coming off the edge. Nice job by getting through there. And all he needs at that point is a little bit of a sliver of light, and he finds it. And maybe that's what it takes for this run game to find a little bit of rhythm.
Longest run by Michigan today. It's Marshall again, trying to get outside and gets tracked down from behind, but we got a flag back at the line of scrimmage. That's in an ominous place for an offense. Yeah. It was a gain of 4 for Marshall.
I think they're going to get Josh Preeb.
Personal foul, face mask, number 80, offense, 15-yard penalty, first down.
Well, that is costly. Hogan Hansen on the face mask. Oh, boy. I saw a replay.
Oh, yeah? Was it worth it?
No. I'm not sure I saw anything.
Well, it's young players do young things. You want to make sure that I jokingly say, is it worth it, but that it's an actual penalty.
Well, let's see if we can get another look at it. First and 25 now for Michigan. Orji handoff to Marshall. He's going to bounce outside, then cut upfield across the 20. Outside the numbers, dragged down at the 23-yard line. And that is check that, 23-yard line. It's a gain of 6. And we got an injured Bama player.
Yeah, Jahad Campbell.
He's been dealing with an injury.
Yeah.
They already lost their best linebacker, and Deontay Lawson to injury, and now Jahad Campbell overcoming. He was banged up coming into this game, and now he will have to check out.
Grant Newsom's going to gather the boys together, talk a little bit about what they need to see here on second and 20?
Yep. We never did get a good replay of that face mask call.
Well, the goal here is to at least pick up half of this. You want to be able to make it 3rd and 10 or less to make it a little bit more manageable. So, and I'd really like to see whether it's Samaj Morgan or Peyton O'Leary, something across the middle. Michigan really hasn't attacked the middle of any defenses at any point this year.
Shotgun for Alex Orji. Alabama crowding the line of scrimmage. Snap, handoff up the middle. It's Benjamin Hall, and he gets a yard.
2nd and 20. I'm frustrated with, as passive as this offense is, at some point you're going to have to take some shots. You're going to have to do something to create a little bit of spark for the offense.
3rd down and 19. Michigan only has, of the players suiting up today, they only have 10 plays of 20 yards or more. And the Wolverines' leader in that category today is Alex Orji with 3 of them. And he's back to pass, fires. He's got Samaj Morgan. He's going to need some blocking. Turns upfield at the 25 and fights forward to the 30, well shy of a first down.
I think the ball ended up coming free, and Samaj ended up falling on it again.
Ball did get out, huh? It's on the far side of the field.
But you have one really nice run by Jordan Marshall, and you think, hey, we're starting to maybe find a little bit of rhythm, maybe to wear some things, wear that defensive line down, but then there's no follow-up.
Hudson Hollenbach on to punt, and he gets off a punt that's headed towards the Alabama bench, and it's going to bounce out of bounds. At about the 35-yard line, we'll see where they spot it. And Michigan, nursing this 16-10 lead with 4:33 to go here, 3rd quarter, goes back on defense with this 6-point lead here in Tampa. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
If your day sounds like,
we need the report ASAP,
you deserve Modelo. If you've persevered through, you deserve this rich golden lager with a crisp but refreshing taste. Or if you overcame,
2 more rings, 2 more.
You deserve this ice-cold reward. Modelo, the Remarkable Fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Port Chicago, Illinois.
Hey, Michigan, let's go big. I'm Herman Moore, Lions All-Pro wide receiver, and I'm talking real big-time winning on the hottest slots and table games on one incredible app, Eagle Casino and Sports.
Sign up now and get up to $1,500. That's right. We'll match your deposit for up to $1,500, and you'll get 100 free spins.
Eagle Casino and Sports. Made in Michigan, made for Michigan.
Must be 21 or older in Michigan to play.
With the enhanced engine performance and fuel economy of newly reformulated Tri-Clean gas from Citgo, you're good to go. But good to go where? Exotic bird shopping? To your Tuesday night bowling league?
Woo! That's a turkeys.
Good to go try your luck at bingo.
G32.
Good to go to a lumberjack competition.
I'm gonna move my car.
New top-tier Tri-Clean gas from Citgo. The most advanced fuel we've ever made. Now you're good to go.
This season, Abbott and the Big Ten teamed up to host the first ever conference-wide blood donation competition to help fight the greatest blood shortage in a generation. The We Give Blood Drive helps save as many as 60,000 lives, thanks to alumni, students, and Wolverine fans like you. But the need for blood donations doesn't stop here. Go to big10.org/Abbott to sign up to give blood and save lives. Abbott, proud partner of the Big Ten Conference and Michigan Athletics.
We're live from Tampa, Florida for Michigan's bowl matchup with Alabama. Today's broadcast is presented by Meijer, presenting sponsor of the 2024 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest.
It's the 7th time Michigan and Alabama have met, each team winning 3. The Wolverines winning the most important one last January 1st in the Rose Bowl, propelling them to the national championship game. This is also the 19th bowl game Michigan's played against an SEC team. They are 9-9 going into this game against SEC teams. John, I got a trivia question for you.
Oh, boy.
Out of the current SEC, there is only one team in the current SEC Michigan has never played.
Has never played? Have they played Vanderbilt?
They have. Jason will bring you in. 1st and 10 from the 35. Milroe goes quick pass out to the far side. Williams has it, and he's dragged down from behind at about the 38-yard line, a short gain on 1st down.
John, I think the key word was current SEC,
well,
so it's got to be Texas A&M or Missouri.
They played them both. John, you played against Texas A&M.
Yes, I did. The Alamo Bowl, 95. I don't know. Well, we know they played Texas. And
second down and 6 here for Alabama.
Australia from the peanut gallery.
Back to passes. Milroe delivers far side. Too tall for Ryan Williams. And Alabama will be looking at a third down.
Nice shot by Amir Hall. He's coming off the edge, and when he elevates, it forces Jalen Milroe to throw that ball with a little bit more loft and just ends up throwing it too high. Doug, I need the answer.
It is Louisiana State University.
LSU.
The only team in the current SEC Michigan has never played. Third down and 6 for Bama. 3:55 to go here. Third quarter, Michigan on top, 16-10. Milroe in a shotgun. Takes the snap. Back to pass. Plenty of time. Setting up in the pocket. Wolverines good coverage downfield, and now the pocket collapses. And down he goes. And the Wolverines defense forces another 3 and out.
Well, you want to talk about a coverage sack. That is the definition. I talked about how hard it is to cover Williams and Bernard, all that talent that they have a wide receiver. That was an outstanding job by the secondary. There was absolutely no one to go for Jalen Milroe. Even the outlet, the fullback or the running back that had come out in the flat was covered. It just was a great job downfield.
Michigan's 5th sack of the day. Samaj Morgan will signal for a fair catch and make it at his 30-yard line. And Michigan will take over, leading 16-10 with 3:12 to go third quarter, but there's a flag back at the line of scrimmage.
Boy, Jalen Milroe has just not had any luck against Michigan in regards to protection. He was harassed.
He was protected there.
Well, he was protected there, but I mean,
there is
that's
no foul on the play. First down, Michigan.
The way the Michigan defense is playing, you just feel like a touchdown would put you in such a good spot. Well, and I feel like they're punting and playing defense a little bit here intentionally to try and play complementary football, but at some point you got to set something up and take a shot. Yeah. Alex Orji has a strong arm.
Yes. Well, was it Fred Moore? Was it the USC game where he just overthrew Fred Moore by about 10 yards?
Yeah.
I mean, okay, I don't want to see him overthrow. I don't want to see a ball thrown just to see a ball thrown, but you know he can go deep.
It's kind of a low-risk play, and you're not doing anything offensively anyway.
Or even on some of these long third downs. It's just as good as a punt if it's picked off.
Orji in a shotgun from his own 30. Snap. Handoff. Benjamin Hall up the middle. And check out, it's Marshall again across the 35 out to the 37-yard line. A gain of 7 yards on first down.
Boy, it really looked like he was close to breaking that one. We'll take 7 yards, but, man, if they could find a way to get to that second level with some of the linemen or even one of the receivers, dig out that safety, you got something big brewing there.
Bray Hubbard, the safety that made the stop, he's having a day. They're playing without Devonta Smith, Malachi Moore, and Keon Sabb, the transfer from Michigan. All safeties out of this game. Second down and 3 for Michigan. Orji takes the snap, handoff to Marshall, running right. He's got the first down across the 40, and he plows out to the 42-yard line. This freshman's starting to get in a bit of a rhythm, isn't he?
Yeah, he is, and I love the fact that they put Max Bredesen at that tight end position, hand on the ground. When he comes off the ball, I guarantee you every defender has their eye on where Max Bredesen is, because where Max goes, the ball goes. I've said that all season long, and he is just terrorizing that defensive front.
What did Sherrone Moore call him this week? The hammerhead?
Yep.
Shotgun. Orji's going to throw. Fires it to Samaj Morgan, and he gets hit at the 40. Breaks one tackle, spins forward, and again, that wide receiver screen going nowhere because they cannot sustain blocks in front of the wide receiver who catches the ball.
Yeah, that gets annoying after a while, because as a receiver, you're depending on your guys to make a play. Max Bredesen can't block everybody.
No, and Peyton O'Leary just got beat on the inside there. You've got to know, hey, as soon as they see that wide receiver screen, they're going to hit the acceleration button, and you've got to be ready in position to be able to make those blocks.
A loss of 2, second down and 12. Orji in a shotgun. Samaj Morgan in the backfield. And they'll go quarterback run with Orji up the middle, and they'll get back to the line of scrimmage, might even lose a yard.
Well, Michigan's offense is becoming a little bit predictable when they run Alex Orji. And they've got to be able to see Peyton O'Leary is basically uncovered because they bring the corner off of him. They're not respecting the pass game one bit. And he literally was wide open with nobody 10 yards around him. A little pitch and catch just to the outside.
Inside a minute to go. 3rd and 13 for Michigan. They're up 16-10 are the Wolverines. Orji back to pass. Bails out of there to the right, looking downfield, fires, and it's intercepted. Picked off by the Crimson Tide, and that's what the concern was. Alex Orji's pass intercepted by Xavier Brown, and he's dropped immediately at the 49-yard line of the Crimson Tide.
As a receiver, you got to play as much defense as you can. If you got to dive at that ball in order to knock it down, that's what you do.
Well, that was young Hogan Hansen, the intended target. And Xavier Brown just jumped right in front of him with 23 seconds to go here in the third quarter. Well, now can the Michigan defense come up with another stop? 2 drives late first half has been Bama's offense. Jalen Milroe takes the snap, hand off to no, he's going to keep it and fire it quickly out to his wide receiver inside the 45, and down close to the 40 is the Bama receiver Rico Scott, just short of a first down.
And Ryan Williams is out there blocking, and you could hear some of the Michigan fans think that it was holding. He did a great job. That's kind of, I'd like to see Michigan's wide receivers watch that one on a wide receiver screen in regards to how you're supposed to block that up.
Yeah, you put your body in between the guy. You can't take edges, and that's what Michigan receivers do. They take edges. You got to go right down the center.
It'll be second down for Alabama in Michigan territory. Wolverines on top 16-10. That was the final play of quarter number 3. We'll go to the fourth quarter next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
When it comes to visitors, Ann Arbor wants you. You as you are. You as you want to be. We're a place for originals, unlike anywhere else. We are creators, innovators, and visionaries. We're a world-class spot for arts and culture where you'll find the trailblazing as well as the traditional. We're home to a global dining scene, and we're a year-round outdoor oasis. You're an original. We love that. We invite you to see yourself in Ann Arbor. We urge you to be yourself in Ann Arbor. Visit annarbor.org for more.
This is your home for the Hometown Call, the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, Go Blue Podcast with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search Go Blue Podcast with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's Go Blue Podcast with John Jansen.
Doug Karsh, John Jansen, Jason Avant back here at the Rely Quest Bowl. Alabama with the football, 2nd down and 1 from the Michigan 41-yard line. Wolverines on top 16-10. Third quarter stats, Michigan actually now has more first downs than Alabama, 10-9. Wolverines have 141 yards of total offense. Alabama 185, but 161 of their 185 yards have come in 2 possessions.
Yeah.
The other 9 possessions have produced 24 yards.
Well, and here's the thing. Michigan has possessed the ball. And, right now, 2-1 in terms of time of possession, nearly 30 minutes to 15 minutes for Alabama. But they have absolutely nothing to show for it.
Meanwhile, that third quarter, well, I guess we could call it a slugfest. Michigan had 32 yards of offense. Alabama had 22 yards of offense. The good news is we keep talking about it and we keep focusing on it because it's real. How does this game impact the New Mexico game to start next year?
Right.
Love what we see from this young Michigan defense.
Oh, there's no question. When you're talking about the pressure that they've applied, and this is an Alabama offensive line that's played together in large part all season long. And to be able to have, like, Derek Moore with a couple of sacks, continuing to put pressure on this on Jalen Milroe has been the key for this Michigan defense.
Watch out for Bama taking a shot here on 2nd and 1. They got Mbakwe in the game. He's a defensive back playing offense today. They're going to go QB run with Milroe. He'll get the first down, put his head down to the 37-yard line where Derek Moore and Jaden Hood lead the Michigan tacklers. First down, Alabama. Well, when you're challenged offensively, a big stat is FGA. Field goal attempts.
Yeah.
Hold Bama to field goal attempts.
Well, and so you mentioned the field goal attempts. That drive, the 90-yard drive at the end of the first half, while it did zap a little bit of the momentum Michigan had going into halftime, the defense did stiffen up and only allow a field goal.
Milroe now in an empty backfield. 1st and 10 from the Michigan 37-yard line. Claps his hands. Go QB run right. Wolverines string it out. Not much there, and it's eventually Amir Hall who finishes him off for no gain. Good job by the Michigan defensive front.
Yeah, nice job by Amir Hall because the defensive front had gotten reached. They ended up pulling a guard to try and get outside the tackle. It looked like they had the Michigan defense flanked, but then there was Amir Hall. He's done a tremendous job of using leverage and forcing everything back into the inside where pursuit is coming.
We are early fourth quarter. Michigan leading Alabama 16-10. Crimson Tide now will go with a bunch formation, split wide left. Empty backfield for Milroe. 2nd down and 10. Snap, Milroe back to pass. Gonna dump it off to his running back out of the backfield and getting a couple of yards there before being dropped is Daniel Hill touching the ball for the first time today. Down to the Michigan 39-yard line. I got to tell you, John, they're probably in 4-down territory. Their kicker, Graham Nicholson, has a long of 47.
Graham Nicholson from Cincinnati, Ohio. I guess it's only punters, right?
Yeah.
That are from overseas.
And Bama's is. 3rd down and 7. Big play here. Michigan fans getting into it. Wolverines showing a 4-man front. We're late in the play clock. Milroe's got to get this snap off, and he does. Back to pass. Looking. Got time. Fires, and it's batted away. Downfield. It's that guy again. Brandon Hillman gets a PBU. And Alabama's looking at a 4th down and 7 from the 34. And they're going to leave the offense on the field.
Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, right, their field goal, if they punt it here, chances are it goes into the end zone. You only end up with a 19-yard net punt, so they're going to try and go for it.
Zeke Berry had a pick right there, but he ran away from the ball.
4th down and 7. Here come the fans. Milroe in a shotgun. Takes the snap, back to pass. Wolverines blitz, they pick it up, fires far side, and it is caught, but out of bounds at the Michigan 20-yard line. Right in front of Wink Martindale, who throws his hands in the air. It was Jalen Mbakwe, the defensive back turned receiver, made the catch, couldn't keep his feet in bounds, and Michigan's defense gets their second 4th down stop of the day, and now the clock is coming into play with 12:38 to go in the ball game. Michigan gets the football back at their own 34-yard line, leading 16-10. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Honey, did you pay the rent this month? Because I just received a late notice.
Sorry, what's that?
Wait, are you gambling online again?
Me? No, not at all.
If managing the bills and your betting has become a challenge, self-excluding from online gambling or sports betting might be for you. Learn more at don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the National Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No. First base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Michigan with the football back. 12:38 to go in the ball game. And the Wolverines leading 16-10. Down below, we saw Jaden Davis warm up, but it'll be Alex Orji going back in for the injured Davis Warren. Also out there, as they warmed up, was number 19, Bryce Underwood. I know you can't check him into this game. But
nope. But the future is exciting about what might be happening at that quarterback position. And for Alex Orji, and I know the field conditions aren't great, but he is a threat on the ground. They need to start putting this defense in conflict as to whether he keeps it, hands it off.
I'll hand it off here to Jordan Marshall running left. He gets the corner across the 35 out to the 38 and ridden out of bounds. Deep into the Bama bench, no flag. And it's about 4 yards. Here's the thing, too. You're up 16-10.
Yeah.
You've got maybe the best kicker in the country.
Right. If you could get into field goal range and go up 2 scores.
Yep, exactly. Can you get the ball down to the Bama 40?
Well, and here's what I like. If the ball is on the left hash there, and we saw, the read option, at some point, just say, hey, Alex Orji, you got the whole field. Go make something happen.
Second down for Michigan. Orji hands it off to Jordan Marshall running right. He's got a seam. 40, 45. Jordan Marshall breaks a tackle at the 50. Jordan Marshall run out of bounds into the Michigan bench at the Bama 41-yard line. And exactly what we just asked for.
Yep.
Get into Zapata range with 11:50 to go in the game.
How many times
make this a 2-score game? Jason?
How many times are they going to hit us on the sideline and they not call it?
Well, I was wondering that too. I know you're right there. That seemed like that one. There was a late shove that should have been called.
The nose of the football on the Bama 40. 16-10, Michigan nursing this lead. No negative plays here, guys. Orji in a shotgun. Snap, handoff. Ben Hall running right, and he gets dropped for a loss of 1.5 yards. Well, it's super conservative, but they're protecting field goal range here a little bit, even though it's a long one.
Yeah, and I'm just curious, what has Dom told Sharon Moore in regards to the field conditions, in regards to where he's good from? I really think that they're probably going to need another 5 yards.
Shotgun for Orji. Ben Hall is deep. Snap. Orji's going to keep it, running right, and he's in trouble. Breaks one tackle down the sideline. Alex Orji gets knocked out of bounds at the Bama 33-yard line. You asked for 5 yards, John, and he gave you 9.
Yeah.
And he was dead to rights in the backfield.
He was, but when you've got a guy with his athletic ability, I mean, how worried are we about Jalen Milroe breaking the pocket?
Yeah.
It's the same thing with Alex Orji. Just allow him to make a play. You're going to take some lost yardage plays, but you're also going to have moments like that where he is able to make a guy miss and just use pure athletic ability to pick up 9 yards.
3rd down and 2 for Michigan from the Bama 32-yard line. Orji in a shotgun with Benjamin Hall deep. Snap, handoff, Hall up the middle, 1st down, inside the 30, and he gets undercut at the 29-yard line and goes down right there, and the Wolverines pumping their fists, and the fans applauding. We're inside of 10 minutes to go, and the Wolverines have it. First down from the Bama 28-yard line.
Well, and that's one thing Michigan is doing, is just absolutely eating up clock. They got the ball with 12:38 left. You mentioned it. Clock does become part of the issue here.
It's not Michigan's issue. It's currently Bama's. 1st and 10, Michigan. Orji in a shotgun. Handoff, Jordan Marshall, stacked up at the line of scrimmage, battles and gets a yard. Oh, wow. You know, I was listening to his high school coach talk about him, and he said he's never seen a player be able to contort his body, maintain his balance, and squeeze every inch out of a run as well as Jordan Marshall has.
Well, I mean, I think we all like what we see from Jordan Marshall. We've liked it as a return guy. Now that we're getting to see him run the ball more, we're excited about it. Now you develop that offensive line just a little bit more, and it's something that you could be excited going into next year for.
Ball's on the Bama 26-yard line. Jordan Marshall in the backfield next to Alex Orji. Marshall will take the snap, and he gets buried right away. A loss of a yard to the 28-yard line. Tim Keenan on the stop. Clock is running, 8:38 to go in the ballgame.
Well, Doug, you mentioned it. You don't want any lost yardage plays. You're well within Dom Zavada field goal range right now, even with the field conditions the way they are. You got to be smart with the ball.
Alabama's so overplaying the run. 3rd and 10, Orji in a shotgun. Looks to the sidelines. He's got 8 seconds on the play clock. He shifts Hogan Hansen back in. Bama showing a 5-man front. Handoff, Jordan Marshall up the middle, 25-20, reaches for the first down and comes up just shy. Good blocking up front, and Wolverines now, they're marking it at the 20, 4th down and 2.
Yeah, this needs to be a field goal.
Yep. And it's going to be, as Dom Zavada trots onto the field. He is 3 for 3 today on field goal attempts. First game on grass since he was at Arkansas State 2 years ago and kicked on grass at Oklahoma. This will be a 38-yard attempt to give Michigan a 2-score lead inside of 7.5 minutes to go. Snap is good. Kick is on its way, and the kick is right down the middle. Zavada from 38 yards, and Michigan extends its lead to 19-10 with 7:21 to go in the ballgame.
And he's such a huge weapon to have that confidence going into any moment like that you're going to come away with points. He's been so good at that and so consistent all season long.
21 of 22 on the season. 9 plays, 47 yards, over 5 minutes and 17 seconds. And the Wolverines lead at 19-10 here from the ReliQuest poll in Tampa. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
Hail to the victors. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
It's time to light up the season during the Ford Get Holiday Ready sales event. And right now, enjoy limited time offers on our full lineup of Ford vehicles, like the 2024 Ford Escape. The Escape comes with Bliss, blind spot information system, with cross traffic alert and plenty of cargo space to fit your lifestyle needs. Right now, AZ Plan trade-in lessees can lease a 2024 Ford Escape SUV active all-wheel drive for $279 a month for 24 months, with $1,789 due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $1,500 year-end sales event cash and $3,500 trade assist cash. Offer ends January 2nd. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. So lease a 2024 Ford Escape for $279 a month only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Doug Karsch, John Jansen, Jason Avant back in Tampa, Michigan on top of Alabama, 19-10 with 7:21 to go in the ball game. Alabama will get the football back following another clutch field goal for Dominic Zavada, who's 4 for 4 in this game. John was mentioning during the break that he's getting a little hungry, and I want to offer you something that the Wolverines, when they went to Busch Gardens, they fed the giraffe.
Oh, did they? What, carrots?
And in less than a minute, one giraffe ate 3 heads of lettuce. John, how far back would we have to go to track your consumption of 3 heads of lettuce?
Oh, decade at least.
Jason, does this surprise you at all?
John, hey, listen, he's a big fella. He had to eat.
John would go to see the Lions get fed at Busch Gardens.
That's right. Yeah. Meat eaters.
Speaking of Lions, we had our first Jared Goff chant down below.
Oh, I didn't hear it.
Yeah. 19-10, Michigan on top. Zavada will kick off from left to right, and this one will sail well into the end zone and be a touchback. And Alabama will take over at the 25-yard line, trailing by 2 scores.
Well, there you go, Jason. He found the middle of the field.
He has a leg, so get it out of the back of the end zone.
Of course, he has kickoff duties with Tommy Doman entering the transfer portal.
Well, now you can hear the crowd get behind this Michigan defense, who's been really good, except for that one drive to end the first half.
1st and 10, Bama from the 25-yard line. Milroe in an empty backfield, back to pass. Delivers, and Jam Miller's got it at the 28. Can't get away from Jair Hill, and then gets blasted by a late-arriving Ernest Hausman.
Jair Hill was like, wait.
Yeah, I think Jair Hill is the one that took that shot.
Yeah. What just hit me?
Alabama going quickly, lining up in a shotgun. Snap, handoff, Jam Miller up the middle, across the 35, out to the 40, where Wesley Walker tries to rip the football out, but drops Jam Miller at the 43-yard line. First down for Alabama, 6:48 to go in the ball game. Michigan up 9.
That's not the first time Alabama's gone tempo, and Michigan was not lined up. They probably had half the guys that were lined up and available to make a stop on that play.
Bama substituted, so Michigan will as well. 1st and 10, Bama from their own 42. Milroe claps his hands, back to pass, goes QB run, up the middle, breaks a tackle. This could be trouble to the 50, cuts back inside into Michigan territory, and he's dropped at the 48-yard line by Amir Hall.
Wow, I tell you what, from the very first drive throughout the course of this game, Amir Hall has been great at open field tackles.
2nd down and 2 for Alabama. Snap, handoff, Jam Miller, and he's met in a hole and gets pushed forward by the O-line, and it was good enough for a first down as they move the scrum across the line to gain the 47 of Michigan. Clock running, 5:52 to go. Wolverines up 9.
And I'm surprised that Alabama, they caught Michigan off guard with that tempo, a hurry-up offense, that they're not doing more of that.
1st and 10 for Bama. Milroe back to pass. Michigan blitzing. Milroe's going to let it go deep. Throws it downfield and incomplete. He was looking for his wide receiver.
No,
Jeremy
that
Bernard.
is so late. You got to be kidding me.
Did we get a late hit on Milroe?
No, Jay Sean Barham hit him right as he's throwing the ball, and the official waited until that ball was incomplete to throw the flag.
Wow. Looking at the replay here.
Personal foul. Roughing the passer.
Oh, that's crap.
Defense. 15-yard penalty. Automatic first down.
Yeah, he just threw it up for grabs as he was, and the reason he did is he was getting hit by Jay Sean Barham. Oh, boy.
Oh, that's a terrible call. What's his name again? You better let everybody know. That was just, and he threw it so late. That ball was incomplete 50 yards downfield before he threw the flag.
1st and 10, Bama from the 32 of Michigan. Milroe back to pass, trying to set up a screen. Nothing there, and he throws it incomplete as he pretty much had to dirt it. The Michigan Wolverine defense not fooled. Jimmy Rolder, Derek Moore, Jaden Hood all sniffed it out. 2nd down for Bama with 5:27 to go.
Well, Michigan, you got to wipe that one clean, bad call, but you still got to be aggressive with Jalen Milroe.
Well, they've sacked him 5 times today. Milroe in a shotgun. Surveys the Michigan defense, takes the snap. Handoff, Jam Miller, dragged down from behind. Wesley Walker on the stop for a short loss. That'll be 3rd and long for Bama.
Well, I really like what Wink is doing in terms of changing up who is coming on the rush. We've seen Jayshon Barham come off the edge. We've seen Wesley Walker come off the edge. Amir Hall's been really good at it.
3rd down and 11 for Bama. 4:55 to go in the game. Milroe in a shotgun takes the snap. Back to pass. Here comes the pass rush. He's in trouble, and he gets out of it. And now he's going to let one go, looking for Jam Miller, and it's going to fall incomplete. What a play by Milroe to stay alive. But now it's 4th down and 11 as he just got rid of it to avoid a TFL. And Alabama's going to send on the field goal unit. This would be a 50-yard attempt.
Well, and a great job by that Michigan pass rush, because Jeremy Bernard was running down to the middle of the field with absolutely no one around him. But Jalen Milroe wasn't able to see him because he was under duress from the get-go.
This is actually going to be a 51-yard attempt, a career-long attempt for Graham Nicholson. Ball's in the middle of the field. Snap is good. Hold is good. The kick is on its way, and it is good. A career-long from Graham Nicholson makes this a one-score game once again. 19-13. Michigan on top with 4:38 to go in the ball game. And the Wolverines will get the football back, leading this one by 6. From here in Tampa, the ReliQuest Bowl. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Put your luck to the test with Lucky Draw at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Fridays in January, 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. 2 guests each hour will select 4 cards, arrange them in any order, and reveal to win premium play. Hit 4 of a kind to score an extra $1,000 bonus. Play your cards right and win a share of $147,000 in premium play. Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Your getaway reimagined. Visit SoaringEagleCasino.com for complete rules and details.
With the enhanced engine performance and fuel economy of newly reformulated Tri-Clean gas from Citgo, you're good to go. But good to go where? Exotic bird shopping? To your Tuesday night bowling league?
Woo! That's a turkey, turkeys.
Good to go try your luck at bingo.
G32.
Good to go to a lumberjack competition.
I'm going to move my car.
New top-tier Tri-Clean gas from Citgo. The most advanced fuel we've ever made. Now you're good to go.
Are you interested in a career in metals and plastics distribution? Join the Alro team. Alro Steel and Alro Plastics have over 3,000 teammates in 80 locations covering 16 states. At Alro, you will receive extensive upfront training with many opportunities for advancement. Our core values include loyalty, honesty, and integrity. We offer competitive compensation and an excellent benefits package. Apply today at careers.alro.com.
At Greenleaf Trust, we're prepared to help you win. Our clients, having achieved financial success in their own endeavors, come to us not for what they already know, but rather to benefit from our considerable expertise. With a nearly 100% client retention rate and specialized wealth management disciplines, Greenleaf Trust's Michigan-rooted team helps clients play the long game from one generation to the next. A brighter future begins at greenleaftrust.com.
Today's broadcast is presented by Meijer, presenting sponsor of the 2024 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Let's head back to Tampa, Florida for more of the Wolverines and the Crimson Tide.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. All right, setting the scene here at Raymond James Stadium. The kickers have accounted for all the scoring here in the second half. Dominic Zabata, 38-yard field goal, gave Michigan a 19-10 lead. But Graham Nicholson just connected from 51 yards, a career long. And that's where we sit, 19-13, Michigan on top. with 4:38 to go in the football game.
Well, Michigan's last drive was just a little bit over 5 minutes. If we could get a repeat performance of that one, we'll put this one to bed.
Connor Tulte will kick off. Samaj Morgan deep this time, and this one will go out of the back of the end zone, and Michigan will take over from the 25-yard line. You'd love to churn out a couple of first downs here, eat up some clock. You'd love to go score a touchdown. But
yeah, but the key, I mean, if they're playing complimentary ball and they don't want to put Alex Orji in a position where he might throw in another interception, then yeah, you've got to find a way. But you've also got to be creative with how you use Alex Orji because they are loading up the box. Now, Jordan Marshall's been able to find, in the last couple of drives, a couple of nice runs.
True freshman, 21 carries, 98 yards. From the 25, Orji takes the snap. Handoff to Marshall, running left, and he'll get a yard, maybe 2 out to the 27, which would put him at 100 even, and now we got late flags. Well, this could be big. It was well after the play was over. Wolverines are pointing at Alabama. Marshall's saying a face mask.
After the play was over, unsportsmanlike conduct, number 15, Alabama. That is his first unsportsmanlike conduct foul of the game. It's a 15-yard penalty and an automatic first down.
Yeah, we'll take that.
Justin Jefferson, the transfer from Pearl River Community College, gives Michigan 15 yards and a first down, and the clock is running with 4:25 to go in the game.
Well, 4:25 to go in the game, and you're just a little bit closer to Dom Zavada field goal range.
Wolverines break the huddle with 15 seconds on the play clock. Now they're at 9 seconds. Orji in an empty backfield. They shift Jordan Marshall into the backfield. Snap. And it'll be Jordan Marshall running right, and he gets dropped. Or maybe a yard loss, which would take him back under 100 yards.
Well, I mean, we all know what the game plan is, and that's going to be continue to pound. But at some point, we saw it in the last drive, Alex Orji is going to be asked to make a play with his feet.
Clock is running, 3:37 to go in the game. Michigan leading by 6. Second down, they're calling it 2nd and 10. Wolverines with the football on their own 42. One more first down, and Alabama could be in a world of hurt. But we'll see. They scored very quickly at the end of the first half. Snap, handoff. Benjamin Hall this time, and he is stacked up right at the line of scrimmage. Clock running, 3:13 to go.
Well, this is where, you got to make sure that you are taking every second off of the play clock. And now you're in a position where you're going to need somebody to make a special play. Because I doubt that they put the ball at risk by having Alex Orji throw it.
It's 3rd down and 9 for Michigan. They've got to get the ball across the Bama 48-yard line. 2:40 to go in the ball game. Orji takes the snap. Will hand it off to Hall, running right, out to the 45-yard line, and that's where he is down. It'll be 4th down, and Kalen DeBoer will use his first timeout with 2 minutes and 34 seconds to go in the ball game.
Yeah, and boy, this offense sure can be maddening at times. But it is an end in a kick. We'd love to have a Dom Zavada field goal kick, but it's going to be a punt. Now it's going to be up to the punt coverage team. Make sure you don't let Williams, who is as talented a receiver and return man as you're going to find, make anything happen. Gunner's got to get down the field. Pin them back as far as you possibly can so that you allow that defense to go out there and be aggressive again. And the secondary has played really well. I know that was a big question coming into the game. And other than that drive right before halftime, this secondary has been up to the challenge.
Hudson Holenback, who made his debut and hit his first punt of his college career, standing on his own 30-yard line. Ryan Williams standing on his 10. Snap from William Wagner is a good one. Holenback, the lefty, gets off a good punt. Williams ranging over inside his own 10, catches it at the 6. Running inside his 5. Can he turn the corner to the 10? to the 15, to the 30. And now he cuts back inside at the 40 and out of bounds at the 46-yard line, 44-yard line of Alabama. A 40-yard punt return with 2:18 to go. You could see him set that up.
Yep.
And was telling his guys, don't block anybody in the back as he was carrying the football.
Well, when you've got that type of talent, that's what you know can happen. When you kick it outside the numbers or at the numbers, I mean, that's ideal, what you want, but then you can't have a pursuit breakdown.
I did too. From the 44-yard line, Milroe surveys the Michigan defense, takes the snap. Here comes the rush, delivers, and it's caught short of the 50, and immediately met there by Wesley Walker is the Bama receiver, Ryan Williams, for a gain of 5. And we're going to hit the 2-minute warning with Michigan holding on to a 19-13 lead, and Alabama in need of a touchdown here. They've got 2 timeouts, clock stoppage here. We've reached a 2-minute timeout. This last call is presented by Founders Brewing Company, a proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. It's not a game day without a Michigan-made beer. Founders Brewing Company, welcome to Craft. We'll take a break. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. Sirius XM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On Big Ten Radio, there is complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the Sirius XM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of Sirius XM free. Subscribe now. See offer details at SiriusXM.com/Big Ten Sports.
This season, Abbott and the Big Ten teamed up to host the first ever conference-wide blood donation competition to help fight the greatest blood shortage in a generation. The We Give Blood Drive helps save as many as 60,000 lives, thanks to alumni, students, and Wolverine fans like you. But the need for blood donations doesn't stop here. Go to big10.org/Abbott to sign up to give blood and save lives. Abbott, proud partner of the Big Ten Conference and Michigan Athletics.
We asked our team, why did you choose to work for Michigan Medicine? Here are some of their answers.
Being able to interact with patients, offer them hope, and hopefully giving them care that they couldn't receive anywhere else is the biggest thing.
Because it's the best of the best. We have great benefits. We have great leadership.
I love what I do. This is a place where you want to be if you're looking to make change.
To our team, we say, thank you for choosing us. We shape the future of healthcare together at Michigan Medicine.
Doug Karst, John Jansen, Jansen and Avant back in Tampa. 2 minutes to go in the ball game. Michigan leading Alabama 19-13. Wolverines going without Davis Warren most of this second half with a lower body injury. Offense has been somewhat stagnant, but did come up with a key drive that resulted in a field goal. Now Bama needs a touchdown. And they got 2 minutes to go, 52 yards.
And this is where rush lanes are going to really matter, because you know they're going to try. Bama's going to try and get downfield with those dynamic receivers. Don't allow Jalen Milroe to escape the pocket and do the damage himself.
Michigan showing a 5-man front. Milroe back to pass. Bails out of there to the right. Wolverine dragged to the ground, no flag. Milroe has nobody to throw to and will get rid of it. And Derek Moore's turning the official. I'm like, hey, it was right in front of you. It'll be third down on the incompletion, minute 53 to go.
It's unlikely at this point of the game you're going to get a call that they've allowed to go on all game long on both sides of the ball. But I like the fact that Rayshon Bennett took the correct path. He's not as fast as Jalen Milroe, but he cut off his escape route to the line to the sideline.
3rd and 6 from the Bama 48-yard line. Milroe shifts Jam Miller into the backfield. Michigan's defense crowding the line of scrimmage. Milroe back to pass. Fires far side. He's got his man at the 45-yard line. It's Bernard, and he's drilled at the Michigan 40-yard line. Move the chains for Bama. 1:46 to go.
Boy, Brandon Hillman has never seen a big hit that he doesn't like, does he?
No, he laid Bernard out. Clock running, 1:45 to go. Milroe back to pass. Going to take a shot downfield, looking for Williams. He goes up and gets it, but out of bounds. Inside the Michigan 10, Jair Hill in coverage. It'll be second down with 1:37 to go.
Boy, I tell you what, that young man has a great future ahead of him. I know he came down out of bounds, but wow, what a catch.
Second down and 10 for Alabama at the Michigan 40-yard line. 19-13, Michigan on top. 3 receivers split wide left for Milroe. Jam Miller in the backfield. Milroe takes the snap, back to pass, setting up a screen. Jam Miller's got it. 40, 30, 20, down the middle of the field, inside the 20, down to the 15-yard line with 1:29 to go.
Oh, when they get everybody spread out, Alabama does have that threat of Jam Miller being a pass catcher.
It's a great play call by Nick Sheridan, former Wolverine quarterback, now the Bama offensive coordinator. First and 10 Bama from the Michigan 15-yard line. Wolverines up 6. 1:14 to go, clock running. Milroe, pump fakes, looking to the end zone. It's going to fire it into the end zone and out of bounds. In the back of the end zone was Jeremy Bernard. In coverage down there, Jair Hill. He wanted an OPI. 1:06 to go, second down and 10.
Kind of feels like we've been in this position before, doesn't it, Doug? Jalen Milroe with the ball inside the red zone.
Of course, John's referencing last year's 27-20 overtime win in the Rose Bowl, where Michigan's defense came up with a big stop. Can they do it here? Second down and 10. Milroe claps his hands, now looks to the sideline. Bama does have 2 timeouts. 1:06 to go in the football game. Milroe takes the snap, back to pass. Here comes a pass rush. He's going to lob one. It's tipped in the air. And is it intercepted? No. Ernest Hausman on a tip ball tried to pull it in. And it was Quentin Johnson in Milroe's face. He lofted a leather rainbow out there, tipped by Zeke Berry, and it looked like it was in the hands of Ernest Hausman, who couldn't hang on.
Great coverage by Zeke Berry.
It's going to be third down and 10 for Bama from the Michigan 15-yard line. Stack formation of receivers to the left. 1 receiver right. Jam Miller in the backfield. Third and 10. Milroe back to pass. Wolverines blitz. Milroe lost one over the middle, incomplete. Hit as he threw. Quentin Johnson might have been the man that got in Milroe's face. It's going to be fourth down with 56 seconds to go.
Great job by Wink of changing up blitzes, bringing guys from different positions. Quentin Johnson on both of those last plays, putting the pressure on Jalen Milroe.
This could be the ball game. 4th and 10. Wolverine showing a 4-man front. Milroe looks to the sidelines. He's got 10 seconds on the play clock. On this 4th and 10. Milroe claps his hands, and now Bama's going to take a timeout with 1 second on the play clock.
Yeah, Jalen Milroe looked a little bit unsure, and with the game on the line, Alabama's going to make sure they got the right play and at least the communication of what they want from Jalen Milroe. Michigan's defense going to come to the sideline and see what Wink has in the magic bag.
My heart's racing like I've been running sprints up and down the sideline right
Jason,
now.
this is a neutral site game.
Oh, my
How loud
God.
is it down there?
It's loud, especially in this moment. You can hear Michigan fans, Alabama fans, especially with how much is on the line right here, this fourth down. It's pretty intense, and you can hear everyone or feel everyone holding their breath here.
Well, there's only 56 seconds to go, and Michigan has got Bama looking at a 4th and 10, but they are at the Michigan 15-yard line. Bama just used their second timeout. Michigan has 2 fourth down stops in this game already. right, here we go. 2 receivers split to either side for Jalen Milroe. Jam Miller in the backfield. Milroe's got the snap, back to pass, bails out of there to the left. Michigan pass rush is coming. He's going to throw it up, and it's incomplete. Falls short of the end zone. Nobody there, and the Wolverines defense has come up with their 3rd and most important 4th down stop of the game, and Michigan is going to win the ReliaQuest Bowl.
Well, the beautiful thing about it was, hey, there wasn't initial pressure, but it was Rayshawn Benny that put the hit on Jalen Milroe that caused that throw to go awry. But the secondary, they were up to the challenge today. This is a talented group of receivers for Alabama, and Michigan's secondary was up to the challenge.
Wow, what a finish to the season, John. As Alex Orji's under center, he'll take a snap and take a knee. Clock running, 46 seconds to go. John, they finish by beating Ohio State in Columbus.
Yep.
And then as a 15.5-point underdog, one more snap and they will defeat Alabama here in Tampa.
Certainly a lot of excitement around Michigan football, the program. Jerome Moore, it wasn't the season that anybody wanted, but to end it the way they did, to continue to fight with so many guys opting out, nobody was giving Michigan the chance, and they came out here today and fought as hard as they possibly could.
As Orji takes the snap and the knee, the clock at 5 seconds, and hugs all around between the two teams as the Wolverines get their 8th win of the season. And the best way to describe what we have seen in the last month, it wasn't a great season, but it was a great finish. And I am very happy for the seniors. Brought Michigan 3 straight Big Ten championships, 4 straight wins over Ohio State, a national championship, and now, for the 2nd consecutive year, Michigan has defeated Alabama in the postseason to get their 8th win of the year. Maybe the stat that stands out the most. Today, Michigan playing without Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant, and Josiah Stewart sacked Jalen Milroe 5 times. A year ago in the Rose Bowl, with those players playing, they sacked Jalen Milroe 6 times. The guys up front getting the job done. As John just mentioned, the secondary, and what a springboard into next year this is for Jerome Moore's program. As they did it with young players all over the place, including a 100-yard rushing effort by freshman running back Jordan Marshall, 23 carries, 100 yards on the nose. Also, Fred Moore having a good game at the wide receiver spot, 3 catches for 37 yards, and that touchdown on the contested catch. Samaj Morgan had 4 catches for just 5 yards. Hogan Hansen, Joe Taylor, Marlon Klein, Peyton O'Leary all had a catch. As the Wolverines are celebrating down below, as there will be a post-game ceremony to award the Wolverines with the ReliaQuest Bowl trophy. And boy, what a springboard into 2025 this is. The final score from here at Raymond James Stadium in Tampa, Michigan 19 and Alabama 13. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Touchdown! From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go, go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Start your 2025 planning by supporting the Wolverines. Michigan Athletics is offering ticket discounts on upcoming events to ring in the new year. All you got to do is head over to mgoblue.com/promo and enter promo code NEWYEAR, all one word, to check out some great deals on tickets for select winter sports events. That's mgoblue.com/promo with promo code NEWYEAR, all one word, to join us for some big events at discounted prices. Happy New Year from Michigan Athletics.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup as the top college athletic programs for the 2024-25 college athletics season? You can follow the standings of your favorite team or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2025 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
What a win for Michigan. Hi, everybody. I'm Jeff in from Mike. Rico's right there. David's right there. By the way, David decked out in his Michigan gear as Michigan takes down Bama.
He's a Michigan fan
19-13. That's right. He watched the game. He was actually really pissed that Michigan couldn't score more today. Though, honestly, Rico, I mean,
they
listen,
didn't need to.
I do think that the majority of people listening on this gorgeous New Year's Eve probably care about the Lions and their defense and their Super Bowl run, or will there be a Super Bowl run? But we got to start with Michigan simply because they just beat Bama. They beat them back on the first day of 2024, Rico. And they beat them again for the last day of 2024. And I just got to get this off my chest. Jalen Milroe might regret playing in this game. I heard he was going to play in this game to showcase his talent, go in the first round of the NFL draft. Yeah, not so much.
Brother, he better go out there and have the best pro day of all time. Because, yeah, he looked awful. He looked god-awful in that game.
And Michigan's D-line looked amazing.
And it was almost like Bama didn't realize it rained, and you can't just do all types of things. Michigan did. Here's the funny thing. It's like the anti-Drew Sharp. Michigan may be the best 8-5 program I've ever seen.
Now you're being sarcastic.
No, I'm being serious.
Oh, you're being serious. Oh, okay.
I'm being serious. 8-5. David, that's not Michigan standard.
Correct.
But they won all their trophy games. Minnesota, Brown Jug, MSU, Paul Bunyan.
Ohio State.
That trophy from Northwestern that they made up last week.
I forgot the name of it, but yes.
I forgot they played Northwestern.
Or knew it or something trophy. And they beat Ohio State. And now they just beat Bama.
And I've never seen a coach or a program change a negative narrative quicker. It started with Bryce Underwood. They get their quarterback of the future. Then it goes to beat Ohio State. Then it goes to beating DeBoer and Bama. And oh, by the way, their defense is pretty rock solid, which nobody ever gave them any credit for.
Here's the funny thing. If I'm watching this game, if Michigan gets an offensive coordinator and a quarterback, if they had an offense right now, they'd be in the college football playoff.
I agree with you.
Because I'm thinking, okay, all your NFL talent is gone. We're going to really see, like, wow, that's your defense for next year? You know what? It was truly next man up. That's Alabama over there. Alabama's playing for pride, so Alabama doesn't get to say, oh, we didn't care, because they all said, hey, we're all playing.
They were the Lions.
They
wanted to win the game.
We want to win this game. We want our 10 wins. We want to keep this streak going. Milroe, you had most of your people out there. There was some people who didn't play. And that defense, I mean, look, Wink Martindale dialed up the blitz, and it worked.
Yes.
There was a couple times that Bama had guys wide open. Even late in the game, Williams, got pushed out of bounds. But, man, that defense is rock solid. Now, it's why you can't be sad when a guy like Orgy leaves, because when he comes into the game, you literally, the cards that they hold up with the wacky combinations before they went to the helmet thing, you just want to hold up a sign saying he can't throw the ball.
Or, yes, we're running the ball.
Or, right, for my defense, hey, guys, it will be a run. Don't worry about it. Let the guy run 10 yards past you. He's not throwing it.
You know what's interesting? Like, freshman running back Jordan Marshall runs for 100, right? They went 7 straight possessions after going up 16-0 without scoring a field goal. I don't even know if they got more than 2 first downs in that span, and yet they still run it with a Marshall 40-yard run in the fourth quarter. They go up 9 points, and that was enough. All second half, Orgy or make that Milroe couldn't do anything. Nothing. And that offensive line could not protect them. Nothing. And it was amazing how ill-prepared they looked. I mean, that's a huge win for Michigan. And listen, I understand it's a bowl game. I understand at the end of the day, it's a bowl game. We probably forget about it. But that's a big win for a Wolverine team that was a 16-point dog.
No, you know what it is? This is something that you put up in Schembechler Hall. That the back-to-back, we beat Alabama in back-to-back games. Beginning of the year, end of the year. 2 different coaches. We got Saban fired. Because in the end, nobody's going to remember what bowl game you played in. They're just going to remember, oh, you beat Alabama twice in one calendar year? Wow, that's impressive. So, yeah, I don't know what Sharon Moore did in this last 6 weeks, but whatever it is, he needs to bottle that up and sell it, because He flipped the script. I honestly, 6 weeks ago, Rieger, I thought they were going to. I was like, man, they could buy him out at the end of the season, and it wasn't going to cost him anything. Now, he ain't going nowhere.
I agree. I thought the NCAA, and maybe it still comes down with the NOA, was going to pop Michigan.
Man, I don't think that's even going to happen.
I thought Sharon was going to be a 2-time offender. I thought they were going to have every right to get Sharon Moore out of there and go get a different coach. But you're absolutely right. What he's done really in the last month has been pretty magnificent. And now every Michigan fan seems to believe. Now, there's still some people that don't believe Moore is the guy. They don't like the way he runs a game. But with that being said, how else are you supposed to run this game when you got those two quarterbacks? Like, honestly, what else are you supposed to do?
Now, what you're going to need, you're still going to need that bridge guy. It's not Underwood. If defense is
Quinn Ewers,
that defense looks elite. But, hey, if you're a Michigan fan, you know what? I'm not even going to ask. David, you're the Michigan fan. Are you satisfied? You just beat Alabama, bookends for the year. You decked out in your maize and blue.
You are. You look great.
Is this year satisfying for you? In the end, is this year, if you're a Michigan fan, 248-539-9797, is this year satisfying for you? Because I will say you got the most, you squoze this year for everything you can get out of it.
But expectations are a weird thing, right? And David says in the end, he's satisfied. And every Michigan fan in the end is satisfied.
I didn't say elated. I said satisfied.
But they lost 4 of 5 games after having a 4-1 start and that miracle win against USC. This was a team that some people thought would go to the CFP playoff with 12 teams being accepted. And when you lose and look as bad as they did for the majority of the season, you'll take this in a heartbeat. It seems satisfying because you were able to rebound, but the season as a whole was still disappointing.
No.
But it's still heading in the right direction.
Here's why it's satisfying, and I don't want to speak for Michigan fans, but here's why it's satisfying. 248-539-9797. It's satisfying because it's how you finished. You overcame all that adversity. You went out, you played Alabama. You played Alabama without your stars for next year. You got a sneak peek of what next year is going to look like.
It looks pretty good.
You got to feel good about that defense. You got to feel good about, hey, we got a running back. And we got a freshman hotshot quarterback in the making on the way. We got hopefully a bandaged quarterback coming in from Fresno State. If you're a Michigan fan, you wanted another national title. I'm not saying are you ecstatic by this. I'm not saying was this a great season.
No, you're saying satisfying.
I'm saying in the end, when you were going through those losing streaks, and I told you, hey, you won all your trophy games. You beat your rivals. You got the most out of 8-5 that anybody can get out of an 8-5 team. You got to be feeling pretty damn good about yourself if you're a Wolverine fan.
You do, and I will say it's satisfying, but I can't shake, and I refuse to shake the notion that coming off a national title, and you said it yourself, this defense is championship level. All you had to do was find a competent quarterback, and you went through freaking 4 of them, and you couldn't do it. The games they lost were so winnable, Rico, and you said it yourself. If you lose to Texas and nobody else, because you beat the Buckeyes, you beat Michigan State, if you just lose to Texas, you're in the playoff right now. So that part is still tough to swallow. It feels like you kind of punted away the season. But yes, how they finished it, where they're headed, I guess it's satisfying. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
is that fair?
But here's the thing. Here's why you should feel like it's satisfying, because you won your last 2 games, and you just didn't beat Northwestern and Little Sisters of the Poor. You defeated Ohio State in the college football playoffs, and you defeated Alabama, blue blood.
Yeah, 16
college football
point
blue blood.
That played everybody.
And
that, by the way, thought they should be in the playoff.
And you know what? I bet you Lane Kiffin ain't tweeting nothing now.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. You not only did that, but it looks like you got wise and realized our offense sucks. We're going to fire the coordinator. We're going to spend some money. We're going to go get a quarterback. So now you pair, if Michigan's offense is middle of the road with that defense, you can go to the playoffs. If you know what you become? I'm not trying to be funny. You become Penn State. Middle of the road offense.
Which is fine. Penn State
and an elite defense.
Well, you're better than Penn State because you can beat the Buckeyes. They can't.
Right, but I'm saying that's what you are. Like, if you have if you have even a shred of a threat of a passing game, and if next year's offense is ranked 50th in the nation with that defense, you could go probably 10-2 and 10-2 may be good enough to get you in the playoffs.
See, and that's why, to me, the season is satisfying, because I'm taking away the bowl game, because I already told you guys yesterday, I don't care about the bowl game.
People, he was immersed in it. It was unbelievable.
I was not
cheering his
immersed
ass
in it.
off.
Don't listen to this man. I wasn't listening and watching until this man walked in the building.
I walked in early.
But it's satisfying alone because you beat Michigan State and you beat Ohio State. And then the conversation you're having about having a quarterback that's competent, that can do a little bit, that's why it's satisfying, because I believe that Bryce Underwood can be that for Michigan. So all of that together outside of the bowl game tells me this is satisfying. There was no chance to get Underwood. We got him. There was no chance to beat Ohio State. We did it. And we beat Michigan State. That's satisfying. Now add the bowl game if you want to. Yeah, you beat Bama. Satisfying.
Another thing, by the way, there was no chance I saw somebody on Twitter, I got a good chuckle out of it. They bet Bama on the money line. They were minus 650. They put down $600 to win $100. And their description was, dude, don't at me. It's an easy $100. 99% chance that Bama wins the game. Oh, he's out 600 and some bucks.
That's not you? I mean,
no, it's not me.
But I'm sitting there looking, I'm like, wow, this defensive line, like Derek Moore. Wow.
Yeah, interception, couple sacks.
It was, the game, I guess it could have been better at the beginning because you got the ball like right there in the red zone 4 straight times. You could have scored 4 touchdowns.
Right, it could have been over.
But you made your field goals. You scored a touchdown, and that was all you really needed to get this thing done. Yeah, Alabama was just like they were lost. Milroe looked horrible. And
awful.
Talking to Rieger, I don't think he may try to go to the pros, but I would look for Jalen Milroe to transfer to another school. I don't think he's going to be back at Alabama next year.
You tell me he's not Joe Milton. Like, strong arm, mobile quarterback, not very accurate, and when the chips are in the middle of the table, I don't know if he can get the job done.
He's accurate. He gets rattled. Like, you bring a slight bit of – when he's in control –
well, he gets confused easily.
When he's in control, he's unstoppable. When you bring a blitz, when you make him get out of his comfort zone, and even the announcers are saying he finds the shortest receiver. Guys were running open deep downfield. I'm running for my life. I'll just take the sack. No. Yeah.
Bama has first-round receivers, and they were open. They diagrammed them a couple times, and Milroe either couldn't find them or he got tunnel vision, but that was not a great – like, I feel bad for Jalen Milroe because, again, this was his decision. He wants to go pro, and he did not look great today. 248-539-9797. We'll get to the Lions and what they did yesterday against Rico's Niners. But are you satisfied with Michigan's season, beating the Buckeyes, beating the Tide, getting Underwood, and how the season ended, and as positive as things look to come? 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number, 97 on the ticket. That's Doug Harsh, the voice of Michigan. Also from Carson Anderson, the show on before this one. Michigan wins it 19-13 over Alabama. Alabama had a chance to win it late, and of course they could not get the job done. Michigan's defense sensational all game long. Rico asking the very astute question, are you satisfied after beating the Buckeyes, getting Bryce Underwood, and then of course beating Bama, 248-539-9797. 4 o'clock hour will get into the Lions and their win against the Niners. You want to go to the phones?
Let's go to the phones.
Dominic, Pontiac, you're on the ticket. What's going on, Dominic?
How you guys doing today?
Good.
Good. Anytime Ryan Day looks pathetic, I'm happy. I just want you to know that first off.
Yeah, he can't be happy right now, Dominic.
Yeah, no. He's sad.
Although he is playing for a national title, though. So
yeah. We'll see tonight. It all depends on that. But the main thing for me, as a big Michigan fan, watching my team in the beginning, watching them go downhill, getting real sad and worried that we're going backwards from before JJ and everything. And watching us push through and get to a bowl game and actually win the bowl game, I don't know how that can't be a successful season for a Michigan fan. I get as like looking at it through just like a football fan's eyes, not specifically a fan of Michigan. Yeah, it's not the prettiest thing in the world, but if you bleed blue and gold like that, this has to be a good moment for you.
Yeah, that's why I said, Dominic, is it satisfying? It's not where you wanted to end up at the beginning of the season. You wanted to still be playing right now. You wanted to be in the college football playoff. But when it's all said and done, it's like, all right, you know what? It's not exactly how I drew it up, but hey, David, I'll take that.
No, and I'll take that. Oh,
yes,
close.
It is.
That works too, though. No, but honestly, I can't say I'm 100% satisfied just because of, again, how they came into the season. I feel they weren't prepared. It's almost like the Cincinnati Bengals, right? Like they made this unbelievable run once everybody thought they were dead and gone. And they still have a chance to go to the postseason, even though they probably won't. So at the end of the season, are Bengal fans going to be satisfied because they turned it on late with this all-world quarterback? I think the answer is no.
No.
I kind of feel the same way.
I think Bengals fans, if they make the playoffs, it's not how they wanted to get there, but so long as they're there, okay, you know what? Anything can happen now.
I agree with you there, but if they don't make the playoffs, because I think Kansas City is going to allow Denver to win this weekend.
Saying, if you're a Michigan fan and you look back and you're like, man, gosh, you know, for a while you were losing game after game. And you're thinking, oh, my God, we suck. But in the end, you look at it and you're like, well, look at who we beat. Okay, we lost to Texas. No shame there. We lost to Oregon. No shame there.
Yes.
We lost to Indiana.
Lost
no
to Illinois.
Shame there.
There's some shame there.
Yeah, those 3 teams that I just named, they all made the playoffs.
Yeah, you're right.
And then you lost to Illinois. Okay. Illinois was kind of fraudulent. Who else did they lose to? Anyway, I can't think of who else they lost to. Oh, Washington.
Yes.
The Washington ended up being their worst loss because you went out there, you beat all your rivals, and then you beat Alabama. I mean, it probably wouldn't be as satisfying if you would have beaten South Carolina today, or if you would have beaten Arkansas, or if you would have beaten Oklahoma State or Oklahoma.
Or even if Alabama rested their starters.
Right.
Or if Alabama came in like you did with a bunch of dudes.
But yeah, if they would have beat TCU, you won. But you beat Bama. And Bama, it's like in basketball. I don't care how bad they are. If you beat Duke.
Right. Or North Carolina.
Duke.
No, and I hear you, but the interesting thing is, and I think you're dead on, I do, because I think most Michigan fans went into this game, I saw it all over social media saying, dude, we're going to get decimated, we're decimated, we're going to get destroyed. Don't look into this. This means nothing. And the fact that you were able to beat them, it does mean something. It's not a meaningless bowl game.
Right.
At least Alabama's going to tell you it is. For Michigan, it's not.
No, Alabama can't say that because they went out there.
They tried to win.
And they went out there with everything that they had, and they couldn't get it done.
Do you think it's going to be a long summer for Kalen DeBoer?
No, I think it's going to be a long summer for Jalen Milroe. I think Kalen DeBoer he's going to say without saying, I got to go get my quarterback, and I can make this thing work.
Let's go to Mark in Oak Park. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Mark?
Hey, how y'all doing this afternoon?
Good, how are you?
Happy New Year to both of you.
Happy New Year, Mark.
No problem. I was going to go with one thought, but I'm going to touch on the comparison with Cincinnati when it comes to Michigan. the difference with Cincinnati and Michigan, Cincinnati came back with, their number one quarterback, number one, number two receiver, decent running game. Now, their defense hasn't been all that great, but they came back with some, they key players on offense. With Michigan, after we closed out the season last year with Alabama, we lost our quarterback, we lost our running back, we lost some key players on defense. So we was working with some new players,
but Mark,
as well as
Mark, real quick,
what makes this season satisfying.
I hear what you're saying, and I didn't mean to cut you off, I swear, but Michigan came back with Kenneth Grant, Mason Graham, Will Johnson, 3 dudes expected to go in the first round of the NFL draft, and you see how good the depth is on that defense by what you saw today against Alabama. So my lack of satisfaction, if I'm allowed to be unsatisfied, is they didn't address the quarterback spot, because every other spot, like Khalil Mullings was a really good running back for them. Their offensive line gelled towards the end. The receivers, of course, can be worked on. But, yeah, they lost a lot. They lost 18 dudes. 11 guys went to the NFL. But I feel it was as easy as getting a legitimate quarterback, and you might be playing tomorrow in the CFP. But go on. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you good. So where I find the satisfaction is overall with the Michigan this season with Michigan, I think the head coach, especially the last few weeks of the season, going out today, I think he finally put his stamp on this is his program. I think at the beginning of the season, he was still trying to identify himself as being the head coach, the leader of the program, perhaps leaning on some things left over behind by Harbaugh, trying to figure that out. And once enough is enough, this is my program, I got to go out. If I'm going to go out, I got to go out my way. And he realized, as well as the whole coaching staff, that our offense isn't going to be that good this year, but our defense is what we got to ride and die on. And they did an excellent job solidifying that. So that the satisfaction with any Michigan fan, I'm a true blue Michigan fan like the last caller. I bleed blue and maize. So I'm satisfied, and now I'm looking forward to the next year because we got a number one quarterback coming in, and I think the coach now got the confidence and the awareness that, hey, this is my program. Here we go.
Mark, thanks, man. Happy New Year. 248-539-9797. Ticket text, same number. Are you satisfied? Get into the Lions in the 4 o'clock hour. Can I read you guys a quick text, though? Yeah. I know David usually reads this, but this is fantastic. It's a great text. And it just makes you feel good if you're a Michigan fan. It says, it's going to be a long summer for the fans. I listen to the Tide every day at work. Believe me, they were predicting 45-10 type scores. See, that's the thing. Michigan fans, satisfied, unsatisfied, however you want to look at it. But people in Alabama, after losing Nick Saban, after not making the playoff, after losing as a 16-point favorite, they have to be devastated, which makes you feel fantastic.
Yeah, because you figured at least we'll go into this game, we'll get our 10 wins, and we'll have something to hold on to. And you got embarrassed by a Michigan team that couldn't score, couldn't move the ball. I mean, you found out you do have a running back, but other than that, passing game was exactly what it was.
Is it fair to say, too, and watching the game, again, Michigan played its depth. Michigan played a bunch of unproven dudes. They hit a hell of a lot harder than Alabama did. They were a hell of a lot more physical than Bama was.
Well, yeah, that's because all of a sudden at the beginning of the game, when you go up 16-0, you're fired up. When you go up 16-0, on 3 straight possessions, they turned the ball over. Not 3 straight possessions, three straight snaps.
No,
Alabama turned the ball over.
It was 4 snaps, 3 turnovers.
Yes.
I heard the breakdown at halftime.
And it's like, are you serious? So, yeah, at that point, man, your defense is fired up. Yeah, they're ready to go. I mean, you saw it last night. All of a sudden, the Lions defense picked up when Kirby Joseph gets his first interception, and now they're like, okay, we can play. I'm looking at that Michigan defensive line. They're young. I don't think they're going to miss a beat. I think they're going to be just as dominating as they were this year. They're going to be hard to run against. They're going to be hard to pass against. Now, it's the blessing and the curse because Wink Martindale is going to probably blitz too many times, and he's going to get burned a couple times in some games. But I think a special quarterback will beat you, But I think an average quarterback to a bad quarterback, you'll dominate.
But what a bad throw by Brock Purdy, speaking of that first Kirby Joseph pick. My goodness. I just wanted to point that out to you. You don't want that guy back, do you?
And you know what? Why don't you also point out that it's cloudy outside? How about that? Let's state the obvious.
248-539-9797. The ticket text the exact same number. What? Your team lost yesterday. And Michigan wins. You can't feel good about that. Anyway, we'll take more of your calls. We'll get into the Lions. 97 won the ticket. Hello. 4 o'clock hour. Michigan takes down Bama, asking the question, are you satisfied with the season, seeing how it ended compared to how it started? That's out there. Get into the Lions momentarily with their big win over San Francisco and, of course, the massive game looming against Minnesota on Sunday Night Football. But first, let's pick up Nick in Port Huron to kind of put a bow on the Michigan talk. What's going on, Nick?
Hey, what's up, man? Just calling, and this is coming from a Michigan State fan. I don't understand how a Michigan fan could be disappointed with this season. You beat Ryan Day in Ohio State. You land the biggest recruit in the country and probably the biggest recruit in school history, and you're building a culture that Michigan football has not had since the 90s.
True, but Nick,
for a Michigan fan,
Nick, you got to ask yourself, if you're a Michigan fan, I mean, most Michigan fans couldn't tell you the name of the bowl they played in because they didn't want to be in this bowl game. I get what you're saying, but they wanted to be in the playoffs, not the ReliaQuest Bowl.
Well, here's the other thing, Nick. Enrico's dead on, but go back and take the temperature of every Michigan fan before the Ohio State game. I mean, I think David, I heard him say it on the show. I was listening, driving in. Nobody cared about that game. Everybody was just giving up, waving the white flag. We're not going to win this game. We just hope we don't get our asses kicked by 50, right? And then, of course, you beat them and you change your tune a little bit. But I don't want my team to have feelings like that, especially coming off of 3 years of dominance in the CFP and a national championship. So when you say satisfying, yes, the last 3 weeks, very satisfying. I like how they finished. I like the future. I like all that stuff. But it rubs me the wrong way that you punt on the season, you don't get a quarterback, and for the majority of the season, it just didn't matter. Like how many topics did we do? College football kind of sucks because Michigan and Michigan State stink, and neither are in the playoffs. So, yes, the last couple weeks are cool and all, but overall, you need more from Michigan. At least I need more.
So, yeah.
No, yeah, for sure. For sure, I get it. But, I guess my point is you got to build off the culture. And from the outside looking in, at least, I see it as, okay, sure, the ball only got rolling towards the end of the season. Build on it, man. Like you guys were saying earlier, such a young team, down Will Johnson. You gotta build on it. The depth that they have and the potential that this team has shown. I mean, I know I'm scared. I'm scared for it. And
you're a State fan? Fair enough. Nick, we appreciate it, my friend. Happy New Year. Rico, you're a State fan. Are you scared?
No, I'm looking at this. I'm looking at that defense, and I'm like, that defense is not going to take a step back. And at that point, yeah, because the Michigan defense last year was elite. And you're thinking, okay, maybe it was just the players. No, it looks like it is the actual system. Either that or they're going to be one of those teams that can just reload on the fly, and it's no big deal.
All right, so if you want to hit on Michigan, are you satisfied? 248-539-9797. However, I do think the majority of fans driving around are probably thinking about the Lions. And Rico and I were talking before the show. Lions beat the Niners yesterday 40-34. And it's interesting because they got their revenge, the same amount of points that the Niners scored last year to win the NFC title game. They scored yesterday to lose in the revenge game. And, of course, they're not going to the postseason. But the Lions went undefeated on the road, 8-0, first time in franchise history. 13 wins, make that 14 wins, first time in franchise history. This is the best Lions team we've ever seen in our lives. That offense is elite. First team in the history of the NFL to have 4 dudes with 1,000 scrimmage yards, 2 receivers, and 2 running backs. This team is awesome, and nobody would say otherwise. However, a funny little thing happened yesterday, Rico, that you can't overlook. They gave up 475 yards to a broken Niners offense. The entire left side of the Niners offensive line was rebuilt, and guys were starting for the first time. Guys were pulled off the practice squad. Guys were rookies, and unfortunately, Detroit fell down. They gave up way too many yards. They gave up way too many points, and it leaves you wondering if you can do this thing. So I'm curious, and I want to ask you, and we'll take the calls, are you more confident or less confident that the Lions can go on a run after watching yesterday? Because what we were concerned about is the defense, and it stunk yesterday.
Rieger, I'm less confident that the Lions can do this. I don't think this is sustainable for at least 4 more games, and I'm including this game coming up this Sunday, that you can just go out there and just score. At this pace, you can never punt the ball because your defense is awful. And I'm going to tell you how awful it is.
Did they? They went for it on 4th and 3 and didn't get it. That was the only time they didn't score.
All right, you can't punt the ball. The San Francisco offensive line, Rieger, 1 starter, 4 new people on that line. That offensive line was rebuilt.
Yes.
And it wasn't rebuilt weeks ago.
No.
It was just rebuilt
yesterday.
Yes, yesterday.
And unfortunately, you couldn't get any pressure on Brock Purdy until the very end when the game was already over.
Right, and at that point, it just became, okay, they have to pass. But when they can mix up the play action, they caught the linebackers flat-footed, whether it was Garendo coming out the backfield. The first 3 drives, it looked like Brock Purdy went through that defense like a hot knife through butter.
And he had 4 seconds back there.
There wasn't any degree of difficulty for him. And Rieger, as somebody who's watched that team all year, I've never seen them play. The last time they played that way was game number 1 against the New York Jets. Other than that, they got to the red zone. They couldn't score. I don't know if you saw the stat, Rieger. They only scored twice this season on the opening drive, where last year,
and once was yesterday,
it was money in the bank. No, last year made it 3 times. Okay. There was no difficulty. It was like they were matching point for point. It was like watching 7-on-7. Now, you're like, well, yeah, the Lions matched them. Okay, here's the thing. That's a bad team. That's not the Buffalo Bills. That's a bad team that your defense couldn't touch this man until the very end.
So you're less confident. You think the defense will get exposed as soon as maybe Sunday.
I don't think it's sustainable that you can go throughout the playoffs and just play that type of aggression. Ben Johnson, when you're having to run trick plays early in the game and you're a favorite, that's a problem. That's a problem because, okay, it's cute and all, but you run trick plays when you don't feel like you're going to win a game because you know what if you're confident that you can just beat somebody, you line up and you do what you do.
All right. So I got a little stat for you. Tell me what this means and if it leads to what you're saying. Over the last 5 games, when the injuries really started on the defense, I think it was the second half of that Bears game on Thanksgiving. Is that fair? Mm-hmm. That's kind of when they really started and Caleb went insane in the second half at Ford Field. Last 5 games, Lions have given up 150 points. That's 30 points a game they're giving up defensively. Last 5 games, the Lions have scored 173 points. So they're averaging 34.6 points a game. So they're essentially winning 4 out of the last 5 games by just simply outscoring the other team. And, of course, one of those games is the Bears in Chicago where they only gave up 17. The other, of course, is the Buffalo game where they gave up 48.
Right.
I'm curious if people, after watching yesterday, are you more convinced that the defense is going to be the demise of you, or are you more convinced that that offense, which looks otherworldly, and that coaching staff and that organization, which refuses to lose and is damn near impossible to kill, if that's what's going to lead you to a Super Bowl? Because you got to pick a side. You really do. I don't think there's too many people that are in the middle saying,
oh, no.
You know what? I got no opinion on this.
Rieger, I think that once you got over the, hey, we slayed the dragon. We got the revenge. We beat the 49ers. I think reality kicked in. Man, I don't know if we can keep doing this again and again and again because you can't. You literally have to tell your punter, we can't dress you. But you'll never play because if we punt, we'll lose.
Sure. Devil's advocate, though. You play like you did yesterday, gash defensively, you get a couple turnovers, which Kirby Joseph was able to get. It had been 5 games since they got picks, right? But last year, they won the same way down the stretch. Last 7 games, they gave up a ton of yards to Mike Evans and Justin Jefferson and Puka Nacua. But they still won.
No. But what did I say? It's not sustainable.
Because in the second half of San Francisco, things fell apart.
It finally will, because at this point, all a defensive coordinator has to do is get 4 or 5 stops in a game, and he beats you.
That is very difficult to do on this Lions offense, but I hear you. So you think, you're convinced You're convinced on Sunday's game or just in general they're not going to the Super Bowl?
In general.
Okay.
You cannot keep playing. If you're going to keep playing this style, no, you're not. Because one bad quarter, one bad game, and you're done. And just like you said, think about it. Last year, you let all these wide receivers do all of this.
But
and
you kept them out of the end zone.
It's okay. Until all of a sudden, it wasn't okay. Until all of a sudden, the team stopped you a couple of times. You couldn't overcome it, and that was ball game.
Okay, see, I am not as definitive as you are. Like, I agree with you. I do. What you saw yesterday.
Okay, Stoney.
I know.
Just right on the fence.
How dare you? Is that Izzo or Stoney? I can't tell. I would love to have a concrete opinion one way or the other, but I'm just going to be honest. I keep changing my mind. I keep changing my mind about Sunday, Minnesota, and I keep changing my mind about the remainder of the season. And I hear what you're saying about the defense. I 100% hear it. With that being said, see, no, I'm not flip-flopping. I'm on the fence. It's totally different. I did not. I guess I am flip-flopping. You guys are such jerks.
You are. Rieger.
Then convince me otherwise. I get what you're saying. You make very good points.
But one side or the other. I mean, if you feel like this team can become what the New Orleans Saints were, and
that's one team out of the history of football.
They just outscored people, and the defense wasn't that great, and it worked for them. Fine. They were aggressive. Remember, they kicked the onside kick in the Super Bowl. They did all types of things. Fine. What I am saying is, when I'm looking at this team, it was very troublesome. You won. It's kind of like we talked about Michigan's season. Wasn't as great as it was, but you felt good at the end. I think that was the opposite. You felt good. You won, but just like, oh, man, you know what? We got some issues here. We have issues.
All I know is every radio topic I've ever done since doing this job, since being blessed and honored to do this job, I've had an opinion. Whether I'm on an island or I agree with everybody, I've had an opinion. Right now, right here, watching this team, my opinion changes 1,000 freaking times. Like, for instance, stop it. Like, for instance, David and I, when we were watching the Michigan game, David in his full Michigan regalia, as we were watching the game, we went over the schedules for the Vikings and the Lions, and they both played, for the most part, nobody. Mm-hmm. For the most part.
Quarterback's stats are about the same.
Absolutely the same. I think one touchdown differentiates them. Like, you look at the Vikings didn't play the Bills. The Lions did. The Lions lost to the Bills. The Bills lost to the Rams.
You know, when the Lions play.
And the Lions.
It's the same thing I said last night. I didn't think last night it was going to be applicable. But against Buffalo, I said, and the Packers, whichever team blinked first was going to lose. The Packers kicked a field goal in the fourth quarter. That was a blink. They lost. Lions had a couple 3-and-outs early against Buffalo, fell behind. They lost. Last night, San Francisco throws the pick. That was the blink. Lions take the lead, and they kept it. When they play Minnesota, it's the same thing. Whoever makes that first mistake, whoever blinks. But the thing is, you're living on a razor's edge to think that you could do this for 4 or 5 straight games.
But the thing about it, Rico, is they have. They've done it. And not just you, but everybody thought they would lose to Green Bay with 1,000 defensive members missing. And they beat Green Bay. Now, yes, they did lose to Buffalo, but they went to Minnesota. They won. They won in the pouring rain at Green Bay. They've been without Hutch since week 5 or week 6. Their first bye week was in 5. Like, that's the crazy thing. You want to count them out, and you make perfect sense. They have done this.
I'm going to tell you why you're wrong. Next, 97-1.
You've been wrong this entire time, though.
97-1. Hey, January 1st is tomorrow, people. You know what that means? It's the start of a new year. So why not start this new year strong at Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone? Now's the perfect time to go and hit the gym and work on your New Year's resolutions of saying, hey, I want to work out and get in better shape. Let Planet Fitness be the catalyst to your better lifestyle. Why? One, like I said, it's judgment-free. So no matter where you are, you can go in there at any of the local Planet Fitness. It's like over 50 in the Metro Detroit area. A lot have brand new strength training equipment, cardio equipment, and there's free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who will focus on you. Magical word, free. All you need to do is go to your local Planet Fitness right now and get started. Start your new year strong. $1 down, $15 a month. Yes, you heard me right. $1 down, $15 a month. Head to your local Planet Fitness right now, home in the judgment-free zone, or you can go online at planetfitness.com. Lions fans, are you more confident, less confident after watching last night's game? Now, here's what I was going to tell Jeff Rieger.
You were going to say
the reason why I don't think it's sustainable is because starting next week, you are playing the better teams of the NFL. You're not going to be playing the Chicago Bears twice. You're not going to be playing the 49ers. You're going to be playing playoff teams and playoff games. And yeah, all the games may be here in Detroit, but at some point, you can't just keep trying to outscore people. Your defense has to step up and make a key third or fourth down stop. You can't let teams just keep going in and scoring touchdowns on you. And your defense, Lions defense, has to go out there and make a big-time play and rush the quarterback. It was very disheartening when I saw that Zadarius Smith and the boys couldn't do anything last night in Santa Clara.
I agree with you, especially as you pointed out so astutely, a rebuilt backup offensive line.
Four new linemen.
And this is why I do lean to you. But yeah, I'm on the fence. I'm not afraid to admit it. You can play the do all you want. Go ahead. Play it again. Play it again. I'm on the fence. I am not ready to give up on this team. I see what you're saying. With that all being said, they won this way last year, all the way to the NFC title game. This year, their offense is even better. They will get Montgomery back. They will get Anzalone back. And hopefully they can make some stops. You saw in the second half, and I know San Francisco stinks, but you saw in the second half, they essentially gave up one touchdown. And Dan Campbell said at the half, just go play football. Stop with the scheme. Just go play football. Be aggressive, hit hard. I didn't think they tackled well yesterday. I think a lot of what you saw defensively, yes, is scheme, lack of talent.
No,
but I think
2 touchdowns in the second half.
One of them was to Josh Dobbs. Didn't matter.
Wait. Apparently that stuff matters because Lions fans tell me at the end of the Buffalo game, it was close.
No. I said they gave up essentially. I said the word essentially 1 touchdown. So are you more or less confident? Go ahead, David.
David, you see what he did,
David's
right?
very negative.
He also said something else when he was talking.
What?
You said, we hope that they'll get a few stops. What is one thing we do on this show, Rico?
Oh, you don't like the hopium, I forgot.
It's not a strategy.
And
you can't sit here and we hope
I
and
hear
get a
you.
stop.
Listen, you
and
guys
then
make
earlier
sense.
in the
Yes.
conversation, you said they haven't been getting turnovers until last night.
Yes.
And you just automatically think they're just going to keep doing that every game from now on?
David,
you can't just rely on a turnover to just say, oh, now we're going to. No, you have to play better on defense overall.
You hurt
and
my
then
heart.
possibly get a turnover to help.
You hurt my heart because it's like you don't listen to anything I say. Your safeties are still some of the best in football, and you have been outscoring team, and you have been winning these games. And every time we bet against this team and think they're going to lose, all they do is prove you all wrong and they win, with the exception of the Buffalo game. I know you're going to point that out. So I get what you're saying. I'm not saying you're wrong, but why I'm on the fence is because I think you're a fool if you count this team out.
Rieger, I didn't say I'm counting it out. I'm saying it's not the way they are playing. You're going to go up against Minnesota and you're going up against the better teams of the NFL, and you struggled against bad teams. You struggled because your defense can't stop people. You struggled because Caleb Williams, even though they scored 17 points, threw for over 300 yards.
100%.
Brock Purdy has a career passing game. Like, you can't keep doing that because the talent is going to get better and better.
But you only have to do it 4 more games. 248-539-9797. Are you less confident or more confident
then?
Are you less confident?
So you're confident?
I told you I'm on the fence.
No, you can't be. Rieger?
On the fence?
You can't. See, you know what?
I'm on the fence? Let's go to Jay in Flint.
This is why you do shows with Wojo.
Are you allowed to one time have somebody convince you? You're doing a good job of it.
I'm not trying to convince you. I'm simply.
Well, that's every time you make an argument to try to convince somebody else.
No.
All right, let's go to Jay in Flint. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Jay? How are you?
What up, dog?
What up, dog?
Up and get this money. Hey, I'm more confident.
Why?
I am more confident, and I'm finna school y'all because it's a tale of two halves. Now listen, we're not getting no D lineman back, right? And we will hope that DJ Reader will show up. I don't know where he been, or Zadarius, whatever his
Smith.
name is, because he left. You know
He
what
hasn't
I mean?
been very
hope
good
that
now.
They can get some type of pressure when we go on with that bracket coverage. But we dropping 40 balls on everybody. This is the offense. The offensive line. It's offensive line and offensive strategy. We got to go off of that. And then the second half, right, when we talking about getting off the field, the second half, they had a small defensive playbook in the first half. The second half, this is the playbook that we're going to have in the playoffs in next week. We're going to put Branch and Malafalu, however you say his name, in position to make plays. Jack Campbell, we're rushing them. Guys that can get to the quarterback and get the quarterback down, our strategy. And we're going to force them to go where they want to go. Interception, Joseph, hello, 2 back-to-back. You know what I mean? I was telling my people, when they came in this game, it's going to be a small, safe little plan. We got some money because the NFL love us because we made it competitive because we didn't have to throw the book at them. Next week, Minnesota, playoffs, get ready because we got some stuff for y'all that's coming out. And the defense, the three safeties, yeah, and then we get Alex Zone back. It's on and popping in Detroit.
Jay, I appreciate it, my friend. Listen, Jay's saying you get more guys back, and he pronounced a couple dudes' names wrong.
Okay, but here's the thing. Yes, I don't think you're going to be able to score 40 because now you're going up against – okay, you went up against the 49er defense that's ranked 19th.
Yeah.
You went up against the Bears that's
They're
ranked –
actually the second overall defense.
13th. Who?
The Niners, second total overall defense. But against the pass, that's what my chart told me.
Against the pass. I'm talking total team defense.
I hear you.
You know, you're about to go up against the number 2. Minnesota is 2. Possibly Philly 4, Green Bay 5. So better teams, better caliber of teams that you're about to play. That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
So it's not just, okay, well, you're going to go up against a bunch of nobodies. You're going up against better defenses. So you, contrary to what this last caller said, you may not be able to put up 40 burgers on everybody.
Okay, so, and you're right about that. They're averaging 35 a game, so that's not quite 40, but it's close. It's 5 points away. As far as San Francisco's defense, coming into the game yesterday, total defense, they were ranked the second best in football, only allowing 304 yards, and you had more than that, so that's going to go down. But as far as what the Lions do, long, sustained, soul-sucking drives, offense stays on the field, whether it's trick plays, just moving the football. Here's the thing. It'd be real easy to come over to your side if it looked like that offense wasn't the best in football. But they are the best in football. And you made the comment earlier, all you got to do is stop the Lions 3 to 4 times. That is a challenge to stop the Lions 3 to 4 times. Even in the Buffalo game, you stopped them twice. They fell behind 3 scores in the fourth quarter. They come back, they lose by 6. So I get what you're saying.
Essentially, they just scored these points late in the game because they don't really count.
But listen, I get...
According to you.
No.
Essentially,
the game was over yesterday. How dare you?
The
game was over.
Buffalo game was over.
That's fair.
You can't have it both ways, Rieger.
Listen, Rico, the bottom line is, I get, you guys are all against me. This is ridiculous. I like that song, though. It's very catchy. You guys are against me, and that's totally fine.
It's not
and
against
I get
you,
what
Rieger.
I see your point of view, but my point of view is every time somebody's bet against these guys, all they do is win. And you have had a track record of being wrong with this team over and over and over again. So forgive me if you make common sense and you make total sense, but I truly believe there's something left there offensively to prove.
No, Rieger, last night I said you're going to go in there and win. I thought you would win by a lot more. Cookies thought you were going to kill him. I'm like, okay, you'll win the game. I thought it would be around what it was at the end because I thought, okay, maybe they'll score a garbage touchdown, which they did. But I'm watching it and I'm like, okay, this is concerning.
I agree with you.
This isn't okay. They scored 3 touchdowns in the final 5 minutes when you had your bench, but you couldn't play any of your bench because you needed all your starters in the game. You had to run trick plays to beat that awful team. That's problematic, Rieger.
I think they run the trick plays because they see the trick play can work, whether it's the hook and ladder or whatever. So I don't know if I buy into that, but you're absolutely right.
Rieger.
You're absolutely right. That was a banged-up offense that destroyed their defense.
Your team is supposed to be good enough to beat them without having to use any type of plays like that. You know what? You line up and you run Gibbs. You throw the ball to Amon-Ra and to J-Mo deep, and you just beat them.
Well, I'm not going to downgrade a team or have less confidence in a team because they use trick plays. With that being said, it was a bad look. It was a bad look
I'm
yesterday.
not downgrading a team because they played trick plays. Okay, you're taking my words and you're twisting them is what you're trying to do. We don't do that here.
Let's
stop. What I am saying is you are good enough that you could just beat these bad teams without going into your bag of tricks. That's what I'm saying.
248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Are you with Rico? I'm not going to say you're with me because I fully admit I'm on the fence about this one. You can play the song if you want, but are you more or less confident that the Lions can achieve what we want them to achieve after watching yesterday's game? 97 won the ticket. All right, we're fighting. New Year's Eve. Happy New Year, everybody. It's the Valenti and Rico show. Mike back on Thursday, I believe. I'm in today. And don't forget, Lions review at 6 o'clock. Make sure to keep it tuned. I'll be doing that. No Dan Miller. So I'm very excited.
Top of that.
What's up?
I'm right on top of that.
You want to join me?
There we go. I said I'm right on top of it.
Okay, you'll be listening.
Yeah.
You can join me. You can stay.
Can I?
Yeah. You want to?
No.
I can't. Anyway. All right. So here's what we're talking about. After watching yesterday's game, are you more confident or less confident that the Lions can achieve a Super Bowl or get to a Super Bowl? Because that defense looked horrendous. And Rico's like, no, not confident, less confident. Defense gets shredded. You're playing better teams moving forward. I say, I know it's a weak take. I fully admit it. I'm on the fence because I want to actually agree with Rico and David. I do. They make great sense. With that being said, I've seen this team all season long, and all they do is prove the doubters wrong. And it's not like that offense isn't good. Like, real quick, you made a point in the break. You said it's like the guy that goes to Vegas that keeps rolling sevens, and you keep rolling sevens, so you think you're just going to keep rolling sevens. And my reply was, but it's like you're rolling sevens with a weighted dice. You know you're going to roll sevens because that defense and that coordinator, it's so good and so unstoppable that, yes, they won this way last year. Offense is better this year. They might get Montgomery back. I do think they can still go on a run.
Right, but the defense was able to stop people as well, and this defense can't.
Okay, but
you literally, Rieger, you cannot punt the ball. A field goal, you're probably only allowed to kick maybe one of those. But other than that, that's the only type of kicking is extra points and field goals. You can't punt because you can't trust your defense to get a stop.
Understood, but last year is almost the same as this year. They kept teams out of the end zone. They gave up a ton of yards through the air and on the ground, but they kept teams out of the end zone. This year, keep teams out of the end zone. They miss Ali McNeil so bad. I don't doubt that at all. But you won last year this way. You can win this year similar because your offense is better. What's up?
How about we get to the callers?
Oh, yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
You want to do that?
I'm tired of listening to you.
Oh, well, you know what? I'm tired of listening to you. What a comeback that is. Jonathan and Novi, you're on the ticket. What's going on, Jonathan?
Good. Hi. How you guys doing? I listen to you guys all the time.
Thank you.
You guys, how are you not more confident? What do good teams do? They find a way to win no matter what. Look at the Niners. They have the injuries, less injuries, and the riddle. We're talking about how bad they are. We're still 14-2. Let's not lose perspective, right? We made the stops when we needed to. We have the guy that's leading in interceptions. I know Rico said you can't always count on interceptions and turnovers, but why not, right? All you need to do is just jostle them off, and who's going to stop this offense? This offense is literally going down in history, probably one of the greatest offenses of all time. I think we're going on the SOL mentality. We're always waiting for that next shoe to drop, and we're relishing what we actually have. We're winners, and winners find a way to win.
No, Jonathan, what I'm saying is it's not SOL. It's you eventually have to play defense. You eventually have to stop the other team. This isn't a 7-on-7 competition. If it was, you would be awesome at it because they don't play defense in 7-on-7. But if you're letting bad teams go and throw the ball down there, if you're letting Ricky Pearsall look like he's Jerry Rice in that secondary, that's problematic because I look at some of the teams that you could be potentially playing. That's a problem.
Yeah,
you got to be able to make stops. That's all I'm saying. I don't think that you can maintain this. I'm not saying you lose in the first round. Rieger's trying to make it seem like I'm saying that. I'm saying I don't think you can ride this for 4 or 5 games playing this style against a better caliber teams.
I listened to the last caller, and he was peddling hopium. That's what he was doing. And listen.
And look, I'm not trying to convince anybody. Rieger asked me, am I more or less confident? I'm like, dude, I'm less confident after watching that team last night.
Yeah, listen, I think you're always trying to convince somebody. At least I always try to convince somebody with an opinion, but whatever. It doesn't matter. We'll go back to the calls. It's a great topic because everybody's all over the place. Let's go to Eddie in Redford. You're on the ticket. What's up, Eddie? How are you?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey, Eddie.
Good.
Yeah, you know that, and I'm listening to hearing some contradictory here because you know what the thing about you can't compare this team to last year's team because last year's team they weren't injured. this year's team, you have no defense. You get into the playoffs, okay, the way this defense is, you're going to have to score. It's like you said, Rico, they can't give the ball up. There are no field goals. There are no punch. You have to actually score every time you touch the ball. And, Jeff, you said something about you always can't count on a turnover or interception. The only reason why they won that game last night, because the way it was going, San Francisco had to turn the ball over. And that's what happened, and that's how the Lions were able to take the lead. Now, what's going to happen when they get in there, they go further down the line, they get in there against the Philadelphia or even Kansas City, which they pretty much have lights-out defense. Do you think the Lions are going to score every time they touch the ball? Yeah, the Lions have a great offense, but they're not going to score every time they have the ball against Kansas City or even against Philadelphia.
Yeah, but Eddie, it goes the other way too. I mean, this defense will
exactly. I know that.
Exactly, this defense will make stops, and they made stops yesterday. And I know you don't want to use yesterday as an example because the Niners stink, but they made stops when they had to, whether it was a couple of interceptions or they stopped them on downs as well. So to Rico's point, you got to make 3 or 4 stops and stop the Lions 3 or 4 times you got a chance. Same goes to be said with the Lions. Defense makes a couple stops, you're in great shape.
Yeah, but the thing is, you're playing better quality teams. You're playing
You're
Kansas
right. You're
City.
absolutely right.
You're playing Philadelphia. And if you go into the playoffs looking at the way you did yesterday, how can you stop anybody?
Yeah. And
how
Eddie,
do you stop anybody?
Eddie, I agree with you because the problem is this. You went up against a brand new offensive line.
100%.
And you couldn't get any pressure on the quarterback. First 3 drives, just way too easy. Okay? That's problematic. And this is one guy playing in his very first start in the NFL.
Right.
Another guy straight off the practice squad. No pass rush. Now you're going to be going up against better offensive lines. Quarterbacks are going to be able to sit in that pocket a little bit longer. Yeah, I think
you apart.
This is something that is not sustainable. Like, you have to be able to go out there. And unfortunately, a lot of these guys aren't coming back this year. So this is all you have. You can't punt the ball. You really can't kick field goals. You have to score each and every time you get the ball. Can they do that? They have been. But when you go up against better teams, it's going to get harder and harder each week to do that. That's why I don't think it's sustainable for a 4 or 5 week drive throughout this final week and the playoffs.
Where are you at? 248-539-9797. Are you more or less confident in the Lions after watching yesterday's win, but they got smoked defensively? 97 won the ticket.
Ready? All right. Rigger, turn your mics down. Turn your headphones down.
All right, 97 won the ticket. Talking about the Lions.
Yeah, talking about the Lions. And Rico, let me just say this.
Yes.
Because we're asking, do you feel more confident or less confident in this team after watching last night's game? The reason why I'm saying I feel less confident is because if you're the Detroit Lions, especially the offense, you have to play a perfect game for at least the next 4 to 5 games. A perfect game, meaning you can't have a bad snap exchange. You can't have a tip ball in the air and it's an interception, because that one play right there could change the tide and then give the other team the ball in your red zone, and now you have to play from behind. You were able to come back from behind against the 49ers. I don't know if you'll be able to do and play that style. It's asking the offense and Ben Johnson to be perfect. You can do it for a game. You may be able to do it for a couple. But the level of competition is about to rise. And to say be perfect from here on out is asking a lot.
You don't have to be perfect. You got to be close to perfect. Not perfect, but you got to be close to perfect. You hold the team out of the end zone, you make them settle for 3, then yes, that's a win defensively. And that's what they did last season. And again, I think you look at that offense.
No, but Rieger, last season, you didn't have a decimated defense.
It was the same, but you had Cam Sutton and Kindle Vildor as your corners.
You also had a pass rush. You don't have a pass rush.
You really didn't have a pass rush. What did we say in the offseason? Oh, please go get a pass rush. And Hutch was fine, but they weren't sacking guys left or right
now.
I get it, but I'm not saying
you got orange cones out there right now.
I'm not saying your defense is good, because yesterday it looked hideous. I also think, and you're going to think this is a cop-out, and that's fine, and we'll go back to the calls, but when I heard Dan Campbell talk yesterday, talking about the look ahead, he told TJ Lang it was impossible for even him not to look ahead to Sunday because yesterday was essentially meaningless. I have a hard time believing that defense is going to be so lackadaisical in making hits like they were yesterday. Real quick.
No. See, you don't get to do that. You don't get to tell me, hey, we're going out there and we're playing. No, I'm saying, hey, we got the whole team. We're playing our starters. We're going out there to win. And then, we were looking ahead. You don't get to do that.
Rico, a trademark of this Lions defense and offense, really, but grit, if you will, is hitting the F out of the opposing team. Yesterday, with the exception of a hit by Amik Robertson and a hit by Ife Melifonwu, I didn't see that. The defense lacks talent, but they also look lackadaisical. So they're not going to look lackadaisical on Sunday. If they find a way to win on Sunday, you get the bye. You home field throughout. Life looks a hell of a lot easier than if you got to go on the road to Tampa Bay or Los Angeles. Because you're right, you got to go on the road, and if you're taking on the Rams or you're taking on the Bucs, that's scary as hell. This entire time, I'm not disagreeing with you. I totally understand what you're saying. I'm just not ready to go all to the it's over mode. And I know you're not there either.
I didn't say it's over.
I said that. But I'm in the middle. I think it's okay to be in the middle. But I'm asking people. They have to choose. Less or more confident. Let's go to Mike in Detroit. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Mikey?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey, Mike. Hey. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year's to you guys, too. Just want to say that I'm just as confident as last year. Yesterday. Doesn't matter.
Why?
Okay, here's the reasons. All right, you guys want to talk about the defense and stuff like that. Any team in the league has to stop us as well. Any defense in the league has to stop us. I think we're the second leading scoring team in the league. That's number one. Number two, we just need one turnover, right? You got it yesterday. You got two, in fact. It happens. One big play happens on defense, it's over for the other team. That's the other thing. You guys talked about trick plays. The trick plays is we're keeping defenses of the other team on their toes, not knowing what to do, how to prepare. We're never vanilla. We're never going to be the plain old Lions. Always something's going to be
true, but
ready to go.
Mike, but you also realize that the turnover for the other team is when you go for it on fourth down and you don't get it because they're not 100%.
Right. But Mike, to the opposition of what Rico just said, the fact that you go for it so many times, 28%, that's the most in the NFL going for it on fourth down. Yesterday, they were 2 of 3 on fourth down. You are forcing teams' defenses to stay out there an extra down. That's putting a hell of a lot of pressure on opposing defenses. And just yesterday, you saw it. John Lynch lost his freaking mind in the press box, the GM for the Niners, because the Lions picked up a 4th and 3 deep in 49er territory. So the way you play offense and find a way to stay on the field obviously will help you win football games and make you believe a little more that this thing is possible.
And let me say this: last year was the Lions' defense that great? Did we think they were going to go to a championship, NFC championship game the way they were going? No, but things happen. Each game is different, and we're built that way. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen this coming weekend. I hope they got the Lions pull it off, and I think they will. And it might be who gets the ball last wins the game, but that's okay. I'll take it. Have a good New Year's, and I'll see you guys again.
You too,
Thank you, Mikey.
You too.
By the way, the Lions' last 5 games against the Bears, I don't know if this counts because, remember, they couldn't score a touchdown on Thanksgiving. They probably should have been up like 50, but they put up 23 Thanksgiving. They follow it up by that decimated defense game against the Bears. 1 week later, they put up 34. Following week in a loss, they put up 42. Following week at Chicago, they put up 34. And the following week after that, yesterday, they put up 40. So even though their defense stinks, and yes, their defense stinks, and they will struggle, the opposing offense still has to find ways to score upwards of over 30 points to beat you.
Right. And what I'm saying, how easy it was for San Francisco with a team that they didn't have their main players on offense. They didn't have their main offensive line, and they had no problem going up and down against that defense. That, to me, was concerning. Now, if you don't see it that way, well, you know what? God bless you. But I look at things in reality. I don't care about, last year. I'm looking at right now.
Is it possible it was an awful game, like a worse than awful game? Because go back to the Packer game. The Packer game, listen, the Bills lit you up, and that's bad. But the Packer game, when you're missing all the same guys you're missing, remember that was when the real doom and gloom started? They held the Packers to 7 points, I want to say, in the first half. And then, of course, Jordan Love got going in the second half. So you have a half like that where you hold the opposition to 7 or 10 points, you got a chance to win that football game.
That's copium.
Let's go to Eddie in Romulus. You're on the ticket. What's up, Eddie? How are you, bud?
Hey, how are you guys doing?
Hey, Eddie.
Hey, I agree with you guys on that. One thing about what saved our game yesterday was a run game. They can't stop our run game. I noticed that. Hopefully that'll take us to the Super Bowl. But the defense kind of worried me.
Yeah, Eddie, the flip side, though, to Rico's point, Detroit's defense isn't stopping the run anymore, unfortunately. Teams are now running on the Lions, which that was a staple defensively. You stop the run, make them throw on you. They become one-dimensional. But I listen, I hear you, man.
It wasn't even that. It was more the play action was really the linebackers were getting caught. Jack Campbell and those guys were just caught in no man's land. And receivers and tight ends were just running free, wide open.
Dude.
And we also didn't have a pass rusher either.
Well, that's been an ongoing season issue since Hutch has gone down. And unfortunately, Zadarius Smith hasn't made that better. But to your point, Rico, you're absolutely right. The linebackers are the most problematic part of the defense. And that's why I think a guy like TJ Hawkinson's going to eat on Sunday. And even Usek yesterday. Yes. He had the touchdown. He had a big game. I think tight ends are exploiting the linebackers. You will get Anzalone back. He's your best linebacker. So hopefully he helps just to.
And look, I realize not everybody's going to be George Kittle, but he was. It was more so looking at the wide receiver and Pearsall just wide open. Like, is anybody covering this man?
Well, look at the next tight ends they face. Minnesota, you're going against Hawkinson, stud tight end, right? I know people hate him because you traded him away, whatever. Then let's say you face a Rams team on the road. That's Tyler Higbee, right? I mean, the teams you will face have great tight ends moving forward. So your point is not lost on me. I get what you're saying. I'm just not ready to 100% agree. I don't have any drops to play. That's unfair. Can I get some drops to play? Anything?
You know what? How about this?
No, it's unfair.
We'll get your phone calls next. 97.1.
Unbelievable, this guy. All righty, 5 o'clock hour, 4 o'clock hour rolled by.
You know who was sounding like that last night?
Who's that?
Jake Bates on the sideline.
He did.
I don't know what he was doing, but yeah.
So after the game, the long snapper for the Lions, I'm drawing a blank on his name, said, dude, that was wrong in the media to show that. Pretty funny, though.
And then you played it in slow motion, which then made it seem worse. Because, as I said, it's like everybody, when you get that itch, you finally can, like, oh, yes. And it's that, most people make that face, and he's doing that while laying on because I had the sound down for a second, and I look, what is he doing?
Yeah, it was the mouth. It was the expression on his face that made it so bad.
And rolling back and like, whoa, what is going on here?
I was watching the game at a local bar, and they did have the sound up, but you're looking at it like, and they're like, oh, well, there's no injury. We're trying to see if he's stretching for a reason. He didn't go to the blue tent. I'm like, I don't know what he's doing right now.
And the announcers they were trying to keep from laughing because you want to say something is okay.
I mean, Joe Buck did. He was funny about it. The interesting thing is yesterday after the game, Dan Campbell said, we love it hard. That was his quote, talking about, hey, we love going into week 18. It's still being up in the air. We got to take out Minnesota. Green Bay didn't do our dirty work, blah, 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 blah. So I was doing the postgame show yesterday with Hammer, and she said she wanted to make a T-shirt that said, we love it hard, and then use Jake Bates' picture of him doing what he was doing. That would sell, I feel. That would be a nice little slogan for the postseason. What do you think? All right, good talk. All right, we're asking the question, are you less or more confident after the game yesterday against the Niners? A 40-34 victory, 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. You want to go back to the phones?
Let's go back to the phones.
RL in Detroit. You're on the ticket. What's going on, RL?
Hey, guys, what's going on?
Hey.
I'm hoping happy holidays and all that stuff. Rico, I think you will appreciate this, man. From one professor to the other, this Lions team, think of it like this, man. When we used to play sandlot football or go up to the school behind the building and we've got our ball there and everything, did we have a punter with us? We didn't have a punter with us.
No.
We're playing it out. There is no punter on the Lions team right now. He might as well get dressed. We're playing playground football until the wheels fall off of this thing, period. Fourth down, we're not punting. We just got to play. Why? Because our defense is decimated. We got to play playground football. We got to just play playground football and just ride this thing until the wheels fall off, period. What do you think?
No, RL, I'm right there with you. I don't think that you can punt the ball. As a matter of fact, I think that you probably can only get away with maybe one field goal, and that's about it. You got to score touchdowns, period.
Depends how many times your defense can get off the field. Get off the field a couple times, that allows you to...
I don't see them getting off the field.
Ever? Ever.
I'm not saying ever, but it's unlikely when you're going to get into shootouts. And for the Lions, I'm telling you, it's whoever blinks first. And by blinking, that's a turnover. That's forcing the other team to punt the ball, or maybe forcing that team to kick a field goal, and you match it and you score a touchdown. Now you go ahead and you make them play catch up. If another team could be like Buffalo and keep the Lions on their heels the entire game, you saw what happens. Yeah, that offense was potent, but the defense couldn't make any stops, and they fell behind, and they could never catch up.
You hope you disguise a little more. You hope you get to the quarterback once or twice. You had a sack yesterday, just very late in the game. It didn't really matter. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. If you want to chime on in. How about Khalik? You're on the ticket. What's going on, Khalik in Pontiac?
Hey, Rieger and Rico, how you guys doing, man?
Hey, man.
Happy New Year, Khalik.
Good, man. I love the show. I am less confident, and I'll tell you why. First of all, I'm going to name this season the perfect heartbreak. And I want to say that because there's a lot of Super Bowl aspirations, but as soon as the Lions play someone who has a good defense and who can score a little bit, I think they're out of here.
So you think they're going to lose to Minnesota on Sunday, not get the 1 seed, and then probably get knocked out by, let's say, the Bucs or the Rams?
I want to say 50-50 with them in the Minnesota, because Minnesota is not. They're kind of suspect to me too as well. But I just see later on, I agree with Rico, later on down the line when they're playing the better teams, I think someone's going to take them out of here. I really do.
Yeah, that's just it, man. It's the fact of you're asking Ben Johnson and that offense to play almost perfect games for the next 4 to 5 games. That means nobody can get injured on offense. That means you can't have any tipped interceptions where it's not a bad interception, but the ball gets tipped in the air or a fumble or somebody slips and falls and it calls on a 4th down play and now you're playing from behind. That will be problematic with this team because Dan Campbell's already told you without telling you, I don't trust my defense. I'd rather go for it on my own side of the field.
Right. Absolutely.
Rather than trust these guys because these guys can't stop anybody.
100%, but you keep saying you got to be perfect.
I said almost perfect.
Almost perfect. Fair enough. And I agree. I think we all agree with you. But if there's one offense that could be almost perfect, it's this offense. Number 1 ranked in points per game. Number 2 total offense that will get better after tomorrow or after yesterday. They got the number 6 rushing attack, the number 2 passing attack, number 5 in third downs, number 4 in red zones, number 4 in giving away the ball. So the bottom line is, yes, almost perfect. If there's an offense that can be almost perfect with whatever the defense can do to help you out, it's this offense. That's why I'm not willing to say.
No, but here's the thing, Rieger. The reason why I am, because at some point there's some games where you got to rely on your defense, and your defense has to carry you. And your defense, like we watched the Michigan game earlier today, the defense had to carry that team. They had to make sure we're going to keep Alabama out the end zone. You're not going to be able to do that. You're not going to have that day that you're like, you know what, the offense isn't clicking. Hey, guys, can you bail us out? No, we can't.
Here's why I disagree with that, though. Because other than, can we take away the first couple games? That's fair because you're trying to figure out who you are as a team.
No, that counts. Is that on the schedule?
It is on the schedule.
Okay, then that counts.
Okay, after week 2, 3, which you beat Arizona 20-13, you are in the 40s or high 30s in every game with the exception of 2. So again, the opposition has to keep up with you as well.
Rieger, it's true. I'm saying you have to play you're making my point for me. You have to almost play a perfect game to win.
Which they do almost every game.
Now, the thing is, when you look at that schedule and you look at the remainder of your season, you're going to be playing good team after better team after better team after better. It gets better each week because you're going further and further in the NFL playoffs.
Maybe.
You're not going to get a chance to play the Cowboys and the Jags and the Titans and the Bears.
Understandable, but maybe you play the Packers, who you match up pretty well with. Or maybe you play the Vikings again, who, by the way, Kevin O'Connell can't beat. So maybe you happen to bump into a team that you match up really well with and you win the football game and you don't have to score as much. But I get it. There's every reason to be skeptical. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Chris is in Detroit. You're on the ticket. Hey, Chris, how are you? Happy New Year.
Hey, Happy New Year, y'all. I'm feeling more confident, actually.
Why?
People calling it a shootout, but if you watched the game last night, it wasn't a shootout in the second half. We outscored, other than the last touchdown that we gave them with 40 seconds left in the fourth quarter with Dobbs, we outscored them 27.
Rico's not going to let you do that. He's not going to let you do that. But Chris, to Rico's point, and I think he's dead on this one, like we can't focus on yesterday. Because the teams are going to get tougher than yesterday's team. That offense was broken. The reason everybody's freaking out about the defense is because that offense was broken and they had great success. And by the way, we didn't even mention there was no Brandon Ayuk either, and there was no Christian McCaffrey. So there was a whole new offensive line.
There was no Jordan Mason. They were down to their
fourth running back.
How about this? Before the Thanksgiving game, when we played them 3 games in 11 days, whatever that was, before then, we went on like a 5-game streak, like where we 6-7 quarters where we didn't let them score. No team score in the second half. Our defense get good in the second half.
The problem is since then you've lost Aleem McNeil, you lost Carlton Davis, you didn't have Alex Anzalone, so some of those guys aren't coming back. That's the problem.
But some of them guys wasn't really, McNeil, yeah. But other than, our playmakers are still back in the backfield, still. We still got Kirby. We still got Branch.
Okay.
And Robertson is coming along.
Thank you, Chris. 248-539-9797. Rico, you look frustrated. Well, is it me?
No, I mean,
is it
no.
me?
Well, yes, because you're leading this. You're leading
Well,
the people.
I'm leading a differing opinion.
No, it's not a differing opinion. I mean, okay, when guys were just running wide open, I guess it was just like, no big deal. I'm sitting there like, man, this is not good. This isn't a good offense whatsoever. That's not, Buffalo. That's not Kansas City. That's not Minnesota. That's not Philadelphia. That's a team with a brand new offensive line, 4th-string running back. Their number 1 wide receiver is out, and you can't stop them.
248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Is it possible to outscore everybody the remainder of the season? They've done it the last 5 games with a decimated defense. We'll get to more of your calls. 97 win the ticket. That's right. The defense making a stop like they did a couple times in the second half, asking the question, are you more or less confident that the Lions can make the run that you so desperately want them to after watching last night? And the defense getting trashed by, let's be honest, a very bad, young, inexperienced Niners offense. I have more hope than Rico does, but let's see where you're at. How about some quick ticket text? We haven't done this all show. What's going on?
Such a negative show. Sounds like the Lions should just give up and rest for next year. Great show. Turned off. Should rename the show SOL Show.
Ooh.
Wow.
Okay.
Did we watch the same game?
SOL.
All right.
I'm pretty sure.
I'm blown away. You know what? Everything was great. I love how they just allowed Pearsall to just run wide open just to boost his confidence because he got shot earlier this year. Good for them.
You think that's what the Lions were doing?
Man, Dan Campbell is a man of the people. He wanted Ricky to feel good. Son, I heard you got shot. How about you have the game of your life, but it won't matter.
Oh, and he go off for 144. By the way, not everybody's being negative.
I'm
trying to
one's
some
being
positivity.
This is, you know what? I'm going to move on. It's going to be a new year. I'm going to leave this behind because I do realize that some Lions fans, if you don't say they're pretty all the time, you're negative. So, yeah. I saw the game. I'm saying I'm concerned. I don't think that you can keep this going against better caliber of team. But you know what? Hey, fun.
It is fun when you win. David, what else you got?
The Lions are 36-10 in their last 46 games. They average almost 35 points per game this year. All the Lions do is score points and win. They'll keep doing that.
Okay.
I must have missed that parade last year. What day was that? Was I off?
I think so.
Oh,
yeah.
man.
You were hanging out. How about one more for you?
The Lions. It says, hey, Jeff, I'm sorry. The Lions going all the way with the defense is comparable to the Tigers going all the way with a chaos pitching staff.
That's a great
Eventually,
point.
it catches up with you.
You know what? Did that person leave a name?
Nope.
That's a great point. The pitching chaos didn't make sense, and it worked until all of a sudden it didn't. They went far, well, a lot farther than we thought. And then one day, it just stopped.
There's just one problem. The Tigers had a bunch of budding guys that might turn out to be good or might not, like Parker Meadows, Riley Green, the list goes on, Jake Rogers, Tarek Skubal. The Lions have a star-studded, all-pro offense.
They do.
See, that's what people are leaving. You can't compare them to the Tigers because this team, by the way, the Tigers went 34-12 to make the postseason, and the Twins collapsed in the process. The Lions are the best team in football offensively, and they have the second-best record in the NFL and the best record in the NFC.
They don't play 7 on 7.
I do not buy that at all.
It's a team sport? That they got to play defense? We're not buying that.
I'm just saying.
You know what? Hey, let's while we're at it, how about we just get rid of gravity as well?
No, you can't make the comparison.
I don't buy the gravity.
One team goes on this historically unbelievable
run.
No,
what I'm saying, it's the pitching chaos. It's the defense is bad. That you're relying on your team to constantly just keep putting up 40 points after 40 points after 40-plus points every game.
The Tigers fell apart because in the end, they saw overexposed pitching, and obviously they couldn't hit in the postseason towards the end. They had some timely hits, but overall they couldn't hit. This team is different. They can score at will, and that's how they'll win. So I just don't buy the comparison. I like the ticket text.
The pitching is the defense, Rieger.
I like that you use the bell.
Pitching,
You've never used the bell for me.
What bell?
Didn't you use a bell?
I didn't use a bell.
Oh, you just motion. You usually would have used the bell if it was in there, right?
Not for you.
Never I've got the bell.
And you're not.
Use it for Mike all the time.
He makes good points.
You know what? You're a jerk. A big jerk.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Your brother likes me.
He really doesn't. Let's go to Brandon in Clinton Township.
Which one, the good-looking brother or the successful brother? Or the good-looking, successful brother?
Well, hold on a second. So you think one of my brothers is good-looking and the other is successful? Interesting. I'll let him know. Which one do you think is good-looking?
No, one is good-looking and successful. The other, I mean, compared to you.
Well, that's unbelievable. The guy that actually likes you is neither good-looking or successful. Oh, wait, I shouldn't say that about my own. Let's just go to the phone. Let's go to Brandon. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Brandon?
What's going on, fellas? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
All right, so, look, there's no dominant defense that we got to face. It's not one. Philadelphia, they lost a couple of players too. I don't know what's going on with Hurts because I just see you got concussion situation. We got two divisional teams that's in the playoffs that we match up very well against too as well. So I'll be happy with them getting to the NFC Championship with this type of defense.
Okay,
Because
Brandon.
every week.
Brandon, hold on. I'm going to let you finish. So, very well, you played Minnesota and you won with a walk-off field goal, and you had more pieces to your defense then.
That's true. We also didn't have Aiden Hutchinson either. I'm not saying we got him now, but I'm just saying.
No.
like,
You didn't have Aiden.
that was-
You don't have a lot now.
You had everybody else, though. You had, well, with the exception of Davenport, you didn't have him either. No, Brandon, the injury started earlier, and Aiden got injured the game before Minnesota. But to that game, to Rico's point, you fell behind 10-0. You went on a 21-0 run to go up 11 points on Minnesota. You coughed that up because David Montgomery fumbled. And then they took the lead, and you ended up winning it on a Bates walk-off by a couple points. So, but again, that game right there, kind of microcosm of how you're going to have to win. You're going to have to outscore teams a ton, which they're fully capable of.
And I mean, hey, let's go back to last year when the defense was terrible too, because let's not forget, Lions defense was not as good as it is this year. They was giving up a bunch of yards to Justin Jefferson. I think he had like 150 yards both games we played Minnesota, and the Lions still beat them. I'm only bringing up Minnesota because I think that's our, like future more rival than Green Bay, because everybody just overrated Green Bay this whole year, and the Lions showed y'all they can really handle them. But I really believe that we need some luck. We need to keep scoring, man. Like, I mean, who you go check? I mean, we got so many weapons and so many plays. I mean, who you go check for real? Like, we gonna be a problem in the playoffs. I hope we get home.
Okay, but Brandon,
and
that's true. But then you flip it over. Why'd you hang up on Brandon?
Oh, I'm
Rico?
sorry. I apologize.
Why'd you hang up on Brandon?
I thought we were done.
No, I was going to say it kind of goes the other.
The light was red.
I mean, I'm taking the over in this Lions-Minnesota game. I don't know what it is, but I'm taking the over because for Minnesota, who are you going to check? And for the Lions, who are you going to check?
Do you know the over-under was at 50.5 going into the game yesterday? After the game yesterday, Vegas raised it to 57.5.
I would still
They raised it a full touchdown.
I would still take the over because I think that it's
divisional teams have a tendency to play each other kind of tight, but I agree with you. There's going to be a lot of scoring.
Dude, I think it's literally going to be, you know what? It's whoever gets the ball first and they're going to defer, they're going to get that advantage and try to make that one stop early. We'll see, but I take the over.
248-539-9797. Where are you at? Lions win yesterday. Nobody's feeling good about the defense. Are you less or more confident that the Lions can make a run hanging out on New Year's Eve? Happy New Year, everybody. By the way, Michigan won too. They took down Alabama. That was a shock. We hit on that if you want to get
David
it.
decked out in the maize. What did they call it? Blue and yellow?
Look, he took it off, though. What happened to all your Michigan gear?
It's gone.
Season's over.
Oh, he just put it away that quickly. I mean, literally 3 minutes after the game, gone. That's sad.
That's still sitting here, though.
Bad fan. Just a bad fan. By the way, he watched the game. Said yesterday he wasn't going to watch.
Third and fourth quarter. That's it.
He did say he would watch it at work.
I did. You're right. I was watching
You guys
in-game.
just
Rieger likes to take your words and twist them.
You guys he said he wasn't going to watch the game. Watch the game. Just saying.
I said when I get in this building, I'll watch because it'll be here.
Wojo warned me. He said, watch out for little Rieger. He's going to do this.
Did he?
Yes.
You guys had a little chat?
Yes.
About me. Yes. And I wasn't there? I feel violated.
Watch out for the little Rieger kid.
He's like, he likes to do this. And, man, you lived up to expectations. I'll just say that.
That's what my mother told me to do, live up to the expectation. Yeah. Never not live up to it. All right, 97 won the ticket.
All right, guys. Jeff Rieger is a Specs grad, and he made it to the air. You know what that means? It means you can graduate from Specs and you can get a radio career as well. Or maybe you want to go into television or you want to be a graphic design artist. Doesn't matter. Specs can help you get started on your new path. You just need to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by people like myself who actually work in the business, and that means that Look, with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you'll learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. And hey, maybe even Rieger will come and speak to your class. So what are you waiting for?
Just invite me. I'll be
curious. You did once. Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Happy New Year, everybody. That was Dan Miller, Rico Beard right there. I'm Jeff in for Mike. Mike back on Thursday in 2025. Hatchet's right there asking the question after yesterday's Monday Night Football game against the Niners. Are you more or less confident that the Lions can get it done after watching that defense get shredded by the Niners? 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Can I give you a crazy stat very quickly?
Go for it.
Because Michigan just beat Alabama a couple hours ago. We talked about it. I just got to give this to you. Zach Shaw put this out there. This is incredible. He says Michigan beat 3 top 12 teams this season. Now, I don't know if you want to count the first one. Number 1 was 11 USC.
At the time,
at the time, Michigan had 32 passing yards. They won that game. They beat number 2 Ohio State. Michigan had 62 yards passing. Mm-hmm. And then today against number 11 Alabama, Michigan had 75 yards passing. They won all 3 games. That's incredible.
It always goes to prove to me that coaches make a ton of money and they're not smart people. Jetfish figured that out a long time ago. That Washington game was over quick. Hey, guys, when 10 is back there at quarterback, he's not throwing the ball. We're going to bring 10 people to the line. We're going to stop the run because I don't believe they'll pass the ball. Everybody else, hey. But you know what? They won 8-5, beat all your rivals, beat Alabama. Overall, not a bad year. And isn't what you wanted? Not bad.
And here's also Zach Shaw also tweeted this out, and this is how they did it. It was their defense. They held Ohio State and Alabama to 3 combined points in the second half.
Okay, I do think, is it fair to say both performances were a little different? Like Alabama,
for sure.
Alabama, they roasted today. And the Alabama offensive line was like overwhelmed by the D-line of Michigan. And it was an impressive performance by a bunch of backups that will be starters next year. But going back to the Buckeyes game, Ryan Day played that all wrong. He just tried to run the football over and over and over.
Another example of what Rico just said. Coaches outthinking themselves.
I mean, they make a ton of money. They're not smart. I mean, Kalen DeBoer today, early in the game, in a torrential rain, and you're trying to throw the ball as your players are slipping and sliding. It's like, no. Michigan, run. They threw for the 1 touchdown off of play action, and you keep turning. You're like, what is going on? You're in a shotgun in like, guys.
Yeah, see, Michigan was in a shotgun too with Davis Warren, but the one that Jalen Milroe fumbled on, he was in a shotgun, and dude, it was the heaviest of the rain. It was a freaking hurricane in Tampa Bay, it looked like. And they're in shotgun, and he fumbles the football seconds after the announcers are like, I'm going to tell you, it might be a little tough not fumbling this football. Anyway, all right, back to the Lions talk. I didn't get that. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Let's go to Stan in Southfield. You're on the ticket. What's up, Stanley?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hey, Happy New Year.
I got a couple questions first. I was talking to David, and neither one of us were sure. But, how does it work with the waivers? Are the Lions, if Miami loses at 1 o'clock, can they still pick up Calais Campbell before their game starts?
All right, so Stan, well, first of all, no, I don't think so because their season would be over. Talking about the Dolphins, they play on Saturday.
But the Lions won't.
I know, but the deal had always been we're going to keep Calais Campbell as long as he can help us make the playoffs, and it's going to go down to the final week. So I could be totally wrong about this, but I don't think they can release him because the season would be over. I'm pretty sure, you can't, finish your season, let's say the Lions weren't in the playoffs and they release Amon-Ra St. Brown and then the Packers get to pick them up.
Yeah.
I think once the season's over, it's done. So I think that dream is dead when Miami won last week.
It's technically not over until the Lions finish playing.
No, but their season's over.
The Dolphin season's done.
Yes.
That's true. That's true.
So, Stan, I'll double check. I'll double check, but I think that's how it goes.
But that was one of the things. If they could pick up somebody like that, then I'd have more confidence. And the second thing would be is if Aaron Glenn changed the scheme. If instead of having all these slow linebackers that can't cover the receivers and backs out the backfield, the tight end, put in 7 defensive backs. Let them cover those guys. At least they're on the person in position. I mean, if he does that, that gives them a much better chance of,
Yes,
defense.
but Stan, the problem is if you do that, then now you're leaving yourself open for a rushing attack because you don't have those linebackers out there. You got 7 defensive backs. Not everybody's Brian Branch. So good luck, because now if I'm an offensive coordinator, I'm just going to run the ball if you're going to do that.
Well, tell me this: is Mosley? I saw him on the sidelines. Is he healthy enough to play?
He is. They just don't trust him, I don't think. I mean, he's been healthy for a little bit now, Stan, and they just refuse to use him. I appreciate the comment. Like Emmanuel Mosley, they brought him back. He's been nothing but injured. And even with all the injuries, he rarely, if ever, reaches the field. So I just don't know that he's ready to play for them. And by the way, the secondary is still maybe the best part of your defense. And it's not saying a lot, but it is. Like Amika Robertson has taken a step. He's been pretty good. Had great PFF scores after yesterday's game. And Terry and Arnold isn't awful. Got burnt a couple times yesterday, but he's not bad.
Yeah. Am I allowed to say this too?
You say whatever you want, my friend. It's your show.
I don't want to be too negative, but
stop.
The other thing that, as far as playing that perfect type of football, you got to forget about the stupid penalties after the whistle.
Oh, that's true.
Okay?
There was a couple of dumb ones yesterday. Although
now it hasn't burned you yet, but you got to eliminate that type of stuff. What was it, Branch last night? Where it's like,
for 15 yards.
Come on, man, the play is over. No, don't do it in front of the referee, and you just did it. Wow.
But can I actually ask you for just one exception? One exception, when Kirby Joseph is checking Jawan Jennings over the boards, and then Tyrion Arnold walks over. Have you seen this? And gives him a slap to the helmet. It was awesome. And listen, they were offsetting penalties, so that pretty much cost the Lions 15 yards because Kirby did what he did, because it should have just been on Jennings, who held a block too long. But it was so great because Kirby, Mo Sider would have been proud.
But
checks him over the board, and
Rieger,
Tyrion just boom, slaps him.
It's funny until one day the referee doesn't see what Jennings or the first person does, and then they only see the second one, and you're going to be like, oh my goodness, what about this? And the refs hate you. No, guys, young team. As part of playing perfect football means disciplined football. You can't have the J-Mo 15 yards. You can't have the Brian Branch. You can't have those types of penalties, because that's going to hurt you, because you can't afford any type of mistakes, especially on defense, because let's just say you make that key stop on a third down, 15 yards, automatic first down, and that drive keeps going.
I mean, for the most part, they've been pretty good
they
penalty-wise.
have,
Yes, I think they're
but
top 5 in being least penalized. But you're right.
It hasn't come back to bite you, but it's just like, man, you don't need to do this. If you get the stop,
get off the field. And let's continue to play ball. Let's go to Ray in Ipsy. You're on the ticket. Happy New Year, Ray.
Hello, how you doing?
Hey dude.
Good. So I have a question. Why do Detroit, you guys think it's going to be so easy to go to the Super Bowl? First of all,
I don't think anybody thinks it's going to be easy. Even if you're hopeful, I don't think anybody thinks it's going to be easy.
Have you not listened to the show today? Ray's right, but go ahead, Ray.
I heard what they said. Detroit, my other teams might as well not show up. The way they talking.
Oh, come on. It's going to be very difficult.
They're going to win. Okay,
so Ray, what do you think? What do you think happens?
I'm not a Lions fan, so I hope they lose myself.
Okay.
But first of all, you talk about we already beat Minnesota, so you already lost to Tampa Bay and Buffalo. So what if they make it?
So you're saying what if Tampa Bay and Buffalo make it to the Super Bowl?
Yeah, make it to the Super Bowl.
That means the Lions don't. Season's a disappointment. It's failure. But Ray, I mean, listen, I don't think anybody, even if a Lions fan is super confident this team can go to the Super Bowl, and they've been one of the best teams, if not the best team all season long, nobody thinks it's going to be easy. The teams in the NFC are a bitch to get by. And with your decimated defense, a team like Tampa Bay with Baker Mayfield and Mike Evans, that would be trouble. Philadelphia's got a great defense, a great offense. That would be trouble. So nobody's under the illusion it's going to be easy. But the deal is you got a good enough team to go to the Super Bowl. You can't dispute that.
Yeah,
I don't think anybody thinks it's going to be easy, though.
Yeah, but and also I heard they said that they were saying that we already beat Minnesota.
They
what
did.
does that mean?
Well,
that sounds like a bunch of kindergarten playground stuff. We already.
Ray, to be fair, and I appreciate the call. Like maybe this is too negative for Ray, but Dan Campbell owns Kevin O'Connell. He owns him. He does. Swept them last year. Now, you're going to say what? That Kirk Cousins was injured with the blow in Achilles, so it was Nick Mullins. And then this year, down 10-0, finds a way to come back and beat him. So we'll see what happens on Sunday. But so far, it's been Dan Campbell owning the guy that could win Coach of the Year in O'Connell.
They have. Rieger, last year was weird because Mullins just threw for like 400 yards.
He did.
It was like it was one of those games. It reminded me of last night's game. Like I didn't see this happening. I thought this game was going to be a lot easier. Like last night, I was expecting to see Hendon Hooker. I was expecting to see anybody, like all the backups in the game, and instead we got, the full team played all the way through. You got what you wanted. No injuries. You got the win, and now you got the setup of Minnesota, which will be a cakewalk.
Will you stop? All right, we got one more segment of the Valente with Rico show, 6 o'clock. It's going to be Lions Review with me. I don't think anybody else is coming in. Then at 7 o'clock, it's going to be me until 7:45 in the Red Wing hockey. Can the Wings make it 2 in a row? Penguins in town, 97-1 the ticket.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area leading the way. It is Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren. Andrew and the sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. They will guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount, incentive, and opportunity to save you money. Hamilton has the inventory to find the car that fits you best, including the December Rico deal. It's today. It's the last day. The new 2025 Chevy Crew Cab Silverado 4x4, $279 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down, you drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Yes, a hardworking Chevy Silverado for just $279 a month. That's why I say the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet, and you'll find out that Hamilton Chevrolet, they will take care of you. Make Hamilton Chevy your Chevy dealer and drive away in the Rico deal. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
All righty. 97 won the ticket. Do we got a big drive of the game or not today?
That was yesterday, Rieger.
Oh, that was okay. Well, I don't know. I don't usually do this show. By the way it sounds, you no longer want me to fill in.
For Lions fans,
very mean to me today.
Hopefully Monday there's one for you.
Oh,
hopefully I can go Lions there.
Now, if it's for the Vikings, will you do it?
Yes, I will.
Oh, that's negative.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody, the ticket texters are right.
I will enjoy it.
You'll enjoy it. That's probably a little extreme. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Are you more or less confident after watching yesterday? Jimmy's in St. Clair Shores. Happy New Year, Jimmy. What's going on? Jimmy. I think Jimmy's afraid to talk.
Jimmy's already started the New Year's celebration. All right.
He's more confident, too. So
careful out
He's afraid to talk to you. What are you doing tonight?
Nothing.
You don't do anything on New Year's Eve?
No, it's just another day.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a day where, you know what, people go out and spend a ton of money to be around the same people that you see for all year long and pay for overly priced. It's like opening day. You pay a ton more for an event that you can probably do the same event next week and pay a reduced price.
You're 100% correct. However, it's still fun. Like I remember growing up, I loved New Year's Eve. I always had very high expectations. And I usually didn't meet them, but it was fun. I paid too much for sure, but I still had fun.
Right. I've done the fancy parties. I've hung out with friends. I've done like the movie night. I've done it all. David did a church service. Like, you know what? I'd rather just stay home. It is, to me, it is opening day. It is so overrated.
Well, you also get Boise State and Penn State today. So who doesn't want to watch that?
I think a lot of people.
I do. I'm excited. I'm excited to see if there could be a competitive CFP game.
There will be.
All right. You want to take a couple more before Rico gets out of here and we go to Lions Review. Aaron on a cell. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Aaron?
Hey, nothing like a little Rieger and Rico, a little R&R going into New Year's holiday.
There you go. There you go.
Who doesn't need a little R&R? Rico does after doing this show with me.
Two back-to-back shows.
I appreciate you giving me an opportunity.
He's exhausted.
To say something.
Go ahead, Aaron.
I just wanted to say pretty much, hey, this is our home field right now. This is our home field right now. We have to look at it that way. We have the number one seed, from all metrics and everything right now, even going into this. We have the number one seed. This is our home field. This is our first playoff game in my mind. We take care of business. And then we get our bye. We get another opportunity at home and then another one before the Super Bowl. Here's how I feel, honestly. All I need is for 1 point to be scored more than the other team. If our defense can do that, and the last time I checked, they've done that 14 out of 16 games. That's where I'm at.
It's a good point, Aaron. Not to mention, that was Dan Campbell's rah-rah speech in the morning show. He's like, I'll have the biggest grin on my face if we give up 700 yards and we win by a point. Well, yesterday they gave up 475 and they won by 6.
Yeah.
Or is 6?
Honestly, with what's going on right now, they've exceeded all of our expectations in terms of at this point. Nobody even thought that on the way to a number one seed we'd win 14 games. I know I didn't see that. I thought, honestly, they'd win 12, honestly. I thought they'd be 12-5. So just the fact that they have this opportunity, and I understand that that's the part of the game with football and with the injuries and stuff, but at the same time, whether we were 0-16 back in the day or, when I wanted us to score more than 1 point more than the other team to now, I just want one more point than the other team. But the defense can do that, and the way that this team is going, I'm on board, and I just want us to keep it going to a Super Bowl victory, and I believe that.
Aaron,
have a great New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year. All right.
Let's take Mark.
You want to take Mark?
Let's let Mark get the last
all right.
word.
Let's go to Mark. Happy New Year, Mark.
Hey, Happy New Year to you, fellas. I've enjoyed the show. But let me say this. At the end of the day, even with Hutchinson and the injuries, they would be 14-2, right? So good teams find ways to win in different ways. It don't matter how you win. That I still think they can get this done because we better on the back end. But I do think getting this number one seed is important. And if Anzalone and David Montgomery come back, I think the Lions going to run the football 30 times. I think they're going to control the game. And Minnesota plays a lot of 7 defensive backs. I'm running it. I see the Lions being aggressive and running it down their throat. I think that's the game plan. And I think whoever makes the mistake in this game is going win the game. And you tell me this, Sam Darnold and Jared Goff. I'll take Jared Goff any day of the week because Darnold going to give you a chance to make a play.
Mark, they're essentially the same quarterback right now. You know what's crazy? And I appreciate the call, Mark. Like, on Sunday, it's the same team against the same team, with the exception of the Vikings have a better defense. But the offenses are damn near equal. Mm-hmm. They're all so deep. Darnold is Goff. Goff is Darnold. The stats are identical. It's like the same offensive team going against each other.
Yeah, and that's what I'm expecting. I think it's going to be a shootout. I would take the over. It's
57.5.
Kind of like when they played the Packers, I think, and they played the Bills. That first team that blinks or makes a mistake, it's going to be too costly. They're going to fall behind, and they won't be able to catch up.
All right, what's your New Year's resolution?
I don't do the resolution thing.
No.
You know what?
Do you know what my wife told me?
To make it to next year.
My wife told me her resolution is to leave me. No, I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding. You know what my wife told me?
I didn't know you were in that group text.
My wife is an... Touche. Real quick,